The history of Eritrea. Present-day Eritrea has been under colonial domination for nearly a century. By 1889, the Italians brought the entire country under their control and colonized it until World War II. In 1941, the British imperialists seized the country and occupied it until 1952. At that time, the Anglo-American imperialists decided to perpetuate the colonial status of Eritrea by forcibly annexing it to their Ethiopian neo-colony. The Ethiopian regimes, that of Haile Selassie and the Derg, and the social chauvinists in the ranks of the Ethiopian People's Movement claim that historically Eritrea was part of Ethiopia until the Italians usurped it, separating it from its motherland. In 1952, and again in 1962, they claim the Eritrean people voluntarily and willingly rejoined their motherland. Hence Eritrea is an integral part of Ethiopia. The Eritrean question is a question of one of the nationalities in Ethiopia, an internal affair of Ethiopia. They deny that the Ethiopian regime is a foreign, occupationist force in Eritrea. The social chauvinist clique that dominates Isuna pretends to be above the irrelevant controversy, the sterile debate between Ethiopian-ed chauvinists and local, Eritrean-ed nationalists on whether Eritrea was always part of Ethiopia or not. However, a close investigation of the presentation of what it calls the checkered history of the region which can support any claim shows that the clique takes the side of the Ethiopian expansionists. It presents a history which in all essential points is no different from that of the Ethiopian ruling classes. The clique claims that except for a brief period when the Ethiopian monarchs did not exercise effective and consistent control over the lowland part of the country, Eritrea was part of Ethiopia for 2,000 years until the Ethiopian king Menelik sold it to the Italians in exchange for arms. Further, the clique claims that the 1952 sham federation between Eritrea and Ethiopia was not a violation of the right to self-determination of the Eritrean people but an exercise of their right because it reflected the will of the Eritrean people. It was not an imperialist plot to annex Eritrea hatched and implemented by Ethiopia in the service of imperialism but a consequence of the internal struggle in Eritrea, a compromise between those who advocated independence and those who wanted unity with Ethiopia. In this section, we will show that these arguments of the Isuna social chauvinist clique, which are also the arguments of the fascist junta and its ideologues, are baseless, bankrupt and annexationist. We will show that, 1. Both present-day Eritrea and Ethiopia were forged as multinational states in the late 19th century. Before then, although parts of present-day Ethiopia and Eritrea had the same history in certain periods in the same way that parts of present-day Eritrea and Sudan had the same history in certain periods, the argument that the whole of Eritrea, or even its largest part, was part of Ethiopia is a falsification of history. 2. As in the rest of Africa, colonialism forged multinational Eritrea. The peoples of Eritrea suffering under common colonial oppressors developed national consciousness and fought as one people for the independence of their country. 3. The anti-colonial struggle of the Eritrean people, their aspirations for national independence, were frustrated when U.S. imperialism, in col/union with the Ethiopian feudal regime, annexed Eritrea to Ethiopia so as to maintain its control of strategic Eritrea. The annexation, under the guise of federation, of Eritrea by Ethiopia which was carried out against the will of the Eritrean people was the work of imperialism seeking a continuation of its colonial domination of Eritrea. Thus, in 1952, Eritrea was not reunited with its motherland, but colonial authority was transfused by the imperialists to the Ethiopian feudal regime, which they felt could best preserve their interests in Eritrea. The struggle of the Eritrean people against Ethiopian colonial occupation is, thus, a continuation of their struggle against colonialism and for national independence. Pre-colonial history of Eritrea. In their combat, the Isuna social chauvinists declare that the pre-colonial history of Eritrea is intimately connected with the development of the Ethiopian Empire. They make this assertion only one page after stating that it is erroneous to view Eritrea as an integral part of the Abyssinian Empire. in an attempt to defend a thesis they themselves have pointed out is erroneous. Isyuna annexationists devote several pages of combat to falsifications and distortions of Eritrean and Ethiopian history as their contribution to the sterile debate, the irrelevant controversy. Despite their view that the matter is sterile and irrelevant, Isyuna annexationists seem to have an uncontrollable urge to fabricate history in order to substantiate their view of the matter. The views of the Isyuna chauvinists on the history of Eritrea before Italian colonization can be summed up as follows. The highland regions of Eritrea were part of the Abyssinian, later Ethiopian, Empire and participated in the mainsprings of its civilization since Aksumite times, lst century AD, until Menelik sold them to the Italians in exchange for arms in the late 19th century. Lowland Eritrea was part of Ethiopia until the 12th century. However, ever since the Aksumite kingdom lost its seaports and began to expand, southwards, it gradually lost effective control of the lowland regions. Consequently, the Abyssinian Empire, which succeeded the Aksumite kingdom in the 2nd millennium AD, was not able to exercise effective and consistent control over these regions. Nevertheless, in certain historical periods, powerful Abyssinian monarchs and warlords were able to govern and exact tribute from some of the lowland pastoral peoples. But in other historical periods, these same national groups either maintained practical independence or were ruled by or partitioned among successive foreign invaders, like the Turks, Egyptians, Sudanese, etc. Emphasis ours. Thus, according to the social chauvinists of Isyuna, except for 7 or 8 centuries in which Ethiopia could not exercise effective and consistent control over the lowland regions, during which time these regions suffered from foreign invaders, Eritrea was always, since Aksumite times, part of Ethiopia. This presentation of Eritrean history is no different from the chauvinist outlook of the fascist regime of Haile Selassie and the junta and all the scribes in their pay. They, Haile Selassie and the junta, also admit that in certain periods Ethiopia did not exercise effective and consistent control over the lowlands, which were subjected to a number of invaders. Thus the Isyuna clique takes an honorable place on the side of the chauvinists in the irrelevant controversy. And this is not surprising. Its presentation of history is exactly the same as that taught in the schools of the feudal regime and the military junta. It is written from the class angle of the Amhara ruling classes. How else can one explain how the Isyuna chauvinist clique pictures the Ethiopian monarchs as legitimate rulers who were able to govern and exact tribute from the lowland peoples of Eritrea, while it regards the Sudanese chieftains as foreign invaders ruling over lowland peoples? Written from the standpoint of the lowland masses of Eritrea, both the Abyssinian monarchs and the Sudanese feudal lords were foreign invaders ruling over the masses. It is our view that whether or not all or a section of present-day Eritrea was part of the regions which today comprise Ethiopia in the pre-Italian period, the legitimacy or nature of the Eritrean struggle is not affected in the least. The Eritrean people have had a separate historical development since the late 19th century, at which time both Eritrea and Ethiopia were forged into multinational states. In the 1950s, Eritrea was forcibly annexed to Ethiopia by the dictates of U.S. imperialism. From the very start, the Eritrean people have been totally opposed to Ethiopian occupation of their country and, united as one, are fighting to kick out the Ethiopian aggressors and establish an independent democratic state. In light of this, no historical or geographical pretext is enough to prove that it is Ethiopia's mission to conquer Eritrea. Nevertheless, we think it is important to expose the falsified history of the Ethiopian chauvinists and annexationists who are trying to deceive public opinion into believing that Eritrea was and is part of Ethiopia. The exposure of the Isyuna chauvinists' historical outlook also serves to expose their rabid social chauvinist and annexationist stand on other questions. Let us then briefly look into the pre-colonial history of modern Eritrea and trace its relations with the history of Ethiopia. The Aksumite Kingdom. The original inhabitants of present-day Eritrea were Nilotic peoples. They subsequently intermingled with invading Hamitic peoples from North Africa. Between 1000 and 400 BC, Semitic peoples crossed the Red Sea and settled in the Eritrean highlands, bringing with them a more advanced civilization. Around the end of the 4th century BC, the Aksumite kingdom was established. It was a trading empire located in the northern part of Tigray, the northernmost province of Ethiopia, and the southern highlands of Eritrea, with its center at Aksum and a port at Adolis. Towns in Eritrea, such as Matara, Adolis, Koito, and Tokandeo, were historically important sites of the Aksumite kingdom. At its height, the Aksumite kingdom raided as far as the Sudan and the southern Arabian Peninsula. At this time, the lowland regions of northwestern Eritrea and northern Eritrea were inhabited by the Beja. Their relations with Aksum were those of raid and counter-raid. The Denkal, inhabitants of the southern coast of present-day Eritrea, had few, if any, contacts with the Aksumite kingdom. With the rise of Islam, the power of Aksum began to wane. The decline of Aksum must be seen in the context of developments in northern Africa, the Middle East and the Red Sea in the 6th and 7th centuries. The Arab conquests of these areas cut off the Aksumite kingdom from the rest of the world. The Arab invasion resulted in the southward movement of the Hamitic, mainly Beja, tribes of eastern Egypt and northern Sudan, and, thereby, the projection of their Beja kinsmen already in the northern highlands of Eritrea and the Barca lowland, the northwestern part of Eritrea, onto the Eritrean plateau. In 640 AD, Adolis, the Aksumite port, was destroyed by Arab invaders, and, in 641, the Muslim invasion of Egypt cut off the Aksumite land route to the Mediterranean. The Aksumite kingdom was based on trade, and these events in conjunction with the Beja invasion of the Eritrean plateau precipitated the collapse of the kingdom. The claim by Amhara kings and Ethiopian social chauvinists that Aksum included all of present-day Eritrea and the Abyssinian kingdom is the continuation and expansion of Aksum is patently false. It is a vainglorious and political claim. All available documentary evidence about the Aksumite kingdom shows that Aksum did not comprise all of present-day Eritrea. Nor is it true that the Abyssinian kingdom is an expansion, extension, growth or evolution of the Aksumite kingdom. The two kingdoms occupied different territories at different periods in time. In the mid-600s, the Aksumite kingdom was incapable of expanding. It was a kingdom whose economic base had been dealt severe blows. It was a kingdom unable to defend itself against the invading Beja people. Aksum was a kingdom undergoing collapse and disintegration, not expansion. The Aksumites were forced to flee, withdrawing into an obscurity from which they were only to emerge some 7 centuries later as the dominant element of the early Abyssinian or Ethiopian Empire. After the fall of Aksum, the Bejas established 5 independent kingdoms covering all of Eritrea, except Denkal, and parts of northeastern Sudan, Nakis, Baklan, Bazan, Jairan, and Kate. These kingdoms exercised control over the area until the close of the 13th century, when internecine conflicts began to erode their authority. There is little information available on developments in this region for the period from the fall of Aksum to the 15th century. However, it is known that the Beja kingdoms controlled the area until the end of the 13th century, and that no Abyssinian king ruled the Eritrean plateau until after the beginning of the 15th century. The claim that during this period the Eritrean plateau was an integral part of the Abyssinian kingdom is, therefore, a fraud with no historical basis whatsoever. From the 16th century until its unification under Italian colonial rule in 1889, we find in the main 4 different political regions in Eritrea: the Plateau or the Midri Bari, the Barca lowlands and the northern highlands, Misawa and the surrounding coastal area, and the Denka lowlands. Midri Bari or the Plateau. The kingdom of Midri Bari, land of the sea, came into being around the 15th century. The Midri Bari, about 1/8 of Eritrea, roughly comprised what are today Hamasien, Akele Goze, and Siri provinces. Coveted as the gateway to the interior on the one hand and as maritime access on the other, the Eritrean plateau was often a battleground of not only local resistance against foreign invasions, Turks, Egyptians, Amharas, Tigraeus, etc., but also contending foreign armies. It was a graveyard of invading as well as contending troops. the Midri-Bari kingdom maintained relations with both the coastal area and the Tigray and Amhara kingdoms. Since what concerns us here is the relations that existed between it and the Tigray and Amhara kingdoms, we will briefly discuss them. There were religious affiliations, Orthodox Church, and movement of people and trade between the two areas. At times the relations were harmonious and at times they were not. There were periodic raids of the plateau by the Tigray and Amhara kings, and there were even times when the Tigray and Amhara kings were powerful enough to subjugate the Midri-Bari for a period and make the rulers their vassals. The people of Midri-Bari, however, never accepted the rule of the Amhara and Tigray kings. They always resisted them. At times, the people of Midri-Bari had to ally themselves with foreign powers in order to drive out the Amhara and Tigray invaders. Describing the resistance of the people of Midri-Bari against the Amhara-Tigray expansionists, Almeida wrote, "Usually all along that route there are big bands of robbers, which is what nearly all the inhabitants of the neighboring places are. They accord very little obedience to the emperor and are hardly subjects more than in name, that they were rarely subject to the viceroys and were, as good as in revolt." Asterisk. In the 1870s, when Johannes of Tigray tried to invade and occupy the Midri-Bari, the people of Midri-Bari, under the leadership of Woldemichael, rose up in arms to crush the invading army of Johannes. In 1876 and 1877, the people of Midri-Bari routed the invading armies of Johannes. Because of the stiff resistance put up by the heroic local people of Midri-Bari, Johannes, despite his incessant attempts, was unable to occupy the Midri-Bari until 1879. This occupation of Midri-Bari by an Abyssinian king was short-lived, however. It came to an end with the advent of Italian colonialism. The Midri-Bari cannot by any standard be considered a province or sub-province of the Abyssinian kingdom throughout its history. For most of its existence, the kingdom of Midri-Bari had a separate existence, independent of the Amhara-Tigray kings. Even during periods of subjugation, it exercised, as a rule, a high degree of autonomy. Flying in the face of reality, the Isuna annexationists claim that, depending on the historical period, it was either a province or a sub-province of the Abyssinian feudal empire. This conclusion is inescapable. The fact that the Bar Negish was in certain historical periods in rebellion against the monarch does not contradict this conclusion. 10. The problem is, however, that the Bar Negish was not just rebelling in certain periods. The problem is that for rather extensive periods the Bar Negish didn't even have an Abyssinian invader to rebel against. You cannot characterize phenomena, including the relationship between the Abyssinian kingdom and the Midri-Bari, by the exceptions. You have to characterize them by what prevails as a rule. To show the base one-ness of Isuna annexationists' incontestable claim that the Midri-Bari was part of the Abyssinian Empire and participated in the mainsprings of its civilization from the time of the Aksumites until the advent of Italian colonialism, we will outline the salient features of the history of the so-called Abyssinian Empire. The Abyssinian Kingdom. The kingdoms and empires of the pre-capitalist period have not been stable communities of people. These kingdoms and empires have been casual and loosely connected conglomerations of groups, which fell apart or joined together according to the victories or defeats of this or that conqueror. 11. This analysis is as applicable to the Abyssinian kingdom as to any other kingdom or empire of the past. The extent of the Abyssinian kingdom and the power of its kings varied greatly over time. Depending on the strength or weakness of any given king, the people subject to the kingdom varied. The history of the Abyssinian kingdom, basically the history of the Amharas and, to a lesser extent, the Tigrayas, has long been surrounded by one of the most remarkable and most effective cycles of legends, replete with historical fiction. These legends have been perpetuated and elaborated by the Amhara kings and Ethiopian social chauvinists as a means of justifying their expansionist aims. Beneath the mishmash of legends and tales regarding the Abyssinian kingdom, the most salient features of the kingdom's history can be identified. The early history of the Abyssinian kingdom is obscure. There is scanty information available with little or no documentation. As was shown above, The Abyssinian kingdom is not the expansion or continuation of the Aksumite kingdom. Until the rise of the Solomonic dynasty, the end of the 13th century, the Abyssinian kingdom was limited, and her sovereignty barely reached beyond the central provinces of present-day Ethiopia, Edlasta, Tigray, parts of Bagumdar and Amhara and northern Shoa. The Eritrean plateau, Midri Bari Ed, was still inhabited by the Beja. From the mid-14th century to the mid-16th century, the war of attrition between the central Christian highlands and the Muslim sultanates, entrenched all along the eastern and southern fringes of the Abyssinian plateau, is the principal feature of Ethiopian history. In 1528, Ahmed Gran commenced his invasion of Abyssinia. Until his death in battle in 1543, the Gran's Holocaust enveloped most parts of Ethiopia and brought in its train misery and murder, ruin and devastation. After the defeat of Ahmed Gran, the Oromus began their invasion of Abyssinia in the middle of the 16th century, bringing havoc to the kingdom. The mass migration of the Oromo people into Abyssinia became the dominant feature during the next 3 centuries. 15 Gran's invasion and the subsequent invasion of the country by the Oromus created upheaval in Abyssinia and greatly weakened the kingdom. The kingdom was so weak that it had no firm focus. Local chieftains became increasingly independent. The Galas, Oromus said, continued their penetration. There were occasional flickers of light, some able rulers, but the ensuing darkness was only the greater. Not until the advent of King Theodore, in the mid-19th century, does Ethiopia emerge from her isolation. With the transfer of the capital to Gondar in 1630, the isolation of the Abyssinian kingdom became complete. Noting this fact, Ullendorf writes, "The foundation of Gondar as the capital thus heralded the steady growth of regionalism, the increasing independence of the great feudal lords, and the progressive reduction of the Negasa Negist, shorn of all real power, to serve as the symbol of the Solomonic connection." From the end of the 18th century to the close of the 19th century, the history of Abyssinia is a history of separate kingdoms, with the Negisti still living in a state of tawdry magnificence at Gondar, but no more than puppet kings. During this period, known as the Zamina Mesafint or era of princes in Abyssinian history, there was no empire but a proliferation of petty kingdoms in constant conflict. The following passage aptly describes the era. By 1800 the tempo had accelerated to such a pace that there were said to be no less than 6 emperors living. 11 is small wonder that Mr. Henry Salt, a member of Lord Valentia's party which surveyed the Red Sea in 1805, was at a loss with whom to leave the presents and letters to the Emperor by His Majesty King George 111. One chief seemed as good as another, and failing to penetrate to Gondar, he left them with the Rasa/Tigray. 19. The above described state of affairs continued to prevail in the country until the 1860s and 1870s. This is the intimate connection of the southern Eritrean plateau with the Abyssinian kingdom. This is the A/Li/2000 years of Abyssinian expansion. After all these years, the Isuna social chauvinists are still reciting Abyssinian history as taught by Haile Selassie. Perhaps in the next issue of Combo/ they can tell us another nice bedtime story about kings and queens, emperors and empires. Maybe one about Solomon and the Queen of Sheba? So much for the validity of Isuna's his/or/Cal claim to the Midri Bari. What about the rest of the country? The Barca lowlands and the northern highlands. In the 16th century, the pastoral people of the Barca lowlands and the northern highlands came under the rule of the Fung kings. The Fung kingdom emerged in the 15th century in the Sudan. With its center at Sennar, it included Kassala, Taka province, and Sinhit and Sahel provinces in Eritrea. The Barca lowlands of Eritrea, as the eastern part of the Taka province, were under the direct rule of the Fungs. In the case of Sinhit and Sahel provinces, however, the degree of effectiveness of the Fung rule was nominal and involved periodic payment of tribute. The Fung kings continued to rule over these areas until the fall of the kingdom in the early part of the 19th century in the wake of the southward expansion of the Egyptians. Towards the end of the 18th century the power of the Fungs began to decline, and around the middle of the 19th century we find the Egyptians in firm control of the Fung kingdom, including the Barca lowlands and the northern highlands of Eritrea, Sinhit and Sahel provinces. The Massawa coastal area. The Massawa coastal area, because of its location, has always been exposed to external influence. For the Eritrean plateau and the Tigray-Amhara regions of Ethiopia, it had always been the gateway to the outside world. All seaborne influence into highland Eritrea came through here. In the 16th century, the Turks and the Portuguese were competing for the control of the trade along the Red Sea. In this struggle for hegemony, the Turks emerged victorious and seized the upper hand in the area, establishing their rule over Massawa and the northern stretch of the coastal plain in 1557. From the very outset the Turks had designs to extend their influence over the Eritrean plateau and even beyond to Abyssinia. From their base at Massawa, they made several attempts to conquer the Eritrean plateau, but every time they were beaten back. The Turks continued their rule in the coastal area of Eritrea until 1865, when the Egyptians took over. Like their Turkish predecessors, the Egyptians were also a threat to the Madribari kingdom. In 1875 and 1876 they dispatched armies to occupy the area. However, each time their troops were routed at Gundet and Gura, respectively. Egyptian rule in Eritrea could be looked at as the preliminary phase in the final integration of Eritrea into one political unit. It brought, for the first time, 14 of present-day Eritrea, Barca, Sahel, Sinhit, and Semhar provinces, under one effective rule for over 20 years. Egyptian rule in Eritrea came to an end in 1884 in the wake of the Mahdist rebellion in the Sudan. The Denkal lowlands. Recorded documents on the Denkal lowlands are extremely scanty and, therefore, very little can be said about the history of the nomadic people of the area. The Denkal lowlands of Eritrea formed part of the kingdom of Adal, under the leadership of Ahmed Gran, the Imam of Adal. The Eritrean Afars participated with other Afars and the Somalis in the invasion of Abyssinia and the Eritrean plateau. ZC later in their history, the Denkalowlands of Eritrea were part of the Sultanate of Azza, which came into being towards the end of the 16th century. In the 1870s, the coastal area was occupied by the Egyptians. The Egyptian occupation, which lasted for 10 years, was resisted by the heroic Afar people. They wiped out an Egyptian expedition and thereby frustrated Egypt's expansionist designs to penetrate the hinterland. The relationship of the Afar people with the neighboring people of Tigray was that of raid and counter-raid. Italian colonialism. With the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, Eritrea's position along the Red Sea acquired added significance for European powers in their imperialist greed for new markets, raw materials, and cheap labor. The Red Sea, so long a remote backwater, emerged as one of the world's principal maritime routes. Control of the Red Sea meant not only assurance of a safe flow of commercial activities and transfer of wealth from Africa and Asia to Europe, but also a military edge to weaken competitors. In the 19th century, the struggle for the control of the Red Sea and the Horn of Africa involved the then two major colonial powers, Britain and France, and a comparatively minor power, Italy. The British scheme to control Eritrea and the Horn of Africa at large was initiated with the occupation of Egypt, which gave her control of the Suez Canal and the Sudan. Britain's main objective was to create an empire in Africa that would stretch from the Mediterranean in the north to the Cape in the south. France's aim, on the other hand, was to establish an empire that would extend from the Atlantic in the west to the Horn of Africa in the east. The intensity of the struggle with France for supremacy in the Red Sea area and the relentless resistance of the African peoples, such as the Mahdist rebellion of 1884 in the Sudan, put Britain in a rather difficult position. Thus, working to prevent French expansion, Britain invited a weaker power, Italy, to participate as her political ally in the scramble for this part of Africa. In 1882, Italy had established a protectorate at Assab, in the southeastern part of Eritrea. With the active support of the British, Italy intensified its aggression and took control of Massawa in 1885. In spite of the gallant resistance of the people of Eritrea, because of superior weaponry and because the resistance of the Eritrean people was localized and uncoordinated, Italy was able to set up its colonial rule in Eritrea in 1889. In June 1890, Italy proclaimed Eritrea its colony, bringing the whole country under one rule for the first time in history. Italian colonial rule, 1889 to 1941, was extremely brutal and aggressive. It ruthlessly exploited the human and material resources of Eritrea to fulfill its larger expansionist aims. The main objectives of the Italian colonialists were to make Eritrea, I, a settler colony, 2, a dumping and clearing house for Italian manufactured goods, and 3, a base for launching Italy's intended colonial conquests of Ethiopia, Somalia, and other countries in the region. 39. The Italian colonialists regarded Eritrea, which has a temperate climate, as an ideal place for Italian settlement. The idea of settling its surplus population in Eritrea greatly influenced Italian colonial policy. It called for the introduction of changes in the country's land tenure system. The Italian colonial government expropriated on various pretexts vast areas of the most fertile arable land, and thousands of Italians were brought in to start commercial farms. In 1909, the Italian colonial government decreed a land statute, subsequently revised in 1926, whereby the low-lying plains, i.e., lands located below 800 meters altitude, over 50% of the country, were declared terra-demon/alley or state lands. Other decrees delineating areas of the colony as state land reserved for colonization were passed. Lands along river courses and other most fertile lands were declared state domain. Through these measures the colonialists deprived the Eritrean peasantry of the pasture and fertile lands on which they had grazed their livestock and cultivated their crops, and forced them to flow into the colonial centers to make a living by selling their labor power. The massive expropriation of land provoked the discontent of the Eritrean peasantry and caused an atmosphere of rebellion. There were a number of uprisings in the country. The most striking one was the rebellion in Akele Goze province led by Bata Hagos. On the issue of land, Bata Hagos mobilized and led the masses against the Italians. The mass uprising forced the Italian colonialists to temporarily abandon part of their settlement program. Aiming to make Eritrea totally dependent on Italy for consumer goods and a clearinghouse for their manufactured goods, the Italian colonialists deliberately discouraged industrial development in Eritrea. Instead, they poured capital into Eritrea for the construction of roads, railways, seaports, urban centers, military installations, and other projects of infrastructural and military significance. Many of these projects were essential for the success of the settlement schemes, special emphasis being placed on the construction of the railway connecting the port of Missawa and Asmara, the capital, and other towns in the hinterland. A railroad linking Missawa, Asmara, Karen, and Agordat, covering over 2/3 of the breadth of the country, was constructed. Thousands of kilometers of roads running across the length and breadth of the country were built. The railways and roads linked regions inhabited by almost all of the nationalities in Eritrea. Forced and salaried employment in infrastructural works and in settlers' farms led to the emergence of the multinational Eritrean working class. With the rise of fascism in the 1930s, Italy's expansionist ambitions in the Horn of Africa acquired a new impetus. To carry out its expansionist designs, Fascist Italy made massive investments in Eritrea which drastically transformed Eritrea's socio-economic structure. 40. Italy's war preparations necessitated the initiation of massive public works and other war-related projects. Existing highways were repaired and new ones leading to Ethiopia constructed. The port of Missawa was greatly enlarged and equipped with new facilities. The world's longest aerial ropeway from Missawa to Asmara was constructed to handle the massive shipments of equipment and supplies for the war effort. Between 1930 and 1935, military installations, public buildings, workshops, warehouses, blocks of flats, etc. were rapidly erected in numbers. The airports in Asmara and Gura were rebuilt and modernized. The later part of Italian colonial rule in Eritrea was also characterized by rapid urban growth and the establishment of a great number of light industries. Italian personnel in Eritrea increased rapidly. The European population, which was barely 5,000 before 1930, increased to 50,000 in 1935. Peasants who were uprooted in hundreds of thousands from their homes became wage earners, soldiers, and urban dwellers. Tens of thousands of Eritreans were used as cannon fodder by Italy in its colonial wars in Libya, Somalia, and Ethiopia. For example, over 60,000 Eritreans were dispatched to fight its colonial wars in Libya. The population of Asmara increased sixfold and its native population rose from 15,000 in 1935 to 90,000 in 1941. During this period several other towns such as Dekmhere, Agordad, Tessenei, Asab, Adike, Adi Ugri, Ginda, and Nefasit sprang up. In the cities and towns proletarians of numerous nationalities worked and struggled together, forging unity which transcended their national origin. By 1940, about 20% of the entire Eritrean population was urbanized. The growth of light industries during this period was equally spectacular. A large number of small firms were established to meet the growing domestic and Middle East demand for consumer goods. Some of the products manufactured in Eritrea included leather goods, cement, soap, boots and shoes, hand tools, buttons, flour, boot polish, canned food, paint, pickles and tomato sauce, fish oil, fish meal, pottery, lampshades, glue, matches, soya oil, beverages, alcohol, caustic soda, oxygen and refractory bricks. This rapid growth of small-scale industries continued during the first years of the British colonial rule. Of importance was the establishment of an aircraft assembling plant, an aircraft repair base and a repair and maintenance facility for BOAC aircraft at Asmara and Gura. In December of 1943, an industrial exhibition was held at Asmara. In this exhibition, designed to advertise Eritrea's potential as a source of industrial supply for the Middle East market, 400 firms displayed their products. In the social field, Italian colonial policy was racist and repressive. Urban dwellings were highly segregated into European and native quarters, and this segregation was strictly enforced through racist laws, similar to the apartheid policy of South Africa. Education was deliberately restricted. The standard of teaching had been low, its scope designedly narrow. A confidential memorandum of the Italian colonial director of education in Eritrea states, "By the end of the fourth year, the Eritrean student should be able to speak our language moderately well, he should know the 4 arithmetical operations within normal limits, and of history he should know only the names of those who have made Italy great." Nevertheless, a handful of Eritreans were trained to become interpreters, low-level clerks, etc., giving rise to a small intelligentsia. Discussing the colonial policy of imperialism and the rise of the national liberation movement, Stalin pointed out, "Imperialism is the most barefaced exploitation and the most inhuman oppression of hundreds of millions of people inhabiting vast colonies and dependent countries. But in exploiting these countries, imperialism is compelled to build their railways, factories, and mills, industrial and commercial centers. The appearance of a class of proletarians, the emergence of a native intelligentsia, the awakening of national consciousness, the growth of the liberation movement, such are the inevitable result of this policy." These results of colonialism manifested themselves sharply in Eritrea. Italian colonial rule had a far-reaching impact on Eritrean society. It broke down national barriers and isolation. It drastically transformed the socio-economic structure of the country by uprooting a large and important part of the community from their own social organization. With the advent of Italian colonialism, the multinational Eritrean working class and intelligentsia emerged. The national consciousness of the people was greatly heightened and the anti-colonial struggle developed. In 1940, the first multinational, anti-colonial political organization, the Maber Fikri Hager, patriotic organization, was formed with the aim of fighting against Italian colonialism and its fascist policies. In 1941, following Italy's alliance with the Axis, the British forces, disguised as liberators, attacked the Italian forces in Eritrea. The Eritrean people seized the opportunity and rose up to drive out the Italian fascists and win national independence. Eritrean soldiers deserted en masse from the Italian army and fought on the side of British troops. Soon after the defeat of the Italians, however, it became clear that the British colonialists had come not to liberate but to occupy Eritrea. The Eritrean people had. Before we proceed to analyze the British colonial period, let us deal with some of the objections of the Isuna chauvinists in regards to the emergence and consolidation of a multinational Eritrean political entity. The Isuna chauvinists write: what is now called Eritrea is neither a historically evolved state nor a homogeneous national entity. Rather, it is a multinational, multilingual, and multi-religious society artificially created by Italian colonialism. We have dealt with these arguments, which are borrowed from the pamphlet, The Armed Conflict in Eritrea, in detail in section 4, where we take up the exposure of that pamphlet. Here we would only like to state briefly that as far as multinational, multilingual, and multi-religious countries whose lines were artificially drawn by colonial powers are concerned, Eritrea represents the rule rather than the exception in Africa. The imperialist powers divided up Africa on the basis of their strength and capital and on no other basis. One can safely assume that the Isuna theoreticians are aware of these elementary facts. Why then do they harp on the artificiality of Eritrea? It is to cover their annexationism. These chauvinists want to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the Eritrean people's struggle and particularly on the demand for national independence. This becomes all the more clear when one remembers that the imperialists resorted to the same argument to frustrate the Eritrean people's demand for independence in the 1940s. Speaking before the UN in 1949, the delegate of British imperialism also raised the bogey of the artificiality of Eritrea. He said, the establishment of an independent Eritrean state is not a practical solution, for the territory is not and never has been economically viable, and that it possesses neither the national, religious, racial, linguistic, nor geographic unity which would be a prerequisite of such a state. Emphasis ours. Is it just a coincidence that the Isuna chauvinists and the representative of British imperialism speak the same language? We think it is not a matter of coincidence but rather the reflection of the same annexationist outlook. British colonialism. The immediate interest of the British occupation forces in Eritrea was support for their war efforts in Europe and in the region. Existing facilities and war-oriented industrial establishments in the country were put to use in the service of the Allied forces. Because of the blockade of the Mediterranean by the Axis powers and the closure of the Suez Canal, the flow of manufactured goods from Europe to the region had virtually ceased. Supplies of consumer goods to Allied forces and European communities in North Africa, the Middle East and Eastern Africa were desperately needed. The British immediately set out to exploit the abundant skilled labor and available resources in Eritrea to meet this demand. The early period of British rule in Eritrea, 1942 to 1945, was marked by an industrial boom. Over 300 factories were established in this short period. The size of the multinational Eritrean working class swelled. However, the beneficiaries of this boom were the British colonialists and Italian capitalists. The conditions of the Eritrean people did not improve. In fact, the Eritrean working class was faced with an accelerated period of super-exploitation as the capitalists, encouraged by the British administration to assume short-term prospects, scrambled to reap super profits in a period of a year or two. But if the condition of the Eritrean working class was bad until 1945, it became miserable after the end of World War II. The industrial boom collapsed after 1945. The British colonialists closed a number of factories that had been built during the war. Even earlier, the British had called off many of the infrastructural work schemes which characterized the Italian colonial structure. The result was mass unemployment and starvation for the working class. The lot of the Eritrean peasantry was also exceedingly hard during the British colonial period. Under the pretext that the European population in Eritrea needed fruits and vegetables, the British colonialists expropriated extensive areas of the most choice land from the peasantry and gave it to the Italian capitalist farmers. At the same time, they sharply increased the taxes levied on the peasants. In the western lowlands where serfdom held sway, the British colonialists sided with and supported the land-owning aristocracy in its oppression and exploitation of the landless serfs. British colonialism increased the suffering and oppression of the Eritrean petty bourgeoisie as well. Many clerks, mechanics, etc. were thrown out of work. Those who wanted to start small businesses were refused licenses by the British colonialists, who almost exclusively granted them to Italian capitalists. 44. The crude oppression of British colonialism stirred the Eritrean masses to struggle. The working class waged strikes and other struggles in support of its demands. The peasants of the Eritrean highlands expressed their indignation at the expropriation of their land by burning many Italian farms to the ground and by hacking the necks of many Italian capitalists who had taken over their land. For 8 years, 1942 to 49, a powerful anti-feudal movement swept the western lowlands. In village after village, the serfs, who constituted over 90% of the population, refused to till the land or pay taxes and tributes to the landed aristocracy and the British colonialists. The intelligentsia, too, were astir. They wrote articles and organized demonstrations and other struggles against British colonialism. The demands of the Eritrean people were clear and unmistakable: land and independence, an end to colonialism and serfdom. The imperialist powers, however, had other ideas. Although the British imperialists were supposed to be administering Eritrea in the name of, and until, the Allied powers, US, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, decided the fate of the Italian colonies, Eritrea, Libya, and Somalia, they acted more like colonial masters and worked feverishly to perpetuate or at least prolong their occupation. Towards this end, they schemed to partition Eritrea, incorporating half of it with their colony, the Sudan, and giving the other half to their neo-colony, Ethiopia. The British colonialists resorted to all manner of perfidy to compel the Eritrean people and to convince the Allied powers and later the United Nations to accept their partition plan. Basing themselves on a non-existent specter of religious and tribal intolerance, they argued that the country's two main religious groups, Muslims and Christians, could not live in harmony and peace in an independent Eritrea. Hence, they set out to foment religious and nationality animosity among the people. The British imperialists also attempted to justify their plan to partition Eritrea with the shop-soiled colonialist argument that Eritrea was too poor to become an independent country. In order to prove their point, they set out to destroy and ruin the Eritrean economy. The British colonialists dismantled hundreds of buildings and factories. They sold and transferred the machinery from the factories and scraps of iron from the destroyed buildings, as well as other resources of the Eritrean people, such as the floating dock in Massawa, to their colonies and semi-colonies. This was naked and shameless robbery. The interests of British imperialism coincided with those of their neo-colony, the Ethiopian feudal regime. The Ethiopian feudal empire harbored annexationist designs on Eritrea, Somalia, and Djibouti. In the late 19th century, during the period of imperialist expansion in the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia's Emperor Menelik had said, "If powers at a distance came forward to partition Africa between them, I do not intend to be an indifferent spectator." Menelik was not thinking in terms of defending his territory, but in terms of participating in the partition of Africa. Menelik's territorial claims extended to Khartoum in the west, Lake Victoria in the south, Somalia and the Indian Ocean in the east, and Eritrea and the Red Sea in the north. Even though the expansion of European colonialism limited Menelik's appetite, the Ethiopian emperors never gave up their expansionist ambitions. During the 1950 General Assembly session, Ethiopia demanded that Eritrea and Somalia be given to her. In the 1940s, the Ethiopian feudalists, seeing the chance to annex Eritrea, placed themselves at the feet of British imperialism. They regarded the British imperialist plan to partition Eritrea between Sudan and Ethiopia as a giant step towards the realization of their ambitions. Even though they wanted to annex the whole of Eritrea, they were willing to settle for half of the country, which would fulfill their ambition for access to the sea. To achieve their colonialist aims, the British imperialists and their puppets, the Ethiopian feudalists, set out to split and weaken the united anti-colonial resistance of the Eritrean people. It was under these circumstances that the Eritrean people's organized political struggle emerged in the 1940s. In the early 40s, the Maber Fikri Hager was the only patriotic political organization. It was an anti-colonial organization, fighting for national independence. The British imperialists and the Ethiopian feudalists began to subvert the organization with the aim of turning it into an instrument for their colonialist designs. In time, two tendencies emerged within the Maber Fikri Hager. The first tendency reflected the Eritrean people's aspiration for national independence and led to the formation of two patriotic parties, the Muslim League and the Liberal Progressive Party, Eritrea for Eritreans. The second tendency represented a betrayal of the people's aspirations and capitulation to the dictates of British imperialism and Ethiopian expansionism, and led to the formation of the so-called Patriotic Organization for Unification of Eritrea with Ethiopia, Maber Fikri Hager Eritrea Miss Ethiopia, which later changed its name to the Unionist Party. What were the social bases of these political organizations? What were their political programs? How did they develop? In its bid to annex Eritrea, the Ethiopian feudal regime claimed that the Eritrean people had a burning desire to reunite with their motherland. The regime's propaganda, however, was at variance with the facts. Travaskis, a British colonial administrator in Eritrea at that time, admits that there was no spontaneous demonstration of pro-Ethiopian feeling in Eritrea. If they were not to lose their case by default, the Ethiopians, the feudal regime had to arouse some Eritrean support. The Ethiopian feudal regime set out to create public opinion in favor of establishing a puppet organization. Travaskis continues, to this end they first turned to the Coptic Church. In Ethiopia the Coptic Church had the status of a state church and was a big landowner, owning over 30% of the land. In Eritrea, Italian colonialism had dispossessed the church of large estates of agricultural land which were given to Italian settlers. The British colonialists had rejected all petitions for the return of the land. The Ethiopian feudal regime promised the Coptic Church the return of all of its estates and more once Eritrea was united with Ethiopia. Thus, the Coptic Church became a major tool in the Anglo-Ethiopian campaign to crush the Eritrean independence movement. Abuna Marcos, the Coptic Archbishop of Eritrea, was Haile Selassie's chief resident agent. Travaskis notes, by 1942 every priest had become a propagandist in the Ethiopian cause. Later, the Coptic Church threatened excommunication and refused to perform baptism, funeral, and communion services for all Christian Eritreans who were opposed to the annexation plots of the Ethiopian feudal regime and advocated national independence. After gaining support from the hierarchy of the Coptic Church, the Ethiopian regime next turned to the higher petty bourgeoisie, the handful of Eritreans who had occupied high positions under Italian colonialism. It sent its agents to Eritrea to recruit puppets from among the Eritrean intelligentsia with promises of high rewards in the event Eritrea was united with Ethiopia. Consequently, some traitorous higher petty bourgeois elements who had faithfully served Italian colonialism became the leaders of the Unionist Party. Another major and leading force in the Unionist Party was the feudalists, particularly the landed aristocrats of the Western Lowlands. The feudal aristocrats, faced with the rising rebellion of the serfs, joined the Unionist Party because they were conscious that the Ethiopian feudal regime would strongly protect their interests. In short, the Unionist Party represented the interests of the top echelons of the Coptic Church, the feudal aristocrats and the upper petty bourgeoisie. Christian and Muslim exploiters and traders militate in the Unionist Party, organized and funded by the Ethiopian feudal regime. The Unionist Party was a puppet organization which could not take any decision without the approval of the Haile Selassie regime. Travaskis tells us, the party leaders were no longer free agents. They had become servants of the Ethiopian government. Even though the Unionist Party represented the interests of the British colonialists, the Ethiopian expansionists and domestic exploiting classes, through demagogy, threats of excommunication from the Coptic Church and terrorism, it coerced certain sections of the toiling masses into joining it. Muslim League. The Muslim League developed essentially out of the powerful anti-feudal movement of the serfs of the western lowlands. The Eritrean serfs linked their demand for land with the demand for national independence, as it was clear that neither the British colonialists nor the Ethiopian feudal regime, which had sided with the landed aristocracy, could fulfill the serfs' demand for land. Ibrahim Sultan, a bourgeois patriot of serf origin who had wide influence among the serfs, organized the Muslim League in 1946. In its first congress held in Karen, the Muslim League asserted that Muslim and Christian Eritreans were brothers, declared its resolute opposition to partition of Eritrea, and demanded national independence. The Muslim League declared its support for the demands of the serfs for land. LMERAL Progressive Party, Eritrea for Eritreans. In the early 40s, a movement was sweeping the country demanding national independence and opposing the partition of Eritrea or its annexation by Ethiopia. This led to the formation of the Eritrea for Eritreans, which after 1947 took the name of the Liberal Progressive Party. Although this party reflected the masses' aspiration for independence and enjoyed support among the urban proletariat, its membership was drawn essentially from the lower petty bourgeoisie and the urban intellectuals of the highlands. The Muslim League and the Liberal Progressive Party were the main organizations fighting for national independence. In addition, there were a number of less significant organizations: the National Muslim League, the New Eritrea Party, the Independent Eritrea Party, Intellectuals Association, Veterans of War Association, and the Pro-Italy Party, which also demanded independence. In 1949, these 8 organizations formed the Independence Bloc to frustrate the thickening imperialist plots to partition Eritrea. Even though the Muslim League and the Liberal Progressive Party raised demands which coincided with the aspirations of the toiling masses, and the majority of their membership came from the serfs, peasants, workers, and lower petty bourgeoisie, these organizations were led by the petty bourgeoisie and even certain feudal elements. At critical moments in the independence struggle, they wavered, conciliated with imperialism, and some leaders even went to the side of the imperialists and the Ethiopian feudalists. Despite the weaknesses and limitations of the leadership of the Muslim League, the Liberal Progressive Party, and other organizations favoring independence, they enjoyed the support of the majority of the Eritrean people. This was the finding of a commission of the Allied powers which was sent to Eritrea in 1947 to ascertain the wishes of the population. Despite the terroristic activity of the Unionist Party and the religious demagogy and threats of excommunication by the Coptic Church, the majority of the population expressed their opposition to unity with Ethiopia and demanded national independence. For the majority of Eritreans, the idea of unity with Ethiopia was entirely unacceptable, indeed, horrifying. The British, US and French imperialists, however, were not ready to abide by the wishes of the population. The British colonialists still sought to partition Eritrea. The French, afraid of the implications for their colonial empire, demanded that Eritrea should become an international trusteeship and that Italy should become the trustee. The US imperialists, who had become the leaders of the imperialist camp after World War II, had their own designs on the country. As early as 1920, the US consul in Aden had written, "The incorporation of Eritrea into American commerce would offer the US a loyal outpost to guard the route to the east and suppress Arab nationalism, and that this alien colony would provide the US with raw materials and markets." 31 By 1945, the US, with the approval of Britain, had built a communications center. The Radio Marina, in Eritrea's capital city, Asmara, located in the low interference areas of highland Eritrea. US imperialism had definite plans to expand this communications center into one of the largest bases of its worldwide network of military bases. Due to the conflict of interest among the US, British and French imperialists, and due to the diametrically opposed stance of the imperialists and the Soviet Union, the Allied powers could not resolve the fate of the Italian colonies. Consequently, the question was brought to the attention of the United Nations. In 1949, the British imperialists put forward a resolution, the Bevins-Forza Plan, in the United Nations for the partition of Eritrea. This partition plan was vigorously opposed by the Eritrean people. All political parties sent either delegates or messages to the UN to voice their condemnation of the Bevins-Forza Plan for the partition of Eritrea. By so doing, the Eritrean people declared in front of the whole world that they regarded themselves as one people whose destiny was tied together. This was a powerful rebuff to the imperialists' lies of the existence of tribal and religious animosity, which supposedly made it impossible for the Eritrean people to live together. On the other hand, the Ethiopian feudal regime abstained in the vote for the Bevins-Forza Plan in the UN, showing its willingness to settle for half of Eritrea if it could not get the whole country. That the Bevins-Forza partition plan and all the other sinister designs were dictated by the interest of the imperialist powers had been attested to by friends and foes alike. This fact was so glaring and blatant that even Western papers were obliged to admit it. Commenting on the Anglo-American plan, the Manchester Guardian, November 14, 1949, stated that it was a rather sorry example of the subordination of native interests to great power interests. We find the views of the Soviet Union, under the leadership of Stalin, on the sinister designs of the imperialist powers to be even more revealing. Commenting on the decision of the General Assembly to postpone for 1 year the case of Eritrea and to set up a commission to study the situation in Eritrea, The New Times, 1949, number 50, stated that the decision had nothing in common either with the interests of the population, or with the promotion of international peace and security. It said that it sprang solely and exclusively from the political, economic, and above all, strategic interests of the colonial powers. It further stated that the decision provided the imperialist freebooters, the United States and Britain, first and foremost with the golden opportunity to retain their existing strategic bases and build new ones, and for prolonging the occupation of Eritrea, i.e., denying its early independence and liberation from colonial oppression. The Eritrean question was brought up before the UN once again in 1950. The Soviet Union, the people's democracies of Eastern Europe, and some African, Asian, and Latin American countries resolutely supported the Eritrean people's demand for national independence. On the other hand, the imperialist countries led by the US tabled their own draft resolution, calling for a federation instead between Eritrea and Ethiopia, which, in essence, was a thinly disguised annexation of Eritrea by Ethiopia. The imperialists and their puppets argued that federation was in the interests of peace and security in the region, that Eritrea was too poor to become independent, that Ethiopia had the right to access to the sea, etc. The majority of the Eritrean people were firm in their demand for national independence. In his speech to the UN, the leader of the independence bloc, Ibrahim Sultan, clearly and forcefully presented the aspirations of the Eritrean people and their undeniable right to national independence. He said that the Eritrean people's cause is just, and that it is the cause of the independence of a people who refuse and reject any form of annexation, dismemberment, or a return to the hated colonialism, no matter what type it would be, whatever form it takes or from which direction it comes. Emphasis ours. Countering the US imperialists' argument that their draft resolution was in the interests of peace and security, with remarkable foresight, Ibrahim Sultan stated, "This indisputable right to independence to which our country is attached cannot be ignored without creating a new area of strife in East Africa, since the Eritrean people will never accept Ethiopian domination." Emphasis ours. The statement of the independence bloc was vigorously supported by the countries of the socialist camp led by Stalin's Soviet Union. The delegation of the Soviet Union stated, "The USSR has consistently supported the proposal that Eritrea should be granted independence. The United Nations must take a decision which will satisfy the longing of the Eritrean people for independence." The USSR delegation objects to the proposal for the federation of Eritrea with another state, adopted without the participation of the peoples concerned, that is, without the participation of Eritrea. The Czechoslovakian representative said, "Federation is merely a mask for the annexation of /ITT/E Eritrea be a large and more populous state. The Czechoslovak delegation will never be a party to intrigues against the freedom of peoples." The representative of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic clearly showed that the resolution was a cover-up for continued colonization of Eritrea in a new form. He stated, "This draft, Federal Resolution ed., uses the authority of the United Nations to cloak the imperialist designs of the colonial powers on Eritrea and eludes international public opinion. The delegation of the Ukrainian SSR urges that independence should be granted to Eritrea immediately and that the national and political oppression of that country by the colonizers in whatever form it may assume should be brought to a stop forthwith." Emphasis ours, the issue was clear-cut in the United Nations. On the one hand, the Eritrean people fully supported in their demands for independence by the socialist countries and some African, Asian, and Latin American countries, and on the other, the US-led imperialists and their puppets, scheming to perpetuate the colonial occupation of Eritrea by annexing it to their neo-colony, Ethiopia, under the guise of federation. Since, at that time, the UN was under the firm control of the US-led imperialists, the US-sponsored resolution to federate Eritrea with Ethiopia was passed in December 1950 and implemented 2 years later in September 1952. The UN resolution federating Eritrea with Ethiopia, which the representatives of the socialist countries clearly showed was a cloak for the imperialists' design of the colonial powers on Eritrea, is key to understanding the Eritrean question. In the first place, it should be pointed out that what took place in 1952 was the annexation of Eritrea by Ethiopia and not a federation between the two countries. Federation is the voluntary union of two or more independent countries. Each country in the federation is equal and sovereign, it is free to maintain the federal relationship or to break it. The sham Eritrean Ethiopian Federation was not a voluntary union between two independent countries, for Eritrea was deprived of its right to independence precisely through the imposition of the sham federation. Neither was it a relationship between equal and sovereign states but a federation in which Eritrea was to become an autonomous state federated with Ethiopia under the sovereignty of the Ethiopian crown. Emphasis ours, as the representatives of the socialist countries pointed out, the only way that a genuine federation could have been established was if Eritrea was given its independence and then the Eritrean people on a democratic and voluntary basis chose to establish a federal relationship. Thus, the sham Eritrean Ethiopian Federation was nothing more than a thinly veiled annexation of Eritrea by Ethiopia. As Lenin teaches, however you may twist and turn, annexation is violation of the self-determination of a nation. It is the establishment of state frontiers contrary to the will of the population. The annexation of Eritrea by Ethiopia was carried out in the interests of imperialism, in particular US imperialism. As we pointed out earlier, US imperialism, which at that time had just become the overlord of the imperialist camp and was feverishly expanding throughout the world, wanted to gain control of strategic Eritrea. Since the days of direct colonial rule by the imperialist powers were coming to an end, US imperialism preferred not to exercise its colonial authority directly. Rather, it sought to perpetuate the colonial domination of Eritrea in a slightly different form by handing over power to its Ethiopian colony which had its own ambition for access to the sea. It must be remembered that during this period US imperialism was already displacing the once dominant Britain and France in their former colonies and semi-colonies. By the end of World War II, the US imperialists had already started to infiltrate Ethiopia. In 1945, on the recommendation of US imperialism, Ethiopia carried out currency reform, the effect of which was to place its finances completely under American control. The same year the US secured prospecting and exploitation rights in Ethiopia and under the pretense of providing technical assistance, gained control of Ethiopia's civil aviation service. In 1950, Ethiopia became one of the countries to fight under the US banner in the war of aggression against Korea. The puppet Ethiopian ruling classes had proven their loyalty to the U.S. imperialist masters. They were qualified to become the guardians of U.S. imperialist interests in Eritrea. The UN resolution federating Eritrea with Ethiopia was passed in December 1950. 6 months later, Haile Selassie ordered the highest military authorities to conclude an agreement which concerned military concessions to the United States. That these concessions represented a deal concerning Eritrea became apparent 8 months after the UN Federal Resolution was implemented, when the U.S. imperialists built the Kagnu military base in Eritrea, the largest U.S. military base in Africa until its closure in 1977. Later, a U.S. naval base and a number of spying facilities were built in Eritrea. The Israeli Zionists, too, were given spying facilities in the Eritrean islands of Haleb and Fatma. From their facilities in Eritrea, the U.S. imperialists kept tabs on liberation movements in southern Africa, the Middle East, and even as far as Vietnam. Eritrea had been turned into an imperialist outpost in the Horn of Africa and the Middle East. Although U.S. imperialism's interests in Eritrea were mainly strategic, Haile Selassie also opened the country for imperialist economic exploitation. U.S., Israeli, Italian and later Japanese capitalists exploited the mineral, agricultural and human resources of Eritrea. Multinational companies such as Mobil Oil, Tenneco, Nippon, Japanese, etc. were active in exploiting Eritrea's resources. The Israeli Zionists had a full monopoly over the fishing and meat packing industries. It is thus clear that in railroading their federal resolution through the UN, the U.S. imperialists trampled underfoot the Eritrean people's aspiration for national independence in order to gain control of Eritrea. This much the U.S. imperialists themselves have admitted. The notorious Secretary of State John Foster Dulles stated in the UN Security Council, "From the point of view of justice, the opinions of the Eritrean people must receive consideration. Nevertheless, the strategic interests of the U.S. in the Red Sea Basin, and considerations of security and world peace make it necessary that this country has to be linked with our ally, Ethiopia." But why was it necessary to deprive the Eritrean people of even formal national independence to gain control of Eritrea? Couldn't Eritrea have been turned into an NCO colony? The Eritrean independence movement was led by bourgeois political parties. We have already pointed out that due to their class nature, these parties and their leaders could not oppose imperialism and feudalism in a thoroughgoing manner. They had a tendency to waver and compromise with imperialism. Thus, independent Eritrea under the leadership of the bourgeoisie would inevitably have become an NCO colony. Nevertheless, a strong democratic movement had developed among the Eritrean toiling masses. The Eritrean workers' movement was developing and clandestine trade union organizing was taking place. The intelligentsia was astir. As a result of decades of colonial oppression and the people's organized political struggle, a profound democratic anti-imperialist spirit had gripped the masses. Thus, handing over political power to a weak bourgeois landlord domestic ruling class in the face of the rising storm of the toiling masses posed a threat to imperialist interests in an independent Eritrea. On the other hand, the Ethiopian ruling classes had consolidated their power and had displayed total subservience to U.S. imperialism. Moreover, the interests of U.S. imperialism and the Ethiopian feudal regime coincided in regard to Eritrea. The U.S. imperialists wanted to gain control of strategic Eritrea and the Ethiopian feudalists wanted access to the sea. U.S. imperialism could not, without worldwide condemnation, directly colonize Eritrea, while the Ethiopian feudal regime could not annex Eritrea and gain access to the sea without the support of U.S. imperialism. The Ethiopian ruling classes were the best guardians for imperialist interests in Eritrea. This is why one Foster Dulles said, Eritrea has to be linked with our ally, Ethiopia. U.S. imperialism using the legal cloak of the UN deprived the Eritrean people of their right to independence, handed over the colonial authority to the Ethiopian feudalists and turned Eritrea into an imperialist outpost. The change that took place in 1952 was not in the colonial status of Eritrea but in the faces of those wielding the colonial state machinery. The country continued to be dominated and exploited by US-led imperialism. Federation period. In their effort to whitewash their crime of placing Eritrea under a foreign occupationist force, the US-led imperialists had stated that their federal resolution guaranteed full internal autonomy for the Eritrean government and democratic rights for the masses. However, the meager democratic provisions of the UN-drafted Eritrean constitution could not coexist with the absolute tyranny of the archaic Ethiopian regime. With the backing of US imperialism, the Haile Selassie regime sent its army of occupation to Eritrea and began a systematic erosion of Eritrean national autonomy and the democratic provisions of the Eritrean constitution. The feudal regime banned the General Union of Eritrean labor syndicates and all patriotic political parties. It suppressed the freedoms of speech, press, and assembly and imprisoned patriotic journalists and intellectuals. It expropriated Eritrea's share of the customs duties and closed down numerous factories with a view to ruining the Eritrean economy. It suppressed the Eritrean languages and imposed Amharic on the people. In an effort to destroy the people's culture, it burned all books in Tigrinya and other Eritrean languages. It lowered the Eritrean national flag and violated the power of the Eritrean parliament. In the face of the continued colonial occupation of their country after 1952, the Eritrean people persisted in their struggle for national independence. They responded to every violation of their national and democratic rights by the Ethiopian regime with vigorous mass struggle. The truth of Ibrahim Sultan's prediction that the Eritrean people will never accept Ethiopian domination became indisputable. Failing to get a rubber stamp for its aggression from the Eritrean parliament, the Ethiopian feudo-militarist regime, with the full backing of US imperialism, decided to dissolve the federation by brute force. On November 14, 1962, with jets flying low over the major towns and Ethiopian aggressor troops running armed through the streets challenging the people in the most offensive manner, shouting "Let our bullets deal with those who do not comply with our wishes," the Eritrean assembly met for the last time. A prepared statement was read to the assembly by the chief executive, a notorious puppet, who said, "The statement that I am going to read to you is the final issue of the Eritrean case, and there is nothing you can do other than accepting it as it is. We have rendered the federation null and void and are henceforth completely united with our motherland." This was read in Amharic, which most of the members did not even understand. The members of the assembly were completely confounded by the absurdity of the decision and walked out between lines of armed soldiers without uttering a single word. Half an hour later, the Ethiopian government declared that, based on the unanimous decision of the Eritrean Assembly, the federation had become null and void and Eritrea had become the 14th province of the Ethiopian Empire. The brief outline of Eritrean history presented above shows that, for decades on end, European colonialism and now an imperialist and Zionist-backed feudo-militarist expansionist African regime have imposed their occupationist rule on the Eritrean people. In 1941, the Eritrean people's aspiration for national independence after over 50 years of Italian colonial rule was frustrated when the British imperialists, disguised as anti-fascist liberators, occupied Eritrea, essentially turning it into a British colony. In 1952, the Eritrean people's aspiration for independence was dashed once again, when the US imperialists, seeking to gain control of Eritrea, vehemently opposed its independence and engineered Eritrea's annexation by their neo-colony, Ethiopia. For the past 25 years, the Eritrean people have borne the brunt of imperialist Zionist-backed Ethiopian occupation of their country. But how do the Isuna social chauvinists present the developments in Eritrea since the period of British occupation? How do they understand the sham Eritrean-Ethiopian Federation? Once again, the chauvinists have to resort to falsification in order to confuse the issue. The Isuna chauvinists write, whether to view this process, the annexation of Eritrea by Ethiopia simply as the work of external forces or not, whether to ignore and conceal the collaborationist role of Eritrean feudalists and compradors or not, such are the issues of difference between us and certain persons. The theory that Eritrea was federated with Ethiopia simply by the doings of the autocratic Ethiopian regime and US imperialism is a theory in the service of Eritrean exploiting classes who would like to smooth over and reconcile the class contradictions within Eritrea. 40. We don't know who these unspecified certain persons with whom the Isuna chauvinists have some difference on the collaborationist role of Eritrean exploiters are. As far as the EPLF and IFLNA are concerned, we have never hidden but have always exposed the traitorous role of the church hierarchy, the feudalists, and the comprador bourgeoisie and their political party, the Unionist Party. What is more, even the leader of the independence bloc, Ibrahim Sultan, despite his bourgeois outlook, told the UN a quarter of a century ago, in all countries, and in Eritrea as well. Eritrea is not an exception. There has always been and there will always be defeatists and fifth columnists. However, we are fortunate to have only a very insignificant minority of traitors in Eritrea who are in the service of the Ethiopian government, which is lavish in supplying them with bribes. When Isuna chauvinists bring up the collaborationist role of Eritrean exploiters, they act as if they had made a novel discovery. But the traitorous role of Eritrean exploiters was never a point of contention, and the Isuna chauvinists, as we have shown, are trying to raise a diversionary point in order to confuse the issue. When the Isuna chauvinists attack the theory that Eritrea was federated with Ethiopia simply by the doings of the autocratic regime and US imperialism, they are merely trying to cover up the annexationist, colonialist essence of the federation and absolve the autocratic regime and US imperialism of their crimes against the Eritrean people. In fact, the Isuna chauvinists shamelessly present the federation as a just compromise, reflecting the will of the Eritrean people who were divided among themselves on the future of their country. The federation plan, the Isuna chauvinists tell us, was thought to be a compromise which would reconcile the mutually exclusive options of those who desired full independence and those who desired complete ___________. 4. Merger. They further state that the federation was a formally equal political partnership, denying the fact that, even from the formal point of view, the federation was not a partnership between equals but a subordination of Eritrea under the Ethiopian crown, i.e. according to the AD called Federal Resolution, Eritrea shall constitute an autonomous unit federated with Ethiopia under the sovereignty of the Ethiopian crown. The Isuna social chauvinists' presentation of the federation as the result of the exercise of the Eritrean people's right to self-determination rather than the denial of that right is outright annexationism and an apology for the colonial policy of imperialism. It is designed to obscure the reality that the Ethiopian regime is a foreign occupationist force in Eritrea, to hide the fact that the federation represents the continuation of the colonial domination of Eritrea by US-led imperialism, which handed over the running of the colonial state machinery to the Ethiopian autocratic regime. What the Isuna social chauvinists are trying to say is that the Eritrean people joined the Ethiopian empire voluntarily, but that, subsequently, the autocratic regime violated their national autonomy, repressed their languages and suppressed their democratic rights. Eritrea is part of the Ethiopian empire, but the Eritrean people are subjected to national oppression, linguistic restriction, religious persecution, etc. In this way they try to wipe out the unpleasant question of state frontiers that were swept away against the will of the Eritrean people and to deny the colonial essence of the Eritrean question. Facts, however, are stubborn things, and they show that the Eritrean question is one of foreign occupation. The Eritrean question is a colonial question. In the preceding section, we showed that Eritrea has been subjected to foreign, i.e., Ethiopian occupation since 1952. We will now proceed to show that Ethiopia's occupation of Eritrea can be correctly characterized as colonial occupation. As we pointed out earlier, the Ethiopian feudal regime annexed and occupied Eritrea at the instigation, with the full backing and in the interests of US-led imperialism. Although formal colonial authority resides in the hands of the Ethiopian regime, it is the imperialists, particularly US imperialism, which exploit the resources of the country, which have built their military bases and turned the country into their outpost. The Ethiopian regime is merely the instrument for the colonial domination of Eritrea by the imperialists. Therefore, it is correct to characterize Ethiopia's occupation of Eritrea as colonial, to characterize the Eritrean question as a colonial question. The junta and all Ethiopian chauvinists vehemently oppose the characterization of the Eritrean question as colonial and have churned out a stream of propaganda material to justify their opposition. For example, the mouthpiece of the junta's social fascist ideologues, Addis Fana, theorizes that it is very easy to show the baselessness of the arguments of the Eritrean fronts that the Eritrean question is a colonial question. It is enough to give the scientific definition of colonialism, which is a product of capitalism. Since there is no capital exported from Ethiopia to Eritrea, the Eritrean question is not colonial. 43. The social chauvinist clique that dominates Isuna also frenziedly opposed the correct characterization of the Eritrean question as one of colonial occupation. In the preceding section, we showed that the Isuna chauvinists are also opposed to the characterization of the Eritrean question as one of foreign occupation. Finding it extremely difficult to convince people that Eritrea is not subjected to forcible foreign occupation, the social chauvinists shelve this issue and concentrate on disproving the colonial essence of the Eritrean question. By so doing, the Isuna chauvinists hope to kill two birds with one stone, disprove the colonial essence of the Eritrean question and simultaneously divert people's attention from their opposition to the characterization of the Eritrean question as one of foreign occupation. The social chauvinists who dominate Isuna resort to the logic used by the junta's social fascist ideologues. They argue, colonialism is a product of capitalism. Since Ethiopia is not a capitalist country, the relationship between Eritrea and Ethiopia cannot be colonial. It can only be a question of national oppression under semi-feudal, semi-colonial conditions. In an attempt to overwhelm Propel with their phrase-mongering, the Isuna chauvinists write. One would like to ask EFLNA leaders, do you uphold or oppose Marxist-Leninist political economy? Specifically, do you accept or reject the Marxist-Leninist concept of colonialism? Still more, on what kind of analysis do you base your contention that Eritrea is suffering under Ethiopian colonialism? Is the relationship between Eritrea and the other regions of Ethiopia a colonial relationship? Is there a division of labor between Eritrea and the other regions in the Ethiopian state thanks to which Eritrea specializes in the mass production of agricultural produce, receiving in exchange finished industrial goods from the other regions in Ethiopia? Is the socio-economic formation of these other regions ridden with the capitalist crisis of overproduction of industrial goods and high organic composition of capital? As every sober person would agree, the answer is, no. People who do not have experience with the social chauvinist clique that dominates Isuna may be taken in by these high-sounding words, mistaking them for zeal to strictly adhere to the Marxist-Leninist definition of concepts and to defend the purity of Marxism-Leninism. However, a closer look reveals that the social chauvinists have something else in mind. In the first place, as we will show below, the Isuna chauvinists' analysis of colonialism crudely distorts the Marxist-Leninist analysis of colonialism, and particularly, the colonial policy of finance capital. Secondly, the social chauvinists are not consistent in their strict interpretation of Marxist concepts. Let us, for example, take the Marxist-Leninist concept of fascism. Marxism-Leninism teaches us that fascism is the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialist elements of finance capital. Ethiopia is definitely not an advanced, monopoly capitalist country. Nevertheless, the Isuna chauvinists characterize the Ethiopian junta's regime as fascist. If we were to employ the same sophistry as the Isuna chauvinists, we could say, one would like to ask the Isuna chauvinists, do you uphold or oppose Marxism-Leninism? Specifically, do you accept or reject the Marxist-Leninist concept of fascism? Is Ethiopia a monopoly capitalist country? Is the Ethiopian regime the open terrorist dictatorship of the most imperialist elements of finance capital? As every sober person would agree, the answer is, no. All of this, however, would only be sophistry. The Ethiopian junta can correctly be characterized as fascist, for even though it does not represent Ethiopian finance capitalists, for there are none, it represents foreign finance capital. The imposition of fascist dictatorship on the Ethiopian masses was the response not of the local finance capitalists but of imperialism, which was out to protect its interests in Eritrea and Ethiopia. Since Isunan, incidentally, the EPRP as well argues in this way to characterize the Ethiopian regime as fascist, it is clear that only Isuna leaders' blind annexationism prevents them from seeing the colonial essence of the Eritrean question, for here too, the Ethiopian ruling classes are the instruments for the colonial domination of Eritrea by imperialism. All this shows that the Isuna chauvinists are out not to defend Marxism but to cover up their annexationism. Nevertheless, the Isuna social chauvinists, past masters at phrase-mongering and high-sounding sophistry, have the effrontery to present themselves as the defenders of the purity of Marxism-Leninism. They write, "It must be stated at the outset that whether to view the Eritrean question as a colonial question or whether to reject this view is not an academic question but one of principled significance. It is a question of whether one rejects or upholds the proletarian revolutionary conception regarding the sum and substance of the basic contradictions of the world today. It is a question of whether one opposes or accepts the Marxist-Leninist analysis of the characteristic features of the imperialist era. Still more, it is a question of whether one opposes or upholds the Marxist-Leninist concept of colonialism. Finally, it is a question of whether or not one has understood the basic character of present-day Ethiopian society. Very well, we agree and will proceed to show that it is precisely the authors of these high-sounding words who oppose the Marxist-Leninist analysis of the characteristic features of the imperialist era, the Marxist-Leninist concept of colonialism, and who have objectively become annexationists and rabid social chauvinists. The Marxist-Leninist concept of colonialism. What is colonialism? When did it originate? What are the different colonial policies corresponding to the different socio-economic systems in history? Marxism-Leninism gives precise and explicit answers to these questions. Let us, however, first look into the anti-Marxist views of the Isuna chauvinists, from whom we can derive great lessons by way of negative example. The Isuna chauvinists claim that there was no colonialism before the rise of capitalism. In the Marxist-Leninist politico-economic sense, they tell us, old-style colonialism is and can only be a product of the pre-monopoly stages of capitalism, and new-style colonialism is and can only be a product of monopoly capitalism. To justify their erroneous conclusion, they willfully distort Lenin's views on this question. According to them, Comrade Lenin, in one of his writings, pointed out that, insofar as abstract arguments are concerned, one may consider classical Rome, which was founded on slavery, as an imperialist power or as a colonial power. 48. But is this what Lenin pointed out? We will let Lenin speak for himself and show how the chauvinists forge his words. Lenin says, colonial policy and imperialism existed before the hiatus stage of capitalism, and even before capitalism. Rome, founded on slavery, pursued a colonial policy and practiced imperialism. But general disquisitions on imperialism, which ignore, or put into the background, the fundamental difference between socio-economic systems, inevitably turn into the most vapid banality or bragging, like the comparison, Greater Rome and Greater Britain. Even the capitalist colonial policy of previous stages of capitalism is essentially different from the colonial policy of finance capital : emphasis ours. In this important passage, Lenin explicitly, clearly and directly teaches us that colonialism existed before capitalism. He is most certainly not making an abstract argument when he states that Rome, founded on slavery, pursued a colonial policy. What Lenin emphasizes is that there are fundamental differences in the colonial policies pursued by the different exploitive social systems: slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. Lenin was particularly interested in showing that the colonial policy of monopoly capitalism was essentially different from that of pre-monopoly capitalism. His arguments were primarily directed at the reactionary views of the Koskietes, who dished out such nonsense as monopoly capitalism can be peaceful and is not bound to pursue a costly and dangerous colonial policy. Lenin shows that during the pre-monopoly stages of capitalism, the leading bourgeois politicians were opposed to colonial expansion, but by the end of the 19th century, when free competition had given way to monopoly, the heroes of the hour were those who openly advocated imperialism and applied the imperialist policy in the most cynical manner. So Lenin points out that the Koskietes had become apologists of imperialism precisely because they ignore the principal feature of the latest stage of capitalism, monopolies. It is thus clear that Lenin does not say the term colonialism can only be used in relation to capitalism. What he says is that, provided the fundamental difference between socio-economic systems, including between pre-monopoly and monopoly capitalism, is taken into account, one can talk about the colonial policy of a slave, feudal or capitalist society. This is a bitter pill to swallow for the social chauvinist Isuna leaders. Therefore, they resort to distorting Lenin's teachings by quoting only part of his statement and replacing the other part with their forged views. Colonialist policy of the imperialist era. Although colonialism existed long before the emergence of the capitalist mode of production, it was only with the advent of capitalism, and especially after capitalism reached the stage of monopoly capitalism, that it became a world system. If we take the period from the disintegration of the feudal system, the period of primary accumulation of capital, to the present era of finance capital, we see three different stages of colonialism. The first stage belongs to the period of the primary accumulation of capital, when colonial policy was essentially one of unbridled plunder of the human and natural resources, slaves, gold, silver, etc., of the countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. This unbridled robbery contributed significantly to the accumulation of capital by the European colonial countries and spurred the development of capitalism. Marx described this period in the following words: the discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins, signalise the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. 52. The second stage corresponds to the period of pre-monopoly capitalism, characterized by the export of manufactured goods to the colonies, which are turned into sources of raw materials and cheap labor. The third stage corresponds to the period of monopoly capitalism, which is characterized mainly by the export of capital. As Lenin points out, typical of the old capitalism, when free competition held undivided sway, was the export of goods. Typical of the latest stage of capitalism, when monopolies rule, is the export of capital. In his celebrated work, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Lenin analyzes in detail the colonial policy of monopoly capitalism. We will present the most relevant passages here. S4 Lenin tells us, the more capitalism is developed, the more strongly the shortage of raw materials is felt, the more intense the competition and the hunt for sources of raw materials throughout the whole world, the more desperate the struggle for the acquisition of colonies. By the end of the 19th century, the capitalist countries had completed the seizure of the unoccupied territories on our planet. For the first time, the world is completely divided up, so that in the future only redivision is possible, i.e., territories can only pass from one owner to another, instead of passing as ownerless territory to an owner. The fact that the world is already divided up obliges those contemplating a redivision to reach out for every kind of territory, agrarian as well as industrialized, some not so much for themselves but so as to weaken the adversary. The seizure of semi-colonies, the struggle for the redivision of colonies, especially those of small states, becomes particularly bitter in the epoch of finance capital, when the rest of the world has already been divided up. Lenin continues, finance capital finds most convenient and is able to extract the greatest profit from such a subjection as involves the loss of the political independence of the subjected countries and peoples. Because, Colonial possession alone gives the monopolies complete guarantee against all contingencies in the struggle with competitors, including the contingency that the latter will defend themselves by means of a law establishing a state monopoly. However, finance capital is such a great, it may be said, such a decisive force in all economic and in all international relations that it is capable of subjecting and actually does subject to itself even states, enjoying the fullest independence. Thus, since we are speaking of colonial policy in the epoch of capitalist imperialism, it must be observed that finance capital and its corresponding foreign policy, which reduces itself to the struggle of the great powers for the economic and political division of the world, give rise to a number of transitional forms of state dependence. Typical of this epoch is not only the two main groups of countries, those owning colonies, and colonies, but also the diverse forms of dependent countries, which, officially, are politically independent, but in fact, are enmeshed in the net of financial and diplomatic dependence. Lenin gives several examples of transitional forms of state dependence. One type is that of Argentina, which by the beginning of the 20th century was a neo-colony of Britain, exactly similar to the present-day neo-colonies. Another type is that of Portugal, itself a colony-owning state, but under the economic and political control of Britain. Lenin writes, "A somewhat different form of financial and diplomatic dependence, accompanied by political independence, is presented by Portugal. Portugal is an independent sovereign state, but actually, for more than 200 years, since the War of Spanish Succession, 1701-04, it has been a British protectorate. Great Britain had protected Portugal and her colonies in order to fortify her own positions in the fight against her rivals, Spain and France. In return, Great Britain has received commercial privileges, preferential conditions for importing goods and especially capital into Portugal and the Portuguese colonies, the right to use the ports and islands of Portugal, her telegraph cables, etc." Lenin concludes, "Relations of this kind always existed between big and little states, but in the epoch of capitalist imperialism they become a general system, they form part of the sum total of divide the world relations, become links in the chain of operations of world finance capital." Emphasis ours. To sum up, imperialism is that stage of capitalism in which the division of the world among the biggest capitalist countries has been completed. An essential feature of imperialism is the rivalry among imperialist powers, their striving for hegemony. Since the world is divided up, the struggle for hegemony aims at the redivision of the world. The colonial powers strive to annex every kind of territory, agrarian as well as industrial, some not so much for their economic potential but for their strategic value, some not so much directly for themselves but in order to weaken the adversary. Another feature of imperialism is the creation of various forms of state dependency which convert nominally independent and even colony-owning countries into economically and politically dependent semi-colonies. According to Lenin, these are the characteristics of the colonial policy of imperialism. Do the Isyunist social chauvinists, who profess to uphold the Marxist-Leninist concept of colonialism and of the characteristic features of the imperialist era, take into account the various forms of imperialist domination, the numerous links in the chain of operations of finance capital which, taken in totality, constitute the colonial policy of monopoly capitalism? No, they do not. We have already shown how they distort Lenin's views on the existence of pre-capitalist colonialism. Next, we will show how the Isyuna leaders ignore Lenin's explicit warning, confuse the colonial policies of different socio-economic systems and present an extremely banal, vulgar, and mechanical view of colonialism. According to the Isyuna chauvinist clique, from the standpoint of Marxism-Leninism, the two main features of a colony, in the politico-economic sense, during the pre-monopoly stages of capitalism are 1, the existence of unsettled land free for settler colonial agriculture, and 2, the existence of a division of labor between the mother country and the colony, on the basis of which, the former specializes in producing industrial goods and the latter specializes in producing raw materials. At the stage of monopoly capitalism, the feature of export of capital should be added to the two features mentioned above. 55. In his discussion of the colonial relationship between the central and border regions of Russia, Lenin gives the criteria of existence of free land and export of manufactured goods to define a colony. In an attempt to use the letter of Marxism against the spirit of Marxism, the Islamist chauvinists forget the overall views of Lenin and the other revolutionary teachers on the subject and end up making the absurd conclusion that unless you have colonial farmers settling in free unoccupied lands, one of the two criteria, there is no colonial relationship. In their works, Marx and Engels write about various types of colonies, colonies proper such as Canada, Australia, etc., colonized by free immigrants, settler European population, plantation colonies, such as those in the West Indies, where the plantations are worked mainly by kidnapped African slaves, and colonies inhabited by a native population with no settler population to speak of, such as India, Indonesia, etc. Lenin and Stalin also distinguished between the various types of colonies. The Sixth Comintern Congress explains the importance of differentiating between those colonies of the capitalist countries which have served them as colonizing regions for their surplus population, Australia, Canada, etc. ed., and those colonies, most countries of Asia and Africa ed., which are exploited by the imperialists primarily as markets for their commodities, as sources of raw material and as spheres for the export of capital. The fact that nations such as India, Indonesia, etc. subjugated by the capitalist countries were called colonies even if they didn't have any settler population, is so obvious that one feels rather awkward about having to explain it. Of course, the Islamist social chauvinists are aware of these facts. In their discussion of specific cases, they use only one criterion, the export of manufactured goods in exchange for raw materials, to prove or disprove the existence of a colonial relationship. It is therefore clear that the Islamist social chauvinists' reference to the two criteria was only a ruse to fool people into thinking that their arguments were strictly based on Lenin's definition. Islamist chauvinists state that to get a complete picture of the colonial relationship in the imperialist era, one should add the feature of export of capital to the features of free land for colonial settlement and export of manufactured goods. In the first place, the availability of free unsettled land, which we have shown is not an absolute criterion for a colonial relationship even in the pre-monopoly stage, hardly exists in the imperialist era. Lenin tells us that by the beginning of the 20th century, the seizure of the unoccupied territories was completed. Within the occupied territories, colonies, virgin land free for colonial settlement is hardly existent. Thus the existence of free unoccupied land for settler agriculture cannot be taken as a feature of the colonial policy of finance capital. Secondly, Lenin never said that there was no export of capital before the imperialist era. What he taught was that export of goods was dominant in the pre-monopoly stage, while export of capital is dominant in the monopoly stage. Thus, the Islamist chauvinists attempt to simply add the feature of export of capital to the export of goods in their description of the colonial policy of imperialism is to ignore the fundamental differences between two sets of colonial policy. The Islamist chauvinists take one feature of the colonial policy of pre-monopoly capitalism, i.e., the division of labor between the metropolis and the colony whereby the latter is turned into a source of raw materials and market for the manufactured goods of the former, and turn it into the absolute and sole criteria for determining whether or not there is a colonial relationship. They distort Marxism-Leninism by refusing to heed Lenin's words on the necessity of taking into account the fundamental differences in the colonial policy of various socio-economic systems and the various links in the chain of operations of finance capital. In every single case they attempt to isolate the mother country and its colony from the rest of the world and ask, where is the raw material that comes to the metropolis from the colony? Where are the manufactured goods that are exported from the metropolis to the colony? If there are none, they say there is no colonial relationship. For example, they put Eritrea and Ethiopia into a glass box quarantined from the rest of the world and argue, Ethiopia is not a capitalist country and does not export manufactured goods to Eritrea getting in return raw materials. Therefore, there is no colonial relationship between Eritrea and Ethiopia. The Islamist chauvinists' arguments are a caricature of Lenin's analysis of the colonial policy of imperialism. Let us take the example of Portugal. Portugal was not a capitalist country at the beginning of the 18th century. There was no division of labor between Portugal and its colonies, as a result of which Portugal exported manufactured goods to the colonies. Yet, Lenin describes Portugal as a colony-owning country. In a passage quoted above, Lenin tells us that since the beginning of the 18th century, Portugal was a British protectorate and that Britain had preferential rights to import goods and capital into Portugal and the Portuguese colonies. In 1703, Britain and Portugal signed the Methuen Treaty, according to which British cloth and other manufactured goods were given free entry into Portugal in exchange for preferential entry into England of Portuguese wine. This arrangement not only crushed the development of an infant textile industry, but it diverted land and labor from basic foodstuff production to viniculture, sinking Portugal further into dependency and debt as an increasing share of the national product was required for the import of foodstuffs. Portugal thus became little more than an appendage of the British economy. Towards the very end of the 18th century, Portuguese industry began to develop in a promising way, but it collapsed once again in the face of competition from Britain, which, thanks to the Industrial Revolution, began to manufacture goods on a mass scale and very cheaply. In 1808, Britain forced Portugal to open Brazilian ports to direct English trade. In 1825, Brazil declared independence. A Portuguese writer describes the effects of these developments on the incipient Portuguese industry in the 68th following words: "Having lost the exclusive market for our industrial products, which was chiefly in Brazil, and not being able to resist, even in Portugal, the competition of foreign manufactured goods, we see our own workshops virtually annihilated." S7. Thus we see that until the first quarter of the 19th century, Portugal had virtually no industry to speak of and was not a capitalist country. Pre-capitalist production was overwhelmingly predominant in Portugal. Portugal's colonial policy consisted essentially of the slave trade from Africa, the plunder of gold and silver, and the exportation of tobacco and sugar from Brazil. In exchange, it was not Portuguese manufactured goods, but British manufactured goods which were sent to the colonies, and used in Portugal itself. By the end of the 19th century, when capitalism entered its last stage, imperialism, Portugal still had not developed any significant industry and had no superabundance of capital to invest in its colonies. In fact, if it were not for conflicting interests among the imperialist powers on how to divide up the spoils, Portugal would not have retained its colonies in the face of the imperialist struggle for hegemony in general and the scramble for Africa in particular. Amilcar Cabral tells us, to counter the greed of the other colonialist powers and to defend its interests in the Portuguese colonies, England found the best solution: it defended the rights of its semi-colony, Portugal. That is why, for example, Portugal granted to a private enterprise controlled by English interests sovereign rights over an area covering 17% of the total territory of Mozambique. 58. Large concession areas were also given to French, German, and other capitalists to develop agriculture and to prospect for minerals in the Portuguese colonies. It was not until well into the 20th century that capitalist production, although dominated by foreign capital, became dominant in Portugal. Even then, it was not Portuguese but British, US, French and German capital that dominated the Portuguese colonies. Most of the raw materials of the Portuguese colonies find their way, not to Portugal, but to the US, Britain, etc. Similarly, it is not Portuguese manufactured goods, machinery, etc., that flood the colonial markets but those of Britain, US, France, West Germany, etc. In fact, the Portuguese colonialists were reduced to commissionaries, collecting taxes and rents from the economic activities of the imperialist countries and local policemen, safeguarding the interests of the imperialists. Properly speaking, Angola, Mozambique, etc. were colonies of the US, Britain, etc., and not Portuguese colonies. Cabral sums up Portugal's colonial role succinctly: in fact Portugal has been no more than the sometimes envious guardian of the human and material resources of our countries, Guinea, Angola, etc., at the service of world imperialism. S9 In short, until the 20th century, Portugal was not a capitalist country as pre-capitalist relations were dominant. There was no division of labor, as a result of which Portugal exported manufactured goods to the colonies in exchange for raw materials. Portugal was itself politically and economically dependent on Britain. It was a semi-colony of Britain, which supplied Portugal and its colonies with manufactured goods in exchange for raw materials from Portugal and its colonies. Yet Lenin correctly describes Portugal as a colony-owning country. Even when Portugal became a capitalist country, as we have shown, its role in the colonies was one of commissionaire and policeman. Although Portuguese capital participates in the exploitation of the colonies, it has an extremely minor role. The division of labor is not between Portugal and its colonies but between the advanced imperialist powers on the one hand and Portugal and its colonies on the other. Yet it was still correct to describe Portugal as a colonial power. Writing on the eve of the October Revolution, Lenin brought up the example of Portugal, as well as Argentina, to show that transitional forms of dependence constitute an important part of the colonial policy of imperialism. In the period after World War XI, the transitional forms of dependence which Lenin spoke about became predominant on a world scale as the imperialists were forced to utilize varied and subtle methods and techniques in order to safeguard their interests in former colonial countries. These changes were brought about as a result of the powerful upsurge of the national liberation movement and the revolutionary working class movement, which compelled the imperialists to abandon direct colonial rule. As Stalin points out, in the present-day conditions of revolutionary movement in the capitalist countries, when the direct incursion of foreign troops may give rise to protests and conflicts, intervention assumes more flexible and more camouflaged forms. In the conditions prevailing today, imperialism prefers to intervene in a dependent country by organizing civil war there, by financing counter-revolutionary forces against the revolution, by giving moral and financial support to us, agents. 60 While neocolonial Argentina was more of an exception than the rule in the beginning of the 20th century, neocolonialism became the main form of imperialist colonial domination after World War II. One by one, the colonial countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America won national independence, but almost invariably were turned into neo-colonies. Flaunting the banner of military and economic aid, the imperialist countries exported capital and commodities to the independent countries, set up their military bases, fostered hidden traders and puppets, and enslaved these countries. The imperialist powers brutally interfered in the internal affairs of the independent countries and combined military adventurism with political deception to maintain their vast neocolonial empire. While neocolonialism is undoubtedly the most widespread form of imperialist domination in the post-World War II period, it is only one of the varied and subtle methods the imperialists employ to enslave the oppressed nations. Neocolonialism entails the acceptance of the nominal independence of the neocolonial countries by the imperialists. Political power is formally in the hands of domestic reactionary ruling classes who serve as agents of imperialism. However, if imperialist interest cannot be safeguarded under the guardianship of local ruling classes, because the local ruling classes are too weak or the revolutionary movement of the masses too strong, or if the imperialist interests can be better preserved by handing over colonial authority to an alien force with its own claims on and designs for the colony, then the imperialists strive to deprive the people of any semblance of national independence and to maintain direct colonial rule using various forces as their instrument. Such is the case, for example, with Palestine, South Africa, Azania, and Zimbabwe, which have been turned into settler colonies, and with Namibia, East Timor, Sahara, Sikkim, and Eritrea, whose colonial status has not changed even though colonial authority is not exercised by the imperialist countries but by neighboring expansionist states acting as instruments of imperialism. Let us look at these examples more closely. Under the guise of establishing a homeland for the Jewish people, Zionist colonization of Palestine was an instrument for British exploitation of Palestine, for the creation of an imperialist outpost in the Arab world. As the resolution of the Second Congress of the Communist International pointed out, Zionism under the pretense of creating a Jewish state in Palestine, in fact surrenders the Arab working people of Palestine, where Jewish workers form only a small minority, to exploitation by England. The Zionist leaders were candid about their role as instruments of British imperialism. Chaim Weizmann, who later became the first president of Israel, wrote, "We have entrusted our national and Zionist destiny to the Foreign Office of British Imperialism and the Imperial War Cabinet, in the hope that the problem would be considered in the light of imperial interests." 62. Later, when the U.S. became the new overlord of the imperialist camp, the Zionists became the instruments of U.S. imperialism. When the U.S. imperialists used the UN to give a legal mantle to the establishment of the Zionist colonial settler state, Ben-Gurion wrote a letter of thanks to President Truman, "The responsibilities of leadership which were taken up by the American government under your inspiration made possible the creation of the Jewish state." Thus, we see the establishment on Palestinian soil, through Jewish emigration and the forcible displacement of the Palestinian people, of a settler colonial regime at the instigation, through the active backing, and in the interests of imperialism. Until 1947, Palestine was a British colony. Colonial authority was in the hands of the British imperialists who also dominated the economy. In 1948, the imperialists, through the UN and their support to the First Israeli War of Aggression, of 1948, handed over the colonial authority to the Zionists while they, Britain and later the US, continued to dominate the economy. By establishing the Zionist state, the imperialists not only safeguarded their economic interests in Palestine but also created an imperialist outpost for the suppression of the national liberation movement of the Arab and other Afro-Asian masses. The imperialist interest could be best preserved by the Zionist colonization of Palestine. As the Zionists themselves asserted, Jewish Palestine is the surest of all available bulwarks for British power in the Middle East. The imperialists denied the heroic Palestinian people their legitimate and hard-fought-for demand for national independence. To this day, the Palestinian people continue to suffer under colonial domination exercised by the Zionist settler regime and its imperialist masters. South Africa, Azania, and Zimbabwe are two more examples of settler colonial regimes. South Africa became a British colony after the British imperialists defeated the Dutch in the Anglo-Boer War of 1899–1902. In 1909, the British Parliament passed the South Africa Act which merged the Cape, Natal, Transvaal and Orange Free State into the Union of South Africa and placed administrative responsibility in the hands of the former colonial administrators. South Africa was declared an independent state within the British Commonwealth. However, as a document of the Pan-Africanist Congress, of Azania, points out, the granting of unilateral socie/ed independence to a white foreign minority, was not an act of decolonization but rather a transfusion of colonial authority, which took the form of dominion status for the white government. 6. The Sixth Congress of the Comintern, 1928, also presents the same analysis of South Africa. South Africa is a British dominion of the colonial type. The development of relations of capitalist production has led to British imperialism carrying out the economic exploitation of the country with the participation of the white bourgeoisie of South Africa. Of course, this does not alter the general colonial character of the economy of South Africa, since British capital continues to occupy the principal economic positions in the country, and since the South African bourgeoisie is equa/y interested in the merciless exploitation of the Negro population. The country was seized by violence by foreign exploiters, the land expropriated from the natives. The analysis of the Comintern is stall clear. Even though South Africa was declared independent, the black people of South Africa, the Azanian masses, are still subjected to colonial domination. British imperialism handed over colonial authority to the settler bourgeoisie, the better to enslave the Azanian masses and guarantee its super profits. Although the white settler bourgeoisie participates to an extent in the exploitation of the masses, it is British capital that dominates. Basing itself on this analysis, the Comintern called for an independent native South African republic as a stage towards a workers' and peasants', i.e., socialist republic, and declared that any opposition to this slogan is only a cover-up for one's unwillingness to accept the correct principle that South Africa belongs to the native population. The situation of South Africa remains essentially the same today. Even though South Africa is among the most capitalistically developed countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, it is still a colonial, semi-feudal country. More than two-thirds of the African population live in the rural areas, Bantustans, where there are no industries and no major towns or cities. Moreover, the relatively high level of capitalist development is not due to South African capital, but to that of Britain, the US, etc., who continue to dominate the South African economy and net billions of dollars in super profits from the exploitation of the wealth and labor of the Azanian masses. In fact, South Africa would have been no different from the more capitalistically developed semi-colonial, semi-feudal countries such as India, Brazil, South Korea, etc. if it were not for the fact that formal political power is in the hands of a settler colonial regime rather than domestic ruling classes. The same situation prevails in Zimbabwe, although the establishment of the settler colonial regime is much more recent, only dating from November 1965. Nevertheless, British imperialism had granted the white minority settlers self-government as early as 1923, and Smith's unilateral declaration of independence brought virtually no change. As was pointed out, South Africa has been a colonial settler regime since 1910. The South African racist regime has deprived the Azanian masses of their right to self-determination and independence. But this is not all. South Africa, which, as we have shown, is itself a colonial, semi-feudal country, has also colonized neighboring Namibia since 1915. Namibia is under the colonial occupation of South Africa only in the sense that South Africa acts as the policeman and executioner in suppressing the Namibian people, thereby making the country safe for the British, US and other imperialist exploiters. South African capital plays only a minor role in the exploitation of Namibia. Namibian raw materials are exploited for the industries of the major imperialist powers and not for South Africa. Similarly, it is not South African but British and West German manufactured goods that dominate in Namibia. As we have seen, Azania, Zimbabwe and Namibia are colonial countries. Formal colonial authority rests with the minority settlers, who could not have established their colonial domination over Azania, Zimbabwe and Namibia without the sanction and active backing of the imperialist powers. The colonial settler regimes whose interests coincided with those of the imperialist powers were in a better position to guarantee imperialist interests in southern Africa. The settler regimes are links in the chain of operations of finance capital, instruments of colonization of the African masses of Azania, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. Today, however, the rising tide of the revolutionary movements of the peoples of southern Africa has endangered the huge interests of imperialism. Consequently, the imperialist powers are working day and night to seek a neo-colonial solution, to hand over power to reactionary African ruling classes, at least in Namibia and Zimbabwe, once more with the objective of preserving their interests. A slightly different variant of the type of colonial rule prevalent in southern Africa is provided by the colonial occupation of East Timor, Western Sahara, Sikkim, and Eritrea by the neighboring neo-colonial expansionist regimes, Indonesia, Morocco, Mauritania, India and Ethiopia, respectively. Here we have cases where the imperialists transfuse the colonial authority to neighboring puppet regimes who act as the guardians of imperialist interests. Let us take a closer look at these examples. East Timor was a Portuguese colony for more than 400 years. The fall of the fascist Salazar regime led to the intensification of the struggle in East Timor and the consolidation of the Revolutionary Front for the Independence of East Timor, FRETILLN. The imminent independence of East Timor under the progressive leadership of Fridolin jeopardized the interests, particularly strategic, e.g. the submarine routes, of U.S. imperialism. Thus, only 9 days after Fridolin declared the independence of East Timor, U.S. imperialism instigated the expansionist Indonesia regime, which had its eyes set on the territory to invade East Timor. Although the heroic resistance of the East Timorese people has prevented the Indonesian aggressors from occupying no more than 20% of the country, including the capital, Dili, the fascist Suharto regime has declared East Timor the 27th province of Indonesia and is working to legalize its occupation. An almost exact replica took place in Western Sahara. After decades of struggle against Spanish colonial rule, the Sahrawi people, led by Polisario, were on the verge of winning their national independence in 1975 when the imperialists, anxious to safeguard their huge interests in the rich phosphate deposits of Sahara, instigated the reactionary Moroccan and Mauritanian regimes, which had their own expansionist designs on Western Sahara, to annex the country and partition it between themselves. In November 1975, Spain, unable to maintain its colonial rule over Western Sahara, transfused its colonial authority through the Madrid tripartite agreement between Spain, Morocco, and Mauritania. This same agreement guaranteed U.S. imperialist interests in the exploitation of Western Saharan phosphate. Morocco, which is a center of U.S. investment in North Africa and the site of an important U.S. base at Conatra, has been the main instrument for securing the phosphate riches of Western Sahara for U.S. imperialism. In their partition of Western Sahara, the northern part containing all the phosphate mines was given to Morocco. The imperialists felt that Moroccan occupation of Western Sahara was the best way to preserve their colonial interests in Sahara. Sikkim provides yet another example of colonial occupation by a neighboring expansionist regime. The Himalayan state of Sikkim was founded in the 17th century. After their complete colonization of India in the middle of the 19th century, the British colonialists used India as a base to launch armed invasion of Sikkim. In 1890, they forcibly turned Sikkim into a British protectorate. Up to 1947, India was a British colony and Sikkim was a British protectorate and never part of India. After it gained formal independence, however, the Indian expansionists sent their troops and took over Sikkim by force. Supplanting Britain's colonial position there, they pinned the label Indian Protectorate on Sikkim. After violating the national rights of the Sikkimese people for a quarter of a century, the Indian expansionists turned Sikkim into a province, state, of India. Eritrea, too, had suffered under successive colonial rule for centuries. From the end of the 19th century until 1941, it was an Italian colony. From 1941 to 52, it bore the brunt of British colonial occupation. At that time, when the Eritrean people were on the verge of winning national independence, U.S. imperialism, seeking to gain control of strategic Eritrea, used the United Nations to engineer the annexation of Eritrea by its neo-colony, Ethiopia. John Foster Dulles made explicit U.S. designs for Eritrea, the strategic interest of the U.S. in the Red Sea Basin and considerations of security and world peace make it necessary that the country, Eritrea, has to be linked with our ally, Ethiopia. Thus, the Eritrean people were denied their right to independence and subjected to colonial occupation. Indonesia, Morocco, Mauritania, India, and Ethiopia are, of course, semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries. Nevertheless, like the settler regime of South Africa, they have become the instruments of imperialism for the colonial domination of other peoples. Just as South Africa has turned 76. Namibia into its colony, so have Indonesia, Morocco, India, and Ethiopia turned East Timor, Western Sahara, Sikkim and Eritrea into their colonies. As we pointed out above, South Africa as well as Indonesia, Morocco, and Ethiopia, despite differences in the development of the capitalist sector of their economy, are semi-feudal, semi-colonial countries. Their role as colonial countries is essentially one of policemen and executioners, safeguarding the imperialist exploitation of the dominated countries, and receiving commissions from the imperialist powers in return for their services. It is only those who adopt a metaphysical attitude and isolate South Africa and Namibia, Indonesia and East Timor, Morocco and Sahara, India and Sikkim, Ethiopia and Eritrea from the world of finance capital and its corresponding colonial policy who will argue how can a semi-feudal, semi-colonial country colonize another. The Isuna chauvinists in their attempt to camouflage their annexationist stand on Eritrea are forced to distort Lenin's analysis of the colonial policy of imperialism. But this is not all. They are so puffed that they claim no genuine socialist country of working class party could characterize the Eritrean and similar questions as colonial. Asterisk facts, however, refute these claims of the Isuna chauvinists. Let us give some examples. The People's Republic of China characterizes India's annexation of Sikkim as colonial. China denounces India's aggression in the following words: "This flagrant act of colonialist expansion is on a par with the deeds of old-line colonialists." Tracing the history of India's aggression and occupation of Sikkim, China added, "Up to now, Sikkim has only been under India's colonial rule for 27 years. 2. The Communist Party of Indonesia, PKI, characterizes Indonesia's occupation of East Timor as colonial. In a statement issued in September 1976, the PKI expressed resolute support for the East Timorese people's struggle against imperialist-backed Indonesian colonial occupation. It stated, "The people of East Timor are courageously continuing their war of resistance to defend the independence and sovereignty of the Democratic Republic of East Timor, to crush colonial domination of the Suharto regime over East Timor. Suharto's army of aggressors is bogging down deeper and deeper in the swamps of people's war in East Timor and will undoubtedly suffer total defeat. Uneasiness arises among Suharto's soldiers who have learned from experience that they are being used as cannon fodder in the aggression launched by the Suharto fascist regime, which is completely subservient to U.S. imperialism and bent on turning East Timor into a place for foreign capital investments. The revolutionary Indonesian people resolutely oppose the aggression against and annexation of East Timor by the Suharto regime and henceforth are struggling against it hand in hand with the fraternal people of East Timor. The revolutionary people of the whole world also condemn the brutal aggression of the Suharto regime and resolutely support the struggle of East Timor led by Fretilin. 3. South Africa's occupation of Namibia is characterized as colonial by virtually all socialist countries and Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations. Could it be that the Isuna social chauvinists are unaware of these facts? Of course not. Since they never quit boasting of their versatile knowledge of Marxism-Leninism and browbeating others for not studying Marxism, we can safely assume that they are well aware of these facts. However, as we pointed out earlier, their burning passion to cover up the forcible occupation of Eritrea by their ruling classes drives them to distort Marxism-Leninism, history, and even elementary facts. Independence for Eritrea, the only correct stand. We have shown above that Eritrea is suffering under imperialist instigated and backed Ethiopian colonial occupation. We will now turn our attention to the question of what is the correct stand that revolutionary forces should take on the Eritrean question. When discussing the Irish question, Engels, who regarded Ireland as the first colony of the British, noted, "When the larger island finally became unified into one state, the latter had to strive to assimilate Ireland completely. If this assimilation had been successful, its whole course would have become a matter of history. It would be subject to its judgment but could never be reversed. Emphasis ours. But if after 700 years of fighting this assimilation has not succeeded, if instead each new wave of invaders flooding Ireland is assimilated by the Irish, if, even today, the Irish are as far from being English, or West Britons, as they say, as the Poles are from being West Russians after only 100 years of oppression, if the fighting is not yet over and there is no prospect that it can be ended in any other way than by the extermination of the oppressed race, then, all the geographical pretexts in the world are not enough to prove that it is England's mission to conquer Ireland. 72. As we have shown, for the past 25 years, The Ethiopian exploiter regimes and their imperialist Zionist masters have attempted to crush the Eritrean people's national aspirations and even more to wipe out the cultural identity of the Eritrean people to forcibly assimilate and Amharize them. The assimilation policies of the Ethiopian regimes, however, did not succeed in suppressing the ardent patriotism of the Eritrean people. The Eritrean people never accepted the expansionists' claim that Eritrea was part of Ethiopia, the 14th province of the Ethiopian Empire, etc. They never regarded themselves as Ethiopians and fought tooth and nail against the forcible annexation of their country. The patriotic political struggle of the 1950s gave rise to the armed struggle of the 60s and 70s. Today, it has become incontestable that the Eritrean people of all nationalities, workers, peasants, herdsmen, students, small merchants, intellectuals, etc., except for a handful of traders, actively demand and are resolutely fighting for national independence and people's democracy. What stand should the progressive peoples of the world, in particular Ethiopian progressives, adopt towards the Eritrean people's unwavering demand for national independence? The only correct stand to adopt is to demand, Ethiopian aggressors, get out, and independence for Eritrea. Otherwise one would become an apologist for annexationism. We have shown the essential similarity of the colonial occupation of Namibia, East Timor, Western Sahara, Sickern, and Eritrea. The only correct stand to adopt towards Namibia is to call for the unconditional independence of the country. Similarly, the only correct stand that the revolutionaries of Indonesia, Morocco, and Ethiopia should adopt towards the occupation of East Timor, Western Sahara, and Eritrea, respectively, is to call for the unconditional independence of the country oppressed by their ruling classes. The people of Eritrea, Sahara, and Timor have the right to call any revolutionary of the oppressor nations who does not support their struggle for independence a filthy monarchist and an imperialist. The Isuna chauvinists assert that, as far as colonies are concerned, the only correct demand is to staunchly advocate for their complete and unconditional emancipation, for their independence. As we have shown, Eritrea is a colony of the puppet Ethiopian expansionist regime. It is to hide their annexationist stand of refusing to support Eritrean independence that the Isuna social chauvinists whitewash the colonial occupation of Eritrea and resort to the distortion of Marxism-Leninism to justify their stand. In their efforts to silence all arguments in support of Eritrean independence, the Isuna chauvinists are forced to resort to further distortions of Marxism-Leninism. The Isuna social chauvinists attempt to create a distinction, to build a Chinese wall, between an overseas colony and a colony with contiguous borders with the mother country. The Isuna social chauvinist clique tells us that even if the Eritrean question was a colonial question, its presentation would have been similar not to the question of Mozambique, etc., but to the national colonial problems in some of the border regions of Tsarist Russia. In the former case, we are dealing with the question of an overseas colony of a capitalist state. In the latter case, we are dealing with the question of internal colonialism i.e., with national colonial problems in the framework of one and the same state. 73 The chauvinist clique quotes Lenin in an attempt to justify their distinction of overseas and contiguous colonies. But does Lenin make this distinction? Once again we will let Lenin speak for himself. Reference has been made elsewhere to the fact that the southern and the eastern border regions of European Russia, which have been settled in the post-reform period, constitute, in the economic sense, colonies of Central European Russia. The term colony is still more applicable to the other outer regions, for example, the Caucasus. Emphasis ours, in this passage, Lenin is using the word colony only in the economic sense. He is taking two regions of Russia which could be inhabited by the same nationality and describing the colonial economic relation between the two, whereby one is turned into a raw material producing region for the industries of the other. There might not be any national colonial question, no oppressor and oppressed nation involved. This is probably why Isuna quoted the same passage, but left out the underlined word European, from the phrase border regions of European Russia. Speaking specifically of the Caucasus, which was inhabited by oppressed nationalities, Lenin says, its economic conquest by Russia took place much later than the political conquest, further clarifying that he was speaking of colonialism only in the economic sense. Thus, speaking only in the economic sense, it is conceivable to describe the colonial relationship between regions of a single country, even if there is no national question involved, as colonial. Speaking about Russia, Lenin points out, Russia is in a particularly favored position as compared with other capitalist countries, due to the abundance of free land accessible for colonization in her border regions. To say nothing of Asiatic Russia, we have also in European Russia border regions which, because of their exceeding remoteness and bad means of communication, are still very poorly connected economically with Central Russia. It is clear from the above that Lenin is describing the development of colonial economic relations between two regions of a single country, as a result of the development of capitalism in one region of the country. Lenin is no way describing the colonization in the political and economic sense of two neighboring countries occupying a land mass which is not separated by a sea or ocean. The Isyuna chauvinists cannot find any justification for their obviously false distinction between overseas and non-overseas colonies in the views of Lenin. In fact, Lenin bitterly attacked as annexationists those who tried to differentiate between annexations in Europe and those in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and stated that their distinction was patently false. But what is it that the Isyuna social chauvinists are driving at with their patently false distinction between overseas and non-overseas colonies? Why are they distorting Lenin's words on the colonial relationship, in the economic sense, between different regions of the single country, Russia, and turning them to mean a political and economic colonial relationship between two neighboring countries? The Isyuna social chauvinists give us the answer. In Russia, the Bolsheviks did not unconditionally demand independence for the oppressed nationalities even though some of them were colonies of Central Russia. Neither did the Bolsheviks organize the proletarians of the oppressed and oppressor nationalities separately but united them in a single proletarian party. Therefore, even if it is granted that the relationship of Eritrea to Ethiopia is colonial, it would be presented and solved like the national colonial problems of the border regions of Russia. Therefore, the independence of Eritrea cannot be supported unconditionally, and the Eritrean and Ethiopian proletariat must be organized in a single revolutionary party. We have shown, however, that the relationship between Eritrea and Ethiopia is not the same as that between the center and border regions of Russia. In the former it is a colonial relationship between two neighboring countries, while in the latter it is a question of national colonial oppression within a single country. Thus, as in the question of all colonies, whether or not they are separated from the colonizing country by any sea or ocean, the correct stand on Eritrea is to demand unconditional independence. It must be understood that when the proletariat raises the slogan unconditional independence for the colonies, it does not do so in the absolute, categorical fashion. Lenin teaches, the various demands of democracy including self-determination are not an absolute, but a small part of the general democratic, now, general socialist, world movement. In individual concrete cases the part may contradict the whole, if so, it must be rejected. And Stalin points out support for the struggle for the emancipation of the colonies and dependent nations does not mean that the proletariat must support every national movement, everywhere and always, in every individual concrete case. It means that support must be given to such national movements as tend to weaken, to overthrow imperialism, and not to strengthen and preserve it. 78 Ifilna strictly abides by these words of Lenin and Stalin when it asserts that the correct stand on Eritrea is to demand independence for Eritrea. Why must all progressive people, and, in particular, Ethiopian progressives support Eritrean independence? First, the Eritrean people's struggle weakens and overthrows imperialism and does not strengthen or preserve it. We have shown that Eritrea's occupation by the Ethiopian feudal regime was carried out in the interests of imperialism. The Ethiopian occupationists could maintain their rule over Eritrea for 25 years only because they received total backing from U.S. imperialism and Israeli Zionism, which armed them to the teeth and trained their troops. Thus, from the outset, the Eritrean people's struggle has been directed against colonialism, imperialism, Zionism, and feudalism. The Eritrean struggle objectively dealt heavy blows against and weakened imperialism, even though in the beginning it did not have a clear anti-imperialist and anti-feudalist program. Today, however, the Eritrean people led by the revolutionary EPLF are consciously struggling to wipe out the rule of imperialism and feudalism from their country. Second, under the leadership of the EPLF, the Eritrean people's struggle today aims beyond winning national independence to bringing fundamental change in Eritrean society. In the EPLF, the working class and its ideology have gained the upper hand. The EPLF's national democratic program crystallizes the basic interests of the workers and peasants and other working people. The EPLF struggles to organize, politicize, and arm the masses, destroy feudalism and satisfy the peasants' demand for land, expropriate the imperialist monopolies, realize the equality of all oppressed nationalities, and emancipate the oppressed women. The independence of Eritrea under the leadership of the EPLF will advance the struggle of the proletariat and the peasantry for socialism. Third, the independence of Eritrea will advance the revolutionary struggle of the Ethiopian people. Speaking about Ireland, Marx and Engels showed how reaction in England was fostered and strengthened by the subjugation of Ireland. Marx says, for the English ruling classes, Ireland is the source of their greatest moral force, because they present themselves as representing the domination of England over Ireland and the only pretext for retaining a big standing army. It is the same way in Ethiopia. For the Ethiopian ruling classes, Eritrea is their greatest moral force. They present themselves in front of the Ethiopian masses as the guardians of the unity and territorial integrity of Ethiopia. They whip up an Eritrean chauvinist hysteria among the masses to divert them from the class struggle. Under the cover of crushing the Arab-backed Eritrean secessionists, they keep a big reactionary standing army. They forcibly recruit hundreds of thousands of Ethiopian peasants to use them as cannon fodder in the war of aggression against Eritrea. Thus, the independence of Eritrea would shake to its very foundation the reactionary regime in Ethiopia. It would deprive the ruling classes of their greatest moral force and assist the Ethiopian masses to concentrate their anger on them. In addition, under the leadership of the EPLF, the Eritrean struggle maintains a correct, internationalist attitude towards the Ethiopian people's struggle. Despite numerous hardships, the EPLF has, since 1972, assisted the Ethiopian people's struggle and their revolutionary organizations. An independent Eritrea would be a powerful backing to the revolutionary movement of the Ethiopian masses. Fourth, the independence of Eritrea would advance the revolutionary movement in the entire Horn of Africa Middle East region. The EPLF maintains close relations with the revolutionary movements in the region such as Palestine, Oman, etc. The victory of the Eritrean Revolution and the setting up of a People's Democratic Republic would provide powerful inspiration and assistance to the revolutionary movements in the region in their struggle against imperialism, Zionism, and all reaction. The EPLF-led Eritrean people's struggle for national independence, enjoying the support of the entire Eritrean masses, weakens imperialism, Zionism, and feudalism, advances the interest of the workers, peasants, and other oppressed masses of Eritrea, advances the Ethiopian people's revolutionary struggle, and assists the revolutionary movement in the entire region. It is most certainly worthy of resolute, unequivocal, and unwavering support. Even if the Eritrean question is not a colonial question, but one of an oppressed nationality within Ethiopia, the above-mentioned reasons show that the only correct stand in regards to Eritrea would be to support independence. The Isuna social chauvinists vainly try to prove that the Eritrean question is one of an oppressed nationality within Ethiopia and that the exercise of its right to self-determination whether to support or to oppose independence must be analyzed concretely. But then they shy away from giving a direct answer to this very question. Do the Isuna chauvinists support or oppose independence for Eritrea? Do they agitate for or against Eritrean independence? The Isuna chauvinists to answer this question right. Marxism-Leninism, while upholding the right to secession, reserves the right, and always uses the right, to agitate for, to agitate against or to express negative support to a specific demand of separation. 80. In regards to a specific demand for independence, the proletariat has the right to either agitate for or against it, but for the proletariat to express negative support to a specific demand for independence is unheard of. What does negative support mean? If the Isuna chauvinists mean opposition to the violation of the rights of a nation, to any violence committed against an oppressed nation, this is unconditional, and that is precisely what the right to self-determination means. The proletariat must oppose the violence committed against an oppressed nation, whether it is for or against its secession. The term negative support is meaningless when one is talking of the stand to be adopted towards a specific demand for independence. In such a case, the proletariat must express itself definitely one way or the other. Stalin gives us a graphic example. There is at present a movement in Finland for securing national freedom, and there is also the fight waged against it by the provisional government. The question arises, who are we to support? Either we are for the policy of the provisional government, the forcible relention of Finland and the reduction of her rights to a minimum, in which case we are annexationists, for we are bringing grist to the mill of the provisional government, or we are for independence of Finland. We must express ourselves definitely one way or the other. We cannot limit ourselves to a statement of rights. 0. It is clear that the Isuna social chauvinists' glib talk of negative support for a specific demand is a cover-up for their refusal to state openly whether they support or oppose the independence of Eritrea. This, however, does not mean they do not have a stand on this question. The Isuna social chauvinists are virulently opposed to Eritrean independence but are afraid to openly state it. We say that the Isuna chauvinists are opposed to Eritrean independence because they have an out-and-out hostile and negative attitude towards the Eritrean struggle. Let us take the 4 reasons we cited why Eritrean independence should be supported and see how the Isuna chauvinists look at them. Marxism-Leninism teaches us that in the present era any revolutionary movement that fights and weakens imperialism is part of the worldwide proletarian socialist revolution. The Isuna chauvinists, however, state the Eritrean struggle is not part of the broad worldwide proletarian revolutionary united front, saying, in effect, that it does not fight and weaken imperialism. More directly, the chauvinists slander the Eritrean struggle as a movement without a clear and consistent anti-feudalist and anti-imperialist line. 83-2. The Isuna chauvinists state that the Eritrean struggle does not serve the interests of the workers and peasants and other oppressed masses of Eritrea. They say the motive forces of the Eritrean struggle are the petty bourgeoisie and certain strata of the exploiting classes. They slander the armies of the EPLF and ELF as brutal feudal gangs and hordes who parasitize on and oppress the peasantry, prey on villages for unpaid meals, etc. 3. The Isuna chauvinists say the Eritrean struggle does not advance but retards the struggle of the Ethiopian masses. They say the Eritrean liberation fronts uphold the division of the oppressed and toiling masses of Eritrea and Ethiopia and cooperate with Sultan Ali Mira, Mengistu and other ferocious Ethiopian feudal survivals, who are the enemies of the Eritrean and Ethiopian people. 4. The chauvinists claim the Eritrean struggle does not advance the revolutionary movement in the region because it is not part of the broad worldwide proletarian revolutionary united front, but derives its principal support from certain comprador, feudal and bourgeois nationalist regimes in the Middle East with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Libya, etc. as its nucleus. We have exposed in detail the bankruptcy of these slanders and vilifications in the next section. We cite them here only to show how Isuna opposes Eritrean independence while hiding behind hypocritical and glib statements of rights and negative support. The social chauvinists of Isuna say, the historical experience of the Bolsheviks teaches us that generally speaking, all the proletarians of a given state, whether the oppressed people suffer colonial forms of oppression or not, should be organized in single and united proletarian organizations. Therefore, Eritrean Marxist-Leninists must defend and implement full and unconditional unity, including organizational unity, with all Marxist-Leninists of the Ethiopian state. It is true that, in regards to the revolutionary struggle in a historically developed multinational state such as Russia and Austria-Hungary, the Bolsheviks demanded that the proletarians of all nationalities should be organized in a single party. Neither Lenin nor Stalin, however, said that all the proletarians in a multinational colonial state, such as Britain, Portugal, and their colonies, we have shown above that within Russia Lenin was discussing colonial relationships only in the economic sense, should be organized in a single party. Here the Isyuna social chauvinists are attempting to mystify and confuse the question of the state. Stalin teaches us. The first period is characterized by nations making their appearance at the dawn of capitalism. In Western Europe purely national states arose in which there was no national oppression, whereas in Eastern Europe multinational states arose headed by one, more developed, nation as the dominant nation, to which the other, less developed, nations were politically and later economically subjected. In this second period the old national states in the West, Britain, Italy, and France ceased to be national states, i.e., owing to having seized new territories, they were transformed into multinational, colonial states. 00. Stalin shows that just as the numerous nationalities within Russia, etc. are within one state, so are Britain, Italy, and France and their respective colonies within one state. This is of course obvious. There was no Mozambican state before June 1975 but only the Portuguese state in Mozambique. Infatuated as they are with their patently false distinction between overseas and non-overseas colonies, however, the Isyuna chauvinists ridiculously claim that if the colony and the metropolis are in a contiguous land mass they are in the same state, but in different states if they are separated by oceans. Now that we have shown that the imperialist powers and their colonies are within a single state machinery, let us see if Lenin and Stalin advocated the existence of a single party in the metropolis and their colonies. Lenin and Stalin taught the communists of the colonies and semi-colonies to establish independent communist parties while maintaining close relations with the proletariat and the Communist Party of the metropolis. Independent communist parties of the colonial countries participated in the congresses of the Communist International. The Sixth Congress of the Comintern unequivocally stated, the communist parties, of the colonies, actively basing themselves on the native proletariat, must formally and in fact become independent sections of the Communist International. 91. At the same time, Lenin, Stalin, and the Comintern consistently pointed out that the victory of the colonial and semi-colonial countries was impossible without the closest alliance with the proletarian revolutionary movements in the capitalist countries, and vice versa. We have shown in the previous section that the relationship between Eritrea and Ethiopia, like those between Namibia and South Africa, East Timor, and Indonesia, etc., is colonial. To demand, like the Isyuna social chauvinist clique does, as a question of principle, that the South African and Namibian, the Indonesian and Timorese, the Eritrean and Ethiopian proletariat should be organized in a single party and to denounce the efforts of the Marxist-Leninist elements in Namibia, Eritrea, etc. to form independent political parties as Bundist, as petty bourgeois nationalism, is totally erroneous. That there should be the closest alliance between Eritrean and Ethiopian, Indonesian and Timorese, Saharan and Moroccan revolutionaries is obvious, but to demand, on account of the aggression of one country on the other, that they should be united in single organizations is erroneous and chauvinist. The EPLF strives to maintain extremely close relations with the revolutionary movement of the Ethiopian people. Within Eritrea, it fights against national isolationism, narrow-mindedness, and aloofness, and teaches the masses to see the intimate connection between the Eritrean struggle and the Ethiopian people's struggle, to see the Eritrean struggle as an integral part of the worldwide revolutionary struggle against imperialism and all reaction. At the same time, the EPLF, in which the Marxist-Leninists have the upper hand, disseminates Marxism-Leninism among the masses, trains class-conscious cadres from among the workers, peasants, and revolutionary intellectuals, and creates excellent conditions for the Marxist-Leninists to build and consolidate their party. The Isuna social chauvinists reveal their rabid social chauvinism when they denounce these efforts of the Eritrean revolutionaries as bundism and petty bourgeois nationalism. The Eritrean Revolution. What it is not. In Part I and Part II we have shown the just, popular and revolutionary nature of the Eritrean people's armed struggle for national liberation. We have also shown Isuna annexationists' totally negative attitude towards the struggle, denying its just, popular and revolutionary nature. In what follows we will take a closer look at the issues that Isuna annexationists raise and refute one by one the gross charges they level against the EPLF vanguard and IFLNA. Is the Eritrean Revolution, following the path of new democracy or old democracy? On the important question of whether or not the Eritrean Revolution is following the path of new democracy, Isuna social chauvinists, claiming that the Eritrean struggle in its present form lacks all the three basic weapons, a party, an army and a united front, required to wage and complete the bourgeois democratic revolution of the new type, assert that the Eritrean Revolution is following the path of old democracy, i.e., the neo-colonial path. Totally denying its anti-imperialist and anti-feudalist nature, Isuna leaders further assert that the Eritrean people's struggle for national liberation is not part of the worldwide proletarian revolutionary united front, but derives its principal support from certain comprador feudal and bourgeois nationalist regimes in the Middle East with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Libya, etc. as its nucleus. In short, for these social chauvinists, the Eritrean Revolution is a reactionary movement that derives its support from imperialism and reactionary regimes and, therefore, should not be supported by progressive forces. Before we proceed to look into the basis of their argument and expose its utter bankruptcy, a word needs to be said about the path of old democracy. In the present era of decaying imperialism and proletarian revolution, the path of old democracy is not a feasible path for the colonial and semi-colonial countries to follow. The reason lies in the weak socio-economic and political status of the national bourgeoisie in such societies. Because of its weak socio-economic and political status, the national bourgeoisie has lost the leadership qualifications that would enable it to lead the revolution along the path of old democracy. An attempt to follow the path of old democracy will in the long run inevitably lead the colonial and semi-colonial countries to the neo-colonial path. Obviously, when Isuna leaders assert that the national liberation struggle of the Eritrean people is following the path of old democracy, they cannot but mean the neo-colonial path. However, the EPLF-led Eritrean revolution is not advancing along the path of old democracy nor the neo-colonial path. The EPLF vanguard, aware of the unfeasibility of the so-called middle or third road, rejected it and has been leading the Eritrean revolution on the path of new democracy. Let us now turn to examine the basis of Isuna leaders' argument and see if it has any validity. Isuna theoreticians' point of departure is that in a united front without parties there can only be contending ideologies and contending classes, but not a leading class and a dominant ideology. Since the EPLF is a united front with contending ideologies and different classes, it is not possible, they write, to have a leading class and a dominant ideology in the EPLF. Therefore, they argue, it is impossible for the EPLF to lead a new democratic revolution in Eritrea. According to Isuna theoreticians, to claim otherwise, i.e., to say that there is a leading class and a dominant ideology in the EPLF and to state the EPLF is leading the new democratic revolution in Eritrea, is quite out of the ordinary and unheard of. 3. Isuna theoreticians' entire argument is predicated on the existence or non-existence of a proletarian party. According to these theoreticians, the existence of a proletarian party is an absolute necessity for the proletariat to play a leading role and its ideology to be the dominant one in a movement. They completely preclude, at least in this issue of combat, the possibility of the proletariat and its ideology being the leading one in a movement without the existence of a party. They assert that without its vanguard party the proletariat cannot possibly play a leading role in the united front. Basing themselves on this argument, they conclude that all fronts in the colonies and semi-colonies without communist parties are led by the urban petty bourgeoisie in league with exploiting elements, are guided by bourgeois ideology, and follow the neo-colonial path. The issue that ISUNA theoreticians raise on the question of leadership in the national democratic revolution has far-reaching implications that go beyond the Eritrean question. In raising the issue, they are not only attempting to undermine the war of liberation of the Eritrean masses, but also the national liberation movements in most of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. It is, therefore, a serious question that demands serious attention from all revolutionaries. On the important question of leadership in the national democratic revolution, ISUNA theoreticians maintain two contradictory views. On the one hand, they argue that in a united front it is possible only to have contending ideologies and classes and not a leading ideology and a dominant class. On the other hand, they contend that all national liberation movements in the colonies and semi-colonies that are led by fronts without communist parties, regardless of their orientation and the correlation of social forces within them, do not come under the new category of the bourgeois revolution and do not constitute part of the world proletarian socialist revolution. They assert that all such national liberation movements are bourgeois-led, uphold bourgeois ideology and follow the path of old democracy, i.e., the neo-colonial path. This, in a nutshell, is the sum and substance of ISUNA theoreticians' argument in their pamphlet Combat of August 1976. For ISUNA theoreticians there is no difference between Page, FRELLMO, PFLO, etc., and Fling, Holden Roberto's FNLA, etc. They are all the same. Whatever differences they may have are minor and cannot be of substance. They have more in common, namely, they are petty bourgeois led with the petty bourgeoisie and certain strata of the exploiting classes as their motive forces. That a united front is a unity of opposites which includes various classes in league with each other on the basis of a common program of struggle is an indisputable fact. It is also true that in a united front there are contending ideologies and classes. This holds true with or without the existence of parties. But to claim that without parties there could not possibly be a leading or dominant ideology or class is mechanical. Such a very unlikely phenomenon can only happen if the contending ideologies and classes are at an equilibrium and remain in that static position. But this is an impossibility, for it negates dialectics. In a united front where there are no parties, one class must be dominant and its ideology the leading one. The presence or absence of political parties does not negate the class struggle within the united front, nor does it negate the presence of a dominant class and ideology. Given the age-old feudo-bourgeois cultures and their deep-rooted ideologies, it is the proletariat more than any other class that needs to have its vanguard party. The existing deep-seated feudo-bourgeois cultures and ideologies in all exploitative systems make it an uphill fight for the proletariat to be at the helm of the united front. However, to totally foreclose, as ISUNA theoreticians do, the possibility of the proletariat being the leading class and its ideology the dominant one without its vanguard party is unwarranted. If in a united front, the leading elements embrace Marxism-Leninism, the proletariat can, without its communist 91 party, be the dominant class and its ideology the leading one. This, however, in no way implies, as the ISUNA swindlers present it, that the proletariat can lead the distinct but uninterrupted stages of new democracy and socialism without its vanguard communist party. Nor does it negate or reject the historical imperative and necessity for the founding of a proletarian party and the fact that the proletariat can consolidate its leadership only if it has its vanguard party. For, as the great revolutionary teacher Engels put it, no class has come to power without its political parties. It must be pointed out here that in the present era of imperialism, both the EPLF and IFLNA realize, the historical imperative and necessity for founding the party of the proletariat, that without a communist party the national democratic revolution cannot be consummated, that without its vanguard party the proletariat cannot consolidate its leadership in the revolution, that the proletarian party is the sole guarantor for the success and victory of the oppressed masses over their oppressors, and that without such a party the struggle will either stop halfway or fail altogether. These are scientific truths that both the EPLF and IFLNA accept. Although ISUNA swindlers try to present them as points of disagreement, they have never been and cannot be points of disagreement or argument. However, to claim, as ISUNA theoreticians do, that at all times and under all circumstances the existence of a proletarian party right from the beginning is a necessary and sufficient condition for national liberation movements in the colonies and semi-colonies to embark on the road of new democracy is fallacious, without any historical and theoretical underpinnings. It is mechanical and non-analytical and is opposed to dialectics. This view is neither consistent with Marxist teachings on national liberation struggles nor even with ISUNA leaders' view prior to August 1976 consistent with Marxism-Leninism. IFLNA maintains the view that the national liberation movements of the colonial and oppressed peoples are a constituent part of the proletarian revolution and an important component at that. The struggle for national independence in the colonies and oppressed nations is inseparably bound up with the struggle against capitalism. That is why the great revolutionary leaders and teachers of the proletariat and oppressed peoples paid considerable attention in their writings and activities to the national liberation movements of the colonial and oppressed peoples. Marx, the founder of scientific socialism, referred, with brilliant precision, to the national liberation movements of the colonies and oppressed nations as the best ally of the proletariat in the advanced capitalist countries. Similarly, the great Engels described revolution in these countries as the best thing for us communists. Carrying forward these brilliant ideas of Marx and Engels, Lenin and the Bolshevik Party concretely showed that the national liberation struggles of the colonial and oppressed peoples were an integral part of the socialist revolution. Lenin in his preliminary draft thesis on the national and colonial question called on all communist parties to render direct aid to the revolutionary movements among the dependent and underprivileged nations, and in the colonies he made such a call because he knew that union between the proletariat of the advanced countries and the peoples in the colonies is indispensable in the revolutionary struggle to overthrow the landowners and the bourgeoisie and the only guarantor for victory over capitalism, without which the abolition of national oppression and inequality is impossible. In making such a call to all communist parties, did Lenin make the rendering of direct aid to the national liberation movements contingent upon the existence of a proletarian party? No, of course not. But he did make conditions under which such aid has to be rendered to the bourgeois democratic revolutions in the colonies and oppressed nations. He said among other things that they have to be genuinely revolutionary, i.e., their exponents do not hinder our work, the work of the communists, of educating and organizing the peasantry and the broad mass of the exploited in a revolutionary spirit, and that they have to give special support to the peasant movement against the landowners, against landed proprietorship, and against all manifestations or survivals of feudalism. 9. The above exposition clearly shows what the approach should be in assessing the nature of movements in colonies and semi-colonies. It also shows that there are different kinds of movements. Some of them are revolutionary and deserve the active support of the revolutionary forces, and some are not. It is, therefore, wrong to place all national movements in the colonies and semi-colonies on a par, as ISUNA theoreticians do, and treat them all in the same manner because they are led by fronts without communist parties. Only Trotskyists who cannot see any fundamental difference among fronts that are not led by communist parties would lump them all together irrespective of their orientation and the balance of forces within them, and malign them as upholding bourgeois nationalism and opposing proletarian internationalism. To fail to see differences means to have no understanding of the character of the various struggles in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. Another point that bears noting is that under conditions of imperialist oppression, it is incorrect to claim that the revolutionary character of a national movement is always determined by the existence or non-existence of a communist party. The revolutionary or reactionary character of a movement is not something absolute, it is, depending on the concrete conditions obtaining, something relative. It would be erroneous, therefore, to try to appraise the nature of a movement in the abstract and in absolute terms. Each and every movement has to be appraised concretely in light of the interests of the revolutionary movement. That is why Stalin wrote, The revolutionary character of a national movement under the conditions of imperialist oppression does not necessarily presuppose the existence of proletarian elements in the movement. 10. Furthermore, it is true that there are certain objective and subjective conditions that have to be fulfilled for the successful completion of the national democratic revolution. As all great Marxist-Leninist teachers and leaders point out, one of the key factors that must be present if the national democratic revolution is to be consummated is a revolutionary vanguard, i.e., the party of the proletariat. However, it is important to note the difference between the embarking on the road, of a national democratic revolution and its consummation. Herein lies the fundamental difference between IFLNA and ISUNA opportunist leaders. ISUNA opportunist leaders absurdly maintain that it is absolutely impossible for national liberation movements in the colonies and semi-colonies to embark on the path of new democracy without first establishing communist parties. IFLNA, on the other hand, while maintaining the view that it is impossible for the national democratic revolution to be consummated without a proletarian party, totally rejects ISUNA social chauvinists' false claim that states that it is impossible to wage a bourgeois democratic revolution of the new type without first establishing a communist party. To be sure, it would be ideal if all objective and subjective conditions necessary for the successful completion of the national democratic revolution were present right from the outset. It is also the revolutionary duty of all revolutionaries to strive for their realization. However, to stipulate that all the necessary conditions must be present right from the beginning is tantamount to repudiating social revolution. Such a pedantic assessment could be made only by people who, like ISUNA theoreticians, only pay lip service to revolution. Lenin, addressing such pedants who described the rebellion of the heroic Irish people of May 9, 1916 as being nothing more nor less than a putsch, wrote, "Whoever expects a pure social revolution will never live to see it." Such a person pays lip service to revolution without understanding what revolution is. It must be stressed here that a national democratic revolution is a process. In the course of the prolonged struggle, the missing necessary conditions for the consummation of the national democratic revolution can be fulfilled. This would equally apply for the creation of a proletarian party. In the present era of imperialism, the historical imperative and necessity for the creation of a communist party is recognized by all genuine revolutionaries. As Chairman Mao pointed out, in the present epoch, if there is to be a revolution, there must be a revolutionary party. Without a revolutionary party, without a party based on Marxist-Leninist revolutionary theory and built in the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary style, it is impossible to lead the working class and the broad masses of the people to defeat imperialism and their running dogs. However, it must also be realized that party building is a process and cannot be accomplished overnight. Experience shows that a party is not something that can be decreed into existence. The building of a revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist party calls for making painstaking efforts on the part of Marxist-Leninists. First and foremost, to found a revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist party, solid organizational and ideological groundwork must be laid before anything else. This means that the creation of a revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist party calls, among other things, for the forging of ideological unity by eliminating ideological confusion, the creation of organizational cohesion by bringing together the various Marxist groups that may exist in a country, the dissemination of the ideology of the proletariat among the workers, peasants, and other working people, the striking of deep roots among the masses, which means the setting up of mass organizations, and the training of cadres armed with revolutionary ideology to implement all the essential tasks necessary for the building of a party. It is thus clear that the task of party building, especially in colonial and semi-colonial countries, is not an easy task. It requires arduous and protracted work. In countries that are waging armed struggle, the task of party building is an integral part of the struggle. Depending on the concrete situation, a party can come into being before, during or after the armed struggle. What needs to be emphasized here is that the communist elements in the movement should recognize the need for building a party and that it is their sacred revolutionary duty to strive for its realization. In the process of constituting the party, the communist elements in the movement can come together and make up a cohesive body. This would enable them to play a leading and dominant role in the united front. In this way it is very possible to have the ideology of the proletariat as the leading ideology even before the emergence of the party. Experience and lessons from history. Let us take some historical cases to further assess Isuna's view on the question and test its validity. The Paris Commune is the first instance in history when the proletariat attempted to seize state power. The historical experience gained and the lessons drawn from the Paris Commune attest to the scientific truth that no class has come to power without its political parties. That is, it clearly demonstrated to the proletariat the necessity of establishing its own party if it is to seize state power. But this fact did not prevent the great Marx from considering the Paris Commune as the first proletarian state. If one is so mechanical in his approach and method of analysis, like our Isuna theoreticians, one is led to conclude that the great Marx was wrong to say that the Paris Commune was the first in history attempt of the proletariat to assume power. For we know that the absence of a single proletarian party was one of the most important reasons for the defeat of the Commune. Another instance is the Chinese experience. We all know that the May 4th movement of 1919 marked the turning point in the history of struggle of the heroic Chinese masses. With the May 4th movement of 1919, China entered the era of new democratic revolution led by the working class, which put an end to the era of the old democratic revolution led by the national bourgeoisie. But we know that the Chinese Communist Party was not founded until 1921. As a matter of fact, Marxism-Leninism was just being introduced to the country about this time. Li Ta-Chao, the first Chinese to embrace Marxism, began to make propaganda about the October Socialist Revolution of 1917 towards the end of 1918. As late as 1918, there were only a handful of Marxists in China. Does this mean then that the Chinese revolutionaries are wrong to state that with the May 4th movement of 1919 China entered the era of new democratic revolution led by the working class? But this is not all. We also have the experience of Korea. The Korean people consider the war of resistance that they fought against the Japanese imperialists as an integral part of their national democratic revolution. This war of resistance was fought without a communist party. The sham Communist Party that was founded in 1925 by show-off Marxists disintegrated 3 years after its formation and was not reconstituted until 1945. There are also historical cases where established parties failed to provide the leadership needed, and yet the character of the revolution which the peoples of these countries carried out was bourgeois democratic revolution of the new type. Indonesia is a case in point. The statement of August 17, 1966 of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, illustrates this point. Although our Isuna theoreticians quote extensively from this very statement to prove their point, that a new democratic revolution cannot be waged without the effective leadership of an established proletarian party, they do not seem to grasp its message in its totality. The statement of the PKI indicates that the 1945 August Revolution is part of the world proletarian socialist revolution and that it was a bourgeois democratic revolution of the new type. However, the statement clearly points out that the PKI not only failed to provide the badly needed leadership and to establish the United Front and the Worker-Peasant Alliance, but even approved of and itself followed the policy of reactionary compromises of Scharer's right-wing socialists. The statement remarked. 97. The experience of the 1945 August Revolution has shown that the PKI as the vanguard of the Indonesian working class did not succeed as yet in taking up its place as the leader of the struggle for the emancipation of the Indonesian people. The PKI entered the 1945 August Revolution without adequate preparations. Its serious shortcoming in theory and its lack of understanding of the concrete conditions of Indonesian society had resulted in its inability to formulate the nature of the revolution, its tasks, its program, tactics, and slogans, as well as the correct principles and forms of organization. The PKI had failed to establish the PKI leadership in the August Revolution OJ 1945. The foregoing discussion makes it abundantly clear that it is possible for the struggle of a people to embark on the path of new democracy without established communist parties. Moreover, the Indonesian case shows that the existence of a party in and of itself does not ascertain the leadership of the proletariat in a revolutionary movement. We would like to know how ISUNA theoreticians can reconcile their view on the question of leadership in the national democratic revolution with the above-mentioned historical cases. On this question of cardinal importance, ISUNA swindlers present the difference between ISUNA and IFLNA as one of whether to uphold the Marxist-Leninist principle on the necessity of the leading role of the working class and its party, or to oppose this principle. They accuse IFLNA of negating the leading role of the proletariat, of stating that the new democratic revolution and subsequent socialist revolution can be led by non-proletarian social classes, or the proletariat can lead the distinct but uninterrupted stages of new democracy, without its vanguard Communist Party, of dreading like a plague the Marxist-Leninist class viewpoint and method of class analysis, of maintaining complete silence on such important questions as what class can guarantee the completion of the new democratic revolution, who should lead the Eritrean armed revolution, etc. And so on and so forth. ISUNA's accusations against IFLNA are false and baseless. They are out-and-out lies concocted to denigrate and give a wrong image of IFLNA with a view of isolating it from progressive organizations. This pernicious intention of ISUNA must be obvious to any discerning eye, as ISUNA does not produce a single shred of evidence to substantiate its assertions. We would like to ask ISUNA scoundrels, when and where has IFLNA rejected the leadership of the working class and stated that the new democratic revolution and subsequent socialist revolution can be led by non-proletarian social classes, or the proletariat can lead the distinct but uninterrupted stages of new democracy and socialism without its vanguard Communist Party? IFLNA has never expressed such absurd views. It is ISUNA on the contrary that entertains such absurd ideas when it assigns the leadership role in the bourgeois democratic revolution in Ethiopia to a student organization like University Students' Union of Addis Ababa, UJA, and when it claims that a revolution in the present era can be victorious without a proletarian party. In their debate with Ethiopian Students' Union in Europe, ESUE Union, on who led the February upsurge in Ethiopia, ISUNA opportunists claiming that a party can exist at all situations wrote, "A party can exist at all situations. That is, before, after, and during a revolutionary situation, and also during the revolution. Also it is not made superfluous, once the revolution is victorious." 2. IFLNA, far from maintaining complete silence on such important questions as which class can guarantee the completion of the national democratic revolution, which class can lead the Eritrean armed revolution to victory, etc., has resolved them long ago. In a paper entitled "Who Should Lead the Eritrean Struggle?", prepared for its second Congress, June 1972, IFLNA discussed these and other related questions. In spite of some of the weaknesses it had, the paper had a correct stand on all crucial issues. Since the answer to ISUNA leaders' accusations against IFLNA on the crucial question of leadership in the national democratic revolution are in the main contained in this paper, we will now provide a summary of the main points of the paper. On the question of the enemies and motive forces of the Eritrean revolution, the paper states that US imperialism, Israeli Zionism, Ethiopian colonialism, and internal reaction are the enemies of the Eritrean people and their revolution. 2. The workers, peasants, petty bourgeoisie and other patriotic groups, who are the victims of imperialism and feudalism, constitute the motive forces of the national liberation struggle of the Eritrean people. Mention is also made of the fact that, although these classes have common enemies and unite in the struggle against these enemies, their interests vary. In addition, it states that the worker-peasant alliance should be the core of the alliance. In answering the critical question of who should lead the Eritrean struggle for national liberation, the paper clearly points out that it is only the working class, the most courageous and revolutionary class, that can lead the armed struggle through to the end and satisfy the aspirations of the Eritrean masses. It states that it is only when the struggle is led by the working class in alliance with the peasantry that the way to capitalist exploitation can be avoided, and that it would be possible to rally all the other classes for the war of national liberation. The paper totally discounts the leadership of the bourgeoisie as unacceptable to the Eritrean masses. It states that under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, the Eritrean masses, the workers and peasants, cannot win their complete liberation. Thus, should the bourgeoisie attempt to usurp leadership in the Eritrean revolution, it should be dealt with and annihilated. Basing itself on this paper, IFLNA in its second annual Congress held in Washington, D.C. from June 16 to 18, 1972 made the following calls upon the heroic Eritrean liberation fighters regarding the leadership question. To consolidate the struggle of liberation in which the working class will become the leading political force in alliance with the peasantry and other progressive elements in the society, and 2. To realize that the bourgeoisie, though nationalist, is incapable of leading the revolutionary struggle, because its class interest is opposed to that of the masses. Still further, when defining the task of the NDR in Eritrea and the class struggle that must be waged within the United Front, IFLNA has in no uncertain terms made its stand on the question of leadership clear. It said, "The overriding task of the National Democratic Revolution calls for the establishment of a solid worker-peasant alliance and the formation of a broad national united front under the firm leadership of a proletarian party that can successfully rally all patriotic elements against the common enemy of colonial aggression." 28. The foregoing exposition of IFLNA's stand on the important question of leadership shows beyond any doubt that IFLNA does not reject the leadership of the working class, maintain complete silence on the important question of leadership, dread like a plague the Marxist-Leninist class viewpoint and method of class analysis, or hold the absurd view that the new democratic revolution and subsequent socialist revolution can be led by non-proletarian social classes, etc. In light of the above facts, why do ISUNA villains have to make such ludicrous accusations? Could it be because they are ignorant about these facts? As they are Eritrea watchers, we very much doubt that they are unaware of these facts. The reason lies somewhere else, i.e. in the nature of these people. They are people who suffer from pathologic lying and who cannot manage without fabrication and deliberate distortion. Even if they plead ignorance of the existence of such information, they cannot be excused. There are errors and errors. Before they level such grave charges, they need to have pondered over them. Moreover, as they are people who claim to have absolute knowledge of Marxism-Leninism, they should have borne in mind the short but invaluable piece of advice of Chairman Mao: no investigation, no right to speak. Why is the Eritrean revolution a new democratic revolution? There are two fundamental reasons that explain why the Eritrean revolution is a new democratic revolution and why it is advancing along this path. First, Eritrea is a colonial and semi-feudal country. Because of the colonial and semi-feudal nature of the Eritrean society, the present stage of the Eritrean revolution cannot but take a national democratic character. The enemies of the Eritrean people are colonialism, imperialism, and feudalism. These are the targets of the Eritrean revolution. The Eritrean national liberation struggle is directed against Ethiopian expansionists, their imperialist Zionist backers and Eritrean traitors. It, therefore, weakens imperialism and strengthens the proletarian socialist world revolution. We know that in this era, any revolution in a colony or semi-colony that is directed against imperialism, i.e., against the international bourgeoisie or international capitalism, no longer comes within the old category of the bourgeois democratic world revolution, but within the new category. 29 Second, at the present time it is the proletariat and its ideology rather than the bourgeoisie that have the upper hand in the Eritrean revolution. After waging a protracted and stern struggle, the proletariat has managed to push aside the national bourgeoisie and assume the leading role in the revolution. This is clearly seen in the political line and revolutionary practice of the EPLF vanguard. The political program of the EPLF is the minimum program of the proletariat, a program for the stage of the new democratic revolution. It represents and safeguards the basic interests of the Eritrean masses, i.e. the proletariat, peasantry and other working people. It is precisely for the above-stated reasons that both the EPLF Vanguard and IFLNA maintain that the Eritrean revolution is advancing along the path of new democracy and that it is part of the proletarian socialist world revolution. To appreciate the orientation and nature of the Eritrean people's armed struggle under the leadership of the EPLF, knowledge of how it was started, the long and arduous road, full of twists and turns which it has traversed, and the direction it is headed is essential. As this requires the putting in historical perspective of the armed struggle of the Eritrean people for national independence and democracy, a review of how the armed struggle started and how it has developed will be given. The recorded history of Eritrea is a history of foreign aggression. Throughout the long history of successive invasions, the freedom-loving Eritrean people have put up stiff resistance against foreign aggression and social oppression. However, due to lack of correct leadership and the machinations of their enemies, the Eritrean people's aspirations and demand to be free and independent were frustrated. From their bitter experience, the Eritrean people learned that it was impossible to attain national liberation through peaceful means. After all possible avenues to independence were blocked, the Eritrean people launched the armed struggle in September 1961. The beginning of the armed struggle opened a new chapter in the history of the Eritrean people's struggle and received the wholehearted support of the masses. However, the incipient armed struggle suffered from the same deficiency that had all along afflicted the heroic struggle of the Eritrean people, the lack of revolutionary leadership and consequently the lack of a revolutionary political line and program. The leadership of the ELF, representing the interest of a section of the Eritrean feudalists and the right-wing petty bourgeoisie, had as its main aim to kick out the Ethiopian occupationists, only to replace them with Eritrean exploiters and oppressors. The ELF leaders had no intention of mobilizing and organizing the masses for protracted armed struggle. They harbored the ridiculous illusion of shooting a few rounds so as to draw the attention of the United Nations, which would then intercede on their behalf. Because of its class interests and its fear of the organized and united strength of the masses, the ELF leadership sowed regional, tribal, and religious discord among the people. They split the ELF into 5 virtually autonomous divisions along religious and tribal lines, so each leader could have a fiefdom over the fighters from his region. Intense discord, rivalry, and strife developed among the 5 divisions as each leader attempted to strengthen his fiefdom at the expense of the others. Abroad, the reactionary leadership of the ELF distorted the anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist, and anti-feudalist nature of the Eritrean people's struggle and falsified the history of the country and its people. In order to maintain itself in power, the ELF leadership confined the external work of the Eritrean struggle within the reactionary Arab states and isolated the Eritrean people's struggle from its natural allies. The feudal, neo-colonial regime of Haile Selassie ruthlessly exploited the sorry state of affairs in the ELF. In 1967, the Ethiopian Occupation Army launched its so-called pacification program. With the rival ELF divisions unable to protect the masses, the Ethiopian army committed some of the worst massacres against the peasantry, forcing a mass exodus to the Sudan. The reactionary line and practice of the ELF leadership was firmly opposed by a growing number of fighters in the ELF. The revolutionary fighters agitated around clear-cut demands: scrap the 5 religious tribal divisions and unify the ELF, stop the oppression of the peasantry, protect and organize them, leadership of the struggle inside the field, and convene a congress to chart a clear political line and program for the Eritrean struggle. These demands received the enthusiastic response of the masses and the ELF fighters. On the other hand, the ELF leadership, true to its reactionary class nature, responded to the demands with severe repression and set out to liquidate the revolutionary fighters. In 2 years, 1967 to 1969, over 500 revolutionary fighters were assassinated by the ELF leadership. The protracted struggle of the revolutionary forces within the ELF culminated in the formation of the EPLF in 1970. The formation of the EPLF signified nothing short of a rebirth of the Eritrean armed struggle on a new revolutionary basis. In the militant history of the struggle of the Eritrean people, the EPLF became the first organization to chart a clear and correct path for the achievement of the people's age-old aspirations for national independence and democracy. It clarified the character, objectives, and motive forces, and clearly defined the strategy and tactics of the Eritrean Revolution. This was the analysis of the EPLF. The Eritrean struggle is a national democratic revolution. It aims to liberate Eritrea from the stranglehold of U.S. imperialism, Zionism, and Ethiopian colonialism and build an independent, democratic Eritrea as the first step towards building a society with no exploitation of man by man. The struggle is based on the most oppressed and revolutionary classes, the proletariat and the peasantry, and unites all patriotic classes and groups under the leadership of the proletariat. To defeat their enemies and achieve victory, the Eritrean people have to wage a self-reliant, protracted people's war and at the same time align with and establish close relations with the revolutionary forces throughout the world. The EPLF charted a revolutionary national democratic line that represents the aspirations of the Eritrean toiling masses. At the outset, however, it was small and weak. It had only a few hundred fighters. At the time they broke away from the ELF to form the EPLF, the revolutionary fighters were scattered throughout the country in the various divisions of the ELF. The repression of the ELF leadership was such that it did not allow them to regroup immediately. Consequently, the revolutionary fighters who later united to form the EPLF were initially in 3 different groups. In addition, because of the extremely difficult situation it was in, the EPLF had to make a tactical alliance with a section of the ELF leadership headed by Osman Sab, which had split from the ELF due to the intense power struggle within the ELF leadership. Small, weak, divided into 3 groups, temporarily forced into a tactical alliance with an opportunist clique. Such was the situation of the revolutionary forces in the Eritrean National Liberation Movement in 1970. Nevertheless, the revolutionary line of the EPLF posed a grave threat to the Ethiopian occupationists and their imperialist Zionist masters, as well as 103. To the interest of the reactionary forces in the Eritrean movement, all of whom made the EPLF the target of their liquidation programs. To nip the EPLF in the bud, the Ethiopian Occupation Army launched a series of ferocious campaigns in Denkel and Sahel provinces. The reactionary leaders of the ELF also set out to destroy the EPLF in its infancy. They branded the EPLF as the counter-revolution, an agent of Zionism, a tool of the CIA, etc. Exploiting the low level of consciousness of the masses at the time, the ELF leaders attempted to hoodwink the Eritrean people into believing that the EPLF was not fighting for an independent and democratic Eritrea, and, as evidence for this ridiculous assertion, they brought forward the fact that the EPLF was providing military training to Ethiopian progressives in its base area. Finally, under the guise of implementing the resolutions of their so-called LST National Congress, the leaders of the ELF declared an all-out war of liquidation in February 1972 and plunged the Eritrean movement into a costly civil war. This was not all. While the EPLF was being hounded by the Ethiopian Occupation Army and the ELF, the opportunist elements within the EPLF and in particular the Osman Sab clique attempted to foster secondary contradictions to weaken and divide the revolutionary fighters and in this way take over the organization from within. The Sab clique treacherously used its contact with friendly countries and the material received from them in the name of the Eritrean people and the EPLF in its attempt to impose its reactionary line on the EPLF. There were numerous occasions when the EPLF combatants fought half-starving, in rags and with insufficient weapons, while supplies donated to the Eritrean struggle by friendly countries rotted in storage houses and the Sab clique refused to send them to the field as a way of pressuring the EPLF to succumb to its reactionary dictates. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front grew and consolidated itself amidst fierce struggle. It waged stern, principled and correct struggle against the various forces who were out to stamp out its existence and revolutionary line. Towards the Ethiopian occupationists, it took the position of smashing the aggressor troops' counter-revolutionary violence with revolutionary violence and driving the aggressor troops out of Eritrean soil. It set up its first revolutionary base area in Sahel and embarked on the path of People's War, liberating the country step by step. Towards the ELF and the Civil War, the EPLF raised the slogan "All our guns towards our common enemy, democratic solution to secondary contradictions." The EPLF waged a vigorous campaign among the masses and the ELF fighters on the necessity of a united front between EPLF and ELF. Militarily, it took a defensive position in the Civil War, never attacking the ELF, but counter-attacking forcefully when attacked. To defeat the SAB clique and other opportunists within the organization, the EPLF gave first priority to raising the political consciousness of the fighters so as to unite them solidly on the basis of its revolutionary, national democratic line. The ELF had provided 104. No political education to its fighters. Thus, although the fighters had deep hatred for the colonial enemy, they could easily fall prey to the machinations of reactionary leaders who tried to mobilize them on backward religious, regional, or tribal sentiments. This was precisely the basis on which the SAB clique hoped to build its influence and power in the EPLF. The EPLF thus took up the task of arming its fighters with the scientific and revolutionary world outlook of the proletariat and thereby eliminating their backward sentiments. In its struggle to strengthen and consolidate itself, expose the SAB clique, frustrate the liquidationist war of the ELF leaders and smash the imperialist Zionist-backed Ethiopian occupationists, the EPLF placed absolute confidence in the masses and relied on their ardent patriotism and revolutionary zeal. Unlike the ELF leaders who placed their faith on arms and who regarded the masses as mere spectators and only a source of food and revenue for the ELF, the EPLF regarded the masses as the only true bastion of the revolution and placed great emphasis on organizing, politicizing and arming the masses, primarily the peasants and workers. On another score, in direct opposition to the ELF leaders and the SAB clique who put their faith on the weapons from friendly countries, the EPLF placed primary emphasis on self-reliance. To the SAB clique's numerous attempts to dictate to the EPLF by threatening to cut supplies to the field, the EPLF invariably replied, "We will not barter our principles for a mess of pole/age." Self-reliance in all fields of revolutionary activity is the underlying basis for the proper execution of our political line. Chairman Mao Zedong has pointed out, the correctness or incorrectness of the ideological and political line decides everything. If one's line is correct, even if one has not a single soldier at first, there will be soldiers, and even if there is no political power will be gained. The experience of the EPLF and the Eritrean Revolution vividly confirms Chairman Mao's profound thesis. Because of its revolutionary line, the EPLF has overcome the counter-revolutionary violence and the numerous machinations of the imperialist Zionist-backed Ethiopian aggressors and local reactionaries and consolidated itself ideologically, politically, militarily, and organizationally. From a small, weak, and divided front with little contact with the masses, it has grown into a strong, united vanguard of the Eritrean people. In the short period since its birth, the EPLF has achieved immense and significant victories. It has trained a conscious and formidable people's army which has inflicted extremely heavy defeats on the imperialist Zionist-backed Ethiopian occupationist army and liberated large areas of the country including the entire province of Sahel. The EPLF has widely disseminated revolutionary ideology including a number of Marxist-Leninist classics which it translated into Tigrinya, one of the most widely spoken Eritrean languages. It has trained a significant number of cadres from Los B. among the workers, peasants, and revolutionary intellectuals, from all nationalities, men and women, in order to combat bourgeois and feudal ideologies. The EPLF has mobilized, organized, and armed the masses in the liberated and occupied areas. Mass organizations of workers, peasants, women, youth, and students have been set up under its leadership. The EPLF has led the peasants in carrying out agrarian reform, in smashing the feudal colonial political structure and in setting up organs of people's power in the liberated areas. It has started self-reliant economic reconstruction in the liberated areas. It is developing agriculture, clinics, and schools. It has established close links with other revolutionary organizations in the region. EPLF's correct revolutionary line is clearly seen in the National Democratic Program that it adopted in its historic First Congress. The political program adopted by the EPLF Congress is a revolutionary program for the stage of the National Democratic Revolution and crystallizes the basic aspirations and demands for the attainment of which the Eritrean masses have shed their blood for decades. The program calls for a genuinely independent and sovereign Eritrea, a people's democratic state representing the interest of the workers and peasants and other democratic classes, an end to feudal relations of production, the building of an independent, self-reliant planned economy, national, progressive and scientific culture, education and healthcare, equality for all 9 Eritrean nationalities without the slightest privilege for any one of them, emancipation of women from feudal bondage and their equality with men in all fields, and a revolutionary anti-imperialist foreign policy. For the first time in their history, the Eritrean people have declared a revolutionary, fighting political program. The First Congress of the EPLF passed a number of significant resolutions and recommendations which serve as the guidelines for the continuing revolutionary struggle. These guidelines are based on an incisive analysis of the national and regional situation that confronts the Eritrean Revolution. The LST Congress of EPLF called on the Eritrean masses to be prepared for a long and arduous struggle, to persist in their efforts for principled unity and to overcome all difficulties caused by internal and external enemies. The East Congress of the EPLF reaffirmed the correctness of the EPLF's military strategy of liberating the land step by step and resolved that its continuation is necessary for the victory of People's War. The Congress reiterated its unflinching determination to rely solely on the staunch fighting spirit and creative ability of the masses in leading the national democratic revolution. It resolved to give priority to exert greater effort on the organization, politicization, and arming of the masses AC by expanding and consolidating the mass organization of workers, peasants, women, youth and students and arming the most conscious members of the mass organizations. The LST Congress resolved to give high importance to raising the political consciousness of the People's Army and the masses, as the conscious masses are the sure guarantee on which every imperialist reactionary maneuver will be smashed to pieces. The LST Congress reaffirmed the EPLF's correct line of self-reliance, of destroying the enemy with his own guns and bullets, and resolved to step up its efforts to achieve self-sufficiency in all fields of revolutionary activity. The LST Congress resolved to advance the economic and social transformation of the liberated areas, to vigorously carry forward the agrarian revolution, combat feudal and neocolonial culture, illiteracy, and superstition, expand health services and pay attention to the livelihood of the masses. The First Congress reaffirmed the internationalist line of the EPLF and expressed resolute solidarity with the revolutionary and anti-imperialist struggle in the region and throughout the world. The Congress stressed the importance of building strong and close relations with all liberation movements, revolutionary organizations, and socialist countries. While self-reliance is primary, internationalist support and solidarity is also important in thoroughly defeating the thickening imperialist Zionist reactionary plots against our heroic people. The line of the LST Congress of the EPLF is the line of national democratic revolution, of people's war, of total reliance on the masses, of self-reliance, of proletarian internationalism. The revolutionary experience of the oppressed peoples of the world has confirmed that this line is correct and invincible. In the short period since its inception, the EPLF vanguard, after consolidating itself organizationally, politically, militarily, and ideologically, has established the hegemony of its correct revolutionary line in the Eritrean Revolution. Today we find the thoroughgoing revolutionary forces having the upper hand in the revolution. No matter what the enemies of the Eritrean people may say, the EPLF is a veritable revolutionary organization. The best gauge of any organization, front, etc. is not how many pronouncements it makes, but what it does in practice. That is why the EPLF, addressing the liquidationist leadership of the ELF, wrote, "Writing or reciting revolutionary phrases does not make one a revolutionary. The only judge of a correct theory is practice. Those who claim to be the true revolutionaries and slander us by calling us counter-revolutionaries and opportunists are placed along with us on the scales of practice. Only our deeds can clearly show our true natures. Time will come when their cover will be unmasked and their true nature exposed to all. We already know them. Only time. As in the past, the EPLF will, through its daily revolutionary practices, expose the true nature of the enemies of the Eritrean people, particularly those self-styled revolutionaries who peddle lies about and slander the Eritrean revolution in general and the EPLF in particular. Isuna's opportunist and vacillating stand on the question of leadership. Isuna's stand on issues of substance has always been opportunist and vacillating. Isuna annexationists are like chameleons who change their color according to the environment they find themselves in. Isuna's chameleon nature is nowhere more clearly seen than on their changing stand on the question of whether or not the proletariat and its ideology can be dominant in a movement without its vanguard organization. To show Isuna's opportunist line, we will provide a verbatim summary of the debate between two groups in the Ethiopian student movement, Isuna Federation and Ethiopian Students' Union in Europe, ESUE Union, on the question of who led the Ethiopian February upsurge of 1974. On this important question, the two groups hold two opposed views. At this point we would like to make a footnote that our recounting of the discussions between these two annexationist organizations should not be taken to mean that we are taking sides on the issue of their disagreement. We are reporting it solely for the purpose of demonstrating the opportunist line of Isuna Federation and nothing else. As noted earlier, in Combat, Volume V, Number 2, Isuna Federation argues that the proletariat cannot play the leading role, nor can its ideology be the leading ideology, without its vanguard organization. They state, according to Marxism-Leninism, the proletariat can play a leading role in a united front only when it has a correct program and tactics, only when it has a strong organization, and only when it gives an example in the realization of national tasks. All of these can be realized only when the proletariat has its own political party, which is guided by Marxist-Leninist theory. 32. Its whole argument on the nature, motive forces, etc. of the Eritrean revolution is based on the above quoted view. Its assertion that the Eritrean revolution is led by the urban petty bourgeoisie is predicated on the argument that the proletariat and its ideology cannot be dominant in a movement without its own class party. Very well. Do Isuna opportunists apply the same conditions to the Ethiopian proletariat? Let us see how these opportunists answered this very question as regards the Ethiopian February upsurge of 1974. In its polemics with ESUE Union on who led the February movement, the Isuna Federation opportunist clique stated, it was not the petty bourgeois class which was at the forefront throughout the February upsurge. It was the proletariat, and it continues to be the proletariat. Throughout February the leading ideology of the struggle was proletarian ideology. 33. In discussing the promoters of the proletarian ideology, which was the leading ideology throughout the February upsurge, the clique further stated, its conscious promoters were earlier, J. the University Teachers Association, later on, 2. the Breaking Away University Teachers Forum, 3. the University Students' Union in Addis Ababa, and the popular papers, Democracia, The Voice of the People, etc. These were and are groups who act as the proletarian reflex at every critical historical disjuncture of the revolutionary movement. Whether their class origin is petty bourgeois or not is irrelevant. What matters is how they answer the question and for whom. In whose class interest they are putting up the fight? Under whose ideology, bourgeois or proletariat? They have acted and continue to act in the interest of the proletariat and all the dispossessed masses, linking the general democratic interest with the interest of the proletariat. H. In response to this, ESUE Union, which maintains that the Ethiopian February upsurge of 1974 was led by the petty bourgeoisie, asked Isuna clique, how can the proletariat lead and the proletarian ideology be the leading ideology without its vanguard organization, the Communist Party? Can a university teachers association, a breaking away university teachers forum, or a university student union give working class leadership? Remarking that this is quite out of the ordinary and unheard of, it proceeded to give its viewpoint. In explaining the conditions that are necessary and that have to be fulfilled for the proletariat to lead the national democratic revolution, ESUE Union wrote, "In order to lead the democratic revolution, the working class must be first organized under its own communist party. Without a communist party, the proletariat would not be able to lead the democratic revolution, but rather follow the footsteps of the bourgeoisie/petty bourgeoisie. Moreover, the formation of a communist party does not automatically make the working class the leaders of the democratic revolution, but creates the possibility for it to be so. In order that this possibility be transformed into reality, that the proletariat lead the revolutionary struggle, the following conditions are, according to Lenin, indispensable. It is necessary for the proletariat to win over the peasantry to its side as its ally, that the peasantry accepts the hegemony of the proletariat. 2. It is necessary that the proletariat struggles against the bourgeoisie/petty bourgeoisie and dislodges it from its position as leader of the democratic revolution. Only when the above conditions are fulfilled, can the proletariat lead the democratic revolution. To repeat, the role of leading the revolution does not fall in the lap of the proletariat from heaven, but that the proletariat must first be independently organized under its own party and then struggle for the hegemony of the revolution." In its rejoinder, Combat, Volume 3, Number 1, is Unifederation, admitting that there was no proletarian party in Ethiopia. Still contended that it was the proletariat that led the February movement in 1974. Not only did it maintain its view on the issue, but it called the arguments put forward by ESUE as commonplace arguments. 37 These are the very arguments it is using to vilify, slander, etc. the Eritrean revolution. In reaffirming its stand that the February upsurge was led by the proletariat and not by the petty bourgeoisie, ESUE clique argued, "The working class in Ethiopia exists. It has become organized as a class and has revolted by a general strike as a class in the February-March, 1974 period. It is the leading class of Ethiopia's bourgeois democratic revolution." 38. Arguing that it is possible for the working class to lead without its class party, it wrote, "The question of the class individuality, the party organization of the working class, is a fundamental question which determines whether or not the revolution will be guided correctly or not. It does not determine whether the working class is the leader or not." 39. Elaborating, based on lessons of experience, that it is possible for the proletariat to lead the national democratic revolution without its class party, it challenged the ESUE Union. One fact from the Chinese experience that must not be forgotten: Mao Zedong has written that the Chinese bourgeois revolution occurred in 1911. At that time the bourgeoisie through their intellectuals led the struggle for the republic. He considered the October Socialist Revolution an event with worldwide significance. He says after the May 4, 1919 movement was led by the proletariat. The Communist Party of China was a product of the earth-shaking May 4 movement of 1919. He did not make the presence of the proletarian party a condition for ascertaining the leading role of the revolution. You ought to go to the archives of China and dig a communist party that existed in 1919, or else disprove Mao Zedong for his claim that the May revolutionary movement was led by the Chinese proletariat. 40. It argued that if the presence of a party is a precondition for proletarian leadership in a movement, it should also apply to all the other social classes. Contending that it was not the petty bourgeoisie that gave the leadership to the February upsurge, it asked ESUE Union. The petty bourgeoisie did not have its party, it is not organized as a class, despite your assertions that it has a class interest. Then how come, if these are the criteria for leadership, that you did not apply them to the petty bourgeoisie? The above was the view of ESUE opportunist leaders on the question of leadership in a movement until August 1976. This view is completely at variance with the view the opportunists presented in their infamous Combat, Vol. V, No. 2. It is a glaring example of Isuna leaders' chameleon nature and their opportunist and vacillating line. Are the Eritrean people waging a protracted people's war? In their concerted campaign of vilification of the Eritrean revolution, Isuna scoundrels allege that the armed struggle waged by the Eritrean people under the leadership of the EPLF has nothing in common with a people's war of real national liberation. What is more, they claim that the Eritrean People's Liberation Army, EPLA, is a roving rebel army that oppresses and exploits the masses of the people, and that the EPLF does not rely on the masses, perpetuates feudal agrarian relations, has no base areas, and so on and so forth. All these are sheer lies and fabrications. As will be shown from the political line and daily revolutionary practice of the EPLF, Isuna leaders' assertions are the reverse of the truth. They contradict the facts. On what ground do they make these serious allegations against the EPLF? Do they base their allegations on the writings of the EPLF, or even more importantly on its practice? No. Isuna social chauvinists base their allegations on, 1. A counter-revolutionary paper entitled The Armed Conflict in Eritrea, written by a notorious Eritrean traitor and Trotskyite, and 2. Pure fabrications. The so-called Marxist-Leninist document does not have any information on the political line and practice of the EPLF that the Isuna falsifiers can use to malign the EPLF. All the information the paper has concerning the nature of the war and the army in Eritrea, as the author himself admits, is based on the line and practice of the ELF. It is precisely for this reason, i.e., knowing full well that their allegations against the EPLF are untenable, that they purport to give them theoretical justifications. They theorize that, since the EPLF is a front and not a party, its line and practice cannot differ in a fundamental way from those of the ELF. People may ask why the Isuna leaders have to go to such an extent in their campaign against the EPLF-led Eritrean revolution when they do not have an iota of evidence to back up their serious charges. The answer lies in their attitude towards the EPLF-led Eritrean revolution. It emanates from the deep hatred that these scums harbor against the EPLF and their burning desire to see the Eritrean revolution isolated and crushed. Of course, they try to conceal this fact by quoting excessively. However, no juggling with quotations and references can hide this fact. Before we proceed to discuss the concept of people's war and the Eritrean situation, let us make a passing remark on Isuna leaders' accusation against IFLNA on what constitutes a people's war and a people's army in the present era of imperialism. Isuna social chauvinists accuse IFLNA of holding the preposterous view that to any insurrectionary army which uses certain principles of guerrilla warfare and employs AK-47 assault rifles, regardless of its class character, political aims, and objectives, is a politically conscious army that is committed to communist objectives. They also allege that IFLNA subscribes to the absurd notion that war is inherently revolutionary. Nothing is further from the truth. These are pure fabrications concocted to denigrate and, thereby, give a distorted picture of IFLNA to the uninformed reader. We will not try to refute here these false assertions of Isuna leaders. Their deliberate distortions and glaring lies will be exposed when we discuss what IFLNA thinks constitutes a people's war and a people's army in the present era, and when we show why the EPLF and IFLNA say that the Eritrean people, under the leadership of the EPLF, are waging a genuine people's war. It will be sufficient to show at this point that Isuna leaders' allegations against IFLNA on the question of people's war cannot stand to reason. In the first place, we would like to inform the Isuna windbags that in the EPLF, with its slogan "No politics, no gun," it is politics that commands the gun. As if in answer to Isuna chauvinists, the EPLF, explaining why the Eritrean people have picked up arms and chosen the path of armed struggle, stated in an article entitled "Why Are We Waging a Struggle?" It is not a desire to live as wanderers or the fancy to carry weapons that has driven us to the battlefield, but our desire to uproot and change prevailing conditions of exploitation, oppression, degradation, and the deprivation of our human rights. 47. We know that you are well aware that IFLNA has, since its inception, always accepted the vanguard role of the EPLF in the Eritrean revolution and followed its political line. Secondly, if Ifilna's view on what constitutes a people's war and a people's army were what Isuna chauvinists assert it to be, wouldn't it be logical for Ifilna to support the line and practice of the ELF? Based on their assertions, this would be the logical stand for Ifilna to take, for we know that the ELF fighters use certain principles of guerrilla warfare, employ AK-47 assault rifles, and wage armed struggle. However, this has never been the case. Ifilna has never supported the reactionary line and practice of the ELF. On the contrary, it has been, since its very inception, unsparingly and consistently exposing the reactionary line and practice of the ELF. We would like to ask Isuna theoreticians, how do you reconcile this fact with your assertions? Let us now turn to the central issues of this discussion: what constitutes a people's war and a people's army, and why does Ifilna maintain the view that the armed struggle waged by the Eritrean people under the leadership of the EPLF is a genuine people's war? What is people's war? In their pedantic attempt to differentiate wars fought by the masses of the people in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, Isuna theoreticians distinguish two types of wars, a popular war and a people's war. Again, this classification of national liberation wars in the colonies and semi-colonies is predicated on the existence or non-existence of established proletarian parties. According to our Isuna theoreticians, all national liberation wars of the oppressed peoples and nations that are led by fronts without established parties of the proletariat are popular wars and are not, cannot and should not be called people's wars. This holds true, according to Isuna theoreticians, for all such national liberation movements irrespective of their political lines, orientations, and practices. For Isuna theorencians Tunsi, those national liberation wars that are led by communist parties or fronts with established communist parties are and can be called people's wars. In our opinion, this is all sophistry. It is not consistent with Marxist-Leninist teachings on the concept of a people's war. Nor is it consistent with Isuna theoreticians' previous view on what constitutes a people's war. A people's war is a war where the entire people rise up to fight the common enemy with whatever means they have. The salient feature that characterizes a people's war is the participation of the masses. The idea of a people's war is of long standing. Historically, people's wars were fought at different times and in various parts of the world under the leadership of the various classes. That is why the founders of scientific socialism spoke of people's war. Engels called the struggle put up by the French masses in 1793 in the bourgeois revolution the insurrection of the masses, of the entire people and people's war. 49 He also characterized the resistance put up by the heroic Chinese people against their colonizers in the 19th century as a people's war to safeguard the Chinese nation and a war which, in the last analysis, was a genuine people's war. So Vietnamese revolutionaries speak of possessing a long record of uprising and people's war waged to liberate and defend the country, including people's wars led by the feudal class against foreign aggression. It is obvious that all the above-mentioned wars were fought by the revolutionary masses under the leadership of the various exploiting classes, and yet they are called people's wars. The armed revolution fought by the gallant Algerian people against the French imperialists is referred to as a people's war of national liberation by the Chinese Communist Party. We know that the Chinese Communist Party is aware of the fact that the armed revolution of the Algerian people was not led by a communist P:/Rudy. It nevertheless called it a people's war of national liberation. Moreover, Chinese revolutionaries called the armed struggle of the heroic peoples of Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and Angola protracted people's war and not wars of popular character as Isuna sophists would call them. In a press communiqué hailing the independence of Mozambique, Chinese revolutionaries wrote, "The Chinese side highly praises the Mozambican people for the protracted people's war they have waged under the leadership of President Samora Machel and Frelimo to oppose colonial imperialist rule and oppression, win national independence and establish the people's political power. Emphasis ours. In the foregoing we have shown that the idea of people's war is of long standing and that people's wars were fought in the past at different times and in various parts of the world under the leadership of the feudal lords and the bourgeoisie. We have also shown that in the present era in colonial and semi-colonial countries people's wars are fought under the leadership of fronts without established parties. We would like to ask our Isuna Marxists, could it be that such great revolutionary leaders and teachers and parties did not grasp the essence of people's war? It is noteworthy that 5 years ago, when Isuna's social chauvinists never conceived that the Eritrean revolution could develop and expand so as to be a real threat to their chauvinist dream of great Ethiopia, they used to refer to the armed struggle waged by the heroic masses of Mozambique, Oman, Guinea-Bissau and Angola as protracted people's wars, and to hail the establishment of revolutionary people's power in the liberated zones. They were also referring to the armed struggle of the Eritrean people as a war of national liberation. S6 But now that the Eritrean revolution is nearing victory, they have to design ways and means of isolating the Eritrean revolution from its natural allies. In this way, they hope they can have the Eritrean revolution crushed. Instead, they have only presented a glaring exposure of their own annexationist designs. It needs to be emphasized here that there are fundamental differences between the people's wars waged under the leadership of the exploiting classes and those that are waged under the leadership of the working class. Compared to the latter, the former displayed historical limitations in their objectives, leadership, and motive power. The people's war waged under the leadership of the working class is fought by the revolutionary masses, relies on them, and serves their basic interests. In other words, it is waged by the people and for the people, whereas, those fought by the revolutionary masses under the leadership of the exploiting classes serve the interests of the parasitic classes. In the present era of imperialism, the success of a people's war calls for a correct political line, a line that will make it self-reliant and enable it to arouse and mobilize the masses and follow the strategy of a protracted people's war. In the words of V.N. Jup, a people's war calls for a correct line in building up forces, a line which consists in mobilizing and arming the entire people, involving them in insurrection and war in all forms, organizing the immense political forces of the masses and popular armed forces with their three categories of troops as the core of the people's war. USB. Given a correct political line, the essential requirements for conducting a people's war can be summarized as follows. 1. The mobilization of the entire nation. In waging a people's war of national liberation, primary reliance must be placed on the energy, resources, zeal, and creativity of the masses. It is only thus that a people's war for national liberation can be self-reliant. As Chairman Mao puts it, the revolutionary war is a war of the masses. It can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them. The active and conscious participation of the masses in a revolutionary war calls for immense political, organizational, agitational and propaganda work among the masses. 2. The building and developing of a conscious people's army. In a war of national liberation, the building and developing of a people's army constitutes an important aspect of a people's war. In building such an army, special attention must be paid to its class composition, i.e., it has to have a class character. The revolutionary classes, i.e., the workers and peasants, should constitute the core of such an army. In colonial and semi-colonial countries, the people's army is essentially a peasant army. It is not only enough to draw the members from among the workers and peasants, they must be imbued with a revolutionary ideology. This entails immense political work to raise their political consciousness. The people's army of this type is fundamentally different from a professional army. It needs to integrate itself with the masses by striking deep roots in them. It should protect them from the enemy and assist them in setting up people's power. As it is not only a combat force, it has to participate in all aspects of the revolutionary work. It has to participate in production as well as in propaganda, agitational, and organizational work. Basically, a people's army consists of a regular army and people's militia. Experience gained from countries that waged successful People's War of National Liberation shows that for combat effectiveness it is best to organize it in three categories: regulars, regional troops, and people's militia. 3. The adoption of the strategy of protracted war. In a semi-feudal and colonial society like Eritrea, the war for national liberation is a protracted process and has to pass through a number of stages. The protracted nature of the war is determined by the economic and military strength of the liberation forces vis-a-vis the enemy. Thus, in a protracted people's war, the strategy is to liberate the land step by step by destroying the enemy's forces piecemeal. In the course of the armed struggle, revolutionary base areas must be established which the liberation forces can use as their rear. The establishment of base areas is important and essential. The implementation of the strategic tasks of the revolution, the preservation and expansion of the revolution, and the destruction and expulsion of the enemy depend to a great extent on the establishment of such rear base areas. Without such a base area, a protracted war can neither succeed nor last long. It will be a war of the roving rebel type. In a people's war, adherence to the principle of self-reliance is an absolute necessity to lead the struggle for national liberation to victory. It is key in adopting the strategy of protracted people's war. Having outlined the essential features of what constitutes a people's war and a people's army, let us turn to and study the situation in Eritrea. In what follows, an attempt will be made, based on the political line and practice of the EPLF, to show whether or not the armed struggle waged by the Eritrean people under the leadership of the EPLF is a genuine people's war for national liberation. In other words, an attempt will be made to demonstrate whether or not the EPLF follows the mass line, whether or not the EPLA is a people's army, etc. The armed struggle of the Eritrean people was started in 1961 without a clear political line and program. The leadership, composed of the extreme right wing of the petty bourgeoisie and the feudalists, did not have faith in the creative capacity and revolutionary zeal of the masses, and did not and could not grasp the truth that people's war is invincible. It knew fully well that the active and conscious participation of the people in the revolution would militate against its selfish and reactionary class interests. Its strategy was to keep the people at bay and make them mere spectators in their own revolution. Thus, instead of organizing, politicizing, and arming them, it started to create division and mistrust among the masses of the people using such backward factors as regionalism, tribalism, and religion. The reactionary line and practice of the ELF leadership caused innumerable damages to the revolution, the impact of which still lingers on to 117. Date. It plunged the armed struggle into a quagmire from which it could not extricate itself for many years. It hindered the rapid advance and consolidation of the revolution. This state of affairs was to continue until the formation of a revolutionary organization. With the formation of the EPLF in 1970, however, this situation was radically changed. The birth of the EPLF in 1970 was no less significant than the beginning of the armed struggle in 1961. It ushered in a new era for the country and meant the rebirth of the Eritrean revolution on a new foundation. The EPLF clearly understood that in any revolutionary movement the question of political line and leadership is decisive. It also knew that the revolutionary war is the war of the masses. It can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them. Before it could chart the road on which the revolution has to travel, it had to make a careful study of the experience of the first 10 years of the armed struggle. After making an analytical assessment and summation, the EPLF summed up the experience of the armed struggle in its first declaration of November 1971, Our Struggle and Its Goals. The progressive forces in the world know that a revolution, without a clearly defined political line, cannot be crowned with victory. As has been made clear by the Eritrean experience, the mere fact of roaming around the countryside with arms and sporadic shootings, if unaccompanied by a clear political direction, is vain and futile. The EPLF then proceeded to correct the sorry state of affairs that existed in the Eritrean revolution. Guided by its revolutionary line and based on the Eritrean experience and the revolutionary experiences of other peoples, The EPLF mapped out correct political and military strategy and tactics that would embark the armed struggle of the Eritrean people on the path to victory. As enunciated in its national democratic program, declarations, and its various publications, the political and military strategy and tactics of the EPLF call for the building and developing of a conscious people's army, the active and conscious participation of the masses, the adherence to the principle of self-reliance, and the strategy of a protracted people's war. The EPLF realized from the outset that these things are indispensable if the revolution is to be victorious and achieve its political aims and objectives. Does the EPLF follow the principle of self-reliance? The principle of self-reliance is at the heart of the concept of people's war. World revolutionary experience has shown that unswerving adherence to the principle of self-reliance is an absolute necessity to lead the struggle for national liberation and proletarian revolution to victory. Self-reliance is a question of political line. It means developing an independent political line for one's struggle on the basis of an analysis of the concrete conditions of one's country in the light of the universally applicable truth of Marxism-Leninism. Self-reliance means to rely on the masses, to mobilize them and release their boundless energy and revolutionary zeal. It means to rely primarily on the material and human resources of one's country. Self-reliance is not a tactical necessity imposed on a revolutionary movement by internal hardship or external pressure. As Enver Hoxha has pointed out, self-reliance is not a temporary policy imposed by circumstances, but an objective necessity for every country, big or small, developed or underdeveloped, a principle applying both in liberation wars and the proletarian revolution, and in the construction of socialism and the defense of the homeland. 60. Self-reliance, however, does not mean opposition to internationalist aid and solidarity. It does not signify national seclusion and narrow-mindedness. What it means is that relying on one's own efforts is primary and decisive, while outside aid is secondary, important but not decisive. Outside aid can complement the self-reliant efforts of the people, but should never substitute for it. If it does, the consequences are disastrous. It is only when you strive to be self-reliant that you must of necessity root yourself deep among the masses and rely on their inexhaustible energy and wisdom, and continuously work to raise their cultural, political, and technical level. Self-reliance assures the active role and participation of the masses, develops their self-confidence and guarantees that they become and remain masters of their revolution and country. On the other hand, only a liberation movement that follows a correct line and is deeply rooted among the masses can be self-reliant. If a liberation movement is not rooted in the masses, then it cannot be self-reliant and is bound to end up relying on imperialism and reaction. The principle of self-reliance is therefore an important touchstone for distinguishing a genuine liberation movement from a sham. The Eritrean armed struggle was not started on the basis of self-reliance. It was launched on the ridiculous belief that the shooting of a few rounds of ammunition would draw the attention of the UN, which would then grant Eritrea its independence. The leaders of the ELF pinned their hopes on the UN and on neighboring countries whom they called upon to raise the question in the UN. Because they have no confidence in and dread the masses, the ELF leaders paid no attention to the task of mobilizing and organizing the masses for protracted armed struggle. The consequences of this reactionary line and policy were disastrous. The EPLF, on the other hand, believes that self-reliance in all fields is the solid guarantee for the continuation of our struggle and the ultimate victory of our revolution. 61. Right from its birth, it educated its fighters and the masses on the necessity of waging protracted armed struggle on the basis of self-reliance. The EPLF adheres to the revolutionary principle of self-reliance in all fields: political, military, economic, social, and foreign affairs. EPLF's unswerving adherence to the principle of self-reliance is clearly seen in the struggle it waged against the reactionary SAB clique. When the SAB clique attempted to blackmail and pressure the EPLF into accepting the Khartoum Unity Agreement using the money and weapons it received from friendly countries, the EPLF denounced the blackmail and declared, "We will not barter our principles for a mess of pottage." Self-reliance is the underlying basis for the proper execution of our political line. With this declaration, the EPLF waged fierce class struggle against the SAB clique, which culminated in the forced departure of the clique from the EPLF. In any war of national liberation, the mobilization of the masses of the people is of utmost importance. The mobilization of the masses is prerequisite for self-reliance. The EPLF realizes that a popular revolution cannot triumph without the conscious and total participation of the masses, and that the mobilization and organization of the masses of our people is the greatest guarantee for the continuity and victory of our revolution. Cognizant of this revolutionary truth, the EPLF, right from the outset, gave top priority to the task of mobilizing the masses and strove to organize and politicize them. However, EPLF's program of building mass 120 organizations was disrupted by the beginning of the Civil War in February 1972. The EPLF had to concentrate its forces to defend itself from the war of liquidation launched by the ELF leadership. This restricted its movement and severely hampered its persistent efforts. When the Civil War ended in November 1974, the EPLF, raising the slogan "Organize, Politicize, and Arm the Masses," launched a vigorous campaign to organize the masses. It began to produce publications solely geared to raising the political consciousness of the masses, Akwe, the peasant, and Dimtsi Hizbai, voice of the masses. It set up, at home and abroad, mass organizations of workers, peasants, women, youth, and students. Hundreds of thousands have already joined these mass organizations, and they are expanding at a tremendous rate. The main objectives of the mass organizations are to foster the active and conscious participation on a sustained basis of every section of the oppressed masses in the struggle for national liberation. Within the context of the National Democratic Program, they also struggle for the particular demands of the section of society they represent. The EPLF pays special attention to the participation of women in the revolution. In that endeavor, it has assisted them to set up a women's organization. Today, with the active support and leadership of the EPLF, Eritrean women are playing an active role in all aspects of the revolution. At present, women make up over 1370 of the EPLF's People's Army. Isuna distorters, in their futile attempt to give credence to their baseless claims, ask, did the Eritrean liberation, fighters arm the masses and create people's self-defense militia? Our answer is yes. Not only is the EPLF organizing and politicizing the masses, but it is also arming them to defend the gains of the revolution. People's militias, whose members come mostly from the poor peasantry, are being set up throughout the liberated areas. They are armed with weapons captured from the Ethiopian occupation army. A militia man or woman must have a clear understanding of the political line and program of the EPLF. No one can join the People's Militia before they go through the basic political education and literacy courses. In the People's Militia, as in the regular army, it is politics that commands the gun. Recently, the EPLF began printing a publication called People's Militia, which is principally geared to raising the political consciousness of the People's Militia. Organized and armed, the masses are participating consciously and actively in the liberation struggle. Through their people's militias they defend their villages from the enemy. Through their own democratically elected popular administration, they solve, in cooperation with the front, their economic and social problems. In the military sphere, the EPLF firmly maintains that self-reliant protracted people's war is the only way to victory. It relies on the masses to defeat the Ethiopian occupation troops who are armed to the teeth by imperialism and Zionism. It has created a formidable and steeled people's army from among the peasants, workers, and revolutionary intellectuals, a people's army which has learned warfare through warfare and trained its commanders and cadres in the heat of the battle. The EPLF has also established the People's Militia, which defends the liberated areas and assists the People's Army. In major battles, such as in the battles to liberate the cities of Dekamir, Karen, and Nakfa, the entire masses, men, women, young and old, assisted the People's Army and militia by transporting ammunition and supplies, nursing the wounded and even attacking the enemy with whatever weapons they had in their hands. The EPLF has also mobilized the masses to construct air shelters to frustrate the enemy's savage air war. On the question of weapons and other military supplies, the EPLF has raised the slogan, "Destroy the enemy with his own guns and bullets." It has captured huge quantities of heavy and light weapons including tanks, armored cars, and heavy artillery from the Ethiopian aggressors. In the first 7 months of 1977 alone, the EPLF captured over 10,000 light and heavy weapons. The constantly growing People's Militia is being armed almost exclusively with captured enemy weapons. By the beginning of 1976, 500/0 of the EPLF's People's Army was also armed with weapons captured from the Ethiopian aggressors. The EPLF manufactures spare parts for weapons, makes brand new drill butts and repairs damaged weapons. It has started the production of its own hand grenades. It also produces bullet and pistol cases. In the economic sphere, the National Democratic Program of the EPLF calls for the building of an independent, self-reliant, and planned national economy. The foundations of the economy of the new, independent Eritrea are being laid in the liberated areas where the EPLF is. 122. Developing agriculture, establishing small-scale industries and setting up a transportation system. At present, the EPLF gives highest priority to the achievement of self-sufficiency in food. Although Eritrea has rich, fertile land and its people are hard-working, colonial domination and feudal exploitation turned it into a grain-importing country. While the foreign capitalists grow fruits, vegetables, and other cash crops for export, making millions of dollars every year, the Eritrean people are forced to starve. The Ethiopian aggressors' genocidal policy of burning crops and agricultural fields had made the food situation even more desperate. Today, the EPLF is leading the masses in the liberated areas to increase agricultural production in order to meet their needs and support the front. Since existing production relations have become fetters hindering increases in production, the primary step in correcting this is to lead the peasants, especially the poor and middle peasants, in carrying out agrarian revolution. Through this struggle, land is expropriated from the feudalists and rich peasants and redistributed among the landless, poor, and middle peasants, so each one acquires an equal share of land. The formation of cooperatives is then encouraged. In addition, the People's Army participates in agricultural production, helping the peasants in their work. The EPLF assists the peasants to synthesize their rich experience and adopt scientific methods of farming. It puts out a special publication, Akwe, the Peasant, which strives to raise the political and cultural level of the masses and disseminates scientific knowledge among them. The EPLF has taken up large-scale farming on land expropriated from the Ethiopian occupation regime and big foreign capitalists. Some 01 these areas, for example Marsagulbub, where the capitalists used to grow cash crops like cotton, have been turned to grain farms. Constantly expanding the areas under cultivation by reclaiming new land, using scientific farming methods and employing tractors and other machinery expropriated from the foreign capitalists and Eritrean compradors, the EPLF has been increasing its agricultural production over the years. In 1975, the EPLF was able to harvest 25% of its food requirements. In 1976 it harvested 50% of its needs. This is a remarkable achievement scored in the hard conditions of war. The EPLF attaches importance to the development of livestock breeding. It has made extensive livestock surveys, and provides veterinary services and prepares vaccines. In 1976 alone, it vaccinated some 450,000 head of livestock against a variety of diseases. The EPLF has also started large-scale salt production in the liberated areas. Eritrea has rich salt deposits and is a salt exporting country. Nevertheless, there had been shortages of salt in the liberated areas due to the junta's economic blockade. For a while, salt had to be imported from the neighboring countries to serve the needs of the masses. Today, in the 123 Liberated 2/3 of the 1,000 kilometers. Eritrean sea coast. The EPLF has set up several work teams to extract salt and is producing enough to fulfill its needs and that of vast sectors of the masses. The National Democratic Program of the EPLF calls for the development of both agriculture and industry. Just as in agriculture, the foundation of the independent industry to be built in the new Eritrea is being laid in the hard conditions of war. The EPLF has set up a number of workshops and small factories in the liberated areas. Mobilizing workers, technicians, and revolutionary intellectuals, pooling every bit of knowledge and experience available in the front and using local resources and materials captured from the enemy, the EPLF has been able to manufacture necessary goods for the front and the masses. The small factories and workshops set up so far include, small arms and spare parts, metal works, electronic repairs, carpentry, cloth, and hide sewing. 3. These factories damaged weapons, tools, motor vehicles, and all the front's communication equipment are repaired and serviced. In these factories chairs and desks for the EPLF schools, beds and operating tables for its hospitals, pots, pans, knives and oil for lamps for the masses, rudimentary weapons and uniforms for the People's Army, artificial limbs for wounded fighters and hundreds of other necessities and spare parts are manufactured. Almost all of the machinery used in the EPLF's factories has been captured from the enemy. Everything salvageable, every scrap of metal, from destroyed enemy planes, tanks, and vehicles to bombshells and used tin cans, is carefully collected and sent to the metal workshops where it is turned into hundreds of useful implements. In all the workshops and small factories, the EPLF organizes the training of a large number of fighters in all technical fields. Veteran workers and technicians work closely with a number of trainees, each learning from the other, with the aim of spreading the technical knowledge wide among the fighting masses. Conscious attention is given to the systematic training of women in all technical fields. Young fighters are also given practical technical training in all fields and encouraged to deepen their theoretical knowledge. The workshops and small factories of the EPLF built in harsh wartime conditions, constructed underground or on the side of slanting rocks to protect them from enemy air attacks, are the clearest testimony to the EPLF's unswerving adherence to the principle of self-reliance. The splendid results of a correct line, the ingenuity of the conscious masses and the spirit of creatively serving the revolution is clearly seen in these factories where essential tools are made from the barest raw materials. Here, they even make microphones from enemy bullet shells. In the field of transportation, EPLF fighters, working almost with bare hands, have constructed a 1,500 kilometers, almost 1,000 miles, long road called the Liberation Road. Traversing a difficult terrain of steep mountainsides, deep valleys, and extensive plain, the Liberation Road connects all the 124 liberated areas, from the Sudanese border through the heart of the country to the Ethiopian border. It alleviates transportation problems, creates efficient communication among the administrative zones and greatly accelerates revolutionary work. Using the numerous vehicles captured from the enemy, the EPLF traverses the Liberation Road, day and night, transporting arms and fighters to the battlefront, agricultural produce and medical supplies to serve the masses. The EPLF has started public transportation on the Liberation Road, enabling the masses to travel throughout the liberated areas. Commenting on the significance of the Liberation Road, the EPLF has stated, "Successive colonial rulers have deliberately perpetrated a state of mutual isolation and backwardness among our people and the different parts of our country. Today, the Liberation Road firmly heralds the shattering of this vicious colonial policy forever." 65. The EPLF's adherence to the principle of self-reliance also finds its application in the fields of health, education, foreign affairs, and in all the other activities of the front. Implementing the principle of self-reliance in the field of health, the EPLF has set up an extensive medical network in the liberated areas. It has established 4 hospitals, 20 clinics, and hundreds of mobile medical teams. In the first half of 1976 alone, it treated 487,000 patients. The extensive medical work of the EPLF is based on the principle of self-reliantly serving the masses. Emphasis is placed on prevention. Extensive vaccination programs, including the vaccination of 100,000 peasants against BCG, have been undertaken. In every village they visit, the mobile medical teams explain elementary principles of hygiene to the masses. They also distribute the medical department's newsletter, Churatuna, Ray of Health, which aims at combating superstition and disseminates elementary medical knowledge among the masses. The EPLF has trained hundreds of medical personnel, including over 500 barefoot doctors, so as to serve the masses in all corners of the country. As part of its self-reliant efforts, it is preparing basic medicines such as cough syrup, ointments, antiseptics, from local raw materials. The EPLF's People's Army has also made daring attacks on enemy positions to capture medicine and medical equipment. The EPLF's medical work also reflects its internationalist line. Despite its limited resources, the EPLF has trained medical personnel for the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party and the Tigray People's Liberation Front. The EPLF's work in the field of education is geared towards advancing the self-reliant development of the National Liberation War and the Transformation of the liberated areas. The Department of Education gives priority to eliminating illiteracy among the masses, facilitating the eradication of ignorance and the deepening of the political consciousness of the masses. Schools up to the 4th grade level have been opened throughout the liberated areas. 36 schools were established in 1976 alone. The literacy, as well as the more advanced, classes are closely linked with the revolutionary struggle. The curriculum and the school texts are prepared by the front. The schools of the EPLF, established under the shade of trees, in underground shelters, in the liberated villages, are centers for the dissemination of the political line of the front. The importance of the revolutionary principle of self-reliance is particularly stressed. Students participate in production, for example, the Revolution School, a boarding school for the children of martyrs, fighters in the People's Army and the displaced, is self-sufficient in vegetables. The students are so imbued with the spirit of self-reliance that they carefully collect the paper covers of used tin cans and make notebooks out of them. In the field of foreign affairs, the EPLF pays great importance to establishing close fraternal relations with all national liberation movements, revolutionary organizations, and socialist countries, and friendly relations with neighboring countries. It highly values the moral, political, and material support received from revolutionary forces throughout the world, which has accelerated its self-reliance struggle. As stated in its National Democratic Program, it welcomes the assistance of any country or organization which recognizes and supports the just struggle of the Eritrean people without interference in its internal affairs. At the same time, the EPLF has made it clear that under no circumstances will it tolerate the interference of any country in the internal affairs of the Eritrean liberation movement. Under no circumstances will the EPLF barter its principles and political line in exchange for arms and other supplies. As early as 1971, at a time when Eritrean reactionaries were distorting the very nature of our struggle to gain support from various countries, the EPLF boldly stated, "We would like to repeatedly remind those governments or peoples who support our struggle to avail us of their help, because we are engaged in a just struggle for national liberation. If they offer assistance for any ulterior motives, however, we do not need such support and will firmly reject it. We are convinced that whatever aid comes in exchange for our national rights is more injurious than beneficial to our struggle." 67. Is the EPLF's army a people's army? For the EPLF, the building and developing of a conscious people's army was a priority task. Cognizant of the fact that the nature of a revolutionary organization can be assessed by the level of consciousness of its combatants, the EPLF paid special attention and concentrated much of its efforts on the creation of such an army that knows its enemies and friends and what it is fighting for. Speaking of the kind of army that it strives to build, the EPLF says that it shall be politically conscious, steeled through revolutionary discipline, full of resoluteness, imbued with a spirit of self-sacrifice, and participating in production. The elf combatants never received political education. Thus, although they had deep hatred for the colonial enemy, they could also fall prey to the machinations of reactionary leaders who tried to mobilize them on backward sentiments of religion, region, or tribe. The first task was to erase these backward sentiments, raise the level of consciousness to the national level, clarify the aim of the revolution and arm them with revolutionary ideology. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? Why are we waging the struggle? Why the armed struggle? Are we fighting only to hoist a flag? Is our struggle an isolated one? Why criticism and self-criticism? These are the basic questions that every militant has to answer. In the EPLF it is politics that commands the gun. Besides military training, all new recruits receive intensive political education. Those who are illiterate are taught to read and write. In the EPLF, political education is given to the fighters on a continuous basis. To heighten their class consciousness along with their national consciousness, the EPLF arms its combatants with revolutionary ideology. In that endeavor it translates Marxist classics, such as The State and Revolution, the Communist Manifesto, 4 essays on philosophy, etc., into Tigrinya, one of the most widely spoken Eritrean languages. What is more, special attention is paid to its social composition. In order to give it a class character, the EPLF draws the vast majority of its ranks from the peasants and the workers of all the nationalities, the mainstay of the Eritrean revolution. Today, the EPLF has been able to create a politically conscious people's army, an army that gives primacy to the interests of the masses and the goals of the revolutionary organization. In the course of the armed struggle, the EPLF's People's Army, the Eritrean People's Liberation Army, EPLA, has expanded from several hundred guerrilla groups into tens of thousands of fighters comprised of regulars, regional troops, and people's militia. The EPLA is revolutionary and competent. It is absolutely faithful to the revolution and the revolutionary line of the EPLF. Fervently patriotic and imbued with a spirit of self-sacrifice, it is resolved to fight and endure any sacrifice for the independence and freedom of the country. Tempered in the armed struggle and full of resoluteness, the EPLA has been scoring successive brilliant victories over the colonial occupation army. The splendid victories won in the past year, unprecedented in the history of the Red struggle, are shining testimony to the revolutionary heroism and competence of the EPLA. The EPLA is not only a combat force but also shoulders the other vital tasks of the revolution. The EPLA, as pointed out above, participates in all aspects of the revolution. It participates in production as well as in the organizational, political, and propaganda work of the revolution. Springing from the people and fighting for the people, the EPLA has been able to integrate with and send deep roots among the masses. By sharing will and woe with the masses, it has managed to win their confidence and admiration. Today, we find that the EPLA is embraced by the entire people of the Eritrean nation. The EPLF pays great attention to the training of cadres who are absolutely loyal to the cause of the Eritrean people and the revolutionary line of the EPLF and who are competent in leadership, organization, and command. To this end it has set up a cadre school in the liberated area. Consistent with the class line of the EPLF, the people who are selected for cadre training are people with peasant and worker background and revolutionary intellectuals who have demonstrated in the course of the armed struggle complete allegiance to the cause of the revolution. At present, the EPLF is in possession of revolutionary cadres who are competent in implementing the tasks of the revolution. These cadres, tempered in the heat of the armed struggle and imbued with revolutionary ideology, are capable of executing their duties in all circumstances. Issunist die-hard chauvinist leaders who are engaged in an unscrupulous campaign of slandering the Eritrean revolution dismiss the fact that the EPLF arms its people's army with proletarian ideology as sheer rubbish, to say the least. They would certainly dismiss EPRP's position on this question as sheer rubbish too. The EPRP stated, Since the arming of revolutionaries with revolutionary ideology is a thing deserving primary consideration, the EPLF gives priority to and making the necessary efforts for the training of cadres who can safeguard the victory of the revolution and assure adherence to its line and principles through objective policy of scientific analysis, has established a cadre school which progressives are proud of and has, from time to time, been graduating cadres imbued with a scientific world outlook. Progressive books are also being translated. Zero Isuna leaders would be surprised to learn that a front which is led by the petty bourgeoisie and allied with compradors and feudalists would train cadres imbued with scientific outlook. Does the EPLF follow the strategy of protracted war? In any war, the strategy to be followed is dictated by the power relation of the contending forces. In countries like Eritrea, the power relation between the liberation forces and the enemy is such that the strategy to be followed has of necessity to be a protracted people's war, in which case the land has to be liberated step by step. In a protracted people's war, the question of establishing a base area is a cardinal question. The establishment of a revolutionary base area is important and essential for carrying the armed revolution through to the end. That is, the implementation of the strategic tasks of the revolution, the preserving and expansion of the revolution, and the destruction and expulsion of the enemy depend to a great extent on the establishment of such a base area. A protracted war without such a base area can neither succeed nor last long. It will be a war of the roving rebel type. Bent on undermining, discrediting, and underestimating the Eritrean revolution, Isuna chauvinists pose the glib question: did they, the Eritrean liberation fighters, set up stable base areas and help the masses smash the fetters of semi-feudal and semi-patriarchal relations? Yes, the EPLF did set up stable base areas and help the masses smash the fetters of semi-feudal and semi-patriarchal relations. When the ELF started the armed struggle, it did not have any military strategy to speak of. Right from its birth, the EPLF insisted that every battle must be fought after careful study and with a precise plan. The overall strategy was to build strong base areas, use these to liberate the countryside step by step, proceed to liberate the larger villages and towns, and finally encircle and liberate the main cities. In 1972, the EPLF set up its first permanent base in the northeastern part of Eritrea in a place called Balakat in Sahel province. Making Balakat its first base area, the EPLF made the necessary preparations for its future revolutionary activities. It was at this base area that the EPLF fighters received intensive political education, that the EPLF eradicated illiteracy from among its ranks, that it provided, together with its fighters, military training to the fighters of the EPRP and the TPLF, that it rendered the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Army, EPRA, protection from being liquidated in its infancy, etc. Appreciating the assistance rendered by the EPLF to the EPRA, the EPRP in its solidarity message to the First Congress of the EPLF stated, "The advanced revolutionary traditions the EPRA has learned from the Eritrean Revolution cannot be viewed lightly. Beyond this, however, the support that the Eritrean Revolution has rendered, the EPRA, by providing it protection from being liquidated in its infancy is great. The EPLF in particular, did not only provide our comrades with training and the Nasis 70. Isuna. Combat, Volume V, Number 2, p. 84. 129. Sorry care in the Eritrean field when our organization was preparing for armed struggle, but it also fought the political problems that this caused it with revolutionary morale. Strategic as it is, the Balakat base proved to be an important rear for EPLF's future expansion. It was precisely for this reason that both the Ethiopian occupationist and the reactionary leaders of the ELF launched a series of military campaigns to destroy the Balakat base area and thereby nip the EPLF in the bud. From this base area, the EPLF expanded step by step and liberated large areas of the country. Since then, a number of such base areas have been established throughout the country, and with these as its rear, the EPLA has been able to destroy the enemy's fortified camps and liberate almost the entire country. The First Congress of the EPLF, After sufficiently studying the past military experiences of the front in general and the strategy of the liberation of the land step by step in particular, confirmed the correctness of this strategy and resolved that its continuation is necessary for the victory of the People's War. At this point we would like to pause and ask ISUNA chauvinists, if the EPLF did not have a stable base area, where did those members of the EPRA who were with the EPLF receive their training? If the Eritrean People's Liberation Army, EPLA, is, to use your chauvinist words, a roving rebel army that oppresses and exploits the masses of the people, how come members of the EPRA received military and medical training with such an anti-people army? If the EPLF did not set up stable base areas, how was it able to help settle the hundreds of thousands of displaced Eritreans and cope with the problems created as a direct result of this mass displacement? How was the EPLF able to frustrate the junta's notorious and cowardly strategy of dry up the sea in order to kill the fish without a base area? The aim of the revolution is not only to drive out the enemy from the country, but to change and transform the society and to bring to an end the age-old exploitative system. In the vast liberated areas of the country under the control of the EPLF, such deep-going social transformation is being carried out. The EPLF is leading the masses to dismantle the colonial and feudal political, economic, and social structure that has enslaved them for centuries. The sweeping land reform, the setting up of democratic people's power, and the establishment of cooperatives, small industries, schools, and hospitals in the liberated areas are laying a firm basis for the establishment of the independent, People's Democratic Eritrea. 71 EPRP, Solidarity Message to EPLF's First Congress. 130. To sum up, the rapid and unprecedented victories of the Eritrean people are the direct results of the correct revolutionary line of the EPLF. They are the fruits of its painstaking and protracted struggle to build a strong conscious people's army, to organize, politicize and arm the masses, to expose and shatter the counter-revolutionary line and policies of the reactionaries within the liberation movement. They are the fruits of the EPLF's persistence on the difficult road of protracted people's war, its implementation of the principle of self-reliance in all aspects of the struggle and its ties with the revolutionary anti-imperialist forces in the region and throughout the world. 131. Refutation of ISUNA's accusations against the EPLF, Eritrean Revolution. Since the birth of the EPLF in 1970, and especially since late 1974, the Eritrean Revolution has made tremendous strides on all fronts politically, organizationally, militarily, and ideologically. Under the guidance of the EPLF's correct revolutionary line, a firm foundation has been laid for the genuine independence of Eritrea and the true liberation of its people. A People's Liberation Army has been built, the formation of revolutionary mass organizations is in full swing, brilliant military victories are being won, the Worker-Peasant Alliance is being consolidated, etc. What is more, by breaking the wall of isolation, the just, popular and revolutionary nature of the Eritrean people's struggle is receiving increasing international recognition. The accumulation of these revolutionary victories has been a bitter pill to swallow for the enemies of the Eritrean people. To counter the rapid advancement of the Eritrean Revolution, the enemies of the Eritrean people, Ethiopian occupationists, imperialists, Zionists, and social chauvinists of various shades, have stepped up their campaign of vilification against the Eritrean Revolution in general and the EPLF vanguard in particular. At the forefront of this massive campaign of slander has been the social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA. Driven to desperation by the all-round brilliant achievements of the Eritrean Revolution as well as the firm implantation of the EPLF's revolutionary mass line, they have stepped up their slanderous campaign against the Eritrean Revolution. In its unabated but futile smear campaign, ISUNA opportunist clique has left no stone unturned. There is nothing that this chauvinist clique has not tried in order to isolate, obstruct, and undermine the Eritrean people's revolution. Through lies, distortions, fabrications, and innuendos, it has attempted in vain to undermine and denigrate the Eritrean Revolution with the EPLF vanguard as its main target. Isuna annexationist clique has accused the EPLF of being opposed to proletarian internationalism, being objectively incapable of waging class struggle and revolution inside Eritrea, and denying adherence to a particular ideology, 11 not making a clean break with Eritrean compradors and feudalists, and etc. It alleges that the EPLF expressed the absurd view that the land system in Eritrea even before the Italian occupation provided no chance for the development of feudalism, and that feudalism started to grow in Eritrea during the last 2 decades with the encouragement of the imperial feudalist regime of Ethiopia, and accuses the EPLF of spreading the illusion that a simple merger of the ELF and the EPLF is the magic wand which will solve all the manifold problems of the struggle. What is the basis for their allegations and what are the facts? Do they level these serious charges against the EPLF on the basis of its political line and practice? In leveling these serious charges against the EPLF, the Isuna clique does not make any reference to the official organ and other publications of the EPLF. Nor does it base them on the practice of the EPLF. Its allegations are all based on secondary sources and fabrications. They are based on a so-called Marxist-Leninist document written by a certain Eritrean counter-revolutionary a non-existent interview of Comrade Isaias Afwerki, and statements made by members of the reactionary SAB clique whom they crown as prominent leaders of the EPLF. 71 Before we proceed to refute Isuna's accusations against the EPLF, let us briefly examine the validity of each of these sources separately. As the author and the content of the so-called Marxist-Leninist document is discussed at some length in Part 4, we will not deal with it here in great detail. We would like to point out, however, that this so-called Marxist-Leninist document was not written by Eritrean revolutionaries who were in a position to gather direct and first-hand information about the movement as Isuna claims. It was written by a certain Eritrean counter-revolutionary at the service of the fascist junta. This agent provocateur has never been associated in any way with the EPLF. He was a member of the ELF. He joined the ELF towards the end of 1971. It was this scum along with his ilk who initiated and implemented the resolution to liquidate the EPLF in its infancy. This agent stayed with the ELF for less than a year and left the ELF before the 3 different groups that eventually constituted the EPLF could even regroup. It is thus clear that this riffraff has never been in a position to gather direct and first-hand information about the EPLF. He himself even admits this fact. In lauding high to the skies the counter-revolutionary author of this trash paper, Isuna opportunist clique claims that this so-called Marxist-Leninist document provides the first summation of the Eritrean revolution from class proletarian angle. This is a flagrant lie. In the first place, the paper is full of deliberate distortions, omissions, and fabrications. In the second place, almost all the points, repeated by Isuna in Combat, p. 76, points 1 to 6, that the paper raises about the objective of the ELF and its leadership, how the armed struggle was started, and the reactionary line and leadership of the ELF are nothing new. Both the EPLF and IFLNA have pointed out these shortcomings of the Eritrean people's national liberation struggle on many occasions long before the publication of the so-called Marxist-Leninist document. The lack of correct leadership in the independence movement and its failure to grasp the necessity of protracted people's war have been brought into the open by both the EPLF and IFLNA. The EPLF and IFLNA have always exposed the ELF's incorrect poieticline, its reactionary and opportunist leadership, its plundering and oppression of the masses, etc. In summing up the experience of the first 10 years of the struggle of the Eritrean people, the EPLF in its historic document Our Struggle and its Goals pointedly stated the progressive forces in the world know that a revolution that is based on a struggle without a clearly defined political line cannot be crowned with victory. As has been made clear by the Eritrean experience, the mere fact of roaming around with arms and sporadic shootings, if unaccompanied by a clear political direction, is vain and futile. That the armed struggle which started in 1961 had no political direction and did not take into account the objective conditions in the country had been commented upon by many Eritreans. The Eritreans who founded Jabhati proclaimed the advent of the armed struggle without making sufficient study and analysis of the concrete conditions of our country and society. They simply proclaimed the revolution without a revolutionary line or organization, and with no delineated program of action, nor did they have a defined political objective or direction. 80. In describing the ELF leadership's relations with the masses, it further stated, looting and the burning of settlements of innocent civilians were conducted. Upon the intensification of these corrupt measures, the true picture of the leadership of Jabha became more and more revealed. The bosses and their agents in the field constituted an oppressive class in the Eritrean society. Those fighters under their leadership became simple mercenaries, and the Eritrean people, aware only of Haile Selassie's oppression, unexpectedly fell into the oppression of Jabha. 81. 135. Thus, contrary to the claims of Isuna clique, the paper does not reveal any new information on the shortcomings of the Eritrean national liberation movement up to 1970 that the EPLF and/or IFLNA have not already revealed. Their second source is a statement allegedly made by Comrade Isaias Afwerki, the Vice Secretary General of the EPLF, in a non-existent interview with Le Monde Diplomatique, August 1972. This so-called interview with Le Monde Diplomatique simply does not exist. It is all Isuna's fabrication, pure and simple. No such interview ever took place, nor did any such article appear. It only shows Isuna clique's intellectual dishonesty and insincerity. It is indeed the misfortune of the Isuna clique that in all its so-called polemics it cannot manage without tittle-tattle and distortions. Are Isuna Marxists? Don't you know that lies, fabrications, and distortions are alien to Marxism-Leninism and communist morality? The other source that Isuna clique uses in its futile attempt to slander the EPLF is statements allegedly made by certain individuals who were in the past members of the EPLF. Isuna opportunist clique tries to present these individuals as prominent leaders of the EPLF. Who are these people described by Isuna clique as prominent leaders of the EPLF? Have they ever been leaders, i.e., members of the Central Committee, of the EPLF? The people that Isuna clique tries to present as leaders of the EPLF were all members of the ex-foreign mission of the EPLF. They all belong to the reactionary SAB clique. These people have never been part of the EPLF's leadership. That the members of the ex-foreign mission were not part of the leadership had been declared by the EPLF on several occasions. For instance, in 1974, immediately after the military takeover in Ethiopia, the ex-foreign mission, posing as the leadership of the Eritrean revolution, expressed its readiness to negotiate a peaceful solution to the Eritrean question with the Ethiopian fascist junta. The EPLF immediately issued a declaration and strong condemnation of the ex-foreign mission's political dealings and treachery and unequivocally stated, in the past few days, certain individuals abroad, claiming to be representatives of the Eritrean liberation struggle, announced their readiness to start negotiations with the present Ethiopian government. Based on these events, the world press has stepped up its new campaign on the issue. Who authorized these individuals, who on their 0WN whims write, speak, and proclaim about the Eritrean people's case and on peaceful solution? In taking such steps, which organization were they representing? In short, the EPLF has nothing to do with this. The EPLF asserts that the force that is waging a determined armed struggle inside Eritrea is the sole representative of the Eritrean people on any issue, whether it is of minor or major significance. Furthermore, it vehemently opposes the treachery of opportunistic individuals, who in the name of the Eritrean people advance their own selfish interests. Emphasis ours, this clearly shows that members of the ex-foreign mission were never part of the leadership of the EPLF and, therefore, statements they made or views they expressed cannot in any way represent the political line of the EPLF. Most of the members of the ex-foreign mission of the EPLF were well-known reactionaries and opportunists. This fact neither the EPLF nor IFLNA tried to conceal. Both the EPLF and IFLNA have consistently exposed the reactionary nature of this group of people. One may ask the legitimate question, Why and how did this group of people come to constitute the ex-foreign mission of the EPLF? The difficult situation that the EPLF was in at the time of its formation compelled it to forge a tactical alliance with the Osman Sab clique. The revolutionary line of the EPLF posed a grave threat to the Ethiopian occupationists and their imperialist Zionist masters, as well as to the reactionary forces in the Eritrean movement, all of whom made the EPLF the target of their liquidation programs. To nip the EPLF in the bud, the Ethiopian Occupation Army launched a series of ferocious campaigns in Denkel and Sahel provinces. The reactionary leaders of the ELF also set out to stamp out the EPLF in its infancy. Faced with this difficult situation, the EPLF had to exploit the contradictions within the Supreme Council, the leadership, of the ELF. At about the same time that the EPLF broke away from the ELF, the long-simmering power struggle within the Supreme Council exploded and resulted in its split. The Sab clique hoped to gain a foothold and wield decisive influence in the EPLF by disassociating itself from the unpopular action of the General Command of the ELF and through its extensive racks with the supporters of the Eritrean Revolution. The progressive fighters who formed the EPLF were clear on the nature of the Sab clique. However, as the EPLF was in a transitional stage, i.e., in the process of consolidating its internal unity and defending itself from the savage attacks of the Ethiopian regime and the liquidationists' attempts of the General Command, it established a tactical alliance with the Sab group. In February 1972, the EPLF and the Sab group signed the Beirut Agreement, whereby the Sab group agreed to work as the representative of the EPLF abroad. The tactical alliance that the EPLF made with the Sab clique was a principled one. It was based on the principle of struggle and unity. From the beginning of its association with the EPLF, the ex-foreign mission, led by the notorious opportunist Osman Sab, who up to 1969 was also the Secretary General of the Supreme Council, fought tooth and nail the development of the revolutionary line in the EPLF. The EPLF, on the other hand, fought the reactionary moves of the ex-foreign mission by steadfastly struggling to consolidate its revolutionary line and internal unity. The stern and principled class struggle that the EPLF waged against the ex-foreign mission resulted in the forced departure of the clique from the EPLF in March 1976, a clear testimony to EPLF's ability to wage class struggle. Wicked people like Isuna clique may argue that it was wrong for the EPLF to establish any kind of relationship with such kind of a group to begin with. However, EPLF's tactical alliance with the group was right and the only correct measure to take at the time. The members of the ex-foreign mission are all from the upper section of the petty bourgeoisie and, so long as they are opposed to foreign domination, they can participate in the ongoing national democratic revolution. The tactical alliance that the EPLF formed with the Sab clique is consistent with Marxist-Leninist teachings. For the EPLF not to have formed a tactical alliance with this group in the difficult situation that it was in would have been adventurism. It would have threatened its own survival and thus the fate of the revolution. In such a complex and difficult situation, a small, weak revolutionary organization can even ensure its survival by taking advantage of the enemy's contradictions. That is why the great Lenin pointed out, to refuse, to utilize the conflict of interests, even though temporary, among one's enemies, to refuse to temporize and compromise with possible, even though temporary, unstable, vacillating and conditional, allies. Is not this ridiculous in the extreme? JJ83. As we have shown in the foregoing discussion, all the sources that Isuna clique tried to use against the EPLF vanguard are invalid to determine the reactionary or revolutionary nature of the EPLF. They are either outright lies like the non-existent interview with Comrade Isais or dubious and unauthentic. At this point we would like to remark, in passing, that the reactionary or revolutionary nature of a front can only be judged by its political line and practice. That is, by what it does to educate its combatants as well as to mobilize and politicize the masses, by the various activities it undertakes to consolidate and develop the liberated areas, etc. The political line of a front can only be ascertained by referring to its own publications and / or other authoritative sources and not by fabricating, quoting bourgeois newspapers, using materials written by disgruntled, irresponsible, and counter-revolutionary individuals, or by selectively using views expressed by reactionary and opportunist individual members. Only scums like Isuna clique are capable of using such base methods. For instance, how can one use views expressed or statements made by Prince Sihanouk, with all due respect one should have to this great patriot, to determine the nature, political line, and practice of the revolution of the heroic Capuchin people? Let us now proceed to refute one by one the things that Isuna clique accuses the EPLF of. Are there compradors and feudalists in the EPLF? In their zeal to attack the EPLF, Isuna opportunist clique asserts that the EPLF has not made a clean break with Eritrean compradors and feudaists. It further asserts that large numbers of Eritrean compradors and feudaists have joined the EPLF since 1975. But what are the facts? It is true that, with the coming to power of the Ethiopian fascist military junta, many Eritrean compradors and feudalists who were the running dogs of the ancien regime of Haile Selassie fled the country to take refuge abroad. However, none of these national traitors joined the EPLF. Failing to adduce any shred of evidence to substantiate its assertion, Isuna clique resorts, as always, to distortions and fabrications. It bases its allegations on an assertion made in the so-called Marxist-Leninist document and a statement made by IFLNA regarding the large number of people who joined the EPLF in the first half of 1975. As the content and nature of the so-called Marxist-Leninist paper is discussed elsewhere, we will not repeat it here. We will only note that while the so-called Marxist-Leninist document attributes the flight of the Eritrean compradors and feudalists to the radical measures of the fascist junta, Isuna clique attributed it to the prospects for a people's democratic Ethiopia now looming in the horizon. It is to be remembered that, with the escalation of the war in 1975, people from all walks of life started to join the revolution in thousands. While discussing the greatly expanded tasks of the revolution as a result of the influx of people in great number to the front, IFLNA mentioned the struggle that the front was waging on the political and ideological front. It stated that other struggles have taken in the political front where the influx from the upper level of Eritrean society have made it imperative, for greater ideological vigilance. These new recruits, like the others, are given intensive political education lasting 6 months to eliminate their class biases and to be honest participants in the national democratic revolution. Crafty and experienced as it is in deception, the clique quotes the phrase influx from the upper level of Eritrean society out of context and asserts that it refers to Eritrean compradors and feudalists. It is obvious from the context that this phrase refers to the upper section of the Eritrean petty bourgeoisie that started to join the revolution in greater numbers than ever before with the escalation of the war. That this phrase refers to the upper section of the petty bourgeoisie is clearly stated in the article. 2 paragraphs above, the article identifies those social forces and sections of the Eritrean society in the urban centers that supplemented the armed struggle in the countryside. After discussing the role played by the workers and students, the article pointed out, apart from these two, workers and students, most important urban sectors, others, athletes, musicians, parliament members, and sport organizations have also abstained from their works and activities, denouncing the army's inhumane occupation and in a show of solidarity with their fighting compatriots. Even members of the army have not been immune from this trend. Air Force pilots, Navy and Army crews and officers have deserted Ethiopia's savage army and in many cases joined the liberation forces. Eritrean residents in Ethiopia, though under severe repression and terror, have contributed to the struggle through material support and human participation. 81. These were the social forces and sections of the Eritrean society that the article mentioned. Apart from this, the article does not speak at all about compradors and feudalists. We would like to ask Isuna clique, are the above-listed social forces the targets of the national democratic revolution? Only Trotskyists and infantile Marxists would make them the targets of the revolution. As we noted above, there are no compradors or feudalists in the EPLF. The phrase influx from the upper level of Eritrean society, therefore, can in no way be taken to mean compradors and feudalists. Secondly, IFLNA is very clear on the question of who can and cannot participate in the NDR. One only needs to refer to its publications. One more thing should be borne in mind. From the outset, the EPLF has clearly defined the character/idotive forces, targets, and tasks of the Eritrean Revolution. In defining the character and motive forces of the Eritrean Revolution, the EPLF points out that the Eritrean Revolution in its present stage is a national democratic revolution. It states that as a national democratic revolution, it has to forge a broad national united front of all the social forces that are opposed to Ethiopian colonialism, imperialism, Zionism, and internal reaction, based on the worker-peasant alliance and under the leadership of the working class. In defining the targets of the revolution, the EPLF states: in order to keep the Eritrean people under their clutches and exploit them, U.S. imperialism, Israeli Zionism, and fascistic Ethiopian colonialism have to use internal reaction. It is well known that the enemies of the Eritrean people, Ethiopian expansionism, U.S. imperialism and Israeli Zionism, have such running dogs in Eritrea whose class interest is linked with those of the enemies. The internal enemies of the Eritrean people include religious leaders, feudal remnants, compradors, bureaucratic capitalists, high officers in the military, etc. Thus, for the Eritrean Revolution to be victorious, it has to make targets not only imperialism, Zionism, and Ethiopian fascism, but also Eritrean feudalists, compradors, bureaucratic capitalists, etc. 89. Thus, Isuna slanderous assertion aside, there is no basis whatsoever for accusing the EPLF of allowing a large number of compradors and feudalists to join it. Finally, we would like to note that in a war of resistance, class struggle is subordinated to the national struggle, which in the final analysis is also a class struggle. Under such circumstances, the anti-imperialist task will take precedence over the others, and the task will be to draw up a political program that will permit the establishment of a much broader united front, a united front that can include even kings, princes, aristocrats, etc. Commenting on the relationship between the class struggle and the national struggle in a war of resistance, Chairman Mao wrote: "It is an established principle that in the war of resistance everything must be subordinated to the interests of the war of resistance. Therefore, the interests of the class struggle must be subordinated and must not conflict with the interest of the war of resistance." Emphasis ours, explaining which contradiction was primary in the Albanian society during the fascist invasion of the country, the Party of Labour of Albania, noting that the two fundamental contradictions at the time were between the nation and the occupiers and the masses and the exploiting classes, stated: "The contradiction between the people and invading Italian imperialism became the primary one. As a result, first of all, the political and social economic order of the occupation had to be liquidated, the country had to be liberated. This was an indispensable prerequisite to opening the way for the solution of the other contradiction, i.e., the abolition of the feudal-bourgeois relations." 91. On the question of participation, it said: "The issue was raised for the participation of all patriotic and anti-fascist forces of the country without distinction as to religion, region, class, or political trend." 92. Emphasis ours. Speaking of the struggle that it waged against traitors, it pointedly stated: "The traitors and other reactionaries were/ought not because they belonged to the exploiting classes, but because they were the tools of the occupiers." Similar policies were followed by the Chinese, Vietnamese, and Kampuchean peoples. Explaining the kind of alliance that they had forged in the struggle against U.S. imperialism and the Lon Nol puppet regime, Kampuchean revolutionaries wrote: "We strove hard to mobilize all forces to fight U.S. imperialism and the feudal landowner reactionary comprador system. Using this line, we needed to mobilize all forces we could. Those feudal aristocrats, comprador capitalist and prominent fighters among the landlords who were more or less willing to fight against the enemy have been united as a tactical force. We have also paid attention to unity with Prince Pengnouth and Prince Sihanouk and also with the Buddhist high priests. 9. We would like to ask our Isuna theoreticians, would you characterize such policies and efforts by the Chinese, Vietnamese, Albanian and Kampuchean revolutionaries to make the very targets of the revolution participate in the revolution as a complete mockery of revolutionary principles and flirting with retrogression and counter-revolution? 9s. Thus, in situations like Eritrea where the primary contradiction is between the occupying force and the entire nation, the class struggle is subordinated to the national struggle. In such cases, it is not impossible for even patriotic kings, princes, and aristocrats whose interests have been affected by the imperialists through national oppression to oppose national oppression and join the revolution. In such instances it is the revolutionary duty of the proletariat to unite with them without losing sight of the fact that the attitude of these people towards imperialist national oppression is, in the final analysis, based on their own class interests. Thus, only Trotskyists and infantile Marxists would call such an alliance a complete mockery of revolutionary principles or flirting with retrogression and counter-revolution. The question, under such situations, is not whether or not there are such elements in a revolution but which of the social classes has the upper hand in the revolution. It is only when viewed in this light that one can understand the reactionary or revolutionary essence of a movement. Is the EPLF opposed to proletarian internationalism? Another grave crime that the EPLF is accused of is that it is opposed to proletarian internationalism and upholds bourgeois nationalism. Before we try to lay out the facts, we need to first define what proletarian internationalism is. Proletarian internationalism is the ideology of the working class. It is one of the most powerful weapons that the proletariat needs to arm itself with. It is an indispensable weapon for the realization of its long-term objective, the establishment of a communist society. According to Leninist definition, there is only one kind of proletarian internationalism. There is one, and only one, kind of real internationalism, and that is working wholeheartedly for the development of the revolutionary movement and the revolutionary struggle in one's own country, and supporting, by propaganda, sympathy, and material aid, this struggle, this, and only this, line, in every country without exception. 98. Thus, the essence of proletarian internationalism is advancing and championing the revolutionary cause of the exploited in every way in one's own country. In the colonies and semi-colonies it is the uprooting of feudalism and its sustainer, imperialism. It is by helping to destroy, root and branch, imperialism in one's own country that one can best contribute to its eventual banishment from the face of the earth. This is the most concrete and best expression of international solidarity. What is the EPLF doing in Eritrea? Is it working for the development of the struggle of the masses of the people? Is it attacking imperialism at its roots? Ever since its inception, the EPLF has been championing the cause of the toiling masses of Eritrea. From the outset, the EPLF, by charting the correct path for the revolution and by defining its character, motive forces, tasks, and targets, has been striving to advance the revolutionary cause of the exploited masses of Eritrea and to destroy the material base of imperialism. Since its formation, the EPLF has achieved tremendous and significant victories. It has trained a conscious and formidable people's army which has inflicted extremely heavy defeats on the imperialist Zionist-backed Ethiopian occupationist army and liberated almost the entire country. The EPLF has widely disseminated the ideology of the proletariat among the masses of its fighters and the masses. It has trained revolutionary cadres to combat the feudo-bourgeois ideologies. It has established a new order in the vast liberated areas by transforming the society. These all-round brilliant achievements attest to the fact that the EPLF has been working wholeheartedly for the development of the revolutionary movement arid revolutionary struggle in Eritrea. The EPLF has always viewed the Eritrean revolution as an integral part of the anti-imperialist world revolution. It has taught its combatants to develop this internationalist world outlook. in explaining the organic link that exists between the Eritrean Revolution and the World Revolution. The EPLF states, their common anti-imperialist struggle united the peoples of the world. The victory of one people is the victory of all peoples, while the defeat of one harms all. When a people fight for national independence, they are fighting for the independence and liberation of the whole world. This is because imperialism and its stooges are being destroyed in that front. When imperialism is destroyed on all fronts, the world will be wholly liberated. The Eritrean Revolution is, thus, an integral part of the world revolution. EPLF's internationalist line is clearly seen in its efforts to establish close links with the progressive forces all over the world, in particular, in the region, in how it orients the masses of its fighters and the Eritrean people in their attitude towards the Ethiopian people, and in the humane treatment it provides to Ethiopian prisoners of war. Conscious of its internationalist duties, the EPLF, in an article entitled "The Eritrean and Contemporary World Revolution" declared, "The Eritrean Revolution, to be sure, will spearhead other progressive movements in this area and will probably contribute its share in paralyzing imperialism and throwing it out of Guinea-Bissau, South Africa, and Ethiopia. 00 In the past, the EPLF has been able to forge fraternal relations with revolutionary organizations in Palestine, Oman, Yemen, and Ethiopia. Committed to spearhead other progressive movements in the area, the EPLF Vanguard assisted progressive Ethiopian groups to start armed struggle. As was pointed out by the EPRP in its solidarity message to the historic First Congress of the EPLF, the support that the Eritrean Revolution has rendered the EPRAJ by providing it protection from being liquidated in its infancy is great. The EPLF did not only provide our comrades with training and the necessary care in the Eritrean field when our organization was preparing for armed struggle, but it also fought the political problems that this caused it with revolutionary morale. Moreover, the EPRP will never forget the great role which the EPLF has played in the founding of our army by providing it with arms and enabling it to reach its base with military assistance. High 0I. What is more, the EPLF has always explained to the fighters and the masses of the Eritrean people that the Ethiopian people are not their enemies, that both the Eritrean and Ethiopian people suffer from the same enemies, that the struggling Ethiopian masses are their comrades in arms, and that the struggles of the Eritrean and Ethiopian people support each other, and admonished them never to mistake the Ethiopian people for the Ethiopian government which is oppressing them. It always explained to the Eritrean people that the relations that should exist between the struggles of the two neighboring peoples should be principled and never on a quid pro quo basis. Even in the most difficult days, the EPLF continued to give concrete support to the struggling Ethiopian people. The support that the EPLF was providing to Ethiopian progressives was used, albeit in vain, by the ELF leaders to isolate the EPLF from the Eritrean masses. Exploiting the low level of consciousness of the masses at the time, the ELF leaders attempted to hoodwink the Eritrean people into believing that the EP.LF was not fighting for an independent and democratic Eritrea, and, as evidence for this ridiculous assertion, they brought forward the fact that the EPLF was providing military training to Ethiopian progressives in its base area. However, the EPLF Vanguard did not succumb to the reactionary propaganda of the ELF leadership. Instead, the EPLF combated it, to use EPRP's words, with revolutionary morale. In a special issue entitled ELF's Propaganda and EPLF's Principled Cooperation with Ethiopian Progressives that it put out in 1974, the EPLF exposed the ELF leaders in the eyes of the Eritrean people for what they are and explained to the Eritrean people the nature of the cooperation that existed between itself and the Ethiopian progressives. EPLF's progressive and internationalist line was even recognized by the Isuna chauvinist clique. 1 year before it put out its infamous issue of Combat, Isuna clique, in appreciation of EPLF's internationalist and progressive line, wrote, "EPLF can play a significant role in the creation of this future working class party along with other revolutionary circles that are mushrooming across the empire." JI02. To repeat, this statement was made only 1 year before it put out its notorious issue of Combat. We would like to ask Isuna Clique, how can it assign such an extremely important task, the building of the Party of the Proletariat, to a front it alleges is opposed to proletarian internationalism? What has transpired since then, i.e., in 1 year's time, to make the EPLF such a reactionary front? EPLF's internationalist line is also clearly seen in its national democratic program. The First Congress reaffirmed the internationalist line of the EPLF and expressed resolute solidarity with the revolutionary and anti-imperialist struggle in the region and throughout the world. The Congress stressed the importance of building strong and close relations with all liberation movements, revolutionary organizations, and socialist countries. While putting primary emphasis on self-reliance, the EPLF recognizes and has never discounted the importance of internationalist solidarity and support in waging successful anti-imperialist struggle. 103. Does the EPLF call for merger with the ELF? Isuna patronizers, warning the Eritrean people that simple merger of the EPLF and the ELF will not be in their interest, accuse the EPLF of spreading the illusion that a simple merger of the ELF and the EPLF is the magic wand which will solve all the manifold problems of the struggle. This is a big lie. At no time has the EPLF called for the merger of the two fronts. Far from considering it as the magic wand that will heal all the ills of the revolution, it has consistently and vehemently opposed this reactionary line which is peddled by the ELF leadership. Time and again the EPLF has pointed out that those who advance this reactionary line and those who advise the Eritrean people to follow this erroneous road to unity are either anti-people and anti-unity forces who nevertheless shout loudly about the need for unity, but in reality, work tirelessly to sabotage it, or are forces who fail to realize that such artificial unity would only serve the purpose of our primary enemy. 10. For anyone who has been following the Eritrean revolution closely, it is clear that this reactionary line of simple merger has been peddled by the ELF leadership. Isuna opportunists, however, chose to suppress this information and be vague. Instead of squarely attributing it to the ELF, they wrote certain persons who are zealously spreading this illusion. 105. Why is it that our Isuna windbags want to suppress this fact when in fact the ELF itself has never tried to hide it? The reason is simple and obvious. If they do not do so, their bankrupt assertion that there is no ideological or political difference between the ELF and the EPLP will be exposed and shattered. Of course, one thing that should not be forgotten is that, through such vague statements and innuendos, Isuna chauvinists hope that they can spread confusion and create suspicion about their target, the revolutionary EPLF. Isuna allegations notwithstanding, the EPLF realizes the need for national unity and strives for its realization. Since national unity is the guarantee for national independence and liberation, it views it as a strategic question and is one of the great objectives that it fights for. On the question of how genuine and principled national unity can be brought about, the EPLF has consistently made its line clear. Aware that a hasty reunification of the two fronts will create serious problems and difficulties causing irreparable damage to the revolution, the EPLF has repeatedly rejected the call for immediate merger of the two fronts and pointed out that genuine and principled unity cannot be achieved simply through a declaration of political and military merger. The EPLF has always regarded the physical merger of the forces of the two fronts as necessarily of secondary importance in terms of building the foundation for a genuine unity. 106. The EPLF has always maintained that the path towards forming a genuine and principled national democratic front is a protracted step-by-step process, the result of a protracted joint struggle in the course of which unity on fundamental political and ideological lines is achieved. The EPLF insists that the attainment of national unity calls, first and foremost, for the elimination of the factors that gave rise to the existence of two organizations. Reaffirming this correct line, the historic First Congress of the EPLF stated that the United Front is the transitional stage which guarantees the attainment of the genuine unity of the two fronts. The unity that the EPLF strives for is the kind of unity that places the interest of the masses of the people before anything else. convinced that any unity formed without the full participation of the masses and the fighters could not be a genuine one, and by necessity it will be short-lived. The EPLF stresses that national unity be built on scientific principles and fully based on the broad masses and fighters and for the benefits of the oppressed broad masses and fighters. 1. 18 #aware that the achievement of the national objective is inseparably bound up with achievement of national unity. The EPLF has been working tirelessly for the realization of genuine and principled unity, unity that will represent and safeguard the interest of the masses. The birth of the EPLF cannot be seen separately from this objective. It was the lack of it that caused the split in the Eritrean national independence movement. To attain this goal, the EPLF had to wage fierce struggle and make colossal sacrifices. It refused to succumb to the threats and pressure of various forces. When the ELF decided to wipe it out by force of arms unless it submitted to the administration of ELF within a specific period of time, the EPLF did not give in. Adhering to its principled stand, the EPLF strove, during the Civil War, to educate its fighters and those of the ELF as well as the broad masses on the need for unity and cessation of the Civil War. Raising the slogan, "All our guns against the colonizers," a democratic solution to the secondary contradictions, it called for a democratic solution to the internal contradiction. The principled struggle that the EPLF waged greatly helped to bring an end to the Civil War. At the time of the cessation of the Civil War, the EPLF called for the formation of a united front. The Sab clique and its class brothers in the ELF, knowing full well that such a path to national unity cannot serve their interest, began to maneuver. To counter EPLF's correct line, they put forward their reactionary line of immediate merger. They tried everything to impose their line on the EPLF. When the Sab clique attempted to blackmail and pressure the EPLF, using the money and weapons it received in the name of the Eritrean people, into accepting the so-called Khartoum Unity Agreement that it signed with the ELF leadership behind the backs of the masses, the EPLF denounced the blackmail and declared, "We will not barter our principles for a mess of pottage." With this declaration, the EPLF waged stern class struggle against the clique, which culminated in its forced departure from the EPLF. Confident that genuine and principled unity is inevitable, the EPLF persisted in its efforts to realize such unity. Recently, the EPLF and ELF signed an agreement based on the EPLF's principled stand which, hopefully, can clear the way for achieving the ultimate aim, the formation of a single national democratic front. Although this agreement is not a merger agreement, Isuna Distorters, in the first issue of their newsletter Zina, October 1977, reported it as a merger unity agreement. What surprises us is not the fact that they distorted the nature of the agreement, but the fact that they welcomed it and described it as a telling blow to the enemies of the Eritrean people, a wise step, a step in line with the aspirations of the masses of the Eritrean people to be supported and welcomed by democratic and progressive forces all over the world. 109 In welcoming the unity agreement between the ELF and the EPLF, Isuna leaders wrote, "The recent reported agreement between the two fronts for a political and military merger, of their organizations is an initial, but a great step towards the further consolidation of the unity of the Eritrean masses. Since it is a step towards victory, and is in line with the aspiration of the masses of the Eritrean people, it is to be supported and welcomed by democratic and progressive forces all over the world." 110. In light of the above quoted passage, let us see how Isuna opportunists viewed the very idea of merger in the past. Isuna leaders' stand on this question in the past is best illustrated by their infamous combat of August 1976. In this issue of Combat, Isuna theoreticians, after stating that a simple merger of the ELF and the EPLF will not lead to the emergence of a genuine united front, warned the Eritrean people and all revolutionaries that such a united front will be and can only be 1. A united front under the leadership of the petty bourgeoisie, not under the leadership of the proletariat and its communist party. 2. A united front which is not based on the worker-peasant alliance. 3. A united front which does not struggle against the Eritrean feudalists and compradors but one which unites with them. 4. A united front which does not shoulder the fundamental tasks of the new democratic revolution but one which fights under the vague signboard of national liberation. 5. A united front which does not wage a resolute struggle against Sultan Ali Mira, Mengistu and other ferocious feudal survivals but one which cooperates with them. 6. A united front which does not uphold the unity of the broad masses of exploited and working people in Eritrea and Ethiopia proper but one which upholds their division. 7. A united front which is not part of the broad worldwide proletarian revolutionary united front with the socialist countries, the communist and workers' parties of all lands as its nucleus, but one which derives its principal support from certain comprador feudal and bourgeois nationalist regimes in the Middle East with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Libya, etc. as its nucleus. Hill 2 that ISUNA leaders present stand on the question of unity of the two Eritrean fronts is radically different from and contradictory to their stand in the past is self-explanatory. It is so glaring that it hardly needs any comment. What could be the underlying cause for this radical change? Is it change in attitude, heart, or opportunism? We think it is opportunism. Does the EPLF deny the existence of classes and class struggle in Eritrea? ISUNA leaders, arrogantly claiming that whether Eritrean society historically evolved feudal relations or not is a question of fundamental differences between us and certain nationalists, accuse the EPLF of negating classes and class struggle in Eritrea and of expressing the absurd view that feudalism started to grow in Eritrea during the last 2 decades with the encouragement of the imperial feudalist regime of Ethiopia. With these wild allegations, ISUNA Marxist teachers make painstaking efforts to enlighten the Eritrean people and the EPLF that there have always been classes and class struggle in the Eritrean society. Reminding the Eritrean people and the EPLF that class analysis is the key to a clear understanding of all the problems of the revolution, they proceed to make class understanding of all the problems of the revolution and proceed to make class analysis for the Eritrean revolution. In discharging their internationalist duty towards the Eritrean people and the EPLF, they make an attempt, albeit mediocre, at an exposition on the genesis and evolution of feudal and semi-feudal relations in Eritrea. Has the EPLF ever denied the existence of classes and class struggle in Eritrea? Let us see if these allegations have any truth to them. The EPLF has never denied the fact that Eritrea is a class society and that there are classes, including the feudal landlord class, and class struggle in Eritrea. How can it? It is incredible to think that an organization born amidst fierce class struggle and waging sharp and stern class struggle against internal and external class enemies could deny such an incontestable fundamental truth. It is no accident that the ISUNA scums make no reference at all to the publications and or practice of the EPLF to substantiate their wild allegations. Far from denying classes and class struggle in Eritrea, the EPLF, from its birth, has repeatedly stated in its various publications that Eritrea is a class society and that there are classes and class struggle in Eritrea. This fact was stated in no uncertain terms in its first declaration in 1971 entitled Our Struggle and Its Goals. In this declaration which, according to ISUNA Marxists, does not use the class viewpoint and the method of class analysis, the EPLF wrote, "Oppression does not come from foreigners alone. Neither should it be associated with foreigners alone. There is also oppression and struggle within a society. The rich over the poor, the master over the slave, the powerful over the weak, the chief over the village, the old over the new, etc., are types of political and economic oppression found within class societies. But in time, oppression is invariably met with resistance. The impoverished and the workers rise against the rich, as do the slaves against the masters. The village militates against the chief, the weak unite against the powerful and the new erupts over the old. This is a historical truth. It is evident that when contradictions in society reach a breaking point, the forces of the oppressed rise up to destroy the various forms of oppression. Thus, so long as freedom is not equally and universally extended to all members of society, i.e., so 150. Long as there is oppression, there is struggle. The above holds true for Eritrea. Ara further in an article discussing the history of the international working class in general and the Eritrean working class in particular, the EPLF stated, "The Eritrean society's specific history is an inseparable part of the above discussed world history. The civilizations of Aksum, Metara, and the port of Atolis were the products of the slave labor of the time. The Eritrean feudal society was one in which the oppressing and exploiting classes of feudal lords, semi-lords, naba, councilmen, sheiks, patricians were living in luxury, while the exploited classes of tenants, peasants, and shepherds toiled. That state of events still continues with minor modification." 114. It is clear that Isuna's assertion that the EPLF negates classes and class struggle in Eritrea is its own fabrication, pure and simple. After all, it is after grasping the class character of the Eritrean society and after making an extensive study based on a clear proletarian class analysis of Eritrean society that the EPLF charted a clear and correct path for the achievement of the people's age-old aspirations for national independence and democracy and correctly defined the character, tasks, motive forces, and targets of the Eritrean revolution. In the light of the above stated facts, what do Isuna scums base their allegations on, and how do they expect the world to believe their malicious lies? Hell-bent on undermining and defaming the EPLF-led National Democratic Revolution in Eritrea, nothing seems to pose a problem for the Isuna falsifiers. In order to denigrate the EPLF they resort, as always, to distortions and fabrications. If we check their sources, we find that the people they quote are reactionary persons who have been swept away by the mighty storm of the Eritrean revolutionary struggle long before Isuna's pamphlet went to print. They are all members of the ex-foreign mission, i.e., the Osman Sab clique. It is such die-hard reactionary elements that they refer to as a prominent figure of the Eritrean fronts, prominent personage, etc. However, Isuna swindlers deliberately suppress this fact. Not only do they neglect to record the fact, but they also deliberately omit the official authors of their sources and find it more convenient to simply ascribe them to the Eritrean fronts and the EPLF. The manifesto that they claim was distributed at the IOTH World Youth Festival held in Berlin in 1973 was put out by the ELF-PLF, i.e., the Osman Sab clique. However, Isuna falsifiers attribute it to the EPLF. Again, the article that appeared in Tricontinental in 1969 was written by Taha Nur, at the time a member of the ELF leadership and later a member of the Osman Sab clique. Yet, the Isuna swindlers preferred to be vague and referred to him as a prominent figure of the Eritrean fronts. Why the vagueness and the distortion? It is for obvious reasons. Isuna opportunists know full well that ascribing them to the Osman Sab diehard reactionary clique will not serve their prime objective, the denigration and isolation of the EPLF. But what if their readers are familiar with the political line of the EPLF and its publications? Since the beginning of 1975, the anti-imperialist and anti-feudalist line of the EPLF has received increasing recognition among the anti-imperialist forces the world over. Aware of the fact and finding it increasingly difficult to suppress, Isuna feudo-petty bourgeois slicks had to concoct a way of countering it. Isuna leaders realized that, at the present time, to continue to fly in the face of reality and accuse the EPLF of entertaining the absurd idea that feudalism did not historically develop in Eritrea will not serve their purpose. They know that to do so would be to expose themselves. Consequently, they were forced to devise a more subtle means of accomplishing their objective. Evidently, under the circumstances, they have no alternative but to admit the fact that the EPLF recognizes that feudalism historically evolved in Eritrea. Thus, they make the cynical statement that the fact that Eritrea is and has historically been feudal, semi-feudal, and semi-patriarchal society appears to be getting recognition in recent years in some of the writings of the EPLF, and quote a passage from Vanguard, the official organ of the EPLF, to that effect. However, Isuna social chauvinists do not want to leave things at that. In order to cast doubt in the minds of their readers, they hasten to add that the statements are empty declarations which do not tally with EPLF's daily practices. They therefore admonish their readers not to take them seriously. In their own words. Evidently, after carrying out many years of revolution, it has dawned on certain persons that Eritrea, after all, is and has been a class-divided feudal society. At least from the formal literary aspect, this is a clear and positive development and signifies a forward step in the thinking of certain persons. 118, emphasis ours. Again, Isuna leaders advise their readers not to be excited about EPLF's recognition of classes in Eritrea, since even the bourgeoisie in certain conditions recognize the existence of classes and class contradictions. We would like to ask Isuna leaders, are you accusing the EPLF of recognizing or not recognizing the existence of classes in Eritrea? On the one hand, they accuse the EPLF of not recognizing that Eritrea is a class-divided feudal society. On the other hand, they accuse the EPLF of making class analysis in Eritrea and refer to this analysis as the thinking of certain persons and as only a formal/literary aspect, and dismiss it as nothing significant, since even the bourgeoisie recognizes the existence of classes and class contradictions. Such is the sophistry and chauvinism of Isuna annexationist leaders and their Marxist-Leninist analysis containing profound truth, etc. Here we would like to remind Isuna leaders of one thing. No matter how much they may try to denigrate and isolate the EPLF-led Eritrean revolution, their efforts will come to no good. The brilliant achievements which the Eritrean revolution is scoring with every passing day will totally shatter their efforts, as it has already started to do, and consequently unmask their true nature. Is the EPLF allying with Ethiopian counter-revolution? According to Isuna leaders, the EPLF is not only allied with Eritrean compradors and feudalists but is allying itself with Ethiopian feudalists and counter-revolutionaries. Isuna leaders viciously attack the EPLF for not waging a resolute struggle against Sultan Ali Mira, Mengesha Siawan and other ferocious feudal survivals, but cooperates with them. Who are the Mengesha Siums and Ali Miras? These are notorious feudalists who ruthlessly suppressed and exploited the Ethiopian masses during the Haile Selassie regime and have now set up a counter-revolutionary organization calling itself the Ethiopian Democratic Union, EDU. With financial and military support from imperialists and reactionary regimes in the region, this clique of scums and notorious feudalists is waging a counter-revolutionary war in an attempt to restore themselves to power. The so-called EDU, like the junta, is the avowed enemy of the Ethiopian toiling masses and oppressed nationalities. It is actively engaged in sabotaging the revolutionary struggle of the Ethiopian masses for the creation of a popular and genuinely democratic government. Like the fascist junta, and for the same purpose, it is with such a notorious counter-revolutionary clique that, Isuna leaders claim, the EPLF is allied. According to Isuna leaders, what characterized the post-February mass upsurge in Ethiopia was the growth of reactionary tendencies in the Eritrean liberation organizations, E.G., cooperation with Ali Mira, etc., as a result of which they place the Eritrean revolution in the camp of counter-revolution, in the camp of the enemies of the Ethiopian peoples. What is the basis for such a malicious assertion? Isuna leaders don't substantiate this accusation in their combat, but they provide their proof in the special issue of their publication To Voice A/The Revolution. They state, at present activities carried out around Ethiopia show that there is a reactionary alliance being formed to subvert the struggle of the laboring masses. Prince Mengesha's declaration of a program to restore feudalism in Tigray is a case in point. In conjunction with this, we are concerned to note that this reactionary dog has benefited from the assistance of certain countries and organizations. According to reports by Reuters, EPLF leaders have also promised to assist them. Thus, for the Philistine and opportunist leaders of Isuna, the source of information for such a gross accusation, regarding decisive questions of paramount significance for the Eritrean and Ethiopian revolution in particular and the region in general, is not the declarations, publications, and above all the activities of the EPLF but Reuters. To accuse the Eritrean Revolution and the EPLF vanguard of such crimes and to base one's source on Reuters cannot be the practice of Marxist-Leninists. The EPLF has always had a clear, consistent, and uncompromising stand against feudalists and all other reactionaries. In answering similar charges hurled at it by the THIRD-WORLDism, the EPLF wrote, "The Eritrean Revolution, on its part, has irreconcilable interests and antagonistic relations with all the past and present feudal and expansionist Ethiopian ruling classes. After all, the views and fundamental policy of the THIRD-WORLDism and EDU regarding the just struggle of the Eritrean people do not differ from each other. Therefore, when the fascist THIRD-WORLDism slanders and berates the Eritrean Revolution today by lumping it together with the EDU in all its propaganda, it is not because it is unaware of the irreconcilable contradictions and antagonistic relations that exist between the Eritrean Revolution and the EDU. Rather, this is a deliberate policy designed to undermine the legitimacy of the Eritrean people's national liberation movement, to conceal the just nature of the Eritrean people's struggle, and to cover up the hitherto unparalleled brilliant victories of the Eritrean Revolution and humiliating defeats of the Ethiopian Colonial Army, TAR. ISUNA leaders' intention to isolate and undermine the just struggle of the Eritrean people is no different from that of the junta. By lumping the EPLF together with reactionary organizations such as the EDU, ISUNA Philistines hope they can isolate the Eritrean Revolution from revolutionary forces and thereby deny it the support which it justly deserves. This is a deliberate policy of ISUNA leaders. In light of the fact that they are well aware of the incontestable fact that ever since its inception the EPLF has consistently lined up, both in principle and in practice, with Ethiopian revolutionaries, see pages 145 to 146, it cannot be otherwise. ISUNA's distortions and lies notwithstanding, the EPLF will strive to deepen and strengthen the existing principled ties it maintains with Ethiopian revolutionaries and continue to deal devastating blows to reactionaries and opportunists of all hues. What are the motive forces of the Eritrean Revolution? On the important question of what are the motive forces of the EPLF-ed Eritrean Revolution, the ISUNA social chauvinists spread the view that the motive forces behind this aspiration, to establish an independent Eritrean state, are the petty bourgeoisie and certain strata of the exploiting classes. ISUNA's whole argument on the question of motive forces revolves around the question of leadership and is based on the so-called Marxist-Leninist document. It is predicated on the existence or non-existence of a communist party. Since these issues are dealt with at great length earlier, see pages 89 to 101, we are not going to dwell on them here. It needs to be pointed out here that the question of what are the motive forces in any movement is not determined arbitrarily, according to the whims of this or that individual or organization. It is an objective reality which is determined by the prevailing socio-economic and political conditions in a society at a given time. The existing socio-economic and political reality in Eritrea is such that the motive forces of the Eritrean Revolution cannot be but the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie and other patriotic groups. The conclusion is not arrived at on the basis of theoretical analysis alone, but life itself proves the assertion. Today, in Eritrea, the proletariat, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie of all nationalities and religions are participating fully in the national liberation struggle, led by the EPLF. Any individual or organization that denies this fact is either ignorant of the Eritrean reality or is a distorter. The EPLF-ed armed struggle of the Eritrean people for national liberation is mass-based and fulfills the deepest aspirations of the Eritrean masses for national independence and people's democracy. The national program of the EPLF crystallizes the basic aspirations and demands of the toiling masses of all nationalities in Eritrea. Aware of this incontestable fact, the EPRP in the joint communiqué it signed with the EPLF in March 1976 stated, "Since the Eritrean Revolution is supported by the broad masses, and since the aim of the revolution goes beyond national liberation to fulfill the national democratic revolution, promote the interest of the proletariat, peasantry and other oppressed classes, the EPRP unconditionally supports the Eritrean people's struggle for their independence." It as well supports the political and armed struggle waged by the EPLF for the independence and liberation of the Eritrean people. Reiterating its unconditional support to the Eritrean people's struggle for their independence in its solidarity message to the historic First Congress of the EPLF in January 1977, the EPRP further stated, "After studying the level of the Eritrean people's struggle, the part which the democratic forces play in the Eritrean struggle, the content of political education, the contribution that the struggle can make toward the struggles being waged in Ethiopia and the surrounding region, etc., our party, fully convinced that the line that the struggle follows serves the workers and peasants of Eritrea and opens up the vista for the establishment of a democratic state, has gone beyond the recognition of the right to independence and take a political stand in support of the exercise of Eritrean independence. Thus, the EPRP today unconditionally supports the Eritrean people's struggle for independence, and it educates and struggles among the masses to translate this into practice." Thus, the above brief discussion clearly shows that Isuna's assertion on the motive forces of the Eritrean revolution contradicts the facts. Isuna chauvinists claim notwithstanding, the motive forces of the EPLF-led armed struggle are the broad masses with the workers and peasants as its backbone. The ongoing armed struggle for national independence and democracy is in the class interests of the Eritrean toiling masses. As crystallized in the National Democratic Program of the EPLF, it serves and safeguards the class interests of the toiling masses of all nationalities in Eritrea. Why are the Eritrean people waging an armed struggle? Denying that the heroic Eritrean people are conducting a war of national liberation because their country has been occupied by expansionist Ethiopia and its imperialist Zionist backers, Isuna annexationists allege that the uneven capitalist development in Eritrea as compared to Ethiopia at 12L is the material basis for the aspirations of the Eritrean people to be free and independent. They further assert that the Eritrean people are waging the Med struggle for oceanal independence and democracy not because they are under foreign occupation but because they have their eyes fixed on the capital left over by the Italians. What a profound analysis! Can anybody in his right mind take such kind of an explanation seriously? Isn't it crass stupidity? We think it is. It is the kind of argument that the Zionists put forward in connection with Palestine. The only difference is that Isuna's social chauvinists attempt to cover it up with Marxist garb. The Zionists boastfully claim that now the Israelis have, through hard work and with their hard-earned money, converted the barren land into green and paradise that the Palestinians have started to cast covetous eyes on it. This is what your Zionist mentors have been saying about the Palestinians and their revolution. But the whole world knows that the Palestinians are fighting because their land has been taken away from them, because they have been driven away from their homes and made refugees, and because they are oppressed and exploited. Similarly, the Eritreans are fighting not because they have their eyes fixed on the capital left over by the Italians, but because their country has been invaded and occupied by a foreign country in the service of imperialism. We would like to ask our Isuna theoreticians, are the freedom-loving East Timorese and West Saharan peoples struggling because they have their eyes fixed on the capital left over by the Portuguese and the Spaniards? Are the heroic masses of Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Azania persisting in their resistance, because they have their eyes fixed on the multi-billion dollars of capital invested over the years by international monopoly capital in their respective countries? We most certainly do not think so. They are conducting their wars of national liberation because they are colonized, oppressed, and exploited and want to be free from the shackles they have been put under for centuries on end. To deny this stark reality would be to expose the depth of one's stupidity. We would like the Isuna annexationists to concretely show us in what ways the Eritrean question and the cause of the Eritrean people differ from those of the East Timorese, West Saharan, Palestinian, Namibian, Zimbabwean and Azanian peoples. Finally, we would like to ask the Isuna opportunists, what was the material basis for the desire of the Eritrean people to get rid of their Italian and British colonizers? Could it be because of the uneven capitalist development of Eritrea as compared to Italy and Britain? Could it be because the Eritrean people had their eyes fixed on the capital left over by the Italians? Obviously it was not. The Eritrean masses resisted the occupation of their country by the Italian and British colonialists, because, as all oppressed people, they wanted to be free, independent and masters of their own country and destiny. They struggled against the Italian and British colonialists, because they wanted to bring to an end the age-old exploitation, oppression, and domination. Similarly, the freedom-loving Eritrean people are waging the armed struggle against the Ethiopian expansionists and their imperialist Zionist masters, not because they have their eyes fixed on the capital left over by the Italians, but because they want to liberate their land from foreign occupation and thereby assert their national and democratic rights and uproot and change the prevailing conditions of exploitation and oppression. In the words of the EPLF vanguard, we fight for complete independence from colonialism and imperialist and feudalist exploitation, so that the people may own the land and be the beneficiaries of its fruits, in order to transfer ownership of factories and commerce into the hands of a people's government so that the democratic rights of workers may be fully safeguarded, so that women may regain their full rights and participate in work and politics with equality, in order to work for the development of industry and agriculture. For our country cannot move forward without such development. In order to eradicate diseases and ignorance so that our people can be enlightened and healthy, in order to protect the rights of all nationalities in Eritrea so that they may develop with equality, to abolish war and aggression and bring about peace and prosperity for all our people, in order to bring about conditions of progress for every Eritrean and to guarantee him/her adequate nutrition, clothing, healthcare, and education, which are now exclusively enjoyed by the feudalists and imperialists who control the fertile land, industries, and trade. 1b. All along Isuna annexationists denied the fact that Ethiopia's annexation of Eritrea in the service of imperialism is an act of foreign aggression and occupation. This is in spite of the fact that they admit that Eritrea was forcibly annexed by Ethiopia. They absurdly argue that since Ethiopia is a semi-feudal and semi-colonial country, the forcible annexation of Eritrea by Ethiopia cannot and should not be viewed as an act of foreign aggression and occupation and, therefore, Eritrea is an integral part of Ethiopia and the Eritrean question is an internal affair of Ethiopia. The absurdity of this argument is so glaring it hardly needs any comment. As far as the Eritrean people are concerned, and that is what counts, there is no difference whatsoever between the present resistance that they are putting up against the Ethiopian expansionists and their imperialist Zionist backers and the resistance they put up against the Italian colonialists and British imperialists. For the Eritrean people, the ongoing armed struggle is a direct and uninterrupted continuation of their age-old anti-colonial struggle against various types of expansionists and colonialists. That is why the leader of the Independence Bloc in his address to the UN General Assembly stated, "We, the Eritrean people cannot tolerate colonization or dependency in any way, veiled or open, covert or overt." 126 The Eritrean people have never and will never tolerate Ethiopia's presence in their land and will continue to persist in the armed struggle until that liberate every inch of their land from Ethiopian occupation. We want to assure our Isuna annexationists that final victory is ours, for we are waging a just war, a war of national liberation and independence. Is there any fundamental difference between the EPLF and ELF? 159. Until the birth of the EPLF in 1970, the anti-colonial struggle of the Eritrean people was marked by one overriding weakness: the lack of correct leadership. All along this weakness had afflicted the heroic struggle of the Eritrean people. Due to this deficiency and the machinations of their enemies, the Eritrean people's aspirations and demand to be free and independent were frustrated. The situation was no different with the incipient armed struggle. Although the beginning of the armed struggle opened a new chapter in the history of the Eritrean people's struggle and received the wholehearted support of the masses, it too suffered from lack of revolutionary leadership and consequently the lack of a revolutionary political line and program. The leadership of the ELF, representing the interest of a section of the Eritrean feudalists and the right-wing petty bourgeoisie, did not and could not give the armed struggle correct perspective. The incorrect political line of the ELF brought defeats and setbacks to the revolution. As a result, the Eritrean people had to make colossal sacrifices and bear immense suffering. Nevertheless, in the face of all the suffering and sacrifice, they persisted in the armed struggle. With the birth of the EPLF, however, the sorry state of affairs that had afflicted the national liberation struggle of the Eritrean people for such a long time drastically changed. The formation of EPLF signified nothing short of a rebirth of the Eritrean armed struggle on a new revolutionary basis. Its correct political line has enabled the Eritrean revolution to make giant strides on the path to victory. In a relatively short period of time, the armed struggle developed into a full-scale people's war engulfing the entire country, scoring magnificent achievements and winning many brilliant victories. Today, except for a very few towns, the entire country is under the control of the liberation forces. The liberated area is the scene of a profound social transformation. Agrarian revolution is being carried out, people's administration set up, hospitals and schools erected, etc. In short, in the liberated areas we witness the birth of a new, democratic and independent Eritrea. For Isuna social chauvinists, however, the creation of the EPLF did not make any difference for the Eritrean revolution. It did not bring any change in the revolution. In their analysis of the character of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Isuna social chauvinists see no fundamental difference between the two fronts. They claim that, both fronts are led by the petty bourgeoisie. Both fronts have exploiting groups in their ranks. Both fronts have certain revolutionary elements in their ranks. Both fronts are opposed to proletarian internationalism and uphold bourgeois nationalism. Both fronts in their present form are objectively incapable of waging class struggle and revolution inside Eritrea. J27. What do they base their claim upon? Their assertion on the absence of difference between the EPLF and ELF again revolves around the question of leadership. It emanates from their erroneous view that all fronts without communist parties, irrespective of their orientation and the balance of social forces within them, cannot possibly have any fundamental difference in their character, class stand, tasks, targets, etc. Let us see whether or not there is fundamental difference between the EPLF and the ELF based not on speculation and fabrication but on their declared political lines and their daily practices. The political line of the EPLF and the political line of the ELF represent the two-line struggle in the Eritrean revolution. They represent the mass line and the bourgeois line respectively. This fundamental difference between the EPLF and the ELF is reflected in every question of substance that the revolution has to answer. First and foremost, it is reflected on the question of which class must lead the Eritrean revolution. In any revolution the question of leadership, i.e. which class should lead, is decisive. The question of leadership decides the character, tasks, targets, and the fate of any revolution. On this crucial question, the two fronts hold diametrically opposed views. The EPLF recognizes that in the era of imperialism the only class that can lead any revolution to a victorious conclusion is the working class. Time and again the EPLF has, through its Vanguard and Spark publications, made itself clear on this question of cardinal importance. The EPLF has not only stated that the working class must take up leadership in the revolution, but it has also stated that the working class is the vanguard of the Eritrean struggle. 129 The ELF, on the other hand, assigns the leadership of the revolution to the petty bourgeoisie. It argues that in countries like Eritrea the working class is such a backward class that it cannot play the vanguard role and asserts that in socio-economic formations like Eritrea it is the petty bourgeoisie which is destined to play the vanguard role of the revolution. We will verify this by quoting at great length ELF's official organ Gedli Hizbi Eritrea, the struggle of the Eritrean people. In elaborating its stand on why the liberation movements in the colonies and semi-colonies must be led by the petty bourgeoisie, the ELF argues. The internal conditions, in the Third World, are characterized by undeveloped bourgeois order with backward proletariat and undeveloped bourgeoisie on the one hand, and the petty bourgeoisie which represents the interests of the masses and which is at the forefront of the political struggle on the other. Revolutionary democracy that represents the interests of the revolutionary forces, i.e. the proletariat, peasants, and the petty bourgeoisie, is independent of a specific class characteristics. What determines the revolutionary nature of leadership is not its class composition, but whether or not it represents and submits to the interests of the revolutionary forces. In countries that have gone through the arduous road of national liberation struggle, the leadership is eventually dominated by the left wing of the petty bourgeoisie, which is seasoned in the armed struggle and which is committed to carry the revolution through to the end. Finding itself isolated both at home and abroad as a result of the correct and revolutionary line of the EPLF, the ELF was compelled to adopt this revisionist theory. It believed that by espousing this revisionist theory, it could cover up its out-and-out reactionary nature. In applying this revisionist theory to the Eritrean situation, the ELF further argues. The socio-economic formation of the Eritrean society is feudo-capitalist, and does not have a working class that can play the vanguard role. The peasantry, in spite of its numerical superiority with its general outlook, has low level of political consciousness. The bourgeoisie has alienated itself from the revolution, and the petty bourgeoisie is at the forefront of the struggle. In such socio-economic formation with its attendant superstructure, a communist party cannot be formed, and if it is formed it cannot play the vanguard role. JT is only the democratic revolutionaries/democratic nationals, i.e., petty bourgeoisie, who can represent the revolutionary forces and lead the revolution. 131. Don't these views on the question of leadership represent a fundamental difference in political line? We think they do. Only social chauvinists and wicked people like Isuna annexationists will deny this indisputable fact. On the questions of self-reliance, what path should the Eritrean revolution take? Who are the enemies of the Eritrean revolution? Language, national unity, etc. The two fronts express opposing viewpoints which directly stem from their political beliefs. The ELF does not believe that colonial and semi-colonial people can self-reliantly conduct wars of national liberation. It still places primary emphasis on external support. It alleges that colonial and semi-colonial countries cannot solve their internal and external problems on their own by following the principle of self-reliance. The ELF leaders resorting to the usual opportunist distortion of self-reliance, which they even put in quotation marks, presenting it as an attitude of going it alone, in order to cover up their opposition to the revolutionary principle. The EPLF, on the other hand, unswervingly adheres to the principle of self-reliance in all aspects of the revolution, see pages 118 to 128. The way in which THIRD fronts view the mobilization of the masses best illustrates this difference. The EPLF maintains that the active and conscious participation of the masses of the people in the revolution is an absolute necessity for the success of the revolution and exerts great effort in organizing, politicizing and arming them. Contrary to this, the ELF, because of its reactionary line, does not do any mobilization work worth the name among the masses. The ELF is conscious that organizing, politicizing and arming the masses in a revolutionary manner will in the final analysis work against its class interest, and that it is tantamount to digging its own grave. That is why it has referred to the EPLF's peasant cells as cancerous. To be sure, the ELF claims to have set up different mass organizations. However, these so-called mass organizations are phony organizations designed to undermine the efforts of the EPLF and hoodwink the progressive world. Take, for instance, the ELF's mobilization of the peasant masses. In each village under its control the ELF appoints a 5-man committee whose members are in most cases traditional chiefs to administer the village. With the setting up of such a committee, a village is declared organized. The ELF does not conduct any political work among the peasant masses, nor does it try to change the exploitative production relations. According to the ELF, the enemies of the Eritrean people are Ethiopian colonialism, world imperialism led by the US imperialists, international Zionism, and foreign capitalists. 133. No mention is made of internal reaction. The EPLF on the other hand defines Ethiopian colonialism, world imperialism, Israeli Zionism, and domestic reaction as the targets of the Eritrean revolution. Another important question on which the two fronts hold diametrically opposed views is the question of what path the Eritrean revolution should take. The EPLF defines the present stage of the Eritrean revolution as a new democratic revolution and maintains that the political aims and objectives of the revolution can be attained only by traversing along this path. The ELF, on the other hand, advocating for the revisionist theory of non-capitalist road of development, insists that the Eritrean society, being part of the Third World in general and of the African world in particular, has to follow the non-capitalist road of development. As indicated in Gedli Hizbi Eritrea No. 16, this idea is also contained in the Tigrinya version of its political program. In the areas under its control, the ELF does not take any measures to abolish feudal land relations. It is opposed to any kind of land reform program. It labels the land reform measures being carried out by the EPLF in the vast liberated areas as left extremism. The EPLF safeguards the right of all nationalities to preserve and develop their spoken or written language. As the EPLF is opposed to making any of the Eritrean languages an official language. The ELF, on the other hand, declares Tigrinya and Arabic as the official languages of Eritrea. Needless to say, the stand of the ELF on the question of language does not ensure the equality of the various Eritrean nationalities. Such in brief are the main differences between the EPLF and the ELF. The above-mentioned facts make it abundantly clear that the political lines of the EPLF and the ELF represent the two-line struggle in the Eritrean revolution, that one represents and safeguards the interests of the masses while the other those of the parasitic classes, and that one upholds proletarian ideology and the other upholds bourgeois ideology. As pointed out earlier, Isuna social chauvinists do not and cannot see any fundamental difference between the political lines of the EPLF and ELF. Consistent with their chauvinist line, they deny that the contradictions between the EPLF and the ELF have any political content. They allege, whatever ideological forms it may assume, the root cause of the contradiction between EPLF and ELF is a contradiction between different sector of the Eritrean petty bourgeoisie for the domination of the Eritrean independence. The material basis for this contradiction is the disproportionate capitalist development between the various regions of Eritrea. L1. It is clear from the above quotation that in the opinion of Isuna the contradiction between the EPLF and ELF in its essence, whatever ideological form it may assume, boils down to disproportionate capitalist development between the various regions of Eritrea. What does this mean? Basically, what Isuna theoreticians are saying is that the root cause for the conflict between EPLF and ELF is religion and regionalism. The phrase disproportionate capitalist development between the various regions of Eritrea is a euphemistic expression for the Christian highlanders and the Muslim lowlanders. This is what they are referring to when they talk of the heightening of the mutual distrust and antagonism between Christians and Muslims and between Highlanders and Lowlanders. This description is also in their presentation of the causes of the split of the ELF and EPLF. By quoting selectively from a statement by EPLF entitled Our Struggle and Its Goals, they try to present the split as religiously motivated. This in spite of the fact that the paper pointedly cautions the reader not to erroneously see the religious differences as the major contradiction in Eritrean society, 139, and clearly states that religion has been used by the enemies of the Eritrean masses as a tool of oppression and personal gain. 140. As if addressing Isuna annexationists, the paper states that anyone, be he an Eritrean or an outsider, who tries to explain the contradiction in the Eritrean society in terms of religious differences either does not know what he is talking about, or is an opportunist or expansionist. 141. Isuna's attempt to give religious coloring to the contradiction between the EPLF and ELF should not surprise anyone. The enemies of the Eritrean people, the imperialists, Zionists, Ethiopian expansionists, and reactionary Eritreans such as the Osman Sab clique, in the pursuit of their selfish class interests, have always presented it thus. This is no different from how the imperialists and their lackeys characterized the civil war in Lebanon. Leaving Isuna's sophistry aside, i.e. its pretension of giving a materialist explanation, to say that religious differences constitute the root cause for the contradictions that are found in a society is un-Marxist and metaphysical. Isyonis claims notwithstanding, the contradiction between EPLF and ELF is not religious. How can it be? When one finds both Muslims and Christians from all the Eritrean nationalities in the ranks of both fronts. The root cause for the contradiction lies somewhere else in the nature of the two fronts. As we have shown above, it is a contradiction between a reactionary line and a revolutionary one. The present contradiction between EPLF and ELF is the continuation of the fierce class struggle that was waged by the democratic and revolutionary forces within the ELF before the formation of the EPLF. From the outset, democratic and revolutionary fighters strove to correct the reactionary line and leadership of the ELF. From 1965 to 1970 these forces waged a protracted and bitter struggle within the ELF, during which time the struggle for national liberation suffered a number of setbacks. When it became very clear that it was not possible to correct the reactionary line of the ELF from within, the democratic and revolutionary forces, determined to guarantee their survival in order to defend and advance the revolution, rejected the reactionary line and leadership of the ELF, separated from the fascistic administration of the General Command, and established the EPLF in 1970. The opportunist and reactionary leadership of the ELF moved fast to nip the progressive EPLF in the bud. Unable to distinguish between the primary and secondary contradictions of the revolution, hence their incorrect methods of resolution, the ELF launched a civil war to liquidate the EPLF. The EPLF, on the other hand, called for a democratic solution to the contradiction and has raised the slogan "All our guns against our colonizers," a democratic solution to the secondary contradiction. The civil war which ravaged the Eritrean Revolution for almost 3 years, 1972 to 1974, was the culmination of the murderous, divisive, and liquidationist practices of the opportunist leadership of the ELF. It was the inevitable continuation, development, and intensification of the class struggle that was waged by the democratic and revolutionary forces within the ELF to correct its reactionary line. It needs to be pointed out here that throughout the duration of the civil war the ISUNA leaders never said a word about the civil war. Gleefully delighted to see the Eritrean revolution consuming itself, they maintained complete silence on the issue. It was only after the civil war was brought to an end as a result of the ceaseless efforts of the heroic Eritrean masses and the democratic elements within the ELF and the principled and correct stand of the EPLF that the ISUNA leaders started to glibly talk of the cessation of the civil war, the cooperation between the two fronts, the efforts to bring about national unity, etc. as being positive steps in the right direction. In fact, considering the totally negative attitude that they uphold regarding the formation of a united front between the EPLF and the ELF and their call on all revolutionaries to thoroughly, wholly, and calm. 165. Completely oppose it. One is led to conclude that ISUNA leaders lamented the cessation of the civil war. What is worse is ISUNA leaders' attempt to exonerate the ELF leadership of its crimes. Glossing over the fact that it was the ELF leadership that launched the war of liquidation against the EPLF, the ISUNA leaders only state that the so-called First National Congress of the ELF came up with a resolution which threatened unspecified actions against dissenting groups. And to speak of the civil war that ravaged the Eritrean Revolution for almost 3 years, 1972 to 1974, and not to mention who initiated it cannot be construed as anything but an attempt at a cover-up. Only falsifiers like ISUNA leaders are capable of glossing over the fact that it was the so-called First National Congress that passed a resolution empowering the ELF leadership to pass the infamous decision to launch the war of liquidation, and the fact that it was only 3 months after the conclusion of the Congress that the Revolutionary Council, the leadership of the ELF, declaring that no remedy has been found except elimination by military force, decided in its meeting of February 22, 1972 to launch the war to liquidate the EPLF. Such are the fundamental differences between the EPLF and the ELF. The political lines of the EPLF and that of the ELF represent the two-line struggle in the Eritrean Revolution. They represent the mass line and the bourgeois line respectively. This fundamental difference between the EPLF and the ELF is reflected in every question of substance that the revolution has to answer. The contradiction that exists between the two fronts has ideological roots and is a contradiction between a reactionary line and a revolutionary one. How ISUNA relies on traitors to vilify the Eritrean struggle. The social chauvinists of ISUNA have based their analysis of the development and motive forces of the Eritrean armed struggle on a counter-revolutionary paper entitled The Armed Conflict in Eritrea. They consider this reactionary paper a reprint of a speech given by an Eritrean traitor, scum, a gem, a Marxist-Leninist document. They write, our position on the Eritrean struggle has been entirely borne out by an important document, which represents the first summation of the Eritrean revolutionaries who were in a position to gather direct and first-hand information about the movement. Therefore, we feel it is appropriate to present an almost verbatim summary of the sections of this document relevant to our study, emphasis ours. But what are the facts? The paper Armed Conflict in Eritrea is not a summation by Eritrean revolutionaries but the work of a single individual, an Eritrean traitor by the name of Emmanuel Gebreisus. Who is this individual? What was his role in Eritrean struggle? Is it true that he was in a position to gather direct and first-hand information about the Eritrean movement as a whole? Far from it. This individual was in the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, for less than a year, beginning in November 1971. He had no experience whatsoever in the EPLF. In fact, by the time he left the field, i.e. before the end of 1972, the three groups that eventually formed the EPLF had not been united. Let's look into the paper. As the first summation by Eritrean revolutionaries with first-hand information, one would expect that it would be based on an analysis of facts. However, the text reveals that the author has no knowledge of the most elementary facts regarding Eritrea, has no understanding of the history and development of the Eritrean struggle. It is full of errors, lies, slanders and outright attacks. But, since the ISUNA social chauvinists have hailed this trash of a paper as a Marxist-Leninist document, let us examine the main content of the paper and see what the ISUNA theoreticians consider Marxism-Leninism. The gist of the author's argument is as follows: Eritrea is a multinational, multi-religious state artificially created by Italian colonialism. The motive force of the Eritrean struggle, conflict to use his words, is the petty bourgeoisie. The reason the petty bourgeoisie fights for independence is because it wants to gain control of Eritrea, which has an economy whose capitalist sector is 3 times more developed than Ethiopia's. However, the interests of the petty bourgeoisie contradict the national rights of the peoples of Eritrea. Hence, the independence of Eritrea would constitute a hideous crime against the Eritrean people. Let us elaborate. The author of the Marxist-Leninist document argues, Eritrea was raised as a colony without the slightest regard to the historically constituted nationalities. A number of nationalities find themselves on the other side of the border in Sudan, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Eritrea is composed of a people speaking different languages with different religions and different historical experiences prior to the coming of the Italians. Moreover, almost half of the Eritrean people are Muslims with an equal number of Christians and a minority of animists. From this our Marxist-Leninist author concludes, the very nature of Eritrea, its historical and geographical makeup tends to counter or at least poses a very serious hindrance towards the realization of the objective of independence. This argument shows that our Marxist-Leninist revolutionary does not have an understanding of the history of imperialist domination and the present situation in Africa and in much of Asia and Latin America. The end of the 19th century saw the rise of imperialism, the struggle among the capitalist countries in the scramble for Africa and the redivision of the entire world. The imperialist powers carved Africa into their colonies on the basis of their strength and capital. It was not only Eritrea's borders that were drawn without the slightest regard for the historically constituted nationalities but the colonial boundaries of every African country. Just like Italian Eritrea was created, so were British Kenya, French Congo, Portuguese Angola and German Tanganyika. All of them were formed as multinational states. In fact, with the exception of Somalia, there is not a single African country, south of the Sahara, which is not composed of peoples of different nationalities, speaking different languages, with more or less separate historical experiences before the advent of colonialism. In virtually every African country, there are nationalities which have been separated into 2 or 3 countries as a result of the colonial boundaries. The Bakongo people live in Zaire, Congo, and Angola, the Yoruba live in Nigeria and Dahomey, the Ovambo people live in Namibia and Angola, the Yu live in Ghana and Togo, etc. In the majority of African countries, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, Sudan, etc., the people are not homogeneous in their religious beliefs either. 168. Experience shows that the various nationalities which comprise the African countries fought as a multinational people against colonialism and for their national independence. The colonialists and their reactionary lackeys fanned nationality, religious and tribal differences in an attempt to obstruct and crush their people's struggle, but in the end they were unable to prevent them from achieving their objective of national independence. OUF Marxist-Leninist authors' argument that Eritrea's historical and geographical makeup poses serious problems that have to be surmounted if they could be surmounted at all is ahistorical and does not stand up to facts. Eritrea is a multinational state. Although historically there were strong relations between some of the 9 Eritrean nationalities, Eritrea was forged as a multinational state and the process of its economic, political, and cultural integration began under European colonialism. Italian colonialism had grandiose plans for Eritrea. It wanted to turn Eritrea into a settler colony, much like South Africa and Zimbabwe or Palestine, ruthlessly exploit Eritrean resources and labor and turn Eritrea into a base of furthering its imperialist ambitions in Africa. These colonial objectives required a certain level of economic, mainly infrastructural, transformation. Consequently, hundreds of miles of roads and railways were built, a number of small and medium-sized cities sprang up and the port of Massawa and the airports at Asmara and Gura were enlarged and modernized. A large number of military installations, barracks, depots, and warehouses were constructed. All of these undertakings required the recruitment of thousands of Eritrean laborers, giving rise to the creation of a multinational Eritrean working class. A small multinational intelligentsia, made up of translators, lower clerks, etc., was also formed. The common exploitation and oppression, including flagrant racial discrimination that the people of all nationalities faced, united the peoples of Eritrea and forged a national consciousness leading to joint struggle against Italian colonialism. Towards the end of the Italian colonial period, the Maber Fikri Hager, patriotic organization, was formed to fight against fascist Italian colonialism and for the independence of Eritrea. During the British occupation period, 1941–52, the British colonialists and the Ethiopian expansionists left no stone unturned in their efforts to split the Eritrean people in order to satisfy their colonial and expansionist aims. The British imperialists raised the spectre of religious and tribal intolerance, of irreconcilable differences between Muslim and Christian Eritreans. Claiming, like Isuna's Marxist-Leninist author, that the Eritrean peoples have more in common with their neighbors than with each other, the British imperialists put forward a proposal, the Bevan Sforza Plan, that Eritrea should be divided into 2, giving one part to their colony the Sudan and the other part to their neo-colony Ethiopia. The Eritrean people and all the political parties active at that time vehemently opposed the partition plan of the British imperialists and Ethiopian feudalists, proving once again that the Eritrean people consider themselves as one people whose destiny is tied together. Let us go back to the Marxist-Leninist document. After asserting that the Eritrean people have little, if anything, in common and that serious, if at all surmountable, obstacles block the objective of Eritrean independence, the author states, a sense of separate nationalism, if not by the vast peasantry, nevertheless, was widespread in urban centers. This sense of separateness is widely felt by the middle class. At any rate, feudalists regard alien anyone who comes outside their villages. This feeling of separateness is heartily felt by the petty bourgeoisie. In fact, this parochial feeling has been the most important psychological factor in the resistance movement in Eritrea. This sensation cements the petty bourgeoisie of the diverse nationalities of the urban centers. The author then goes on to ask, what is it that created the peculiar psychology, the so-called Eritreanism? Parochial feeling, sensation: peculiar psychology, Eritreanism. Our Marxist-Leninist author is at a loss for words to describe the national consciousness, the hatred of foreign domination and occupation, the patriotic zeal of the Eritrean people. The author then asserts that the Eritrean question is not a national question fought around issues of religion. Because, the proportion of Muslim to Christian is probably higher in Ethiopia than in Eritrea. It cannot be a language issue, since the major languages of Eritrea are spoken in eastern and northern Ethiopia. Here, the author argues not like a Marxist-Leninist but like a bourgeois hack. Does the fact that there are more Muslims than Christians in Ethiopia mean there is no religious oppression in Ethiopia? Haile Selassie's regime was a theocratic state, the constitution itself stating that to hold high office or become a king one has to be a Coptic Christian, and there is still no separation between the church and the state. In Ethiopia, the Haile Selassie regime suppressed the Muslim religion. Similarly, the fact that some of the Eritrean languages are spoken by similar nationalities in Ethiopia does not mean there was no suppression of Eritrean languages. In Ethiopia itself, Amharic was and remains the official language, which means the others, including Oromo, the language of the largest nationality in Ethiopia, are suppressed. In Eritrea, in an attempt to destroy Eritrean culture and suppress the national liberation struggle, the Ethiopian occupationist regime banned Eritrean languages, burned all books written in Eritrean languages, and imposed Amharic on the PEOP schools, courts, etc. The Marxist-Leninist author then states that Eritrean nationalism reflects the uneven capitalist development in Eritrea as compared to Ethiopia, Eritrea being 3 times more developed, and the lust to found an independent state emanates from this reality. The authors of the war. 170. Highest in the highlands. Since lowland Eritrea is less developed capitalistically than Ethiopia, one would expect that there would be no basis for the Eritrean movement there. But strangely enough, the author tells us, this unevenness partly explains why the Eritrean fronts encountered lesser hostility in the lowlands and a sort of negligence and indifference in the highlands. This shows the utter bankruptcy of the social chauvinists in Isuna and their Marxist-Leninist mentor. Wherein lies the error of our author and his social chauvinist students in Isuna? The root error of our Marxist-Leninist author is his adherence to the reactionary pseudo-Marxist-Leninist theory of productive forces or economic determinism. This reactionary theory claims that economics is the sale factor influencing the course of social development and denies the active role of the superstructure and the effect that this has on the economic base. Engels has said, according to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor have ever asserted. Hence, if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, political forms of the class struggle and its results, to wit, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. In the same passage Engels teaches us that, without making oneself ridiculous, it would be a difficult thing to explain in terms of economics alone a number of things, and goes on to give concrete examples, instead of following this Marxist-Leninist principle so clearly elucidated by Engels and taking into account not only the economic but also the political, cultural, and other factors that have given rise to the Eritrean struggle. Our Marxist-Leninist author ends up giving a ridiculous, confused and contradictory argument by following the reactionary theory of the productive forces. The author's bankrupt theory leads him into further errors and contradictory conclusions. The author tells us, the Eritrean bourgeoisie had even taken a substantial command of the upcoming capitalist economy of Ethiopia, in particular the bureaucracy. The challenge to this order by the petty bourgeoisie, in the unprecedented series of events in 1974, represented by the THIRD-WORLDISM with their nationalization of industries, distribution of land to those who till it, and urban building of all sorts, has thrown the Eritrean bourgeoisie into hysteria and its mass desertion to the fronts. The Eritrean bourgeoisie hope by joining the fronts to perpetuate their capitalist exploitation, at least in an independent Eritrea. But if the Eritrean petty bourgeoisie has no other reason to fight for independence than its desire to control the more capitalistically developed Eritrea, why would it desire independence if the Eritrean bourgeoisie had gained substantial control of the capitalist economy not only of Eritrea but also of Eritrea and Ethiopia? According to the author, the Eritrean petty bourgeoisie as a whole aspired to become bourgeoisie, to control the capital left over by the Italians. If it can control the capitalist economy of Eritrea and Ethiopia, it would be working against its class interest if it demands national independence. In fact, the author unwillingly admits that the Eritrean bourgeoisie and upper petty bourgeoisie had not been supporting the Eritrean struggle until 1974, when, their exploitative capitalist concerns threatened by the junta, they deserted en masse to the Eritrean fronts, hoping to perpetuate their capitalistic exploitation at least in Eritrea. Taking the reactionary theory of economic determinism as a point of departure, the author is also forced into another error. Since the role of imperialism in the annexation and domination of Eritrea by Ethiopia at once exposes the bankruptcy of his argument that it is the unevenness of economic development which is the basis of the Eritrean struggle, and that the Eritrean struggle is a struggle between the petty bourgeoisie and show feudalism, the author presumes to discuss the Eritrean question without so much as mentioning the role of imperialism in the conflict. Here we would like to ask, how can one discuss the struggle of the Eritrean people without discussing the role of imperialism in Eritrea and Ethiopia? Was it not British imperialism, in collaboration with the Ethiopian feudal regime, that sought to disrupt the Eritrean economy, weaken the independence movement and divide the Eritrean people in an effort to split Eritrea between Sudan and Ethiopia? Was it not the overriding interests of U.S. imperialism, the dominant imperialist power after World War II, that led to the imposition of the sham Eritrean-Ethiopian Federation on the Eritrean people? Didn't the feudal regime open the door wide for the construction of U.S. and Israeli military bases in Eritrea and the exploitation of Eritrea by foreign capital U.S., Israel, Italian, etc.? Wasn't it Ethiopian troops armed to the teeth with U.S. weapons, aided by U.S. advisors and trained by Israeli experts, who conducted the war of aggression against the Eritrean people? In fact, could the Ethiopian government have annexed and perpetuated its colonial oppression of Eritrea if it were not for the decisive role played by U.S. imperialism and Israeli Zionism in support of the Ethiopian regime? It is impossible to understand and analyze the Eritrean struggle, or any struggle in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, for that matter, without taking into account the role of imperialism. Any attempt to do so will inevitably lead to bankrupt analysis, like that peddled by the theoreticians of Isuna and their Marxist-Leninist teacher. Basing himself on the above outlined analysis, our Marxist-Leninist author arrives at this conclusion. The motive force of the Eritrean struggle has been the petty bourgeoisie. But the interest of the petty bourgeoisie contradicts the national rights of the peoples of Eritrea. The redismemberment of the different nationalities in the fashion of Italian colonialism of J896 by the petty bourgeoisie would constitute a hideous crime no less than the bombardment of the civilian population. But this is what the class interest of the Eritrean petty bourgeoisie demands. Emphasis ours. Our Marxist-Leninist author claims that the motive force of the Eritrean struggle has been the petty bourgeoisie. Isuna modifies this a bit to read, the motive forces behind this aspiration are the petty bourgeoisie and certain strata of the exploiting classes, compradors and feudalists said, What Isyuna and their Marxist-Leninist mentor are saying here is that the working class and the peasantry are not oppressed by the Ethiopian occupationists and have no interest in struggling for self-determination, for national independence. The question of who are the motive forces in any movement is not determined arbitrarily, according to the whims of this or that individual or organization. It is decided by the objective socio-economic and political conditions, by determining the primary enemy against whom the struggle has to be spearheaded. In the case of Eritrea, ever since the colonization of the country by the imperialist powers, there has been an oppressive colonial and semi-feudal order. The latter was the base of support for the former, while the former helped to strengthen the latter. For half a century, from 1889 to 1941, Italian colonialism and its lackeys were the chief enemies of the 174 Eritrean people. The primary contradiction was between Italian colonialism and the Eritrean people. All the classes and strata who were oppressed by Italian colonialism and its lackeys, i.e. all those who had an interest in fighting the chief enemy, in resolving the primary contradiction, constituted the motive forces of the revolution. These were the peasantry, the artisans, the emergent working class intelligentsia and urban petty bourgeoisie. Some individuals from the landlord class, e.g. Batahagos, also fought against Italian colonialism. During this period the leadership was essentially in the hands of the upper petty bourgeoisie and patriotic landlords. From 1941 to 52, the period of British colonial rule, the socio-economic and political conditions were basically unchanged. The chief enemy was British colonialism and its lackeys. The British colonialists were determined to prevent the independence of Eritrea. They wanted to split Eritrea, annex part of Eritrea to Ethiopia and the other parts to their neo-colony, the Sudan. Towards this end, they worked in close coordination with the Ethiopian expansionists to fan religious and national difference to split and weaken the Eritrean anti-colonial forces. Under these conditions, all classes and strata who were oppressed by British colonialism and its lackeys, all those who were interested in fighting the main enemy and frustrating its plots to prevent the independence of Eritrea, constituted the main force of the Eritrean movement. These were the peasantry, the working class and the petty bourgeoisie. The upper petty bourgeoisie, the handful of bureaucrat capitalists were promised lucrative jobs in the bureaucracy by the Haile Selassie regime. The feudalists, of highland and lowland Eritrea, Muslims and Christians, and the Coptic Church were expecting land grants such as those the feudalists and the Church had received in Ethiopia. Since 1952, when the Ethiopian feudal expansionists supported by U.S. imperialism annexed Eritrea, the chief enemies of our people have been the Ethiopian occupationists, imperialism, Zionism, and their Eritrean lackeys, the comprador bureaucrat bourgeoisie and the feudalists. The instrument of imperialist and Zionist domination of Eritrea was the Ethiopian feudal occupationists. U.S. imperialism engineered the annexation of Eritrea by Ethiopia in order to gain control of strategic Eritrea and provides the weapons and money necessary to crush the national liberation struggle. Thus, all the classes and social strata who were oppressed by the Ethiopian occupationists, imperialism, Zionism, and the Eritrean feudalist and bureaucrat capitalist classes and who had an interest in fighting these enemies, driving them out and establishing an independent democratic state constitute the motive forces of the Eritrean struggle. Who are the classes and social strata who have been oppressed by the imperialist Zionist-backed occupation of Eritrea by the Ethiopian expansionists? In the first place, the working class. As soon as the feudalist regime annexed Eritrea, it set out to ruin the Eritrean economy aiming to make 175 Eritrea dependent and crush the Eritrean national liberation movement and, in particular, the vigorous workers' movement. It closed a number of factories and refused to open new industrial enterprises in Eritrea. It diverted almost all shipping from the port of Massawa, which is located near Asmara in the center of the Eritrean coast, to Assab on the southern tip of the Eritrean coast and relatively closer to Addis Ababa, causing the unemployment of thousands of workers. Barely a year after its annexation of Eritrea, the feudalist regime banned the trade union movement, shot and wounded its leader and forced him into exile. It deprived the workers of their right to organize and to wage strikes to demand their rights and enabled the foreign capitalists, US, Israeli, Italian, etc., to crudely exploit the Eritrean workers with wages as low as L3 cent per day. The Eritrean working class was most certainly oppressed by the imperialist-backed Ethiopian occupation. It was most certainly interested in driving them out. Because of its advanced ideology, its sense of discipline and organization, its connection with the most advanced mode of production, the working class is the leading force of the Eritrean struggle. Secondly, it is the peasantry. The Ethiopian occupationist regime viciously exploited the Eritrean peasantry. The Italian and British colonialists had expropriated extremely extensive areas from the peasantry. The same process continued under Ethiopian occupation, with the feudalist regime expropriating land from the peasants and giving it to the feudal landlords, foreign capitalists, the church, etc. The peasants were forced to pay taxes constantly raised by the occupationist regime. The peasants were also exploited in the market, where they are forced to sell cheap and buy dear. In addition, the peasantry bore the brunt of the Ethiopian war of aggression. If a youth from a village joins the liberation forces, if the village shows the slightest sympathy, provides food, to the liberation force, even if the Ethiopian troops are defeated in battle, they vent their anger on the whole village. They destroy crops, burn houses, poison the wells, commit cold-blooded massacres of women, men, and children, rape women and loot whatever they can get their hands on. Except for a section of the rich peasantry which was rewarded with land grants and appointed as village or district chiefs, the Eritrean peasantry was brutally oppressed by the imperialist Zionist-backed Ethiopian occupationists and their Eritrean lackeys. The peasantry is very interested in driving out the Ethiopian occupationists. The Eritrean peasantry is a motive force of the Eritrean national liberation struggle. Because it is the largest class and it is resolutely opposed to the primary enemies of the country, the peasantry is the force in the Eritrean national liberation struggle. Thirdly, it is the urban petty bourgeoisie. The economic ruin of Eritrea by the Ethiopian occupationist regime plunged the petty bourgeoisie into a miserable life. In addition, the trampling of the national and democratic 176. 177. Rights of the people and the suppression of Eritrean culture extremely agitated the petty bourgeoisie, in particular, the revolutionary intelligentsia and the students. The petty bourgeoisie was oppressed by the backward Ethiopian occupationist regime and its imperialist masters. It had a definite interest in fighting against the primary enemies of the people. The petty bourgeoisie was a motive force of the Eritrean revolution. In particular, the revolutionary intelligentsia and the students played an extremely important role in propaganda and agitation, fanning the flames of resistance against the Ethiopian occupationists. However, a small section of the petty bourgeoisie, the upper petty bourgeoisie, composed of higher professionals and wealthy merchants, remained neutral until the tide turned clearly in favor of the Eritrean struggle or collaborated with the primary enemies. Lastly, a section of the middle bourgeoisie which is oppressed by imperialism and the Ethiopian occupationist regime has also exhibited wavering support for the Eritrean struggle, although the majority of it has remained neutral and a small section actively collaborated with the feudal regime. In short, the classes and social strata oppressed and exploited by the Ethiopian occupationist regime, imperialism, Zionism, and their lackeys, have an interest in fighting these enemies, in fighting against annexation, for self-determination, for establishing an independent and democratic state. In other words, the motive forces of the Eritrean struggle are the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie and other patriotic groups. In addition, any elements of the feudal landlord class who want to fight against the annexationists for the independence of the country should be welcome. All the classes and social strata and individuals who are opposed to the colonial occupation of the country should be united to fight against the primary enemy. But it is not on the basis of theoretical analysis alone that one arrives at the conclusion that the working class, The peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie and other patriotic groups are the motive force of the Eritrean struggle. Life itself proves the assertion. Today in Eritrea, the urban and rural proletariat, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie of all nationalities and religions are participating fully in the national liberation struggle led by the EPLF. While the Ethiopian regimes, including the present military junta, remain the enemies of self-determination, the protectors of imperialist domination and the enemies of the toiling masses, it is the Eritrean revolution led by the EPLF that is fulfilling the deepest aspiration of the masses for national independence and people's democracy. The national democratic program of the EPLF crystallizes the basic aspiration and demands of the toiling masses of all nationalities in Eritrea. In the face of atrocious massacres, tremendous suffering, and untold sacrifices, the workers, peasants, students, youth, and women of Eritrea, conscious, organized and armed, are persisting in the struggle for an independent and democratic Eritrea. Except for a few traitors, the overwhelming majority of the Eritrean people, and the overwhelming majority are the workers and peasants, are united behind the revolutionary demand nothing short of total independence. The strongest supporters and the bitterest enemies of the Eritrean revolution barring a handful of diehards attest to this fact. Surely, our Marxist-Leninist author cannot deny that the toiling masses of Eritrea, the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie, actively support and participate in the national liberation struggle. When, flying in the face of reality, he asserts that the petty bourgeoisie is the motive force of the Eritrean struggle, he can only mean that the Eritrean working class and the peasantry are fighting, shedding blood, and making tremendous sacrifices against their class interests, that fighting for self-determination, for national independence is against the class interests of the toiling masses, that the imperialist instigated and supported Ethiopian annexation is in the class interests of the Eritrean toiling masses. This is precisely what our Marxist-Leninist author says, the redismemberment of the different nationalities in the fashion of Italian colonialism of 1896 by the petty bourgeoisie would constitute a hideous crime no less than the bombardment of the civilian population. Our author tells us that Eritrea was forged by the dismemberment of nationalities by Italian colonialism and since, as a result of Ethiopia's annexation, 4 of the 9 nationalities have been joined once again, the redismemberment of the different nationalities that would be brought about by the independence of Eritrea would constitute a hideous crime on the masses of the people. Here we have in black and white the arguments of an apologist of annexation which, Lenin tells us is violation of the self-determination of the nation, it is the establishment of state frontiers contrary to the will of the population. Lenin vigorously opposed the Polish Social Democrats who opposed the re-erection of frontiers swept away by imperialism. He said, "The Polish comrades, however, go further in their annexationism. They are not only against any revolt by the annexed region, they are against any restoration of their independence." For our Marxist-Leninist author is against the re-erection of the Eritrean frontiers which were swept away by the imperialist-backed Ethiopian expansionists. He is against the revolt of annexed Eritrea, against its independence which he considers a hideous crime. Our Marxist-Leninist author is an annexationist, an apologist of the hideous crime of the violation of self-determination of Eritrea, of the establishment of state, Ethiopian, frontiers contrary to the will of the Eritrean people. OUF Marxist-Leninist author tries to cover up his out-and-out annexationism by saying, the interests of the petty bourgeoisie, i.e. the independence of Eritrea, contradicts the national rights of the peoples of Eritrea. The multinational peoples of Eritrea have clearly expressed and are waging a heroic struggle for their national right to establish an independent Eritrea. Since our Marxist-Leninist author is vehemently opposed to this aspiration, nay more, since he considers it a hideous crime, what are these national rights of the peoples of Eritrea that he pretends to be so concerned about? Since he has told us that redismemberment would be a hideous crime, he can only be referring to the right to remain annexed, to remain slaves. The heroic 16-year-old armed struggle of the Eritrean people is the best rebuff to the annexationist arguments of our Marxist-Leninist author. As shown above, our Marxist-Leninist author is totally opposed to the struggle of the Eritrean people for self-determination and is an out-and-out annexationist. How is it that the Isuna social chauvinists who never stop boasting about their unconditional support of the right of the Eritrean people for self-determination up to and including secession, support the annexationist arguments of the author and even more hail them as Marxist-Leninist? It is not an oversight, an error on the part of the social chauvinist theoreticians of Isuna who never stop advising people to study Marxism-Leninism. Rather, the openly annexationist position of the author constitutes the true stand of the Isuna social chauvinists. By openly supporting and hailing as Marxist-Leninist the annexationist arguments of this paper, they expose the ugly, expansionist social chauvinist nature which lurks behind their sophistry and phrase-mongering. The Isuna social chauvinists have been caught with their tail between their legs. Having dealt with the main content of the counter-revolutionary, annexationist paper, The Armed Conflict in Eritrea, dubbed a Marxist-Leninist document by the Isuna social chauvinists, let us look into the other points it raises. The paper deals in some detail with what it describes as the military strategic problems of the Eritrean movement. Regarding this question, the Marxist-Leninist document tells us, in a feudalist society a shifta plays the role of a lord in harmony with a superior lord. But a shifta or a legal lord in sense both lived by robbing the peasantry, and if there was a difference the shifta appears more romantic than the other. In the late 40s the countryside in Eritrea was littered by shiftas who robbed the peasantry and ambushed trucks. Some of the shiftas had connections with the political parties. In particular the Unionist Party. These shiftas were utilized to intimidate and eliminate dissenters. Other shiftas emerged to fight the Unionist shiftas. The author then informs us that the launching of the Eritrean armed struggle and the character of the armed struggle to date is a continuation of this shifta activity. Referring to the launching of the armed struggle, the author states, what started as a romantic affair, a maneuver by a few Eritrean émigrés, ended as a serious political and military obstacle, and adds, we see the supplementary role of the romantic militarism of the 40s become the core of the ELF and PLF military framework. The author tells us that the Eritrean liberation forces had a parasitic relation with the peasantry, with hundreds of fighters every day and twice a day taking food from the villagers out of the little they had and not paying a cent. The author tells us, the ELA never established definite base areas where the population behind these lines could be defended and the fighters could participate in production. In reality, what happened was every time the ELA regrouped for a specific military objective and then retreated in relation, the government troops murdered 100 or more peasants. The author concludes, the ELA army reminds one of the hordes of Emperor Tewodros and Yohannes. It is tragic that we see clear similarity between a liberator's army and the brutal feudal gangs of Yohannes and Tewodros. This was the pattern up to 1972. With no positive prospect in sight. Emphasis ours. Let us look into these arguments closely. In feudal society, feuds and wars among various feudal lords are common. Various warlords, equivalent to what our author calls shiftas, rise up to displace the superior feudal lord, but unless one is speaking from a bourgeois and/or petty bourgeois class viewpoint, these warlords by no means appear romantic to the peasant masses who suffer their tyranny. In the 40s, there were shiftas roaming the Eritrean countryside, but these were lumpen elements making their living by plundering peasants and 180. Mostly robbing trucks and buses. What our Marxist-Leninist author describes as shiftas connected to the political parties were altogether different. These were terrorist gangs, much like the Zionist Irgun and Stern gang in Palestine, organized and financed by the Ethiopian feudal regime to assassinate the militants of the parties fighting for national independence and terrorize the population so it would not support the independence bloc. The report of the UN Commission for Eritrea explicitly states, terrorism which has developed in Eritrea in the form of a system to support a particular policy, is another important factor leading to the grouping of the inhabitants in political parties. Some peoples who were opposed to the annexation of the territory of Eritrea to Ethiopia have been subjected by terrorists to attacks on their person and property. Others, out of fear, have been compelled to follow the party which advocated annexation to Ethiopia. In these conditions, the political conviction of many of the inhabitants who supported the Unionist cause cannot be viewed with doubt. Travaskis, a British administrator in Eritrea, tells us, "The opposition to Unionism, Eritrea's annexation by Ethiopia, was now substantial and firm. In despair some of the younger Unionists in Asmara turned to terrorism, carrying out a number of attacks with hand grenades and explosives against Muslim League and Liberal Progressive, parties fighting for independence, personalities, armed gangs of Christian Abyssinians, Unionists or Shifta, as they were commonly known, began a series of attacks against Italian and Muslim life and property. 6 Italians and 15 Muslims were murdered. 5 of the latter were tied up and beheaded with swords in the presence of their women and children. Large numbers of livestock belonging to the Muslim tribes in western Eritrea were looted. The victims of these outrages were all either opposed to union with Ethiopia or connected with those who were. At the scene of many outrages the Shifta left letters declaring their loyalty to the Emperor Haile Selassie and threatening his enemies with death. At the same time, the Ethiopian authorities were openly granting them refuge in the Adi-Abio district of the Tigray, in Ethiopia. That the disturbances were inspired by the Unionist party and, indeed, the Ethiopian government itself was taken for granted throughout Eritrea. In spite of the fabrications of our Marxist-Leninist author, there were no terrorist gangs or shiftas organized by the parties of the independence bloc. In fact, one of the weaknesses of the independence bloc was its failure to protect its militants and its mass supporters in the face of the white terror of the Ethiopian feudal regime and its accomplice, the British colonialists. Thus our Marxist-Leninist author's statement that the Eritrean armed struggle is a continuation of the Shifta activity of partisans of Eritrean independence is nothing but a concoction. Proceeding from his idealist and metaphysical thinking, which the theoreticians of Isuna apparently consider Marxism-Leninism, the author is unable to explain the reasons for the launching and, more importantly, the sustenance of the Eritrean armed struggle. The author states, "What started as a romantic affair, a maneuver by a few Eritrean émigrés ended as a serious political and military obstacle. Our Marxist-Leninist thinks history is made by individuals. To him the beginning of the armed struggle is a maneuver, zero romantic affair. If that were the case, however, the spark that was lit in western Eritrea on September 1, 1961 would have flickered and quickly died out." Contrary to the concoctions of the Marxist-Leninist author, the launching of the armed struggle followed over a decade of organized political struggle for national independence. After the people's repeated peaceful struggles to safeguard national and democratic rights failed and, in particular, after the Ethiopian regime's brutal suppression of the March 1958 four-day general strike of the Eritrean working class, the Eritrean people and, in particular, their advanced elements came to the conclusion that only armed struggle could liberate the country from the clutches of the imperialist-sponsored Ethiopian occupationists. Thus, when the armed struggle was launched on September 1961, it aroused deep enthusiasm and jubilation among the masses and enjoyed their wholehearted support. In fact, it is only because of the resolute and unwavering support of the masses that the Eritrean struggle has survived and developed to its present stage of strategic offensive in the face of the feverish war of genocide of the Ethiopian regimes, imperialism and Zionism, and in spite of the reactionary line of the ELF leadership which caused it tremendous harm. The reasons for the beginning of the armed struggle are so obvious that the Isuna social chauvinists themselves recognize them. Let us proceed. The Marxist-Leninist author tells us that the Eritrean Liberation Army, which is similar to the brutal feudal gangs of Tewodros and Yohannes, had a parasitic relation to the peasantry, never established base areas, never defended the peasantry from the atrocities of the enemy. He alleges that this was the core of the ELF and PLF military framework up to 1972, and that there is no positive prospect of change. The character of the Eritrean armed struggle up to 1970 has been criticized and condemned by Eritrean revolutionaries and in particular EPLF. The ELF leadership had no idea of how to wage protracted people's war. When it launched the armed struggle, it had no military strategy to speak of. Uncoordinated and haphazard military actions with no overall plan characterized the armed struggle. Although the masses enthusiastically supported the armed struggle, the ELF made no effort to raise their consciousness and organize them. When the ELF army, the ELA, entered villages, it demanded food from the peasants, levied taxes on them, and, when the enemy attacked, it retreated, exposing the masses to enemy retaliation. What was wrong with the ELF was not that the fighters received their food from the peasants. There is nothing wrong with the peasantry feeding its people's army. It is only through support from the peasantry that a people's army can acquire its basic needs, especially in the initial stages of the armed struggle before the establishment of revolutionary base areas. Moreover, the Eritrean peasantry voluntarily and gladly fed the fighters because it placed its hopes on the ELF, which it believed would liberate it from the brutal Ethiopian occupationists. The fundamental and grave mistake of the ELF leadership was that it made no effort to organize, politicize, and arm the masses, never helped them to solve their basic economic and social problems, and never defended them from the attacks of the enemy. What was worse, at those times when the peasants, because of their miserable conditions, could not provide supplies to the fighters, cattle and grain were forcibly taken from them. Those who protested these injustices were mercilessly massacred. The ELA commanders committed serious crimes of plunder and assassination of peasants, but, nevertheless, it is incorrect to compare the ELA to the brutal feudal gangs, the hordes of Johannes and Tewodros. To do so is to confound a just war with an unjust war. War is the continuation of politics. The Eritrean struggle is just and progressive, consequently the war waged by the ELF against the Ethiopian occupationists is just. Thus the ELF fighters cannot be equated to the brutal feudal gangs which were the instruments of expansion for the feudal lords of Ethiopia. The crimes of the ELF leadership were vehemently denounced by progressive fighters. From 1966 onwards, progressive and democratic fighters agitated for an end to religious and tribal divisions within the ELF, for fundamental change in the nature of the army including its relation to the peasantry. It was this struggle that finally culminated in the birth of the Revolutionary Eritrean People's Liberation Front and its army, the Eritrean People's Liberation Army, EPLA. The fierce summation of Eritrean revolutionaries, those who after a decade of struggle within the ELF formed the revolutionary EPLF, was written in 1971. In a document entitled Our Struggle and Its Goals, the EPLF revolutionaries, summing up the experience of 10 years of armed struggle, stated: "The progressive forces in the world know that a revolution, without a clearly defined political line, cannot be crowned with victory. As has been made clear by the Eritrean experience, the mere fact of roaming around with arms and sporadic shooting, if unaccompanied by a clear political direction, is vain and futile, emphasis ours." This document presents in some detail the crimes that the ELF leadership committed against the masses and the revolutionary fighters who opposed its reactionary line. The EPLF made a clean break with the reactionary practices of the ELF. It forged close links with the masses, assisted and led them to solve their basic problems. Unlike the ELF's army, the EPLA participates in political work among the masses and production. It is not solely involved in armed combat. In fact, before the EPLA undertakes armed actions in an area, it carries out thorough political work among the masses, setting up clandestine cells of its mass organizations. It is only when this preparatory work has been done that the armed actions start. The EPLF set up its first permanent base area in the northeastern part of Eritrea at Balakot in Sahel province towards the end of 1972. Turning this area into a political, economic, military, organizational, and cultural bastion of the revolution, the EPLF has in a period of less than 5 years, expanded step by step, liberating the countryside piece by piece, and reached the stage where it has liberated large strategic cities such as Dekmhere and Karen. In the liberated areas, the EPLF has fulfilled the peasants' demands for land and freed tens of thousands of peasants and workers from feudal and capitalist exploitation. It has assisted the masses to become organized and armed. It is providing extensive medical and education services to the masses. It is helping nomads, displaced people, and refugees to settle in the liberated areas. Thus when the Marxist-Leninist author says the core of the EPLF military framework is banditry, that its relations with the peasantry is parasitic, that it has not built base areas, that it preys on villagers for unpaid meals, he exposes himself as the conscious, counter-revolutionary liar he is, and so do the social chauvinists of Isuna, who hail these lies as the first summation by Eritrean revolutionaries. There are a number of other points that the Marxist-Leninist author makes which further reveal his bankruptcy and his intentions. In fact, as we mentioned earlier, the paper is full of lies, distortions, and errors. He tells us, for example, that the ELM, which had once been a sort of mass organization in the urban areas, was formed for the purpose of drawing the attention of the UN to the plight of Eritrea, and that it adhered essentially to legal and peaceful means. The author has no understanding of Eritrean history. In the first place, he has confused the ELM with Maber Shoat, Organization of Seven, an organization which had a mass base in the urban centers. The ELM was formed abroad and did not establish significant support inside Eritrea. Both the Maber Shoat and the ELM were formed after the March 1958 massacre, when open legal work became impossible. Maber Shoat had as its main goal the preparation of conditions through widespread propaganda and agitation for armed struggle, which it saw as primarily urban guerrilla warfare. In fact, a number of assassination attempts against traitors were made by Maber Shoat. The ELM mainly hoped to infiltrate the Eritrean police and stage a coup d'état. The author also tells us that Idris Mohammed Adam advocated union of Eritrea with the Sudan in the 1940s, that during the 40s there were Shiftas allied with the independence bloc, that the Tigrinya nationality of Eritrea was indifferent and negligent of the liberation struggle, etc. As these assertions bear no resemblance to the truth, what Isuna calls the first summation by Eritrean revolutionaries is nothing but hearsays, errors, and lies, and a crude counter-revolutionary attack on the heroic struggle of the Eritrean people led by the EPLF. In their zeal to slander, vilify, and attack the Eritrean struggle, the rabid social chauvinists in Isuna have chosen to rely on a transparently annexationist, counter-revolutionary paper full of gross errors and distortions. The Isuna social chauvinists never stop boasting about their consistent and principled support to the struggle of the Eritrean people for self-determination, up to and including secession. But they have chosen to promote and hail an annexationist paper which explicitly states that the struggle for the right to independence is a hideous crime. In their attempt to hide the question of the state frontiers imposed upon the Eritrean people by their ruling classes, the Isuna leaders prefer to describe the Eritrean question, as well as the question of nationalities in Ethiopia, in terms of linguistic and cultural oppression. But here they hail as Marxist-Leninist a paper that states that the Eritrean people do not face linguistic and religious oppression, and that there is no linguistic and religious oppression in Ethiopia. Isuna rightly calls the present military junta in Ethiopia a reactionary fascist junta which represents the interests of the bureaucrat comprador bourgeoisie. Isuna regards the reforms that have been declared as the results of the struggle of the masses and, moreover, as reforms which do not fundamentally attack capitalist exploitation. But they are caught hailing as Marxist-Leninist a paper which outrageously states that the junta, which represents the petty bourgeoisie, has challenged the capitalist economy of Ethiopia, in particular the bureaucracy, and that since the junta's reforms, land to the tiller, nationalization of industries, have ended capitalist exploitation, the Eritrean bourgeoisie has deserted en masse to the liberation fronts, hoping to perpetuate their capitalist exploitation at least in an independent Eritrea. Isuna has correctly denounced such views as revisionist and counter-revolutionary elsewhere. Why then, are the social chauvinist theoreticians of Isuna embracing and hailing as a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary the peddler of such reactionary rubbish in this instance? The answer is not difficult to find. In the first place, the out-and-out annexationist views of the author of the paper, in essence, represent the stand of the Isuna social chauvinists on the Eritrean question. Despite their refined sophistry and phrase-mongering, the leaders of ISUNA are vehemently opposed to the struggle of the Eritrean people for national independence and democracy. They work day and night to slander and vilify the Eritrean struggle, to spread rumors and malicious lies with the aim of isolating the Eritrean struggle from the revolutionary forces of the world. Every advance of the Eritrean people's struggle strikes terror into their hearts. The leaders of ISUNA are rabid, die-hard social chauvinists and annexationists who have their eyes set on the 1,000 kilometers Eritrean seacoast on the Red Sea, who are determined to struggle through all sorts of devious means to safeguard the territorial integrity of Ethiopia. In the second place, the ISUNA leaders want to give credibility to their social chauvinist attacks on the Eritrean people's struggle by saying their views correspond to those of Eritrean revolutionaries, those who had first-hand experience, etc. In this respect the leaders of ISUNA are no different from the fascist junta and its social chauvinist and social fascist intellectual advisors. In its efforts to picture the Eritrean movement as a petty bourgeois reactionary movement which oppresses the masses, the fascist junta has widely propagated the counter-revolutionary propaganda of a handful of traitors who deserted from the liberation fronts as the first-hand experience of genuine Eritrean revolutionaries who believe in the unity of toiling masses of Eritrea and Ethiopia. The views of a certain traitor, Sarah Makanan, hailed by the fascist junta as a Marxist-Leninist, a genuine revolutionary, a prominent Eritrean revolutionary, filled the junta papers for weeks. There is no difference between Emmanuel Gebreyesus and Sarah Makanan. Both are traitors to the Eritrean people who deserted from the ELF and have spread counter-revolutionary propaganda opposing the just struggle of the Eritrean people for independence and democracy. In their rabidly annexationist and social chauvinist stand on the Eritrean struggle and in their campaign to slander, vilify and isolate the Eritrean struggle, the ISUNA leaders have objectively sided with the fascist junta. No wonder they employ the same tactics. 187. On ISUNA's sham support and real hostility towards Eritrea. The social chauvinist clique that dominates ISUNA waxes eloquent, congratulating itself on the relentless ideological, political, and theoretical struggle it has waged against social chauvinism. It praises itself to the skies for having repudiated the unscientific and social chauvinist position of its ex-leaders in 197J. And, waged an unswerving struggle for the recognition of the right to self-determination of all oppressed nationalities in general and of the Eritrean people in particular. The ISUNA leaders write to uphold the view that the principle of self-determination has applicability to semi-feudal and semi-colonial Ethiopia, or to reject this view, to uphold the view that the Eritrean masses have the right of self-determination up to and including secession, or to reject this view. These were the fundamental question of principle which precipitated the split in ISUNA. As is known, the ex-leaders of ISUNA, who were subjected to mass criticism and repudiation by the 19th Congress, advanced the view that the principle of self-determination has no validity to Ethiopia. They said a number of the historical conditions under which the principle of self-determination was applied are not to be found in Ethiopia. They also claimed that all those fighting for the principle of self-determination are perpetrating a fraud. Peddling this out-and-out social chauvinist theory, the ex-leaders of ISUNA repudiated the right of the Eritrean people for self-determination and brought about incalculable damage to the cause of establishing mutual trust and confidence between Eritrean and Ethiopian militants. It must be mentioned in passing that it is the same die-hard clique of chauvinists and their counterparts from the European Union that are serving as the chief ideologies of the military bourgeois dictatorship of the fascist type. Let us see if this self-congratulatory indulgence of the ISUNA leaders is well deserved or not. Up until 1969, 8 years after the beginning of the Eritrean armed struggle, the Ethiopian student movement as a whole had a hostile, social chauvinist attitude towards the Eritrean struggle. In 1967, the National Union of Ethiopian University Students, NUS, passed a resolution on Eritrea which condemns totally the reactionary and sectarian movements, which the bourgeois and reactionary forces want to exploit. In its 17th Congress, the Ethiopian Students' Union in North America, ISUNA, also passed a reactionary and social chauvinist resolution which slandered the just and heroic struggle of the Eritrean people for national independence as a separatist movement that attempts to sabotage the unity of the oppressed masses of Ethiopia. It condemned the Eritrean struggle as counter-revolutionary and detrimental to the struggle of the Ethiopian people against feudalism and imperialism. In an attempt to give theoretical cover for their reactionary resolution on Eritrea and the question of oppressed nationalities in Ethiopia, the Isuna leaders claimed that a number of the historical conditions under which the principle of self-determination was applied are not to be found in Ethiopia. And, those drawing upon them for support are perpetrating a fraud. They asserted that they based their social chauvinist and annexationist resolution on Eritrea on an analysis of the political position of the ELF. They said the ELF is not opposed to feudalism and imperialism, sees Eritrea as free from class differentiation and class antagonism, and its leadership is feudalist, comprador, and capitalist. Nevertheless, the Isuna leaders hypocritically claimed that they fully support the armed struggle of the Eritrean people against feudal oppression and imperialist exploitation. Emphasis ours. They attempted to reconcile their support to the armed struggle by opposition to the very goal for which it is being waged by resorting to lies and sophistry. They said, sitting in foreign capitals, they, the leaders of ELF-ED, propagate the absurd idea that the Eritrean people are not Ethiopians. The absurdity of such claims is so momentous that it hardly needs to be refuted. The universal awareness of the Eritrean people themselves is enough. Everybody knows why the people in Eritrea are struggling. It is against these twin enemies, the autocratic regime of Haile Selassie and American imperialism. Emphasis ours. In short, Isuna supported armed struggle led by the ELF, but condemned the ELF. They support armed struggle being waged for national independence, but condemn national independence as counter-revolutionary and detrimental to the struggle of the Eritrean people. Towards the end of 1969, the University Students' Union of Addis Ababa, USUAA, raised the Eritrean question in the open. Comrade Walaline Makonnen * wrote an article in the union's paper, Struggle, in which he denounced the social chauvinist stand of the Ethiopian student movement on the Eritrean question and the question of the oppressed nationalities in Ethiopia. Walaline wrote, Amhara supremacism is taken for granted in this campus. To applaud the ELF is a sin. If anything favorable is written out, it is automatically refuted by both USUAA and NUS. There is nothing wrong with secessionism. For that matter, secession is much better than nationally oppressive government, as long as secession is led by the peasants and workers and believes in its internationalist obligation. It is not only to be supported but also militarily assisted. It is our backwardness and selfishness to ask a people to be partners in being exploited till you can catch up. When the degree of consciousness of the various nationalities is at different levels, it is not only the right but the duty of the most conscious nationality to first liberate itself and then assist others in the struggle for total liberation. A year later, an Ethiopian student group wrote a lengthy paper denouncing the reactionary, social chauvinist stand of Isuna and asserted that the right of oppressed nationalities in Ethiopia for self-determination up to and including secession is applicable. In regards to Eritrea, the paper stated, as separate from the other peoples of Ethiopia, the peoples of Eritrea have had, for at least 70 years, a distinct history. This perhaps, has created a sense of common identity and common psychological makeup and a common aspiration among the various peoples of Eritrea. Furthermore, Eritrea, had been recognized for some time as a separate, if not independent, political unit or state by at least the peoples of Eritrea and the United Nations. Therefore we are not surprised that the peoples of Eritrea, in spite of their national divergences, should unite under the same organization and engage in armed struggle for a common political objective, the independence of their country. Emphasis ours. In regards to the organization, the ELF, the paper stated, we should support it insofar as it demands, and leads a people's war for, the right of the peoples of Eritrea to secede or to be independent. We should commend the ELF for organizing the masses for armed struggle. However, It criticized the ELF leadership for not having a clear and progressive political program for the toiling masses of Eritrea. And this paper sparked tremendous discussion within ISUNA. The revolutionary elements supported its content and began to agitate for the repudiation of the social chauvinist 1969, 17th Congress, resolution by ISUNA. These elements wrote, the 1969 ISUNA resolution commends, hypocritically, of course, the Eritrean fighters and claims to recognize the just struggle of the Eritrean people while it simultaneously condemns separation, the focal point around which at this point in time the people have rallied. In essence then ISUNA does not recognize the just struggle of the Eritrean people. One cannot normally advise the people to shoot, while warning them firmly not to kill the enemy. The Eritrean people cannot be expected to distinguish between ISUNA's condemnation and Haile Selassie's relentless slaying. There is a seductive symmetry between ISUNA's condemnation of Eritrean independence and Haile Selassie's counter-revolutionary violence. 12. In light of the differences that had arisen, the national question in Ethiopia and the Eritrean question were discussed at the 19th Congress of ISUNA in 1971. The 19th Congress of ISUNA led to a split in the organization. Although differences on the national question contributed to the split, they were not the only or the main cause. A basic difference on a number of questions such as the role and nature of the student movement and ISUNA, whether ISUNA or a student organization can transform itself into a party or not, whether ISUNA should focus on political and agitational work or on training students to launch armed struggle, and whether or not conditions were mature for launching armed struggle were the basic reasons that led to the split. Thus ISUNA's assertion that differences on the national question were the cause of the split is a sheer fraud. The 19th Congress of ISUNA revoked the erroneous social chauvinist resolutions on the Eritrean question passed by the 17th Congress and adopted a progressive resolution. The Congress asserted that Eritrea was federated with the Ethiopian Empire, as a result of the well-planned plot of the U.S. imperialists, and the traitorous feudal autocracy and annexed by force in 1962. Considering that the peoples of Eritrea, true to their historical tradition of resistance against all forms of national oppression and subjugation, have, since 1961 waged a determined struggle for their national independence, the Congress unconditionally supported the right of the peoples of Eritrea to self-determination up to and including secession. The 19th Congress of ISUNA unequivocally supported the armed struggle of the peoples of Eritrea for their national independence. It hailed the achievement of the revolutionary combatants of the Eritrean liberation movement against the feudo-bourgeois forces of occupation and asserted that the Eritrean struggle has, by positive example, contributed to the revolutionary struggle in Ethiopia. The Congress called on the Eritrean people to coordinate their struggle with that of the fighting nationalities, workers, peasants, and students of Ethiopia. Although the 19th Congress resolution was limited in that it implicitly regarded the Eritrean question as a question of an oppressed nationality within Ethiopia, it had brought ISUNA close to taking the correct stand on the Eritrean struggle. It was the first resolution of the Ethiopian Student Movement, ESM, admitting that Eritrea was forcibly annexed by the US-backed Ethiopian regime in 1962. It was the first resolution to support unequivocally, with no ifs or buts, the armed struggle of the Eritrean people against the feudo-bourgeois forces of occupation and for national independence. Emphasis Ars.JIT was the first resolution to support not only the right but also the exercise of the right of the Eritrean people to national independence. The Congress pledged to publicize and mobilize support for the Eritrean struggle. A minority of the members in the Congress declared that this resolution on the Eritrean question as well as the resolution passed on the national question in Ethiopia compromised and were contrary to ISUNA's principles of anti-imperialism and anti-feudalism. They walked out, held a separate meeting, passed their resolution on the national question and declared themselves to be the genuine ISUNA. This group, ISUNA, Union J, declared that the social chauvinist resolution of 1969 was correct and should not be repudiated. Nevertheless, to cover up their social chauvinist position, they expressed their support for the right to self-determination of all peoples in all the regions of Ethiopia, but insisted that the exercise of the right to secession is conditional on the adoption of a clear anti-feudal and anti-imperialist program, the struggle to be under the leadership of the toiling masses, the respect for complete organizational unity among the toiling masses of all nationalities and regions including those of a seceding region, the fact that the secession of the nationality or nationalities of a region is to the clear advantage of the class struggle of the toiling masses in the region and in all regions within the present empire. In regards to Eritrea, Isuna, Union, expressed support for the right to self-determination and its preparedness to support the formation of a sovereign state in the region, Eritrea, if such an act is proposed by the local laboring masses and as soon as it is clear that it fulfills the preconditions stated above. Isuna, Union, expressed full support for the armed struggle of the Eritrean people against feudal oppression and imperialist exploitation. 2. What are the basic differences between the two resolutions? Isuna realized that Eritrea was forcibly annexed and occupied. It is just, legitimate and natural that the Eritrean people, who have a militant tradition of resistance to all foreign aggression, should rise up against Ethiopia's forcible occupation and for their national independence. Since Eritrea's occupation is maintained in the interests of imperialism, Zionism, and feudalism, the Eritrean struggle for national independence objectively weakens imperialism and feudalism and is therefore progressive and revolutionary. Both by weakening the feudal regime and through its positive example, the Eritrean struggle supports the struggle of the Ethiopian masses. Since one cannot support the armed struggle for national independence while at the same time opposing and agitating against independence, one cannot tell the people to shoot at the enemy but not to kill him. To use Isuna's analogy, Isuna expressed unequivocal support for Eritrean independence. Isuna, Union, refused to see the colonial characteristics of the Eritrean question. Even though the Eritrean people have never accepted Ethiopia's forcible annexation and never regarded themselves as Ethiopians, Isuna, Union, blindly asserted that Eritrea is an integral part of Ethiopia, that the Eritrean people are universally aware that they are Ethiopians. They asserted that the national question in Ethiopia, including Eritrea, should be subordinate to the class struggle. Their argument ran that, since the primary contradiction in Ethiopia is between feudalism and imperialism on the one hand and the masses of the Ethiopian, including Eritrean people, on the other hand, nationalist slogans are not proper tools of revolutionary agitation in Ethiopia, including Eritrea. There should be one multinational revolutionary people's organization in Ethiopia, including Eritrea. The exercise of the right to self-determination should be conditional on the adoption of an anti-imperialist, anti-feudalist program, and respect for the complete Union, supported the Eritrean armed struggle against feudalism and imperialism but not for national independence. They denounced the Eritrean liberation movement and the ELF. They denounced Isuna's, WWF, progressive resolution as bourgeois nationalism. Although Isuna passed a progressive resolution on Eritrea that was in the main correct, its stand on the Eritrean question was not consolidated. The struggle against the deeply ingrained expansionist and chauvinist attitude within the Ethiopian students was not carried through to the end, and in time social chauvinism reasserted itself and today holds a virtually undisputed position in Isuna. The social chauvinist line began to rear its head as early as December 1971, barely 4 months after the Congress. In an effort to conciliate to the social chauvinists in Isuna, Union, Isuna declared that the two resolutions were not diametrically opposed and that Isuna's adoption of a scientific resolution in its 19th Congress could not have been the reason one and for the split. The progressive resolution of the 19th Congress was operative on paper only. Its mandate to publicize and mobilize support for the Eritrean struggle and the emergent progressive forces within Eritrea was quietly forgotten. In all its internal political education and its external propaganda work, Isuna deliberately omitted or downplayed the Eritrean struggle. When the opportunists in the ELF leadership launched a counter-revolutionary civil war to liquidate the progressive EPLF, which had adopted a clear anti-colonial, anti-imperialist and anti-feudalist program, the leaders of ISUNA refused to denounce the civil war and its instigators, refused to express support for the EPLF's line of all our guns at the primary enemy, democratic solution to secondary contradictions. The essence of the line and practice of ISUNA and that of the social chauvinist ISUNA, Union, towards the Eritrean struggle became indistinguishable. Even then ISUNA, Union, was more open in its hostility to the Eritrean struggle. In August 1972, it gave vent to its hostility and wrote a long diatribe against the Eritrean struggle under the guise of scientifically repudiating the resolution of the 19th Congress of ISUNA, and the similar resolution of the 11th Congress of ESUE. The social chauvinists of ISUNA, Union, wrote, "What is the positive example the Eritrean movement has contributed? Is it the chauvinism? Is it the petty bourgeois nationalism? Is it the vendettas and religious bloodletting? Is it that the petty bourgeois enjoys hegemony over the toiling classes and that the peasants heroically shed their blood for their oppressors? Rather indeed we can draw positive lessons from the negative examples of the bankruptcy of petty bourgeois nationalism, of the dangers of national exclusiveness, the need for proletarian dictatorship and political organization, etc. Moreover, to keep the record straight, the Eritrean movement, as a movement, never fought feudal oppression. Landlords and their lackeys rank among its leaders in general, and it is not fighting for national liberation but for political independence. Changes have certainly occurred within the Eritrean leadership. Different sections of the petty bourgeoisie, particularly the radical petty bourgeoisie, have made their pressure felt. These are but responses of the ruling classes to militant pressure from below, attempts at adjusting themselves, the better to control the revolutionary tide of the masses. The ELF has to every extent served reactionary classes and is controlled by them to the detriment of the interests of the toiling classes of both Eritrea and the rest of Ethiopia. The Eritrean movement, as an organized movement, is daily getting more and more reactionary. In such clearly difficult times to the petty bourgeois classes, there is always a tendency to give themselves a radical coloring. These attempts at giving false postures, decorums, to the movement are indeed more pernicious and beguiling. ISUNA and other revolutionary comrades at home and abroad, drawing clear lines of class demarcation, warmly support the struggle of the Eritrean worker peasant masses in spite of and against their leaders and over their heads toward liberation. Emphasis ours. This diatribe of the social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA, Union, exposes their hatred and hostility of the Eritrean struggle. We have quoted it in detail to show that ISUNA's March 1976 diatribe against the Eritrean revolution looks almost like a carbon copy of the paper of the ISUNA, Union, social chauvinists. In short, what ISUNA today presents as Marxism-Leninism as the correct attitude towards the Eritrean struggle is nothing new. It has been the arsenal of the social chauvinists for a long time. Another important point is that the leaders of ISUNA, Union, openly declare that they support the Eritrean struggle for self-determination waged under the leadership of the ELF, in spite of and against their leaders, over their heads. They support a movement, but neither its political aims nor its leadership. This is nothing but Trotskyism, and this is exactly the viewpoint of the present social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA. At its 22nd Congress in 1974, ISUNA took up the national question and the question of Eritrea once again. By this time the social chauvinist line had completely reasserted itself and gained dominance. The 22nd Congress of ISUNA passed a resolution that was exactly the same as the social chauvinist resolution that the 19th Congress rejected and that was adopted by ISUNA, Union. The 22nd Congress of ISUNA dished out the theory of the multinational ruling classes and asserted that all the classes in the empire, the state apparatus, the state machinery, the military apparatus are multinational. It asserted the need for one multinational revolutionary party to lead the struggle in Eritrea and Ethiopia. In its resolution on Eritrea, the 22nd Congress expressed support for the right of the Eritrean toiling masses for self-determination. It also supported the heroic armed struggle of the Eritrean people against feudal oppression and imperialist exploitation. Emphasis ours. It supported the struggle waged by all liberation organizations in Eritrea insofar as they are directed against feudalism and U.S. imperialism. It added all advocacy of the segregation of the laboring masses of one nationality from another, all refusal to see the subordinate position of the national question with respect to the class question, all aggravation of pre-existent national animosities among the toiling masses, and all illusion which holds that the national question can be settled without carrying out class struggle and revolution within Eritrea is petty bourgeois nationalism. 21. Even though the 22nd Congress adopted exactly the same social chauvinist resolution as ISUNA, Union, it was not yet prepared to openly propagate its hostility and venomous propaganda against the Eritrean struggle. Although ISUNA attempted to justify its stand that the Eritrean question is not a question of colonial occupation by stating the Ethiopian Empire is not a capitalist empire. It is the creation of a pre-capitalist ruling class. 22. Even though Eritrea was annexed to Ethiopia not by the expansion of pre-capitalist ruling classes but by the dictates of finance capital, it still presented a fairly accurate picture of Eritrea's history after the period of Italian colonization. It asserted, for the last 22 years, Eritrea has been forcibly contained within the empire state of Ethiopia. ISUNA stated. When ISUNA took its stand of 1971, at its 19th Congress, the Eritrean Liberation Front was split into many factions. But, at that time, there was no clear picture of the emergent trends. ISUNA has, now, clearly recognized the progressive trend being plowed by the EPLF. This trend proves a tremendous break from the past, and ISUNA hails the heroic EPLF combatants for this important victory in line and urges them to continue without fail to score a proletarian ideological, political, theoretical, and organizational line. In fact, EPLF can play a significant role in the creation of a revolutionary working class party along with other revolutionary circles that are mushrooming across the empire. Emphasis ours. And yet ISUNA declared that this organization, which has scored an important, proletarian victory in line and could play a significant role in the creation of a Marxist-Leninist party, was a petty bourgeois organization. The seeds of the extremely venomous and hostile propaganda that was to follow were laid in the 22nd Congress. At that time ISUNA could still write that the leaders of ESUE, overpowered by their banal chauvinism, have signed a death sentence to the struggle of the Eritrean toiling masses. This became evident, despite the heavy usage of Marxist phrases as a camouflage, when they attempted to portray the struggle of the Eritrean people as a conspiracy of some ill-intentioned Arab regimes, when they clamored that the Eritrean people's struggle has objectively fallen in line with the forces of counter-revolution and reaction in the region. Emphasis ours. But it was not long before ISUNA uttered similar and worse words to attack the Eritrean struggle. Soon after the 22nd Congress, ISUNA began to attack and slander the Eritrean struggle, first through rumors and gossips in dark corners, then by discreetly distributing reactionary and slanderous leaflets, some whose authors are not known, and finally by launching an open counter-revolutionary attack on the Eritrean struggle and in particular on the EPLF, the vanguard of the Eritrean people, which was steadily advancing on the political, ideological, organizational, and military fields. ISUNA's slanderous attacks and vilification of the Eritrean struggle reached a new low with the publication of Combat, Volume 5, Number 2 in August 1976. In this publication the social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA have thrown to the wind all the hypocritical fine words they said about the Eritrean struggle. In fact, this publication takes ISUNA back not to 1974, not to 1971, but to the openly counter-revolutionary stand of 1969. By publishing this issue of Combat, the social chauvinist ISUNA leaders have on their own done an excellent job of self-exposure. Their counter-revolutionary hostility and fear of the heroic Eritrean struggle is clearly revealed. In 1969, the social chauvinist ex-leaders of ISUNA declared that the Eritrean movement was not anti-imperialist, anti-feudalist, and sees Eritrea as free from class differentiation, and that its leadership is feudalist, comprador, and capitalist. Quoting from non-existent sources and using the words of people, e.g. ex-foreign mission of EPLF, who do not represent the EPLF, ISUNA says, the EPLF negates classes and class struggle. 27 Its leaders are anti-communist. 28 ISUNA asserts the Eritrean struggle, both EPLF and ELF, is led by the petty bourgeoisie in league with certain exploiting classes from the ranks of compradors and bureaucrats. 29 And does not have a clear and consistent anti-feudal and anti-imperialist line. 10 When today the social chauvinist leaders assert that they were prompted to write their diatribe, combat, because of the growth of reactionary tendencies in the Eritrean liberation organizations. 31 It reminds us of the words of the social chauvinist ex-leaders of ISUNA who as early as August 1972 declared, the Eritrean movement is daily getting more reactionary. At that time the ISUNA ex-leaders had stated, the Eritrean movement is not fighting for national liberation, it has served reactionary classes to the detriment of the interests of the toiling classes of both Eritrea and Ethiopia. This is exactly what the present social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA are saying. The war in Eritrea is not a war for complete national liberation. 32 They assert. Further, they say, the motive force behind this aspiration, Eritrean struggle for independence, are the petty bourgeoisie and certain strata of the exploiting classes, which means that the Eritrean struggle does not have the support of, nor does it represent, the interests of the toiling masses. In 1974, when the social chauvinists in ESUE declared the Eritrean struggle has objectively fallen in line with the forces of counter-revolution and reaction, the ISUNA social chauvinists said the BSUE leaders had, despite the heavy usage of Marxist phrases, signed a death sentence to the struggle of the Eritrean toiling masses. The ISUNA social chauvinists had honey on their lips and uttered fine words, indeed. But today the social chauvinists of ISUNA assert that the Eritrean struggle unites with Eritrean feudalists and cornpraders, upholds the division of the broad masses of exploited and working people in Eritrea and Ethiopia, cooperates with Sultan Ali Mira, Mengistu and other ferocious feudal survivals, and is not part of the broad worldwide proletarian revolutionary united front with the socialist countries, the communist and workers' parties of all lands as its nucleus, but one which derives its principal support from certain comprador feudal and bourgeois nationalist regimes in the Middle East with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Libya, etc. as its nucleus. The social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA assert that the Eritrean struggle is not part of the broad worldwide camp of revolution and socialism but part of the camp of counter-revolution and reaction. Like their counterparts in Europe, the social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA, using a heavy dosage of Marxist phrases as a cover, have signed the death sentence to the heroic struggle of the Eritrean people. But this is not enough. The social chauvinist leaders of ISUNA have gone further than all the social chauvinists before them. Engaging in gutter politics and echoing the words of Haile Selassie and the fascist junta, Ray referred to the heroic Eritrean fighters and the EPLF army as bandits, hordes and brutal feudal gangs. As revolutionary elements in ISUNA wrote in 1971, the Eritrean people cannot distinguish between ISUNA's condemnation and Haile Selassie's, and now the fascist junta's, relentless slaying. There is a seductive symmetry between ISUNA's condemnation of Eritrean independence and Haile Selassie's, and the junta's counter-revolutionary violence. Today, ISUNA, dominated by a clique of rabid social chauvinists, has taken an openly counter-revolutionary position hostile to the struggle of the Eritrean people. Every victory of the Eritrean people and the EPLF is not a cause for rejoicing for the die-hard social chauvinists of ISUNA but strikes terror in their hearts as they see their dreams of maintaining the forcible occupation of Eritrea shatter in front of their eyes. They gloss over the magnificent achievements, the positive example which at one time the revolutionary elements in ISUNA talked about, such as the expulsion of the Osman Sab clique, the historic First Congress of EPLF, the adoption of a thoroughgoing revolutionary anti-imperialist and anti-feudalist political program, the EPLF's close ties with the revolutionary movements in the region including EPRP, the unprecedented military victories, the transformation of the liberated areas, etc. On the other hand, the Isuna chauvinists gloat over any setback or weakness of the Eritrean struggle and its leader, the EPLF. While they gloss over the achievements of the Eritrean revolution, they use a microscope to search for shortcomings and errors, and if they cannot find any or enough they fabricate some. They shamelessly and unscrupulously spread any unfounded rumor, gossip, or slander against the Eritrean revolution. They duplicate and distribute every slanderous statement, whether it is in the bourgeois press or written by counter-revolutionaries and traitors, some signed and others unsigned or with fake names, as long as they can attack the Eritrean struggle and confuse progressive Ethiopians and other progressive people. In their attempt to vilify, isolate, and weaken the Eritrean revolution, the Isuna social chauvinists concentrate their attack on the EPLF. They are not worried about the ELF. In fact, they say one or two good words about it from time to time. It is the EPLF that poses the threat to their annexationist dreams. They realize that the EPLF is the strongest liberation movement in Eritrea, the only thoroughgoing revolutionary organization which has won the deep support of the overwhelming majority of the Eritrean people and which has captured the attention and is increasingly winning the support of all genuinely progressive forces throughout the world. In an attempt to throw dust into people's eyes, the social chauvinists of Isuna point out that the ex-leaders of Isuna had brought incalculable damage to the cause of establishing mutual trust and confidence between Eritrean and Ethiopian militants, and add, it is the same clique of chauvinists and their counterparts from the European Union that are serving as the chief ideologues of the junta and massacring the Eritrean people. It is true that leader of the clique of social chauvinists, Seni-like, was one of the ideologues of the junta and a murderer of the Eritrean people. But his counterpart in Europe, Haile Fida, was opposed to Seni-like social chauvinist clique in 1971 and was on the same side as the present social chauvinist leaders of Isuna. Today Haile Fida and the Isuna social chauvinists have exactly the same attitude towards the Eritrean struggle. Both of them endlessly repeat their hypocritical support for the right to self-determination up to and including secession, and denounce the massacres of the junta but condemn the Eritrean struggle and the EPLF as opposed to the unity of the oppressed masses of Eritrea and Ethiopia and as belonging to the camp of counter-revolution. The only difference is that Haile Fida's clique was until recently riding on the saddle of power while the social chauvinist clique in Isuna is not. The attitude of unreserved hostility to the Eritrean revolution and the EPLF, its social chauvinist annexationist nature, shows that the Isuna social chauvinist clique would behave no differently from the Haile Fida clique if it would ever seize power in Ethiopia. However, the frenzied efforts of the rabid, die-hard social chauvinists of Isuna to sling mud at and vilify the glorious and splendid achievements of the EPLF-led Eritrean revolution, weaken and isolate the Eritrean struggle and maintain the forcible occupation of Eritrea are in vain and futile. Mayflies lightly plot to topple the giant tree, says Mao Zedong. If the US and Soviet-supplied bombs, tanks, armored cars, the tens of thousands of Israeli and Cuban-trained fascist troops cannot prevent the dashing advance of the Eritrean revolution, neither will the pinpricks of the social chauvinists of Isuna. Away with all pests. Our force is irresistible. No matter how much it terrifies them, a new, independent, revolutionary, People's Democratic Eritrea will emerge on the shores of the Red Sea. The damage to the fraternal solidarity and revolutionary unity of the Eritrean and Ethiopian revolutionaries which the present social chauvinist leaders of Isuna have caused dwarfs that of the chauvinist ex-leaders. But through protracted struggle and bitter experience we have come to the conclusion that the rabid social chauvinist clique that dominates Isuna is not representative of the Ethiopian revolutionaries or the heroic masses of Ethiopia. We are confident that the Ethiopian student movement will repudiate the social chauvinist leaders of Isuna and their counter-revolutionary, annexationist publication, Combat, Volume 5, Number 2. We are confident that the heroic Ethiopian masses will overthrow the fascist junta and all reactionaries and establish a new, People's Democratic Ethiopia. How ISUNA leaders quote. In the editorial note to the pamphlet, ISUNA leaders state that the growth of reactionary tendencies in the Eritrean liberation organizations, the growth of the nationalist epidemic among the petty bourgeoisie of the oppressed nationalities, and the anti-proletarian line of IFLNA were the factors that prompted them to write the notorious combat. The purpose of writing the pamphlet, they say, is to take the first step to settle accounts openly, explicitly, resolutely, and clearly with this extremely harmful brand of bourgeois nationalism which finds its most finished expression in the political line of IFLNA. To wage a resolute and systematic struggle against local nationalism, against the bourgeois nationalist line of IFLNA leaders and their associates. To disassociate itself with a political line which persistently endeavors to distort, doctor and adopt basic Marxist-Leninist principles to the nationalist aim of the Eritrean petty bourgeoisie, feudalists, and compradors. 1. Setting the scene thus, ISUNA leaders proceed to prove the profound truth of their scientific thesis that the Eritrean national liberation struggle is advancing along the path of counter-revolution. By way of conclusion, the ISUNA theoreticians stated that the profound truth of this scientific thesis will no doubt assert itself in full force in the years ahead. Events since then, however, have clearly shown the bankruptcy of their scientific thesis. The dashing advance of the Eritrean people's liberation struggle and the genuinely popular, just and revolutionary character of the Eritrean struggle have already rendered ISUNA theoreticians' thesis impotent, for it has become too transparent to serve its sinister purpose of isolating the Eritrean revolution. In this section we will examine the method that ISUNA's leadership employs in settling accounts, waging a systematic and resolute struggle, and in disassociating itself with a political line which persistently endeavors to distort, doctor and adopt basic Marxist-Leninist principles. That is, an attempt will be made to expose the ISUNA chauvinists' extremely reactionary, dishonest, and base method of struggle and polemics, which is based on falsification, distortion, misquotation, etc. Fabricating quotations and attributing them to EPLF or IFLNA is one of the methods that ISUNA annexationists use in their vilification campaign against the Eritrean revolution. Based on fabricated quotations, they easily build the rest of their argumentation, and after lengthy quotations from the writings of Marxist teachers, demolish LJPLF's and IFLNA's anti-Marxist stand. This can be illustrated by the following examples. ISUNA attributes the absurd view that war is inherently revolutionary to IFLNA. According to ISUNA chauvinists, IFLNA must therefore support any and all wars, including the Zionist aggression against the Arab people, the war waged by the feudal gang Ethiopian Democratic Union, by the racist thug Ian Smith, by the Moroccan and Mauritanian expansionist cliques, by the Indonesian annexationists, etc. ISUNA then disproves this premise, of its own creation, and teaches us at length on how, according to Marxism-Leninism, it, war ed, can serve either revolutionary or reformist, progressive or retrogressive, old democratic or new democratic, proletarian internationalist or bourgeois nationalist political objectives, etc. But ISUNA leaders fail to produce a single instance where IFLNA has supported an unjust or reactionary war. ISUNA leaders then congratulate themselves for having defended Marxism-Leninism. 2. ISUNA attributes the stand every form of national oppression is colonial to IFLNA. This, too, is a pure invention of ISUNA leaders. Here, too, ISUNA Marxists tell us how Marxism-Leninism is opposed to such a stand, how every form of national oppression should not be posed as colonial, despite the fact that IFLNA has never maintained such an absurd stand. 3. ISUNA accuses IFLNA of rejecting the necessity of a communist party. ISUNA leaders attribute this wild allegation to IFLNA and shamelessly state, to uphold the Marxist-Leninist principles on the necessity of the leading role of the working class and its party, or to oppose this principle. This is the fundamental difference between ISUNA on the one hand, and IFLNA on the other. While ISUNA leaders do not provide any evidence for such a serious allegation, they nevertheless build their argument on such a fundamental difference, ending with a resolute attack on the political line that negates the need for a proletarian party. 4. ISUNA social chauvinists also blatantly lie about the existence of a so-called Le Monde diplomatique interview, August 1972, of an EPLF leader, Comrade Isaias Afwerki, whom they accuse of stating that there are no classes in Eritrea. We are having problems with certain elements who import foreign ideologies. This interview is a pure fabrication of ISUNA leaders. No such interview ever took place, nor did any such article appear in Le Monde diplomatique of August 1972. The above-cited examples clearly show the dishonest and base method of struggle that ISUNA leaders use against their opponents. But to ascribe to an opponent an obviously stupid idea and then refute it is a trick practiced by non-clever people. Another method ISUNA social chauvinists leaders use in order to substantiate their scientific thesis is innuendo. Whenever they find it too obvious to fabricate quotations and ascribe them to EPLF or IFLNA, they use such gutter politics. Through innuendo, they hope, they can cast doubt in the minds of their readers about their principal target, the EPLF vanguard. A typical technique they employ, while raising issues against EPLF's or IFLNA's line, is to attribute some gross allegations to certain persons, certain nationalities, etc. 9. For instance, on the questions of unity, of whether or not Eritrean society historically evolved feudal relations, united front, etc. they have used such deceptive tactics. By using such allegorical language, a more subtle way, they accomplish two things. On the one hand they insinuate that the EPLF or IFLNA propagate such erroneous ideas, and on the other hand they evade the difficult task of substantiating the gross allegations they make. This is one of the petty and despicable methods of struggle they use against their opponents. Another method that ISUNA chauvinists use in settling accounts with their opponents is to prejudice their readers against their opponents by making their opponent appear either foolish or arrogant. For instance, they quote the following passage from IFLNA's publication, Revolution in Eritrea. The EPLF has built a politically conscious people's army that is committed to the total eradication of all forms of foreign domination and social oppression, be it class, national or sex. J. We would like to point out in passing that the junta also uses the same cheap smearing technique against the EPLF. Recently, as part of its nauseating vilification campaign of the Eritrean Revolution and the EPLF, the junta reprinted an article that appeared in one reactionary Middle Eastern paper to substantiate its claim that the EPLF is reactionary and anti-communist. ISUNA chauvinists then express surprise and ridicule IFLNA's description of the EPLF as a people's army. To overwhelm their readers, they state in the opinion of IFLNA leaders, the insurrectionary army led by the EPLF is a revolutionary army, a people's army, or a red army no different than the Eighth Route Army, which was led by Chairman Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China. 10. This is deliberately designed to bias their readers against IFLNA. Another typical example of how ISUNA leaders try to prejudice their readers by distorting facts is their accusation against IFLNA of assailing socialist and people's democratic countries for not coming out in support of the colonial question. Let us see if this allegation has any basis. In 1975, when the fascist campaign of extermination through wholesale massacres, indiscriminate bombing, and mass starvation of the civilian population reached its height, IFLNA, in its endeavor to bring these fascistic atrocities perpetrated on the Eritrean people to the attention of democratic and progressive forces, stated. In the face of this fascist onslaught, however, the Eritrean revolution has received surprisingly little new international support and solidarity. Certain of its natural allies have raised doubts even as to the very legitimacy of the struggle itself. It is based on this statement and nothing else that the ISUNA swindlers accuse IFLNA of assailing the socialist and people's democratic countries in the world for not coming out in support of the colonial question, and proceed to give their profound advice to IFLNA to read and study Marxism-Leninism, not to be arrogant and to be a little modest. 13. If the above quoted statement of IFLNA can be construed to mean an assault on socialist and people's democratic countries in the world, and if it can earn IFLNA such patronizing advice, insults, etc., We would like to know how Isuna annexationists view the displeasure expressed by the EPRP at the eulogy and propaganda help given to the fascist junta by genuine socialist forces. Deploring the attempt made by various forces to prettify the fascist junta, the EPRP stated, "We hope that genuine socialist forces will correct these errors. We hope, but we do not count on it. Our struggle will continue. We remember the similar actions of supporting the autocratic regime, and we never stopped nor slackened the struggle then. We have no reason to do so now." 214 We would like to know your judicious diet on this statement of EPRP, gentlemen. Isuna leaders also distort facts beyond recognition in order to fit their arguments. In their attempt to minimize and belittle the significance of the Eritrean revolution in the world in general and the region in particular, Isuna social chauvinist leaders attack Ifilna, who they claim since the outbreak of the full-scale war last February, 1975, has gone so far as claiming that the Eritrean revolution, has become one of the storm centers of the world revolution, for bluffing about Eritrea being the storm center of a world revolution, 16 etc. But let us see the passage to which they are referring. The passage reads, "It is in the nature of imperialism for a particular region to be the center of a fierce struggle between the world revolution and world reaction in any specific time. During the last 30 years such a center was Southeast Asia in general and the Vietnamese Revolution in particular. Today, it is the Middle East in general and its southern flank in particular. From this it is clear that Ifilna is referring to the Middle East and its southern flank, including Eritrea, Ethiopia, Palestine, and Dhofar, etc., as the center of fierce struggle since Southeast Asia. However, Isuna leaders just wanted to read that Eritrea has become the storm center of world revolution. Nor did Ifilna take this position following the February 1975 escalation of the war, as Isuna social chauvinists falsely claim. The above analysis made by Ifilna is in line with EPLF's position regarding the Eritrean revolution and its regional and international significance. In its important document entitled The Historical Background of the Eritrean Civil War, prepared in December, 1972, the EPLF stated, "Today it is the Middle East in general and its southern flank in particular, world reaction knows and is already working according to that plan. It is mandatory that the world revolution be aware of this, lest it be caught unaware tomorrow, or worse still, lest it become imperialism's tool. Imperialism is playing its last rearguard tactics in Southeast Asia. The world revolution should clear itself of its Southeast Asian hangovers, more so as they are extremely glorious and bright. It should look forward to the revolution in the southern flank of the Middle East. The recent events in this region are not isolated, coincidental facts, they are part of one intricate imperialist jigsaw. Anybody who understands the civil war in Eritrea, the civil war in Yemen, the events in the Sudan and the concerted imperialist movement in the Arabian Gulf otherwise will simply fail in fully comprehending them. These events should clearly be seen for what they are, an orchestrated preliminary phase of a long drawn-out war between progress and reaction. H2 events have since proven the correctness of EPLF's penetrating analysis and characterization of the regional situation in the struggle against imperialism and all reaction. Let us look at another distortion of Isuna's social chauvinist leaders who refer to an Ifilna document to show that Ifilna, too, admits that EPLF is anti-communist. Isuna leaders write, "This is not all." According to a report prepared by Ifilna leaders, a spokesman of the EPLF who was attending the 4th Annual Congress of EFLE in 1975 made the following remarks, when asked about the class composition of Eritrea. The EPLF leader contended that there is no class struggle in Eritrea. The Eritrean people are mainly workers and peasants. The bourgeoisie can be counted on the fingers. We don't have this class problem, our problem is national independence. When asked about the ideological line of the front, he continuously hammered that our struggle is to liberate Eritrea only. The struggle is not for ideology but for independence. 19 Isuna leaders then retort, one would like to ask if Ifilna leaders can a front be called proletarian when, as you yourself admit, it negates classes and class struggle in Eritrea? Can a front be led by proletarian ideology when, as you yourself admit, its spokesman denies adherence to a particular ideology? 20. But what does the general report really say on EPLF, and how do we understand Isyuna's quotation? The general report attempts to show and expose how the foreign mission, which was then a year old, was subjected to severe attack by IFLNA and EFLE, Eritreans for Liberation in Europe, and tells about the great skepticism, in the Congress, about the claim of the foreign mission as the genuine echo of the voice of the EPLF in the field. With respect to the EPLF, the general report, contrary to Isyuna's claim, explicitly recognizes the gigantic achievements of the EPLF and its genuinely progressive line. For the benefit of our readers, let us quote that section at length. ZZ. It was a very thrilling experience meeting with them. Indeed, it is a tribute to the Eritrean revolutionary struggle under the EPLF to see the new man, the new Eritrean, with great love, dedication to the masses, politically highly advanced and with a clear internationalist outlook. A discussion with them, this is true of all of them, will make our political education session here a mockery, and this is no exaggeration and is based on 3 weeks' stay with them. In a revolution, one of the comrades who said he was semi-literate when he joined the front, we have to define who our real enemies are, and who our real friends are, and went on to explain the national and international friends and foes of the Eritrean revolution. Asked on Ethiopia, one of them explained the class and national question in Ethiopia, explaining the different classes and nationalities, and said that, the Eritrean revolution, being part of the world revolution, thoroughly supports the struggle of the Ethiopian peoples against fascist oppression and exploitation. But, he said, to support the Ethiopian revolution because it's convenient or useful for the Eritrean struggle since it weakens the enemy, etc., is to succumb to opportunism. The Ethiopian struggle should be supported because it is the struggle against oppression, because any people engaged in fighting oppression have a dialectical relation with the Eritrean liberation struggle. This is our internationalist position and we are implementing it notwithstanding our meager resources. Another one explained, we are up in arms because that is the only way left to liberate our country. But again, not everyone in arms stands for the same cause. If people in arms lack political clarity and are unable to differentiate between a war to liberate the masses with the masses and a war to replace exploitation, then we are no better than shiftas. But we have a just cause. And we are certain victory is ours. The comrades discussed elaborately on the woman's role in the Eritrean revolution, on culture, on bourgeois education, etc., demonstrating their grasp of revolutionary theory and practice. Isyuna imbeciles do not need to find out IFLNA's Nsisran of the foreign mission. EPLF itself has on numerous occasions condemned the political stand of the Sab clique and finally expelled them in March, 1976. See, for example, we oppose the conspiracy of peaceful solution, August 1974, EPLF declaration available in English, Arabic, and Tigrinya. But to omit what the report had to say on the EPLF and quote IFLNA's criticism of the foreign mission as being directed against the EPLF is sheer dishonesty and cheap propaganda. Another deceptive tactic that Isyuna swindlers use is to misquote, distort, and doctor references from Marxist-Leninists which they present as the basis for their argument in order to suit their annexationist purpose. A case in point is their willful distortion of Lenin's views on colonialism, see pages 62 to 63. Another instance is the question of the United Front. On the question of United Front, Isyuna leaders presently Wei Han, the director of the Department of the United Front work of the party's Central Committee in China, as their main base and refer us to his writing The Chinese People's Democratic United Front, its special features, Peking Review, August 18, 1961. In order to show how Isyuna clique doctors Marxist-Leninist references, we will present below what Li Weihan says on the subject and how Isyuna quotes him. According to Li Weihan, the main and fundamental features of the Chinese People's Democratic United Front are the following: a united front led by the Chinese Communist Party, 2. A united front based on the worker-peasant alliance, 3. A united front uniting with and struggling against the bourgeoisie. 4. A united front with armed struggle as its mainstay in the stage of democratic revolution with the dictatorship of the proletariat as its basis in the stage of socialism. 5. A united front shouldering the revolutionary tasks of the stage of democratic revolution and the stage of socialism. 6. A united front for self-education and self-remolding. 7. A united front upholding the great unity of the people of the world. Now let us see Isyuna's version of Li Weihan. Isyuna states, according to Marxism-Leninism, the fundamental features of a people's democratic united front are the following: 1. A united front led by the working class through its Communist Party. 2. A united front based on the worker-peasant alliance. 3. A united front excluding and directed against the feudal, comprador, and bureaucratic capitalist classes. 4. A united front with armed struggle as its mainstay and shouldering the tasks of the democratic revolution in general and the agrarian revolution in particular. 5. A united front upholding the organizational unity of all the toiling masses in a given state, regardless of language, religion, nationality, or level of social development. 6. A united front upholding the unity of the revolution in a given country with the proletarian world socialist revolution in all countries. Combat, p. 86. From the above it is clear that Isyuna distorters conveniently omit or modify some of Li Weihan's essential points, number 3, number 5, number 6, and number 7, and insert others of their own, number 3, number 5, and number 6, in order to suit their purpose. Thus, by inserting point number 5 on upholding the organizational unity of all the toiling masses in a given state, regardless of language, religion, nationality, or level of social development, Isyuna leaders conclude that, according to Marxism-Leninism, a united front which does not uphold the unity of the broad masses of exploited and working people in Eritrea and Ethiopia proper, will not lead to the emergence of a genuine united front and will have nothing in common with the peoples. Democratic United Front Isyuna's social chauvinists will go to any lengths in their attempt to defile the Eritrean revolution. Their lies, distortions, and fabrications reveal not only their hypocritical stand towards the struggle of the Eritrean people but also towards resolute and systematic struggle on political line. Isyuna leaders need to learn how, to use their own words, one settles accounts openly, explicitly, resolutely, and clearly. It is time they abandoned their efforts to distort, doctor and adopt basic Marxist-Leninist principles to their chauvinist aims. If the Isyuna social chauvinist clique has accomplished anything constructive by publishing Combat, Volume V, Number 2, it is that they have clearly revealed to all their rabidly hypocritical, lying nature. They have shown that they are incapable of carrying on principled struggle. They have demonstrated their lack of understanding of basic Marxist-Leninist principles. In short, they have bared their out-and-out social chauvinism for all to see. Appendices. The stand of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies on the Eritrean question in the UN in 1950. When the Eritrean question was brought to the United Nations General Assembly, the Soviet Union and the people's democracies supported the just cause of the Eritrean people and demanded that independence be granted to Eritrea immediately. They opposed the draft resolution to federate Eritrea with Ethiopia because it deprived the Eritrean people of their fundamental right to self-determination and because it was imposed on the Eritrean people by the colonial powers. The folio wing are excerpts from the speeches of the representatives of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies at the 5th session plenary meetings of the General Assembly expressing their views on the Eritrean question. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The USSR delegation would like to explain its vote on the various draft resolutions. 3 draft resolutions have been submitted to the General Assembly on the question of Eritrea. A draft resolution submitted by the Soviet Union A11570L, providing that Eritrea should be granted independence immediately, a draft resolution submitted by Poland A/1564 and CORR1, providing that Eritrea should be granted independence after 3 years, and a draft resolution submitted by the Ad Hoc Political Committee, providing that Eritrea should be federated with Ethiopia. The USSR has consistently supported the proposal that Eritrea should be granted independence and has continued to do so at the current session. We base our argument on the fact that all peoples have a right to self-determination and national independence. The national liberation struggle of the colonial and dependent peoples for their independence and freedom has grown in strength as a result of the Second World War. The colonial system is going through an acute crisis. Accordingly, in considering the fate of Eritrea, one of the former Italian colonies, the United Nations must take a decision which will satisfy the longing of the Eritrean people for independence and freedom from national oppression. The General Assembly cannot tolerate a deal by the colonial powers at the expense of the population of Eritrea. In the circumstances, the only just solution to the problem of the future of Eritrea is to grant independence. And here it should be noted that the continuation of British administration for any period whatsoever would be fatal to the normal development of Eritrea. The situation in Eritrea has considerably deteriorated during the period of British administration. Significant facts testifying to this are given in the report of the United Nations Commissions for Eritrea, in the memorandum submitted by the delegations of Guatemala and Pakistan. In that memorandum, the following conclusion is drawn from the examination and analysis of those facts: during the last decade nothing has been done towards the economic improvement of the territory, whereas much has been done to the contrary, that is to say, towards worsening the situation. Eritrea must not be left for any further period under the administration of the United Kingdom, which is pursuing a policy clearly designed to worsen the situation in Eritrea. Any further deterioration of the situation in Eritrea can be prevented by the immediate grant of independence, which a large part of the population of Eritrea itself is demanding. The memorandum to which I have already referred states that, the great majority of the inhabitants of the eastern and western lowlands, and groups of varying importance in the plateau, were in favor of immediate independence. The arguments used against the proposal that Eritrea should be granted immediate independence are those habitually adduced in defense of the colonial system. It is alleged, for instance, that Eritrea is a backward country and is not ready for independence, that an independent Eritrea would not be able to ensure its own independent economic development, and, as the United Kingdom representative said at the meetings of the ad hoc political committee, that to grant independence to Eritrea would lead to political chaos. Thus we see that the usual arguments which are advanced to defend the colonial system are being used here. I know of no single instance in history where a colonial country has won its independence without being confronted by the allegation that it was not ready for independence. The General Assembly cannot attach importance to arguments of this kind. On the contrary, it should reject them once and for all, and decide to grant Eritrea independence immediately. Furthermore, the British occupation forces should be withdrawn within 3 months of the day on which the General Assembly decision to grant Eritrea independence is adopted. The continued retention of United Kingdom occupation forces in Eritrea is absolutely unjustified, and is incompatible both with the national interests of Eritrea itself and with the fundamental principles and purposes of the United Nations. It is clear from the foregoing that the USSR delegation objects to the proposal for the federation of Eritrea with another state, as such a federation would disregard the right of the Eritrean people to self-determination by preventing the Eritreans from exercising that right. The delegation of the Soviet Union bases its position on the fact that such a decision is being imposed on the Eritrean people without its consent and, hence, in violation of the fundamental principle of the right of self-determination of peoples. A number of speakers here have referred to federation as a compromise solution. The USSR delegation considers that if federation is indeed a compromise solution, it represents a compromise among the colonial powers. It is being imposed on the Eritrean people and, in effect, on Ethiopia also, and it will be equally unsatisfactory to Ethiopia. In reality, this solution is not the kind of compromise which should be proposed by the General Assembly. In the first place, how can one speak of a compromise if it has been adopted without the participation of the peoples concerned, that is, without the participation of Eritrea? Furthermore, it has been adopted, notwithstanding the Eritrean people's wishes, against their interests and in violation of their most vital, fundamental right, the right of self-determination. Federation cannot therefore be called a compromise solution. In reality, it is the outcome of the contest among the colonial powers for a new partition of the former Italian colonies. We are told that a part of the population of Eritrea desires federation. Even if that were so, the question should be decided by the Eritrean people themselves, and not by some international organization. In any case, it cannot be settled by an agreement among the colonial powers. The federal solution has in fact been put forward by the colonial powers, under the guidance of the United States. This idea of a federation was submitted by the United States at the last session of the General Assembly. That fact in itself proves that the problem is not now being settled in the interests of the Eritrean people. In recent times, the United States has become the dominating power in Africa, and determines the colonial policy of the various states in that continent. This is what an American newspaper says about the colonial interests of the United States in Africa. The Sunday Compass of November 19, 1950 says, though it possesses no colonies in Africa, the United States is today the dominant power in Africa. And it is using its power, not to promote and support anti-colonialism in Africa, but to strengthen and extend the old colonial pattern. Such changes as it has brought about are changes which divert profits from London and Paris to New York. Thus the United States has become the dominant power which directs the colonial subjugation and exploitation of the African peoples, and the proposal for federation, which was put forward by the United States delegation, reflects the interests of the colonial powers, headed by the United States. The USSR delegation cannot therefore support the proposal for federation, which is the outcome of the struggle among the colonial powers for a new partition of the former Italian colonies. The USSR delegation appeals to all the other delegations to vote in favor of Eritrean independence, which is the equitable solution to this problem. An independent Eritrea would have the right to decide all questions concerning its relations with neighboring states. In the light of all these considerations, the USSR delegation continues to urge that a decision should be taken to grant Eritrea immediate independence, to withdraw the British occupation troops from Eritrea within 3 months, and to give Ethiopia access to the sea through the port of Assab. These are the principles by which the delegation of the Soviet Union will be guided in voting on the 3 draft resolutions submitted to us on the question of the future of Eritrea. Poland. The Polish delegation has maintained a constructive attitude with regard to the future of Eritrea ever since this question was brought before the United Nations. We consider that in a decision concerning the fate of a people, the General Assembly should act in accordance with the principles which form the very foundation of the United Nations Charter, namely, the principles of equal rights and self-determination as stated in Article I of the Charter. After studying closely all the arguments adduced during the discussion on the disposal of Eritrea, my delegation considers that the draft resolution presented by the delegation of the Soviet Union AI 1570 proposes the fairest solution of the problem. This draft resolution, which is based upon the principle of self-determination and which provides for the immediate independence of Eritrea, envisages the fulfillment of those conditions without which neither the independence nor the free self-determination of the Eritrean people is conceivable, one of those conditions being the prompt withdrawal of the British occupation forces. In the opinion of my delegation, this is the solution which best answers the aspirations of the Eritrean people and the requirements of peace and security in East Africa. After carefully examining the draft resolution of the 14 powers submitted by the Ad hoc Political Committee, my delegation considers it to be in flagrant opposition to the principles proclaimed in Article I of the Charter. This draft resolution decides the future of a people without considering its aspirations, although they have voiced and brought to the notice of the United Nations. It disposes of this people as if they were so much inanimate matter. Under the name of federation, it provides for nothing less than annexation. It is impossible, however, to create a federation without the consent of the parties concerned. In the case of Eritrea, one of the parties concerned, namely, the Eritrean people, has not been consulted. The Eritrean people have been given no chance to express their will, although even when they were under a colonial regime they never ceased to demand independence. Such a resolution would ignore the aspirations and well-being of the inhabitants of Eritrea and the opinions expressed by the majority of the population. It could not satisfy the requirements of peace and security in East Africa. For these reasons, my delegation will vote against that draft resolution. Czechoslovakia. The Czechoslovak delegation's approach to the question of the future of Eritrea and its people is based on the view that all peoples have a right to freedom and independence. To deprive the people of Eritrea of that right is not only a flagrant violation of the Charter but discrimination against a country struggling for its freedom. The question of Eritrean independence is, in reality, only part of a much larger problem. The process of liquidating the colonial system is continuing successfully throughout the world and finds expression in the struggle for national liberation. Oppressed peoples are rebelling against colonial exploitation and insistently demanding freedom and independence, which are the fundamental conditions for economic development and the achievement of a higher standard of living. The Czechoslovak delegation believes that one of the principal duties of the United Nations is to help oppressed peoples to obtain the right to self-determination, as well as freedom and independence. The draft resolution approved by the ad hoc political committee is contrary to the spirit and letter of the Charter, and presents a false and unjust solution. It deprives the people of Eritrea of the fundamental and inalienable right to freely decide their own future. It imposes on them a solution which is not in accordance with the national interests of Eritrea and which is opposed by the majority of the population. The General Assembly has no right to deny the people of Eritrea the independence for which so many Eritrean fighters for freedom have risked their lives. The federation with Ethiopia proposed in the draft resolution is a violation of the Charter, which admits of no other solutions than independence or trusteeship in territories which do not yet enjoy self-government. But is it really federation that has been proposed as a solution in the case of Eritrea? Have two sovereign states adopted this form of government freely and without having been subjected to pressure? The federal form of government which would thus be imposed on Eritrea is not based on the free, spontaneous, and democratic expression of the will of two sovereign states. It is merely a mask for the annexation of Little Eritrea by a larger and more populous state. Paragraph 5 of the draft resolution gives a clear indication of the way the interests of the people of Eritrea will be protected. It says this, for instance: the citizens of Eritrea shall participate in the executive and judicial branches, and shall be represented in the legislative branch of the federal government in accordance with law and in the proportion that the population of Eritrea bears to the population of the federation. What influence can the representatives of the people of Eritrea, a country of only 1 million inhabitants, have in legislative bodies where the representatives of Ethiopia will speak for 16 million inhabitants? How will the Eritrean people's right to free development be safeguarded in such a federation and under such conditions? The grant of independence to Eritrea is the only solution of the problem which is in conformity with the letter and spirit of the Charter. The Czechoslovak delegation will never be a party to intrigues against the freedom of peoples. The Czechoslovak people have experienced occupation by Nazi Germany and can well appreciate what it means to lose freedom and national independence. They therefore support the legitimate struggle of any nation for its freedom and independence. The draft resolution recommended to the General Assembly by the ad hoc political committee would deprive the people of Eritrea of their freedom. Contrary to the fundamental purposes of the Charter, it would deny the people of Eritrea the right to self-determination and impose on them a federation with Ethiopia which the great majority oppose. Instead of maintaining peace in that part of the world, the resolution would foster civil war and discord. Instead of assisting an oppressed and exploited people to achieve freedom and independence, it would attempt to cover up the annexation of a small state by a larger state. The Czechoslovak delegation categorically refuses to be a party to such a flagrant injustice to the people of Eritrea, an injustice committed for the sake of colonial powers and other interested states. For the reasons I have stated, my delegation will vote for the USSR draft resolution. Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic. The discussion in the ad hoc political committee of the question of the fate of the former Italian colony of Eritrea has revealed the existence of two different points of view, two different trends among delegations. Some delegations take the view that Eritrea should be granted independence and its people given an opportunity of deciding their own fate. Others oppose the grant of independence to Eritrea and are attempting to thrust upon the Eritrean people a form of government which has nothing in common with that people's wishes and desires. The draft resolutions on the question of Eritrea which have been submitted for the General Assembly's consideration also reflect those 2 points of view. The draft resolution submitted by 14 delegations, which was approved by the ad hoc political committee and submitted for the General Assembly's consideration, proposes that Eritrea should be federated with Ethiopia. It thereby precludes the grant of independence to Eritrea and imposes on the Eritrean people a particular policy favored by certain members of the United Nations. Such a decision on the fate of a country with a population of over 1 million cannot be regarded as just. Nor is it in conformity with the United Nations Charter, which recognizes the right of all peoples to national independence and self-determination. Unless Eritrea is officially granted independence and unless the Eritrean people are allowed to express their will by free and democratic processes, a federation between Eritrea and Ethiopia cannot be regarded as a voluntary association. If the United Nations is prepared to envisage the possibility of such a solution of the question of the fate of Eritrea, it must begin by granting independence to Eritrea and by giving its people an opportunity of choosing between federation with Ethiopia and the creation of an independent, self-governing state. That would be the only democratic and equitable decision for the United Nations to take. It would enable the Eritrean people to express their will freely and independently. In proposing to Eritrea that it should enter into a federation with Ethiopia, the draft resolution, even in that part of the draft which deals with the conditions of such a federation, again disregards the principle of self-determination. The people of Eritrea are being offered federal status, the terms of which have been worked out without their participation. In other words, certain conditions are being imposed upon them regardless of whether those conditions meet their demands and wishes. It is obvious that such an approach to a solution of the problem is entirely unjust and contrary to the basic principles of democracy and self-determination of peoples by which the United Nations should be guided in solving such problems. If the people of Eritrea wish to enter a federation, they alone have the right to lay down the conditions of such federation. No one else can or should impose their wishes upon them. It is thus easy to see that this draft resolution has nothing in common with the interests of the Eritrean people. It serves the purpose only of those who fear that the establishment of an independent Eritrea will be a precedent for other colonial peoples and who are pursuing specific economic, military, and strategic ends on the continent of Africa. The people of Eritrea, who have languished for decades under the yoke of colonial oppression, expect a very different decision from the United Nations. They hope for a just decision on their fate. They see that many peoples as small as or even smaller than themselves have national independence and statehood and decide their own fate. The people of Eritrea naturally aspire to do likewise. It is the duty of the United Nations to help them to attain independence, since any decision which is contrary to the interests of that people might create a source of serious danger to peace and security in Africa. The delegation of the Belarusian SSR considers that the only just and equitable solution of the Eritrean problem is to grant Eritrea national independence. It cannot therefore concur 3 the proposals contained in the draft resolution submitted by the ad hoc political committee and will vote against it. A practical solution of the problem is provided in the USSR draft resolution A115701, which proposes that Eritrea should be granted independence. That draft resolution proposes that Eritrea should be granted independence immediately. Such a decision would give great satisfaction to the people of Eritrea. Such a solution of the Eritrean problem would preclude any possibility of internal disturbances in Eritrea, since the people, having acquired their independence, would have every opportunity of deciding their own future as they themselves saw fit. Any justification or pretext for intervention in the domestic affairs of Eritrea by other states would thus be removed and the peace and security of the nations would thereby be strengthened. The delegation of the Belarusian SSR will therefore vote with pleasure for the draft resolution submitted by the USSR. Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. The delegation of the Ukrainian SSR is one of those which, basing their position on the principles of the United Nations Charter concerning the self-determination of peoples, and taking into account the interests of indigenous populations, have always urged that independence should be granted to the peoples of all the former Italian colonies, namely, Libya, Somaliland and Eritrea. Those peoples' right to national self-determination is a natural and inalienable one. That means that each nation must freely decide its own fate without any interference from other nations in its internal political, economic, and cultural life. Only the representatives of the colonial powers are against the self-determination of the peoples of dependent territories. They are trying by all possible means to perpetuate the present status of those oppressed countries in order to continue their exploitation and plundering. The delegation of the Ukrainian SSR believes that the Eritrean people should be guaranteed the exercise of the right to self-determination on the same basis as the people of Libya, who are soon to establish their independent state. This demand is based first of all on the fact that the people of Eritrea indisputably form a nation with all the characteristics of a nation. They constitute a well-established and stable society of people based on a common language, culture, economic life, and mental outlook, which are reflected in a common culture. During the discussion of the question of Eritrea in the ad hoc political committee, the representatives of certain countries made statements in support of self-determination and independence for Eritrea, but during the voting on various draft resolutions, those submitted by the USSR, Poland, Pakistan, and Iraq, it became evident that they in fact supported and pursued a policy of colonial oppression. By voting in the ad hoc political committee for the forced federation of Eritrea with Ethiopia and thereby depriving Eritrea of independence, the representatives of Haiti, Liberia, Burma, the Philippines, and various other countries showed that they were the instruments of the colonizers in their struggle against the national liberation movement of oppressed peoples in the colonies. The Soviet representatives and the representatives of the people's democracies, in their statements in the ad hoc political committee, resolutely supported the granting of immediate independence to Eritrea. The voting in the committee showed that, as a result of a private understanding between the delegations of the colonial powers and the delegation of the United States, and of the direct pressure exerted by those delegations on other members of the committee, they succeeded once again in violating the principles of the Charter and in foisting upon the committee a draft resolution which did not correspond to the interests of the Eritrean people or satisfy their aspirations to independence. The 14-power draft resolution on the so-called federation between Ethiopia and Eritrea, which has now been submitted to the General Assembly, represents only the interests of the colonial powers and is directed against the Eritrean people. This draft uses the authority of the United Nations to cloak the imperialist designs of the colonial powers on Eritrea and eludes international public opinion. It is very significant that this extremely long draft resolution does not so much as mention the right of the Eritrean people to self-determination, a right which is proclaimed as one of the basic principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The delegation of the Ukrainian SSR believes that the draft resolution on Eritrea submitted by the ad hoc political committee is both unsatisfactory and unacceptable because it does not ensure Eritrea the independence to which that country is entitled. The delegation of the Ukrainian SSR, a country where national oppression and its causes have long been abolished and where no national discrimination is possible, urges that independence should be granted to Eritrea immediately and that the national and political oppression of that country by the colonizers, in whatever form it may assume, should be brought to a stop forthwith. Consequently, the delegation of the Ukrainian SSR supports the USSR draft resolution A/I-570 on the Eritrean question and will vote for it. Statement of Ifilna on the formation of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party. The Ethiopian people are a heroic people with a long history of struggle against feudal oppression and imperialist domination. Their courageous resistance against fascist Italian occupation and the numerous worker peasant student struggles against the autocratic regime are examples of this glorious history. February 1974 witnessed a great revolutionary uprising of the oppressed masses which, along with the revolutionary armed struggle of the Eritrean people, led to the downfall of the notorious Emperor Haile Selassie. The courageous struggles of the Ethiopian masses have not yet succeeded in wiping out feudalism and imperialism and building a people's democratic Ethiopia. The fruits of the unprecedented February uprising were seized by the military junta, which rode to power on the strength of the mass movement. The principal cause for this state of affairs has been the lack of a steeled revolutionary organization capable of leading the broad masses of the people. Now, the EPRP has been formed with the declared program of organizing the Ethiopian toilers for the National Democratic Revolution and the subsequent Socialist Revolution. The program of a revolutionary party has to explode the mystifications and distortions of the ruling classes, correctly analyze the objective situation and provide bold and correct solutions. The hallmark of a revolutionary program is its irreconcilability to vagueness, half-heartedness, and the glossing over of burning questions. One of the burning, if not the most burning, question for revolution in Ethiopia is the 14-year-old armed struggle of the Eritrean people for national liberation. Today the Ethiopian military junta is waging a barbarous war of aggression directed not only at the freedom fighters but also the 3 million Eritrean people. In classical imperialist fashion it has declared, "Dry up the sea to kill the fish." The junta is whipping up chauvinist hysteria among the Ethiopian masses aimed at arousing them to fight against their Eritrean class brothers. Thousands are being recruited to fight the so-called bandits who are trying to sell Eritrea to the Arabs. Ethiopia's war of aggression in Eritrea is exacting a heavy human and economic toll on the Ethiopian masses. While the people starve, the junta spends $500,000 a day in its war of aggression in Eritrea. As a result of the war, the people are forced to go without basic necessities. This is to say nothing about the suffering of the Eritrean people. The Eritrean struggle is shaking the junta's rule to its foundations. It has exposed the junta's client nature to imperialism and its fascism. Clearly the Eritrean struggle is the burning issue of the day. It is the bounden duty of Ethiopian Democrats, and still more of Ethiopian communists, to give active support to the struggle for Eritrean independence. At a time when the Eritrean masses have overwhelmingly demonstrated not just their demand, but their resolute determination to fight for their national independence, active support for Eritrean independence is the only correct stand that is consistently democratic and proletarian. Any other stand not only appeases the continued oppression of the Eritrean people, but objectively collaborates with the rabid, chauvinist, and aggressive war of genocide being waged against them. And what is the stand of the EPRP towards the Eritrean struggle? The party program devotes a single sentence to this burning question: to condemn and to struggle against the militaristic slaughter of the Eritrean people, to solve the question, to ensure that the Eritrean question is resolved peacefully and democratically. Is this stand commensurate with that of a proletarian party? A liberal or a democratic can be opposed to militaristic slaughter or call for a peaceful and democratic solution, but can a proletarian party be content with calling for a peaceful solution? Where then is the vanguard role for the party if it tails behind the liberals and chauvinists? In regard to the concrete situation in Eritrea, should not a party that calls itself Marxist-Leninist openly advocate the right of the Eritrean people to complete independence and support in word as well as in deed the armed revolution in Eritrea? The line as well as the practice of the EPRP has been found wanting in this respect. This raises the question: will the EPRP succeed in fighting the cancer of chauvinism within its ranks as well as among the masses? Nevertheless, we recognize and support the important role that Demokracia and Lavater are playing in educating and organizing the masses. The EPRP has yet to be tested in the flames of struggle. We hope that the EPRP will succeed in consolidating itself into a genuine Marxist-Leninist party capable of leading the Ethiopian masses in their struggle against all forms of exploitation and oppression. Consistent with the correct revolutionary line and practice of the Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, IFLNA reaffirms its resolute and unflinching solidarity with the struggle of the Ethiopian masses. In particular, we want to express our support to the growing militancy and revolutionary struggle of the Ethiopian workers. Long live the struggle of the Ethiopian masses! Long live the Eritrean Revolution! Long live the revolutionary solidarity of the Eritrean and Ethiopian masses! Eritreans for Liberation in North America, November 14, 1975. Joint Statement of the EPLF and EPRP. At this time in history, it is obvious that the Eritrean people and the peoples of Ethiopia are under the yoke of oppression and exploitation of world imperialism, Zionism, and their puppet, the fascist military government. For this very reason it is a necessity for the two struggling peoples to cooperate in order to achieve their victory. In the light of this fact, a delegation including members from the Central Committee of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, came to the field in Eritrea, met with Eritrean People's Liberation Forces from 28/12/76 to March 3, 76, and after discussion of the issues raised reached the following bilateral agreements. The development of capitalism in Western Europe in the 19th century initiated the scramble for Africa, which ended in the balkanization of the continent. Italy, being one of these capitalist countries, invaded Eritrea and formed it as a political entity. Even though the Eritrean people fought against this colonial oppression for 60 years, the cutthroat competition of the capitalist countries ended in World War II and the colonization of Eritrea by another power, Britain. After 10 years of British rule, the UN, maneuvered and dominated by US imperialism, in order to safeguard the interests of imperialist powers, decided Eritrea be federated with Haile Selassie's feudal Ethiopia. Subsequently, Haile Selassie violated the federation, and put Eritrea under his rule. But the Eritrean people, in its fight for freedom and liberation, stepped up its struggle to its highest form, people's armed struggle. Hence, the Eritrean question is not a national question. The controversy whether the term colonial could fit the Eritrean question was raised. The EPLF position is, yes, it fits. But on the EPRP side it was deferred on the point that it was not discussed in the party, and in the future the party will study the question and take a stand accordingly. Since the Eritrean people for a long time had struggled and are struggling, and since in this struggle it had passed through much sufferings, since the Eritrean revolution is supported by the broad masses, and since the aim of the revolution goes beyond national liberation to fulfill the nor, promote the interests of the proletariat, peasantry and other oppressed classes, the EPRP unconditionally supports the Eritrean people's struggle for their independence. It as well supports the political and armed struggle waged by the EPLF for the independence and liberation of the Eritrean people. Since the objective and subjective conditions for a nor that clears the way for socialist revolution are fulfilled, EPLF supports the struggle waged by EPRP for the realization of the nor in Ethiopia. Since there is national oppression in Ethiopia, the EPLF supports democratic national movements. EPLF condemns reactionary movements that would come under the guise of national struggle or in any other form that would be an obstacle to the interest of the Ethiopian people. Both organizations introduce and explain the program of the two sides to the masses and progressive individuals, progressive organizations, and governments. The two parties agreed to cooperate militarily and materially. They also agreed to settle differences that might arise through discussions. This agreement had been reached in revolutionary spirit on March 3, 76 after investigating and discussing the general conditions of both Eritrea and Ethiopia. IFLNA's view on the joint statement of the EPLF and EPRP. The Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples are fraternal neighborly peoples who have a long history of struggle against colonialism and imperialism. Since 1952, when Haile Selassie's feudal regime, at the instigation of U.S. imperialism, imposed a sham federation on the Eritrean people, the two peoples have suffered and continue to suffer under a common enemy. In 1961 the Eritrean people launched the popular armed struggle for national liberation. Today, the Eritrean struggle under the leadership of the EPLF has developed into a full-scale people's war with the objective of building a people's democratic Eritrea and then proceeding to the socialist transformation of society. The masses of the Eritrean people of all nationalities and social classes, and especially the workers, peasants, and revolutionary intellectuals, are fully mobilized behind the revolution whose victorious conclusion is inevitable. The Ethiopian people have waged militant struggles against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The year 1974 witnessed the unprecedented revolutionary upsurge of the toiling masses of Ethiopia. This revolutionary upsurge along with the national liberation struggle in Eritrea led to the downfall of Haile Selassie's feudal regime. The Ethiopian masses had scored a significant political victory, but as there was no consolidated revolutionary organization to lead the struggle, the fruit of their victory was seized by a fascist military junta. On August 1975, the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party declared its existence. In its program, the EPRP declared that its task was to organize the workers and peasants of Ethiopia and wage the new democratic and subsequent socialist revolution under the leadership of the working class. In a statement, November 14, 1975, on the formation of EPRP, see Liberation Volume V, Number 2, Ifilna paid tribute to the glorious story of the militant resistance and heroic struggle of the Ethiopian people and expressed its appreciation of the profound revolutionary solidarity between the Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples. Ifilna recognized and supported the important role that EPRP's organs Democracia and Labader have been playing in educating and organizing the masses. However, Ifilna objectively criticized the EPRP's stand, as stated in its program, which treated the Eritrean question as an Ethiopian national question, i.e., a question of an oppressed nationality within Ethiopia. Furthermore, it criticized the EPRP for trailing behind the liberals and bourgeois Democrats in its mere call for a peaceful and democratic solution of the Eritrean question instead of unconditionally supporting the Eritrean people's struggle for national independence. Ifilna assessed that the stand of the EPRP was not commensurate with that of a proletarian party. Ifilna specifically stated that at a time when the Eritrean masses have overwhelmingly demonstrated not just their demand, but their resolute determination to fight for their national independence, active support for Eritrean independence is the only correct stand that is consistently democratic and proletarian. Now, the joint statement of the EPLF and EPRP, recognizing that Eritrea, formed by Italian colonialism, has suffered from Italian colonial oppression for 60 years, British rule for 10 years, the imperialist-imposed federation with feudal Ethiopia and the subsequent annexation and Ethiopian rule, and that the armed struggle is a culmination of the Eritrean people's fight for freedom and liberation, affirms that the Eritrean question is not a national question. This new position of the EPRP represents a significant breakthrough with respect to the stand of progressive Ethiopian organizations on the Eritrean question. Ifilna has consistently struggled against the incorrect and erroneous view of the Ethiopian left organizations that the Eritrean question is a national question. 2. Appreciating the long struggle and much suffering of the Eritrean people as well as the mass basis and the national democratic essence of the Eritrean revolution, the EPRP unconditionally supports the Eritrean people's struggle for their independence. It as well supports the political and armed struggle waged by the EPLF for the independence and liberation of the Eritrean people. This unconditional support for the Eritrean people's struggle for independence is another breakthrough in the position of progressive Ethiopian organizations on the Eritrean revolution. Here again, Ifilna has consistently called upon all Ethiopian and other progressive organizations to unconditionally support the just struggle of the Eritrean people for national independence and democracy. Furthermore, the EPRP's affirmation that the aim of the Eritrean revolution goes beyond national liberation to fulfill the new democratic revolution, NDR, promote the interests of the proletariat, peasantry and other oppressed classes is a slap in the face to the social chauvinist line, in the Ethiopian left movement, which has consistently slandered the Eritrean struggle as a petty bourgeois movement and the EPLF vanguard as a petty bourgeois organization. 3. Noting that the objective conditions for the NOR are fulfilled in Ethiopia, the EPLF supports the struggle waged by the EPRP for the realization of the NOR in Ethiopia. The EPLF also expressed its support for all genuine democratic national movements and its condemnation of all 225 reactionary movements in Ethiopia. Here again the Eritrean Popular Revolution and its vanguard, the EPLF, have been the objects of the most slanderous and malignant social chauvinist attacks. The EPLF has been accused of alleged collaboration with reactionary movements, notorious feudalists, feudo-fascist enemies of the Ethiopian and Eritrean peoples, and so forth. On the contrary, the EPLF, true to its internationalist principles, has consistently educated the Eritrean people to distinguish between the masses of the Ethiopian people and the feudo-bourgeois oppressor classes. It has resolutely supported the toiling Ethiopian masses in their struggle against feudalism and imperialism. Despite its limited resources and in the face of slanderous attacks by Eritrean rightists, the EPLF has provided military training as well as political and material assistance to progressive and revolutionary Ethiopians. 4. Finally, noting the oppression and exploitation of the Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples by world imperialism, Zionism, and their puppet, the fascist military regime, the EPLF, and the EPRP have agreed to cooperate and support each other politically, militarily and materially. IFLNA has always called for a close and principled collaboration between progressive Eritreans and Ethiopians in the service of the toiling masses of the two countries. Consistent with this principle, IFLNA supports the growing solidarity between the Eritrean and Ethiopian revolutionaries as manifested in the joint statement of the EPLF and the EPRP. IFLNA views these new developments as a positive step in the right direction and is generally encouraged that the EPRP is fighting to consolidate itself into a genuine Marxist-Leninist party, capable of leading the Ethiopian masses in their struggle against all forms of oppression and exploitation. IFLNA pledges to tirelessly work to strengthen the mutual revolutionary cooperation and solidarity between the revolutionaries of the two countries. At the same time, IFLNA will continue to criticize any position that tends to obscure or distort the anti-colonial nature and revolutionary aims of the Eritrean struggle. IFLNA will expose and fight against all slanders and innuendos aimed at discrediting the Eritrean people's revolution. In particular, it will fiercely combat the chauvinists who hide behind socialist phrases to mask their utter fear of the thunderous advance of the Eritrean revolution, which is shattering their expansionist dreams of keeping the Eritrean masses under colonial domination. The Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples have a bright future. Their persistent revolutionary struggles are bound to lead to the birth of a democratic People's Republic in Eritrea and a democratic People's Republic in Ethiopia, thereby turning the Horn of Africa into a bastion of anti-imperialist revolution. Long liveth the struggle of Ethiopian masses. Long liveth Eritrean revolution. LONGLIVETHERETRIANREVOLUTIONLITHIOPTHERETRIANMASSES. EPRP Solidarity Message to EPLF's First Congress. Comrade fighters, patriots, and guests. It is a historic truth that the heroic Eritrean people's tradition of struggle and sacrifice, ceaselessly passing from generation to generation, has given rise to the armed struggle led by a revolutionary policy, that this centuries-old bitter struggle for justice, democracy, and independence is the vanguard of the struggles in the Horn of Africa. Thus, we bear witness that this Congress reminds us of the history of bitter struggle of the Eritrean people's revolution, having gained superiority over the oppressors, has reached the stage where it has a historic mission to shoulder its responsibility and internationalist duty through example and support to the oppressed people's struggle in the surrounding region. As this Congress opens a new chapter in the popular struggles being waged in Eritrea, Ethiopia, and our surrounding region, this delegation, in the name of the EPRP and its army, the EPRA, expresses its best wishes for the success of its deliberations and resolutions and feels revolutionary pride in attending the Congress. When we look at this historic Congress, we are obliged to mention some of the principal achievements of the struggle of the EPLF, LST, since the arming of revolutionaries with revolutionary ideology is a thing deserving primary consideration. The EPLF, giving priority to and making the necessary efforts for the training of cadres who can safeguard the victory of the revolution and assure adherence to its line and principles through objective policy and scientific analysis, has established a cadre school which progressives are proud of and has, from time to time, been graduating cadres imbued with a scientific world outlook. Progressive books are also being translated. Second, the resolving of the contradictions within Eritrean society and the creation of conditions in which various nationalities and ethnic groups are able to struggle together for independence and democracy is another great victory for the E.P.L.F. Third, following the socialist principle of self-reliance and developing the fighters' creative and productive capability in agriculture, industry, and handicrafts. All this makes it possible to say that the current stage of the E.P.L.F. is a reflection of the future democratic progressive Eritrea being built anew. Fourth, above all, however, by changing the previous military balance in Eritrea through great sacrifices and determination and confining the enemy to the major cities, Eritrea has today become a free land where one conducts organizational work at will. In particular, it is evident that the successive victories won over the enemy's fascist troops in the past month satisfy the Eritrean people's thirst for independence and give a great morale boost to the struggles in the surrounding region, while, on the contrary, they sap the morale of and bring about economic and political loss to the fascist Dergu. While the convening of this kind of Congress safeguards the fruits of victory that we witness daily and guarantees the continuity of the revolution, we anticipate from this Congress not only progressive policies and guidelines but also the formulation of an organizational structure commensurate with the stage of the struggle, in which the democratic forces advance, organize and defend their organization from the covert intrigues of reactionaries. Moreover, we hope that the Congress will open a new chapter that can bring about the unity of the democratic forces fighting for Eritrean independence. The advanced revolutionary traditions that the EPRA has learned from the Eritrean Revolution cannot be viewed lightly. Beyond this, however, the support that the Eritrean Revolution has rendered the EPRA, by providing it protection from being liquidated in its infancy, is great. The EPLF in particular, did not only provide our comrades with training and the necessary care in the Eritrean field when our organization was preparing for armed struggle, but it also fought the political problems that this caused it with revolutionary morale. Moreover, the EPRP will never forget the great role which the EPLF has played in the founding of our army by providing it with arms and enabling it to reach its base with military assistance. Although our party, immersed in the sudden February uprising, could not immediately establish relations with the EPLF and make it stand compatible with the development of the struggle, it is evident that it has taken an unwavering stand on the Eritrean question and waged intense political struggle against national chauvinists and pseudo-progressives, starting from the student movement, and presented many comrades for sacrifice in the defense of this stand. On the basis of the recent meeting it held with the EPLF and after studying the level of the Eritrean people's struggle, the part which the democratic forces play in the Eritrean struggle, the content of political education, the contribution that the struggle can make toward the struggles being waged in Ethiopia and the surrounding region, etc., our party, fully convinced that the line that the struggle follows serves the workers and peasants of Eritrea and opens up the vista for the establishment of a democratic state, has gone beyond the recognition of the right to independence and taken a political stand in support of the exercise 228 of Eritrean independence. Thus, the EPRP today unconditionally supports the Eritrean people's struggle for independence, and it educates and struggles among the masses to translate this into practice. After making many sacrifices to destroy national chauvinism and teach the justness of the Eritrean struggle, the Eritrean question, far from scaring them, the Ethiopian masses, has today become one of the primary questions of which they are proud and for which they are ready to sacrifice their lives. This is illustrated by the frequent demonstrations and the slogans that accompany them. The clearest instance is the correct work carried out by the masses alley over to ensure the failure of the Rasa project and to expose the fascist Dergu in front of the world under the slogan "The oppressed Ethiopian peoples shall not invade the oppressed Eritrean people." The bitter oppression that the Eritrean people and the Ethiopian peoples have suffered under the tyrant monarch and the fascist Dergu that followed in his footsteps gives a dialectical relationship to their struggles. The one struggle cannot be seen in isolation from the other, hence the victory achieved over the fascist Dergu inside Ethiopia is the victory of the Eritrean people. Likewise, the superiority which the Eritrean struggle gains over the enemy and the victories it wins daily are also victories of the Ethiopian peoples. It is clear that when the fascist Derg raised its oppressive hand to crush the popular upsurge that erupted in Ethiopia in February 1974, the Eritrean people, displaying unprecedented determination and unity and defying brute force, assisted the struggle of the Ethiopian peoples to continue at its initial intensity by dealing the fascist troops devastating blows all over Eritrea. As the EPRP's mass base and its organizational experience in organizing the various democratic groups and individuals who were fighting separately was not consolidated at the time the February popular upsurge smashed the feudal foundations of the tyrant monarch, the well-armed military came to power. Once in power, it became an obstacle to the waging of the new democratic revolution demanded by history by violating the wishes of the workers, poor peasants, progressive intellectuals, and the masses of the people in general, sharpening the contradictions within the society, and denying democratic rights. Even though it was compelled by the surge of the masses to issue progressive declarations, it blocked through fascist force the question of political power that could translate the declarations into practice. Under such a storm, the EPRP, analyzing the concrete conditions in Ethiopia and the surrounding region with objective policy and scientific world outlook, has assumed the role of leadership, devised appropriate slogans and policies of struggle, and mobilized the Ethiopian masses against feudalism, imperialism, and the fascist Derg. With respect to organizational work as well, it has brought progressive individuals and groups under party discipline and spread its organizational network among workers, peasants, young women, oppressed soldiers, teachers, and patriots to the extent that the masses now say that the EPRP is our party. Although there is no social base that could be the origin of fascism in Ethiopia, the fascist Derg, with the advocacy of the renegade intellectuals, paints fascism with Marxist colors and, in the tradition of Hitler and Mussolini, massacred workers while claiming that it was established for the workers, banned organizations outside its control while shouting itself hoarse about democratic rights, murdered Democrats and patriots, sharpened the contradictions among nationalities while talking of the equality of nationalities, took away and returned the arms that the peasants had seized from the feudalists while saying arm the peasants, launched the Rasa project while feigning to resolve the Eritrean case peacefully, reaffirmed treaties entered into by Haile Selassie while condemning imperialism. The fascist Derg has with might and main unleashed its forces of intelligence, propaganda, and oppression against the EPRP because the EPRP has succeeded in isolating the fascist Derg from the masses and depriving it of any base by pointing out from time to time the antagonistic contradiction between feudalism, imperialism, bureaucratic capitalism and the fascist Derg on the one hand and the peoples of Ethiopia on the other, and devising tactics of struggle one step ahead of the Derg. Propaganda-wise, it attempted to isolate the EPRP from the masses not only by portraying it as anarchist, anti-order, not struggling for the establishment of a democratic republic, and not anti-feudal but a collaborator of the feudalists of the Ethiopian Democratic Union, EDV, striving to restore the reactionary system, but also by presenting its principled relations with the Eritrean revolution as cheap peddling to sell out one's own country. However, since the current level of political consciousness in Ethiopia has denied it success, it took fascistic steps and declared its intention to wipe out the EPRP. Basing itself on the erroneous analysis, it set up a murder squad and began to publicly liquidate Democrats and progressive individuals suspected of being EPRP supporters in the provinces. As the situation worsened, it became necessary to establish party security and defense through armed force in order to safeguard the survival of our party. If there is any weapon with which the comrades selected for this great task are armed, it is only their love for the proletariat and their loyalty to the party. With all this, proper steps have been and continue to be taken against the renegade intellectuals and the Derg's agents assigned to eliminate our party, and there is a happy acceptance of sacrifice. Even though the necessary objective and subjective conditions exist for intensifying the revolution and enabling the masses to seize power at this moment in Ethiopia, shortage in the supply of arms, the guarantor of power, has created conditions that prolong the life of the strongly armed fascist Derg. Although the struggle waged by our party's military branch, the EPRA, in expanding to many areas, destroying the government bureaucracy, organizing poor peasants, and implementing the slogan of "land to the tiller" is not easy achievement when viewed by itself. It is extremely low when compared with the development of the revolution. This delegation would like to bring to the attention of this Congress that the question of arms has not only created a big problem in the Ethiopian revolution at the present moment, but it has also caused the number of progressives and Democrats being murdered without any means of defense and languishing in prisons to steadily increase. We would like to repeatedly clarify to the Congress that thousands of youth aspiring to fight are living underground awaiting the military assistance of progressive organizations. The firm faith and hope that they have on our neighboring Eritrean revolution is based on international fraternity and solidarity of struggle. At this moment, when the reactionary forces around us are covertly and overtly spreading their network of intrigue from within and without against the revolution, progressives have absolutely no alternative except to consolidate our ideological weapon, cooperate better and coordinate our forces. We shall then certainly throw them into their proper place, the junkyard of history, and we shall be victorious. In conclusion, this delegation would like to mention that, while the relations between EPLF and EPRP are principled and should develop better to the level of trust and closeness expected among two progressive organizations free from the bounds of formality, misunderstandings that may arise should, in the tradition of revolutionaries, be resolved on the basis of constructive criticism and dialogue. An independent, democratic Eritrea shall be born. The EPLF shall win. The Ethiopian peoples shall win. Down with imperialism, feudalism, Zionism, and the fascist Dergu. The dictatorship of the proletariat shall be assured. Junta's presentation of the Eritrean question from Addis Fana of August 1975 and November 1976. When exposing the totally negative attitude of Asuna social chauvinists towards the EPLF-led Eritrean revolution, it was stated that their attitude is identical with that of the junta. The following excerpts from Addis Fana of August 1975 and November 1976 clearly show the identity of their attitude towards the Eritrean revolution. Translation is ours. Addis Fana, November 1976. The current situation in Ethiopia. The revolutionary upsurge of the Ethiopian people that unfolded in February 1974 was not at all expected to reach its present stage without the leadership of a revolutionary organization. In particular, the Eritrean organizations, presumed to be rich in experience, have an analysis of the Ethiopian people's struggle that is far from the objective conditions in the country. Incapable of following and comprehending the revolutionary upsurge, clinging to the belief they had at the time of Haile Selassie, they seem determined to cheat themselves and the people of the world. There is one thing that should be quite clear to them and the Ethiopian progressives: the revolutionary upsurge of the Ethiopian people has advanced well ahead of their 15-year armed struggle. With the counter-revolutionary activities of these organizations, no doubt the Ethiopian revolution could be reversed. This notwithstanding, today's Ethiopia will never return to Haile Selassie's Ethiopia. Even if the revolution reverses, these organizations will never be the genuine liberators of the broad Eritrean masses. Since much has been said on the formation of the Eritrean Liberation Front or THIRD-WORLDISM, there is no need to dwell on it. It will suffice to only mention here three important points. First, the movement was started as a political movement by former bourgeois and bureaucrat capitalists. Second, the main aim of the movement was not to liberate Eritrea through people's war but to somehow get the case back in the UN with the aid of Arab countries. Third, the armed struggle was started by bandits, taking an organized form only 4 or 5 years later. When the armed struggle started, the so-called ELF did not have even a political program. The program was only produced 6 years later in 1967, and then because some intellectuals joined in. However, as a result of the campaign waged on these new forces by the old reactionaries, hundreds of intellectuals were murdered with a viciousness comparable to that of the Haile Selassie regime. This was how the ELF-PLF, now known as EPLF, was formed in 1970. It is to be recalled that the reactionary and merchant Osman Sab, pretending to be progressive, joined and even succeeded in claiming leadership of the front. Despite the seemingly progressive start of the EPLF, both organizations are assorted bourgeois and petty bourgeois groupings, not genuine liberation fronts led by the Proletarian Party and the proletarian ideology. The Haile Selassie regime was a corrupt feudo-fascist one. Relatively they were generally progressive and as such had the support of Ethiopian revolutionaries and the world's progressive peoples. Today, however, after 16 years of armed struggle, the results they have achieved show that these organizations are not and were not at all popular. The people's liberation struggle is the work of the masses. The broad masses, organized and armed from one corner to the other, participate in the struggle led by the party of the proletariat. In the process of struggle, it lays the foundation and builds a new order. The people's liberation struggle, being a struggle for the liberation of the proletariat and peasantry, which is 90% of the population, is also a class struggle. It gives the land to the tiller, it exercises democracy for the masses in the countryside, it increases production enabling the revolution to depend on at least 80% of the masses, it improves the health conditions of the people, it strives to educate the people of the countryside, it creates new revolutionary culture. In short, by waging national democratic revolution it enables the people to hold state power. The Eritrean organizations in their 16 years of armed struggle haven't even taken the first step. Let alone to translate the first directive into practice, they have not even been able to educate their fighters. In fact, because of the existence of suspicion between the higher level and the rank and file fighters, the army doesn't know when, where, and against which enemy forces to fight. As a result, the fighters serve as mercenaries. Basically, in a people's war, in addition to having full confidence and comradeship between the leader and the led, each and every member is encouraged to give his views, the location and strength of the enemy and the tactic to be employed, these being presented for discussion in each engagement. It is only through this and no other way that countries that waged revolutionary wars were able to achieve victory. The Eritrean organizations assign leaders to watch on the fighters who attempt retreat or defection during a fight. In addition, under the pretext of security conditions, a situation is created whereby a fighter is turned into a spy over his comrades. According to one fighter that defected from the front to lead a peaceful life, the road is wide open to enter but very narrow to leave. The organizations have brought no change at all to the lifestyle and condition of the peoples of Eritrea province. Unlike what certain nationalists strive to distort, there is a land problem. Unless they have started to talk about it now, after the distribution of land to the tiller in the rest of Ethiopia, the Eritrean organizations have never raised the land question before. They have not set up organizations for peasants, women, and youth. They have given no literacy courses to the broad masses. Instead they have burdened the already miserable masses with yet another oppressive administration by taxing, by forcefully taking meats, as if this is not enough, they insult and degrade the masses, all this because they have the guns in their hands. The entire Eritrean peasantry knows that this is a concrete fact and not something invented to spoil the name of the organizations. The Eritrean organizations depend on certain Arab governments for 80-90-70% of their arms and food supplies. As such, according to their reactionary petty bourgeois thinking, the main factor is arms and not the masses, and revolution means the lining up of a few men to hold state power. That this is their belief is best seen by their past 16 years armed struggle. On the other hand, since they realize that they have nothing else if Arab aid stops, organizations like Jabha, besides being lackeys of their supporters, seem to believe the propaganda of Eritrean Arabism they employ to deceive their supporters. These organizations, by putting pressure on the Haile Selassie regime, without their liking it and against their will, have made a contribution to the movement of the Ethiopian people that cannot be underestimated. However, what was progressive then doesn't remain progressive now after conditions have changed in Ethiopia. Just like the contribution made by the adventurist group of petty bourgeoisie in the struggle to smash the Haile Selassie regime hasn't saved it from allying with imperialism and Mengesnasi Auern, similarly, the Eritrean organizations have definitely joined the camp of counter-revolution. After an analysis of the organizations, their leadership, and their past activities, this line doesn't surprise us at all. Another thing showing the political backwardness of the organizations is the existence of feuds between them. As was mentioned earlier, when the group called EPLF was formed, it was believed to have a true anti-imperialist, anti-feudalist political program capable of leading the masses. As such, the difference between the two fronts was for a long time thought to be based on ideological differences. But this is not so. Both organizations follow the petty bourgeois ideology. There are very minor differences in their thinking and style of work, their main antagonism being based on the contention for leadership and power. The two Eritrean organizations haven't managed to resolve the differences existing between themselves, leave alone the social and religious secondary contradictions of the society. All the efforts by the people's committees couldn't succeed in bringing the two organizations together because they are bunches of petty bourgeoisie poisoned by narrow clique sentiments. Of course, in both fronts there are some revolutionary intellectuals that follow Marxist-Leninist proletarian ideology. In the ELF, the leadership is firmly gripped by those backward individuals who do not have any knowledge at all of revolutions and the role of the proletariat but depend only on the gun. It is well known that some among the Jabha leadership are Baathists or Arab Renaissance fanatics. On the other hand, the revolutionary intellectuals are sections that are isolated from the leadership and oppressed. To sum up, despite the fame as liberation forces the Eritrean organizations achieved by their propaganda in Western and Near Eastern countries, their activities for the past 16 years can be summed up in one sentence: they have fought with guns in their hands. But fighting with a gun will not, by itself, make one revolutionary. The important thing is not the gun but for politics to lead the gun. The religious differences among the broad masses associated with the history of the province have reached a disproportionate scale compared to those existing in other Ethiopian provinces. In Eritrea, there is considerable Arabic cultural domination. The Christian highlanders have a suspicion of the Muslim section. Because of the competition between the two religions, Christian holidays that receive no special attention in the rest of the provinces are celebrated with exaggerated ceremonial processions in this province. The Eritrean movement from its inception was started by the Muslim section. Since earlier, during the period of the British, the Christians as a whole desired complete merger while the adherents of the Muslim faith demanded independence. Jabha, before the coming of the EPLF, was known for its Muslim-oriented activities. All these added together, at least the Christian section, despite the untold crimes committed against it, still doesn't want to secede. The Eritrean bourgeoisie, unhappy as it is with change, Ethiopian upsurge and the May 8th policy proposal, is frantically trying to instigate in every way possible the organizations, especially Jabha, against peace. The petty bourgeoisie is extremely arrogant. It still strongly believes in Eritrea's peculiarity, her being a civilized country and, to the same extent, the backwardness of the rest of the Ethiopian peoples. Addis Fana, August 1975. If there is anything that needs to be stressed, it is that the Eritrean people have from the outset, led by the feudal and bourgeois classes, demanded not federation but direct merger, unity. The Unionist Party, the party that raised the question of unity, was the largest party, having the support of at least 70% of the population. Had the wishes of the Eritrean people been put into practice at that time, Eritrea could have become a province right then. While this wouldn't have prevented the current problem, it could have at least avoided the coming into being of the federation, the flag, the parliament. The raising of this point here is not to discuss ifs, but it is simply because the Eritrean organizations have earlier in their propaganda argued that the Eritrean people demanded full independence. The current argument the organizations have stuck to say that the Eritrean question is a colonial question. The student movement abroad and to some extent here, not only Eritreans but also other members of other nationalities, have spent much time to convince us that the colonial question applies to Menelik's expansionism. Here is the argument in brief. The Haile Selassie government has Eritrea as its colony. The current struggle is the continuation of the anti-colonial struggle against the Italian colonizers. Similarly, Menelik's southward expansions were to colonize the southern people. The main purpose of this argument is to conclude that Eritrea has the right to independence. However, it is very easy to show the baselessness of this argument. The important thing is to give a scientific definition of colonialism. In short, colonialism is the condition created when the accumulation of capital in a certain country reaches a stage whereby the profit it draws declines and it is forced to forcefully invade the undeveloped countries and peoples, its investment exploiting these undeveloped countries and peoples. In concrete terms, real colonialism was created when, in the second half of the last century, the Western European capitalist countries reached this stage by forcefully occupying and burdening the Asian, African, and South American countries with an oppressive and exploitative system. Menelik's expansion was the expansion of a feudal kingdom. If, therefore, we call this colonialism, we would end up saying that the expansionism of feudal England to Scotland and Wales was also colonialism, and thus, the term would lose its real meaning. There was no capital that left Ethiopia for Eritrea when the Haile Selassie government annexed Eritrea to Ethiopia in federation or as a province. In fact, the more developed Eritrean bourgeois class had the opportunity to invest its capital in the other provinces and draw more returns. It is for this reason, and not solely because of the people's demand, that this class fought for unity. Its aim was to share with the Ethiopian ruling class feudals 1. and aristocrats the wealth they were amassing, and this it has certainly done. It was obvious enough that both Ethiopia and Eritrea couldn't live without violating the federal arrangement. As it was necessary for one to destroy the other, and power was on the side of the Ethiopian government, the Haile Selassie government nipped the federation in the bud. Once this happened, the Eritrean question became part and parcel of the democratic question raised by the Ethiopian peoples against the Haile Selassie government. The contradiction the Eritrean people had with the Haile Selassie government and the contradiction this government had with the Ethiopian people, except for their differences in degrees, are the same. The contradictions are those between democracy and fascist dictatorship, between oppressor and oppressed nationalities, and the differences that existed among religions. The Eritrean struggle was among those that put heavy pressure on the Haile Selassie regime. As such, it is clear that the Eritrean people have made a great contribution to the Ethiopian revolution. It means that the nature of the struggle at that time was anti-feudal and anti-imperialist. As a result, it is to be recalled that the Ethiopian students' movement in particular, both inside and abroad, used to support the Eritrean fighters. The Ethiopian government and other reactionaries, by distorting the correct stand of Ethiopian students, have falsely accused them of splitting the country and committed many crimes against them. The stand of the Ethiopian students before February 1974 was to recognize the right of nations to self-determination. Based on this question of principle, they were fully supporting the struggle of the Eritrean people for their right to self-determination. However, at no time and nowhere have the Ethiopian students raised the question of the exercise of the right of the Eritrean people for self-determination and said that Eritrea must secede from Ethiopia. In fact, at times the question of the exercise of this right has led to the deterioration of relations between the fronts and Ethiopian organizations abroad. While the fronts demanded that the student organizations support Eritrean independence, the organizations limited themselves to the recognition of the right to self-determination only. This was a completely correct stand. After Haile Selassie's fall, and especially after Amon Andam and others were killed, the Eritrean fronts, in a short time, came up with this philosophy that they are going to attain victory. They started to say, what peace dialogue? The main T0L. Behind this is that certain reactionary Arab countries, who before Haile Selassie used to oppose them, have now become the supporters of Eritrean fighters and advocates of Eritrean independence. Within a short period of time, reactionary Arab governments gave several $1 million worth of arms. The entire imperialist 237 Media, newspapers, radio, and TV all focused on the Eritrean question. Everybody rallied in support of the Eritrean struggle. The deaths of Haile Selassie and Endem have made all external reactionaries support the Eritrean fronts and oppose the THIRD-WORLDISM. The lives of many young Eritreans were lost for nothing. During the months of December in particular, as Zameka fleeing students from Asmara and other Eritrean cities joined the revolution in hundreds, they were used as cannon fodder. Such were the crimes perpetrated by the front's opportunism. At a time when the THIRD-WORLDISM, in its desire to safeguard Ethiopian unity, is taking further progressive steps, the Eritrean fronts, by pushing their secessionist aims, have shifted further to the camp of counter-revolution. They, the fronts will have a great problem convincing the Eritrean peoples themselves of the correctness of these questions, national independence especially when the provisional government puts the 9 points mentioned in the recommendation into practice, and when the Eritrean people see the determination of the government, the condition will be created whereby the Eritrean fronts will from day to day become isolated from the Eritrean broad masses. The recommendation is one that differentiates genuine progressives from pseudo-progressives, proletarian internationalists from narrow nationalists or national chauvinists. It will divide the Eritrean progressives, in particular, into two clear camps. Those who have claimed to be progressive to cover up for their narrow nationalism will sooner or later be exposed. And the genuine revolutionaries will join the Ethiopian revolution. The recommendation is one that creates the condition for the isolation of narrow nationalists not only within Ethiopia but also on an international scale. Even if we go outside Ethiopia, there is no doubt that the July 8 policy recommendation will gain the support of the African and world's peoples. Regarding the African people, no African country will support the secession of a nationality or certain nationalities. In fact, the THIRD Charter clearly states that all national boundaries inherited from colonialism should remain as they are. As such, let alone at such a time when Ethiopia is in the midst of a revolutionary stage, there was not a single African country that supported Eritrean secession even during Haile Selassie's regime. The African people, since they support the Ethiopian revolution, will full-heartedly support the July 8 policy recommendation. Earlier, during the reign of Haile Selassie, it is recalled that certain socialist countries used to support the Eritrean fighters. After the feudo-fascist regime was swept away by the February uprising, however, these socialist countries stopped the political support they used to give. Last April, when the Ethiopian National Democratic Revolution program was put out, the entire socialist bloc, by stopping all political and material support to the Eritrean secessionists, showed its full solidarity with the Ethiopian revolution both in words and deeds. Those who oppose and make desperate attempts to avert the implementation of the July 8 policy declaration are not the Eritrean fronts alone, there are also the reactionary Eritrean classes and the entire Ethiopian reactionary classes. The Ethiopian national chauvinists are also included here. Feudalists like Men-Eshium with their imperialist backers and Ethiopian reactionary classes are objectively forming a united front with the Eritrean secessionists. It is clear to everybody that a similar front had earlier been started in Tigray and Afar by Ali Mira and his people. All this notwithstanding, this counter-revolutionary front will not have a future. It might take some time, but the broad masses of Ethiopia from one corner to the other will certainly be aware of them and destroy them. It is to be recalled that the latter, EPLF-ED, emerged from the former, ELF-ED, about 6 years ago. Contrary to what most people expect, these fronts are not Marxists-Leninists. As a whole, they are not fronts formed on class differentiation and particularly proletarian ideology but groupings of individuals. The outside propaganda that usually labels the EPLF as more progressive than the ELF is misleading, as it is not based on facts and a study of the fronts. There are both progressives and reactionaries in both fronts. In both fronts no group has claimed to have stood for proletarian ideology by organizing itself independently. In addition, it can clearly be seen from their publications that they teach national chauvinism instead of internationalism. there is no place where they teach the common interest that exists between the Eritrean and Ethiopian broad masses and the basic interests existing among the oppressed classes of Ethiopia. There are still religious and tribal differences between the two fronts. Discriminations are made between Muslim and Christians, between Hamasine, Sarai, or Akele Goze. Under such circumstances, it is amazing that they dare to talk about Eritrean national unity or Eritreanism. The Eritrean people and the rest of the Ethiopian peoples can achieve final victory over feudalism, imperialism, and bureaucratic capitalism and build a new society only through the party that rallies under the banner of proletarian ideology and an organized, armed revolutionary front. Also, because it is said that the historical role of the Eritrean fronts is about to end, it doesn't mean that the role of progressive Eritreans also ends here. There should be some revolutionary individuals in one or the other front who are led by the proletarian ideology and proletarian internationalism.